Good afternoon. I'm Ann Lindsley, and I'm from Bel Air High School in Houston, Texas, and I am here to help you with the AP Human Geography curriculum for the rest of this semester. My colleague Kristen Brandt will be joining us tomorrow, as she will address one of the other topics. So between the two of us, we are here to help you get through the rest of this course. I would like to begin with, but I would like to let you also know that one of the goals of College Board is to go ahead and teach portions of the remaining content so that you can be prepared, not just for finishing out this, but also because the colleges are supporting AP students this year by allowing more flexibility in our approach to the exam. They're allowing us to focus on less content on the exams because of the school issues that occurred. But in turn, they've asked that AP students continue to learn today's material and some other portions that still remain to be taught. To make this relevant to our upcoming exam, however, I will be including areas that specifically link to previous units, and I'm going to point that out throughout the time, as well as Kristen will do that, Ms. Brandt will do that in the next coming days. So there is very much value for looking at cities and urban land use patterns in the next unit in development, because there are parts of these that link to our previous units, and we definitely will indicate that for you. So with that, go ahead and get started. We are looking at unit 6, cities and urban land use patterns and processes. Our very first topic is point 1, the origin and influences of urbanization. If we move on to a warm-up practice, we want to begin with looking at this big idea of patterns of spatial organization. Now, patterns of spatial organization is an overarching theme through all of our units, but when we're looking at the urban unit in particular, we're looking at the growth of cities and how the growth of cities is based upon the physical geography, what available resources there are, what the population is able to do with that particular environment. And then we also are incorporating our skill levels, and one of our skill levels that apply to this particular section of the unit is geographic patterns and relationships of those patterns applied in certain contexts. So keeping that in mind, let's look at this picture. You've probably all seen this picture before. This is North America at night, all the lights shining, but I want you to look at this in a different perspective. Instead of trying to identify certain cities and things like that, I want you to look for patterns. What kind of patterns do you see? What kind of connection to cities? Do you see obvious connections? Can you make out what might be smaller towns in your imagination, maybe linked together by road and concentration of the street light? We look right here, I-35 coming through Texas. Then we can also see I-10 stretching from San Antonio, Houston, all the way over to Florida. We can see the coastal highway of the West Coast. We see the connections of the megalopolis on the East Coast, Boston to Washington, megalopolis, Oswash corridor. So do places appear in isolation? Even these in the Western United States, Denver, Salt Lake City, do they appear to be completely isolated? Is that a pattern that they agreed out there? Or do you think places have relationships? We want to look at these kinds of relationships and what cultivates these relationships through the perspective of the previous units that we've already covered. So then we have to ask ourselves, what is the reason for the location of these places? Why do we have the kind of pattern where we have a distinctive line through almost the middle of the United States, where we have lots of places but not as much fill in as we have in the Eastern United States? So I want you to think about patterns as a field level as we start to pull apart some of these urban topics. And we're only going to be looking at 3 topics, not the entire unit, but these 3 topics back into previous units again. So in this particular lesson, I want you to begin to think about the concept of site situation. Our very first essential knowledge deals with site situation and the influence, the origin and the function of the growth of the city. So I want to begin thinking about what we see. So here we're looking at the site. We see the place. We're not really sure where it is, taken from space. What does this terrain look like to you? Is this a tropical rainforest? Could this be a desert? Could this be a flood channel? What do you see here? What do you think you see here? Do you see water? Are there roads connecting places? Do you see anything that might look like agriculture? Why would this become now one of the largest cities in this particular region? What do you see at this site? Why did 2.5 million people settle here? If we go to the concept of situation, we begin to look at what makes this area unique. Where is this place in relation to other places? 2,000 years ago, what was this area? This area is 50 kilometers from the Mediterranean Sea. It's on water, not the Mediterranean, it's on a river. Will there be roads connected near it? Or are there roads that already exist? Not all roads are concrete, be careful. So when we look at another image of this particular site, we have to ask, well, why did they pick this site in one of these historic renderings of this place? Well, one of the reasons is because this area was protected by the anti-Lebanon mountain, but yet it was also fed by the broader river. So it was surrounded by irrigated farmland, which would provide vegetables and cereals and fruit for the population settled here. So we're looking at this place and we can begin to evaluate this particular site not only has protection, but this site also provides for sustenance, agriculture, the ability to raise sedentary agricultural crops so that people can eventually do other things, beginning to lead to development. A place also will eventually have a cultural influence. This particular place in 715 of the Common Era has one of the most historic mosques in the world that was constructed here. And actually this place was built within fortress walls. You don't see this particular image, but the walls are going to provide a sense of security for the place as the population puts their footprint or their cultural footprint on the landscape. And that is something you should have heard in the cultural unit. If we continue on to look at this particular place, we look at a regional influence. Did this place develop as a hub for the entire region? Yes, it did, because actually when you figure out the name of this place, it's probably one of the only ones that you have regularly heard of. But the city became an anchor for this entire region because it did sit at the regional crossroads of going east to west and north-south trade route. If we look at this place today, we see a huge growth in its urban influence all the way out from the central area where the mosque originally was built to the suburban area. So we begin to ask, well, how does the site situation continue to influence the growth of the longest continually inhabited city in the world? Think about that. Today, this place is home to 2.5 million people. It's the capital. It's the largest city in this region. In 2008, it was the Arab capital of culture, so it definitely has a cultural footprint in the region as well. But today, unfortunately, it is also the least livable city, according to some statistics. Anyone guess what the city is? The city is Damascus. And by looking at various images of it, we have to begin to ask these questions. Site and situation being the fundamental questions. Why? What is here? How do we know the why of where this place is? We have to look at the attributes of the place. Because when we start to look at the attributes of the place, then we start to draw upon previously learned information, our cultural, our population unit, our agricultural unit. So moving on, what do we need to know? Well, we are looking at the function and the origin of places, of certain cities. So if we take the purpose of the sites, we look at sites as a function for the development of a city. We begin to go back to its origins. And its origins most likely has one of these 5 characteristics. It could be a break of bulk point. Do you have trade and transportation? Does large amounts of cargo come in and get broken down by truck, by air, by ship, even by rail? Now keep in mind, we can go back 10,000 or 8,000 years in history. If we go back well into the beginnings of the origin of Damascus, this particular location was a break of bulk place because it was a point where 2 crossroads of trade fought. And so you begin with the periodic market and breaking down large amounts of goods and trading in there. And out of that, then a place begins to grow. So we call this a break of bulk point. Does a place begin as a head of navigation? Head of navigation, the furthest inland an ocean-going vessel can get to. This is one of my places. This is my only place. This is Houston. And that is actually the founding reason for the city of Houston itself. How far inland could an ocean-going vessel get away from the open waters of the Gulf of Mexico? And so you see the ship channel region and then the city in the back, which is actually where ocean-going vessels, smaller ones, used to be able to get. Does a place begin as an entrepot? An entrepot. Entrepot is a vocabulary word. This is unique to urban topic, but that's not what's happening here as an entrepot is that we're breaking down imports and exports. And that's what you're seeing in these images from Hong Kong and Rotterdam, which look very much to each other because that is the function of these 2 areas. Hong Kong and Rotterdam, both their footprint on their origin is because they are entrepot. Think of some other entrepot. Does a place begin because it's a railhead, the end of a rail line? We have several of these in the United States. This is the one in North Platte, Nebraska, where the rail lines all come into one point. Cargo is distributed to other rail lines, other trucks, container storage facility. But we have a railhead as a means of connectivity to other parts of the region of the United States and the distribution of cargo. Lastly, does a place begin because of security and defense? We look at these ancient cities and we have to consider how did they protect themselves? Why why did they protect themselves? Why did they build these large walls? What was that purpose? And this actually is Jerusalem with the old wall around the entire portion of the city, of which that wall was rebuilt, but in the same location. But if we look at other places that you might be more familiar with, places that are named Fort, cities that have began Fort Worth, those began as a defense operation in older days in the United States when they were protecting certain land. So, all right, so we have a purpose, and then out of that purpose, we began to see the growth of cities. And after the growth of cities, we began to see, we have to ask, why are cities growing so much today? What is causing that? Is this a population birth rate, or is this, once again, a migration rate? So in 2007, we finally had more people living in urban areas in the world than we did in rural areas. And this is what this graph is showing you. Now, graphs, chart, these are one of our skills. This is data analysis, one of our skills that we have in this curriculum. So you want to make sure that you are looking at these kinds of different types of data and looking at them in their graphical perspective, not just as a laundry list of a number, but you want to look at these and then determine what can I glean from this type of information? What can I pull out of here? And so this one, which is kind of colorful in its own right, can kind of play games with your eyes. This one is looking at, is showing you that by 2007, more people are living in urban areas than in rural areas. And this is partly contributing to the huge growth of the city. And that leads us actually into the second part of this topic, point one, and that is how have cities continued to grow? What has contributed to that? So in this particular section, you have change in transportation, communication, you have population growth itself, migration, development, government policies, and just how government policies influence urbanization. So if we look at the distribution of world population, and Brant is going to talk about more of this tomorrow in 6.2, but just to give you a quick overview here, if we look at the distribution of the world population since 1950 to 2030, we have an interesting pattern here. The darker dots are the largest cities in 1950. The large circles are going to have populations of 20 million. So there's a vocabulary word that goes with that, but it's inherent to urban, so you're probably not going to need to use it. I call them megacities. So populations of 20 million, we have some of those in historical time, and go back to 1950. That's probably historical enough for y'all. But if you come forward to 2030, the lightest color blue, look at the pattern that we start to see in this map. Notice that we have not only coastal areas, which is characteristic of a settlement in ancient times, but we have newer areas where we didn't previously have historical settlement. And these newer areas, we start to see a lot of development here in Western Africa and in South America, even continued more along the Bulge of Brazil. But look at India, not just the traditional cities that you may be familiar with in India, but larger ones on their suburban ring, their edge city areas. These are also growing by millions and millions of population, such that when we get to, go on to this last slide, when we get to 2030, look at India here. You're looking at 8 cities alone that will be over 10 million population. Notice West Africa, these cities here will be 10 million population. And of course, China, you're probably more familiar with, because we've been hearing about that for some time. China, Japan, these cities will all have over 10 million by the time we get to 2030. If you go back in time and look at 1970, notice where those cities were that we had over 10 million at that time. So Japan, New York City, and a couple in India. And that's it. The rest of these are going to be much, much smaller. So we have to begin to ask, well, what contributed to that? When we look at China and India, you get this interesting pattern here. In India, we see that the fastest growing cities are in the south, and there are at least 10 of the largest cities that have roughly doubled in their size in just the last 30 years. Delhi in the north has nearly added 11 million inhabitants in just 30 years. So Delhi, and then this growth here on your western coast is particularly rapid in just the last 30 years. And then your coastal areas of China. And as I said, Ms. Brant will be talking more about these tomorrow, so I just want to put them out there for you to think about. So what led to the growth of cities? That we are, this is kind of, I want you to have a conceptual nature of this. We don't have to go into intricate detail on this, because these are things that you need to be able to pull out of some of these other units as they apply. So just to give you a little bit of familiarity with a lot of detail. First of all, how did transportation change? Transportation changes as a result of technology. So as technology increases, as we begin to have more connectivity with the rest of the world, that is facilitated by coming up with more efficient ways to connect to other places. So by connecting to other places, we can increase trade, we can increase mobility, and all of that is going to end up increasing the growth of the city. Anyone, can you tell what this model might look similar to if we're talking about development? Anyone say population units and the demographic transition model? That not just because of the 4 stages, but because as you increase in development, you also are going to increase, you're going to change your population. Because remember, the increase in population, as your population increases and your development increases, eventually development acts as a mechanism to cause your population to become healthier and then to decrease your birth rate. So by decreasing your birth rate, your population can still expand, all right, population momentum, but at the same time, development is also fueling the more livability of places. And what goes along with that is increases in transportation ability and more efficiency, thus increase in trade, increase of connectivity, and the growth of cities in general. So we also look at population growth, which some of that I just said also applies to this. As your population growth continues to increase, we begin to see that another factor is going to play a role in the growth of these cities. So it's not the more babies being born, it's going to be where populations are. So we go on to migration, which is also part of the population and migration unit 2. These are 2 really cool maps because they also correspond to some of our skills that you need to be familiar with. So it's always good to look at different kinds of maps and look to see what those maps are telling you to do. And always read the title, read the legend, read everything around the edges, and then figure out what that is. You ever come across any of my students, they're going to tell you exactly that. Read, she says, read everything around it before I look at the in the middle. So in this top map, what we're looking at here is the migration of population to new centers. The dark brown is new centers of international migration growth. So where are populations going that are migrating into there, causing those areas to grow and grow and grow? And some of that may surprise you. Look at Eastern Europe. A lot of foreign, meaning outside of these countries, migration into Eastern Europe. Well, we have to ask why. Inquiring minds want to know why. Why is Eastern Europe becoming a growth area for migration? Any ideas? Anybody? Say to yourself, tell the dog. Look at Mexico. Who is migrating into Mexico? Who is migrating into Argentina and coastal Brazil? Migration into India. Look at the western side of India. The same place with the fastest growing city. Same thing with South Africa, the fastest growing cities. This is a result of migration. Coastal China, migration as well. What kind of migration is it? Do we look over here to the other map? The other map tells you it's rural to urban migration. We have foreign migration, but we also have a large amount of rural to urban migration. So far more people are moving from rural areas into urban areas, and that is causing a growth of the city. Different kind of pressures on the cities if we're talking about a less developed country or a more developed country. But those pressures come in the development unit and also with urban here. I want to point out the type of map. Anyone know what this kind of map is? Yell it loud so I can hear you. Oh, you said a cartogram. Excellent. That is true. This is a cartogram. So hopefully you know how to read a cartogram. That would have been from unit 1, and it's also this one of our data analysis skills as well, back skills. So in this particular map, what you're looking at is the growth of an area, okay, as a result of migration. But where do we have the largest amounts? And so the areas with the largest amounts are going to have the largest proportion of the size of this designated area or this entire map. So in this case here, India and China, like what I've said in the last 2 slides, India, China, and coastal, the eastern side of Africa, as well as a little bit over in this area, Central America. So this is where we have the largest amount of rural to urban migration. And then you combine that with international migration. All of these folks are going to cities. Why to cities? That's what we have to ask. What is it about the city that we have to consider? So next thing I want you to do is that we are going to look at a short explanation, and we're going to make all this work. I know we are. Hold on. All right, so let me go back. All right, so that short video was linking development and industrialization with the growth of cities as a factor that will contribute to even larger growth, particularly in India and China and Indonesia over the next 20 years. These links, this particular video, this particular topic, all links to development, and development is an overarching theme through all of our course, all of our units, and then also globalization. And we have to talk a lot about globalization as this theme that carries through and influences so many of our other units. And so globalization and development, fueled by migration, fueled by industrial development, further industrial development, is leading the growth of these cities. And that was a real short little video that I really feel ties Unit 6 and Unit 7 back to why we're looking at that in the overarching understanding of the previous units. Okay, so if we go on, the other aspect of why cities grow so rapidly is also because of government policy. And this would have been in Unit 4, where you would have touched upon some of the political geography topic and maybe addressed it in urban issues in that particular unit. If not, it is in this, but do understand that political actions at the local scale as well as the state and national scale is also to have a factor in the growth of cities. Whatever leads the people to the cities then allows them to live there. If the quality of life is not good, that can manifest itself in greater problems in the city. So governments are trying to interact and improve the quality of life to then improve the industrial development of those cities, and that's causing these cities to become even larger and larger. So this is yet again another one of our skill topic areas where we have to interpret data from a different type of graph. So in this particular graph, who is trying to ensure land, housing, and services are suitable for the urban core. Those are colored in blue. Who's not doing anything is colored in red. The size of the bubble is proportionate to the urban population. So obviously China, India, Indonesia, Brazil are going to have your largest urban populations. And in these areas, are they addressing the needs of the urban population? And most of this is targeted at trying to resolve the issues that have developed with squatter settlements, slum dwelling areas, improve that quality of life there so as to improve the quality and the potential of the population. Once again, going back to population and development issues in Unit 2. All right, so to look at these two essential knowledge areas, site and situation influences the origin and function of our cities, and then how do cities change and continue to grow over time is the purpose of topic 1 and in this particular unit. So I would like to then propose some questions as AP practice style questions, and this is kind of a challenge because you aren't going to be asked specific urban questions. However, I think I've said enough times through here, as well as I'm pointing out in these kinds of questions, that urban topics permeate through our other unit as an example of the impact of that particular unit. For example, the very first one, what types of government services need to be provided in a city with an increasing old age dependency ratio? Well, old age dependency ratio is something you would have covered in Unit 2. So how am I going to manage a larger population in an urban area that is of a particular age category? What kind of government services need to be held here, need to be conducted or provided? We're seeing some of that issue right now. Identify how urbanization changes traditional cultural practices. Do you lose your culture in large cities? Do you lose those traditional cultural practices? Are there laws that prevent certain cultural practices? I want you to think about that. Think if you can come up with an answer, because Ms. Brandt's going to go over a few of these tomorrow with you that you think about it. Pay attention also, and we'll talk about this when we get toward the end of all of these presentations. What do these terms mean for us? What are these terms trying to tell us? All right, then describe what is the relationship between market gardening to large urban areas? What's the relationship of agriculture, sedentary agriculture, to the development of urban areas? We have to describe that. Describe one positive or negative effect of rural or urban migration. Okay, so once again, that's Unit 2, migration, and where's that migration going to? It's going to the urban area. And then lastly, why site and situation, which is fundamental to understanding a place to begin with, why the site situation of a place influences its role in a globalized world. Once again, globalization is an overarching theme to this entire unit. So in these kinds of questions, I want you, after many of you have had a break for a while here, I want you to start thinking about how this entire course begins to link together, because it does. They build on this off in the beginning until we get to actually Unit 6 and 7, which are, you want to kind of think of capstone or culminating unit that tie everything together. So think about those questions. You can always go back to the replay of the tape and pull those questions back up and look at those. So I just want to say thank you for watching for today. We have quite a few more of these until May 1st to do. In a week or so, we will have some of these key outstanding topics covered between Unit 6, which is urban, and 7, which is development. And then we'll also be posting the full schedule review topics for the remainder of this course. And we plan on going back through each of the units and covering key elements of those units and which topics you might want to prioritize for review. And then also how to tackle the FRQ, the new format we have this year, and particularly addressing the terms that are asking you your 2 words or your command terms, as I call them. So with that, I want you to welcome Kristen Brandt tomorrow from Glen Bard West High School in Glen Ellen, Illinois. And she will be with you for topic 6.2 tomorrow. And I hope you have a great evening, and thank you for watching.
Hi, welcome to AP Human Geography for the second lesson. My name is Kristen Brandt, and I am so excited that you're joining us today. You notice this lovely headset. I've earned some street cred with my own children, as I look like a gamer. Didn't even know what that was until all of this started. But I really do thank you for joining us for our second day. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get going. And here we go. Today we are going to focus on cities across the world. I know that there's some trepidation of why are we learning about cities when it's not going to be assessed on the College Board exam. I'm going to explain it all. We're going to connect it, but we're going to keep the learning moving forward, and that's our ultimate goal. As I said, my name is Kristen Brandt. I'm from Glen Bard West High School. I live in Glen Ellen, Illinois, and I'm going to show you a little bit later, crazy through maps, where I live. But just a smidge about myself. I'm a mom of 3 kids. I've been teaching AP Human Geo, I think close to 10 years, with a wonderful team of teachers here at Glen Bard West in District 87. So I'm super excited and thrilled to be sharing some of our experiences with all of you as well. So as a warm-up, yesterday many of you met with my colleague Ann Lindsley, and Ms. Lindsley left you with these 5 FRQs to think about. Now, part of the homework then was to think about these different tasks that we might ask on the FRQ, and I'm sure there's a little bit of anxiety with the new FRQ format. Please make sure you turn into our last 2 lessons, because Ms. Lindsley is going to lead you through some FRQ review tips, because she actually helped lead teachers through this process last summer and over the last year. So she's an expert, and you're in great hands. A couple things to think about here. So identifying what types of government services are need to be provided. Anytime you see the word identify, we're probably thinking of 1 to 2 sentences. This is usually where my students are going, yes, I've got this. I guess for this question, I would definitely think about maybe here, such as our Medicare services and how that can help provide services for an increasing old age dependency ratio. Identify how urbanization changes traditional cultural practices. Again, I would say 1 to 2 sentences here. You're really just looking at, I would say, probably the difficulties of holding on to your traditional cultural practices in an ever-changing world when you're met with a lot of different people. Number 3, describing the relationship of market gardening to large urban areas. So anytime 3 and 4, when you see the word describe, really this is where we need you to expand and give lots of details. And if you're anything like my students, this is where I continuously am struggling to get them to give me more. What my students want to do is they just, well, you know what I mean, Mrs. Brandt, you've got this. But if you don't connect the dots for the readers, we don't know what you're saying. So the big thing here that we would want to look at, if you're looking for describe the relationship between market gardening to large urban areas, the short answer that you would need to expand upon though is that relationship to the central market. And so we would talk about transportation costs, the perishability of foods. You would want to make sure that that's why we needed to be close to the market because of those things. Describing one positive or one negative effect of the rural to urban and effect of rural to urban migration. You would want to focus on, I guess, some positives: access to stable food sources, access to better healthcare, access to better education would be some examples. But don't just say that. Explain why that access to those things is a positive. If you're going to say a negative is this housing issue in this rural to urban migration, which we're going to talk a little bit more about today, that's part of it, but you haven't described it. What's happening? Why is that going on? So think 3, 4, 5 sentences as you hit describe, and then explain. For some reason, we do a little better with explain than describe with my students. Explain why the site and situation of place influences its role in a globalized world. I know that Ms. Lindsley really hit site and situation pretty hard yesterday. Think of this idea of using because. So if you were going to say the site, and so we talk about ports, okay, because. So the city, when we talk about the globalized world and the cities that develop along ports, they're important because. So make sure you're continuing to develop that. So again, highly recommend tune in the last couple days to make sure that you're able our review sessions with Ms. Lindsley as she goes into more details about how to answer FRQs. So what are we going to do today? Today we are going to look at cities across the world. Ultimately, what I want to do, you can read this, I'm not going to read it to you, but ultimately what we want to do is we want to look at why there, and then where are they? Crazy geographers, we like maps, and so we're going to look at tons of maps. So I thought I'd actually start a little bit with scale and looking at me. So, and I forgot that the slide was there next. So we are going to connect to maps, and so we definitely want to look at the clustering. We want to look at those spatial relations. We also want to look at scale. So I'm going to show you what I mean by definitely we're going to talk a little bit mostly global and national, and then we want to talk about some of the consequences that come from that as well. So you're going to see that this is pulled from chapter 1 and from chapter 2, or sorry, unit 1 and unit 2. Okay, so where in the world am I from? And I know that I've already spilled it, but I still think we could use maps to do this. When we talk about looking at world cities here, we're looking at cities' urban population. According to the UN in 2018, 55% of the world's population was living in urban area. So you would look at this and you go, well, clearly she's probably in one of the good possibilities. She's in one of those cities. And then you're listening to my accent, or you're watching my hand gestures, or you're listening to me, and you're going, okay, how can we even narrow it down further? You're going to say, well, she's probably in the United States. So when we look at this map, we see major metropolitan areas. We can look at definitely this proportional size map, and we can see where people are located. And I did tell you that I was in Illinois, in Glen Ellen, Illinois. It probably doesn't mean a lot to you, but here's what I'll tell you: 80% of the population of the United States roughly lives in an urban area. Okay, so we keep narrowing it down. Well, the good state of Illinois, and so 75% of the population in Illinois actually lives within the Chicago metro area. And so we can keep zooming in. We can zoom in even further. We can start looking at cities. You'll notice Glen Ellen is not marked on there. If you look along the line between, I'm really close to Wheaton, and we'll take a look at transportation systems, the role that plays. But part of why we ended up there is because of those transportation lines, because of the schools, since we're going to fit all of that into our story today. So I'm also a little bit country, and so I can't wait to do our agriculture reviews with you. I grew up in a small town in Wisconsin, 1,000 people. I now teach in a school that has 2,400 students. So how could I go from a town of 1,000 to living in 28,000, a school that's 2,400 people? Part of that has to do with types of jobs that we do, things that we're looking for our children. My husband builds high rises, and at the end of the day, probably we're going to build a lot of high rises in rural northern Wisconsin. Now, is it a place I love to go vacation? Absolutely. But if we're going to talk about raising our kids and we talk about things that my husband's career, this is what offers more for our family. So been a lot of change over the last 100 and some years when we talk about urban growth. So there's a few vocab words that we want to make sure that you're exposed to. So we talk about urban sprawl, that unrestricted growth, housing, commercial development, roads over large expanse of land. And so when we look at Chicago, for example, we can see in 1900, you can definitely see it clustered along the lake shore. So you're going to, some of you are probably saying, why do I need to know about Chicago? Chicago's not going to be on the test. So Chicago mirrors a lot of the things that other cities are experiencing or have experienced. And so this is what I know from firsthand experience, and I want to just be able to share that story with you. When we take a look at Chicago, we see it developing along the lake shore. We're looking for those patterns, and I know Ms. Lindsley talked a lot about that yesterday. We take a look at, I could probably even find some, if I watch where rail lines actually are developing today, major highways, in how we can move people. This is 1900, and we start to see people moving closer to the city, but then also then pushing out. And part of that has to do with we can only hold so many, and we take a look at here in 2005. And so then we also start looking at is where are these people going and why are they going there? Why not stay in the city if the city has everything to offer? Well, part is land cost, part is people want space, and part is people want other opportunities. And so what we started to see is this development of suburbanization. So what we saw is the upper middle class people moving from the urban core to the surrounding outskirts. Today, what we'll probably see, you'll see some trends here. This was actually some Chicago trend analysis that we tend to see a decrease in people leaving the city of Chicago, but an increase into the inner suburbs, so different rings, and then the outer suburbs. And we'll talk about the excerpts in just a little bit. But those outer suburbs, this is where people are really looking for space. They're looking for space. They're looking for schools. They're looking for, in their mind, more a decrease probably in crime. They're looking for more of a community feel. And so one of those things, though, at what cost? So this is an aerial shot, and you can see definitely the development of those neighborhoods. You can see though where there's some farmland, and part of the draw here too is that open space. But the more that move out there, we end up losing a lot of that farmland. I'm hoping if my students are listening right now that they see those grid systems that they tried to that are starting to disappear. But if we kept flying, they might remember that phrase township and range and how that land was divided up as we move westward. I love Google Earth. If you ever get an opportunity to play around on Google Earth, I highly recommend it. So one of our largest suburbs in the Chicagoland area is Naperville. I'll shout out if you guys are listening. And Naperville is a highly respected community. You'll see the interstate I-80 here centered around a downtown. And so that idea of having a small downtown and trying to really create that small town feel, you'll see parks, you'll see places where you'll see schools. If we zoom in even a little bit further, Naperville's pretty interesting too. You'll find community elementary schools, you'll find suburbs or subdivisions that are typically centered around a little clubhouse or a pool, trying to kind of bring those communities together. If we zoom in even closer, this one you can see is centered around a golf course. If you've never done this, it's a really fascinating zoom in, pick any major city in the world and zoom in and try and find their golf course. When we talk about globalization, when we talk about growth, you're going to typically find a golf course in major cities. It's a place for business, it's a place for relaxation and entertainment. But it's interesting on how different areas will let their homes and their housing developments be developed around there. So I mentioned this idea of the exurbs, and those exurbs, what we're taking a look at are those prosperous residential districts beyond the burbs. So this is kind of I would say a newer term that we're starting to track a little bit more. We've seen this when you can see here they started tracking in 1900 and it hasn't stayed pretty small for quite a while. But part of that is because when we take a look at access to transportation, connectivity, the fact that you're even watching online right now, is part of that. Where we see some of the fastest exurb growth is actually in Los Angeles, New York City. These are people that typically are wanting not even this type of neighborhood. They're wanting even more space. And so what allows them to do that? Variety of transportation options and that ability to telecommute. Okay, so what do you need to take away from all this? Because here's this crazy lady talking at me. Urban sprawl isn't just happening in Chicago. Urban sprawl is happening across the globe. But what we're really talking about is happening in MDCs. So the difference here is between urbanization. So that rural to urban movement, we are seeing global. We're going to come back to that. Urban sprawl, what we're talking about here is that once we've established it, then that choice of moving outward. So for example, take a look at the most sprawling metropolitan areas in the United States. It's a pretty good chance or possibility that some of you that are listening live in one of these regions. If you've ever driven through some of these, you're like, yeah, it just feels like it's city upon city upon city. I was doing a little bit of reading about the Riverside, San Bernardino, metropolitan region. What's interesting about that one is that you could be over close to 200 miles away from that urban core. That to me is interesting from the standpoint you wouldn't consider that your home base. So at what cost? We're taking away all of this land, but then what else has to develop as we're moving throughout this area? My dog apparently decided to come and join us, so I apologize. So one of the things that we take a look at though is how do you keep up? Like think how big that Riverside metropolitan region is. How do you keep up? And so what's happening are these boom burbs. So these are rapidly growing suburban cities that represent a new metropolitan form. So take a look at this list. So as you're writing down a definition, as you're listening to this, where do you notice that most of these cities are? Phoenix, LA, San Diego, San Francisco, where we see the largest boom burbs taking place. We see them in that southwest region. Now you're going to say, crazy lady, what about Chicago? What about Seattle? So it's happening in other places, but we're seeing a lot in that southwest region. And part of why we're seeing it is that climate is a big draw, business is a big draw, but we can't keep up with the building. So in the core, what we're finding with these boom burbs is that they're lacking the central city. So as they're developing, it's kind of just like housing developments on housing developments, then there's going to be strip malls, there's going to be people on people. So the resources will be there, but what's not going to be there is necessarily that small town community feel. I like in my suburb, I walk about 4 blocks and I'm in downtown Glen Ellen, and I can go to the Starbucks when it's open, and I can grab, I like white hot chocolate, so I can grab a drink with my friends. I can then go walk. We got a little cute theater, or I can just walk through the downtown. But typically, I'm saying hi to a lot of people. In the boom burbs, you're not going to feel that same walkability. You're going to drive to a lot of those things. We also see with boom burbs ton of traffic congestion. We see more urban sprawl, so taking over of the that farmland and that open space. The access to resources still have to be there, and so how do we accommodate? And oftentimes, what we see develop are edge cities. So what's an edge city? Well, crazy. It's an economic center on the fringe of a city. Extensive amount of office and retail space, typically near a major road. That's the key. I need you to know edge cities are going to develop along those major interstates. So I'm going to use one that's near and dear, close, partly because I've been there many times, and it's Rosemont, Illinois. So on this, you can see our major interstates. Here's 90, here's 294, here's 190. This is O'Hare Airport is going to be over here. So I drive by this area when I'm going to drop people off at the airport, or if I'm sure not now, obviously, but hopefully in the future. But right now, when I drive by this area that's been built up in Rosemont, it has a lot of the same things that I would find in downtown Chicago. A lot of the restaurants, activities, prime outlets, so I can do some shopping for our sport fans. There's the 10 headquarters are located right there. But it's that idea of easy on, easy off access. And so you don't have to go all the way into the city, but a lot of those resources are right there. So the idea of the edge city, again, it's on the fringe. We're going to find office and retail space near major roads. So how does that connect to other things that we've learned? When we start talking about development and we start talking about interconnectivity, how do we maintain that interconnectivity as we're moving outside of our norm? Okay, so that's a lot of talk about Chicago, a lot of talk about the United States. So we do need to probably talk a little bit about what's happening around the world. So as I mentioned, there's a ton of rural to urban movement across the globe. Why? If you said in your head where the jobs are, the resources are located, they're not making it on the farms. Those are the right answers. You're pulling people into these cities. But what happens when they get there? So we're going to see different things at different locations in different countries. So the first thing that I want to do is talk about some definitions. And I apologize that my face is covering some of the definitions here. I will work on that for future presentations. So mega cities. Mega cities, we're talking more than 10 million residents. Meta cities, we're talking over 20 million. At the end of the day, they're huge cities. But they didn't just spring up over time. So I'm going to pause for a second. If you can get access to a blank map, or you want to just create a list, that's fine as well, and practice mapping later. I'm just kind of stalling if you wanted to do that. But I would say that having a blank map and practicing some mapping skills is going to be helpful for this next little bit. You need to work on some music. So if you were able to find a map, because I'm sure all of your teachers have them handy for you, because we ask you to map all the time. What we're going to do is we're going to go through a series of the 10 most populous cities. We're going to look at 3 different time periods. So part of why we're looking at 1975 is because I was born in 1975. It's where you're supposed to laugh or groan. But out of all seriousness, it is one of our times when we're checking doubling time over the course of history. This is when we hit one of those markers. And so it is one of those time periods where some of you are probably saying this is around the age of my parents, that this is kind of, we're going to see some rapid growth. The doubling time is starting to pick up. So this is why we're using that out of all seriousness. So these are the top 10 cities in 1975. Now notice I did not put the countries after each city. Why? Because you need to start to be able to mental map. You need to be able to look at Tokyo and go, Japan. What do I know about Japan? New York City, the United States. What do I know about the United States? So what we're going to do is we're going to actually, I did this on Notability, and I went through and I labeled them 3 different times. So I'm going to walk you through it. We're going to do kind of what do you see, what are some trends, because what I ultimately, by the end of the course of the 3 of these series of maps, what I want you to be able to see is how things have changed drastically from 1975 to the projected numbers that we're going to look at in 2030. So 1975, I'm using this lovely pink color. And so as we said, we marked, if I have my cheat sheet here, we did Tokyo first. And so when we look at Tokyo, Japan, we talked about New York City, and then also Shanghai, looking at China. Now when you look at all 3 of those, if you were able to zoom in, you would see that they're on the coast. Yesterday when you were talking to Miss Lindsay, you were talking about sites. Why the coast? Okay, so what's there? I always find it interesting when I go to the 4th. You go to Mexico City, it's located inland. Why? What problems could that present? And at the same time, why is it ranked 4th in 1975? We go back to the coast, we look at Sao Paulo, Brazil, Osaka. Now if you're a student in my class, you probably know Mrs. Grant, you've never talked about Osaka. But in 1975, one of the top 10 largest cities in the United States, or in the world, sorry, in the world. Buenos Aires, Argentina, another coastal city. Gotta bring LA in there, Paris, France, and Beijing, China. Just take a minute to look at this map. Take a look at kind of where they're situated across the globe. Take a look at the NMDCs, are they NLDCs? Okay, let's see what happens. So we are going to jump to the year 2000, 25 years later, and you should notice some changes. Take a look. Mexico City jumped from 4 to 1. Tokyo down to 3. Sao Paulo. Wait a second. 25 years, we've added Calcutta, Mumbai, and Delhi. Your flag should be going off going, wait a second, they're in the same country. New York City still remain. Seoul, how did that end up in there? Shanghai, Rio de Janeiro. So let's take a look at our map, and we'll talk just a little bit as we're going through this. So take a look at what came off the list. Okay, came off the list. LA, Paris, Beijing, Osaka, Buenos Aires. So why? What's going on? Well, part of Mexico City, we take a look at higher birth rates. We take a look at people moving to their center point, that this is where their government is centered. We take a look at Sao Paulo, continues to grow along that coastline. We'll look at some problems here in just a second with that. Tokyo, and you might be going, how did Osaka move off the list? Osaka is still one of the largest cities in the world. I will say it gets difficult sometimes on when you're in your political unit, where are those lines and those boundaries, depending on how we're defining it at the time, that are they kind of a continuous area? But we would say it's still ranked extremely high. It just is clearly not at the same level as Delhi. Take a look at here in India. We're going to put in Delhi, Mumbai, Calcutta, New York City State, Seoul, Shanghai. We had Rio de Janeiro, just north of Sao Paulo, and Delhi. Okay, now you should see, for those of you that are looking, you're probably going to Mrs. Grant, boy, those BRICS countries are kind of dominating. Look at there, we've got Brazil, we've got India, we've got China. And so when we're really looking as far as where is that development occurring, they are occurring. Think about your stages of development. These are your countries that are shifting to stage 3 and really trying to move to stage 4 along that demographic transition model. So let's take a look at some projections. So when I look at some projections, this comes from the World Economic Forum. I'm not gonna lie, when I was researching this, you find different projections all the time, and I guess that's just it. Remember, when we talk about data collection and we talk about projections, there's some statistical margin of error. There's no way that we can count every single person, although please tell me, it's a little PSA for all of you in the United States, that it is the census time. Make sure your families are completing there so we can have as accurate a count as possible. But out of all seriousness, there are sometimes some some flaws in our calculations. But again, projection, most had all these cities on. Everybody's looking at different sources. So it jumps back up, there's Tokyo. I'm sure your teachers have talked about the density of Tokyo, talked about the, my students love the people pushers and that image of the train, and we're putting people on the train trying to move to and from. They also love like the little kind of tubes that people are staying in because of the long hours at the hotels. But take a look at Delhi, Mumbai, that really that growth just continues in India. Hopefully you talked about population strategies when we're looking at India. When we review population in a couple weeks, we'll talk more about that. But that idea of education, that idea of, so how do we slow that growth? Shanghai continues to be a major port, and that's going to pull people into those areas. When we talk about it, you're going to see we added Dhaka, Karachi, Cairo, Lagos. So let's take a look and we'll talk when we look at the map here. So you'll notice that the United States came off the list. You're noticing that even look at South America came off the list. If you notice, I wish you could see my fingers like go across the band. But it just seems like we're really staying along that Tropic of Cancer region of our cities. And so Tokyo remains on the list. And that is, it's become that technological hub. It's going to move goods in and out. And if you're a mover and shaker in Japan, that's where you're going to live. We look at, Shanghai and Delhi. Again, Shanghai, we talked about the port. Delhi, that center point for India. Mumbai is a cultural hub. It's a port as well. My students, we like talking about the entertainment industry of Mumbai as well. Beijing, the government, the political center. We added in Dhaka and Bangladesh. And so we'll talk more about when we get to development, talk more about some of the poverty issues, some of the struggles within Bangladesh. We add in Pakistan and Karachi. We add in Cairo along the Nile River. We add in Lagos in Nigeria. And so we talk a lot about Nigeria and creating those islands of development, creating these center points for business, for people to come to, but transnational corporations to come in and move their goods in and out. And Mexico City stays on the list. Mexico City continues to grow at really high rates. One of the problems that it's dealing with is pollution. And when we're taking a look at it kind of gets trapped by the mountains. And so how does it continue to develop, but also deal with some of those environmental concerns? And that's actually a pretty good segue too when we start looking at some of the problems that are going to occur. Why do we look at that? This comes from the United Nations, and we start talking about the distribution of the world's urban population. We take a look at how many people are moving to cities. A lot of good things that can come from moving to cities. When we take a look at access to healthcare, to food, to jobs, we know that if we're going to help lift up a country from being from the periphery, from those less developed countries, that really this is where you need to be as far as kind of advancing and giving people opportunities. But it comes at a cost. So even in core areas, it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of losing our farmland. It comes at a cost of congestion. I don't know how many of your parents maybe spend hours and hours commuting. It comes at a cost of rent prices. Those of you living in California or New York City, I know that you hear a lot about this. We talk, why is California housing so unaffordable? So you can see a list here. But how do we make this so that people can continue to work and live in those areas? So in the United States or in MDCs, we're pretty fortunate. We're trying to build better transportation systems. Those edge cities are developing. We've got systems in place. We've got government structures where in a domain where sometimes it's not easy, but this is how we're going to help the greater good, taking over some of that land. In the semi-periphery, this is in Brazil. And we take a look at that center point around, we'll see the city, that urban center, but then growing out here, they're going to grow into the mountains. And so if you remember the Olympics and Rio, what you saw was a lot of looking at the favelas and looking at moving up into the mountains and how this housing upon housing, and so really that lack of space was occurring. One of the things that we also take a look at is crime rates in those really crowded areas, the living conditions in the semi-periphery. So in that, I'd say those BRICS countries, that it's really creating, obviously in a better position than when we get to the periphery next, but they're still going to struggle with that rapid growth. How do you keep up? And that's where we really see in the periphery. And then what we see in the periphery is this huge contrast between the haves versus have-nots. Take a look in the background of this urban area, and then trying to build your home out of just about anything so that you can just have access to that city, access to those resources. Well, there's other places that clearly are doing okay, and it's frustrating. Take a look at the streets, take a look at how crowded they are. If you can spend some time later today and look at the inner cities or look at the cities, I love looking at India and looking at Mumbai and Calcutta and looking at the growth, looking at the slums, but also the beautiful culture that's developing within there. But the struggles of how do we have access to clean water? How do we have access to our sanitation? How do we have that infrastructure is not in place? I did a mission trip about 10, 15 years ago, and I will just say I did that, but I served in an area where they did not have access to clean water, and so the trucks would bring the water, and it became very difficult to function if you don't have access to those resources. And so things that a lot of us take for granted, the fact we're sitting here on your phone, your iPad, your computer, you're watching this, the difficulties that other people are having when they're talking about just the access to those basic necessities makes it a little bit difficult to how do we develop that, because you've got to take care of those basic needs first. So ultimately, we need to be able to explain the similarities and differences among different locations or different scales. And so hopefully you'll be able to talk about transportation. And so when you talk about transportation, maybe if you're talking about within the mass transportation, some trains, buses, things within MDCs that help move people in and out of cities, highways, or the difficulties of transportation in the periphery. It could be the congestion, the infrastructure, the roads are not set up for mass transit. You could take a look at housing production, the fact that the demand cannot keep up. The demand is greater than the product in the periphery, so they cannot keep up, and so people are building homes out of just about anything. Or if I take a look at in the United States, the cost, the closer you are to the city, that bid rent theory, that how expensive it's going to get, and how do I maintain that? Landscape preferences, being near the city and having easy access, or do you want that or do you want that open space? And then the social and demographic trends. For example, a lot of our urban areas here tend to be younger, 20, 30 somethings, and what we find is when they have kids, then they shift out to the suburbs. Do we find that in other places as well? So we are near the end. A couple things that I would want you to do. While you're not going to be tested on the vocab, it is an opportunity for you to kind of practice some of it. It doesn't hurt to know the vocab, especially as we see a lot of these ideas that develop throughout our other units. So you're probably not going to have to define a boomer, that rapidly growing suburban city, but in the population unit, you better know that people are moving to those areas. Those edge cities. Well, then where do we offer those services? It's along the interstates. It's giving them people that experience without having to go into the city. Then we got those prosperous areas, those areas that why can we do that? That telecommuting. Think about your space-time compression that you learned about earlier in the year. Your mega cities and meta cities. At the end of the day, you're going to have to know where things are located because you have to be able to draw some conclusions. And then ultimately, we see that urban sprawl happening. Okay, that massive unrestricted growth. So as Ms. Lindsay left you yesterday with some exam practice, we pulled 4 different FRQs for you to think about. So the relationship between population and the growth of megacities and less developed countries. Explain how cultural enclaves develop in edge cities and suburbs. That connects back to your culture unit. Explain why urban areas and nations on the periphery are growing at rapid rates. Think about the demographic transition model in number 4. Describe how urbanization can impact a country's transition to stage 3 or 4 of the demographic transition model. Everything we talked about today, maybe not necessarily the vocabulary, but those concepts all relate back to things that you've been exposed to. And we're going to continue to challenge you to think about those linkages as we move forward. If you experienced or you know people that do not have access to internet or a device, please take a look and help your friends, help those that are looking to get connected, because College Board does want to help. I hope you really enjoyed it today. Not because I was really nervous about spending time with you, partly because it's a long time to talk, but nobody talking back to us. I really hope you'll join Ms. Lindsay tomorrow as we finish up our discussion with our cities and urban connections. And then next week we're going to dive into development. Thank you so much for joining us, and we really hope that you have a great night. See you tomorrow.
Hey everyone, how are you doing today? This is Ann Lindsley, and I'm here to work with you today on AP Human Geography. And well, we get started. Hope everyone's doing well. Have a nice day so far. And let's get loaded up here. And one more. There we go. So once again, yesterday you worked with my colleague Kristen Brandt from Illinois, and I am from Houston, Texas. Texas. It's a little bit warmer down here, but it is nice and green and feels good if you're tired of the snow. So today we are going to look at 6.3 Cities and Globalization. So just another reminder, if you weren't here with us on Monday or even on Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, sorry, this is Friday. We mentioned to you that the reason for doing Cities and Globalization, or cities period, and then also 3 sections from development is because there are topics in these areas that reach back into units 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. And so if you've already covered those and all of the innuendos that go with those other topics in those units, then you probably already picked up on some of this. But if you didn't make those links to it, then perhaps this will be a good chance to do that. If not, just use it as a review and look at the pretty pictures. We'll look at those. So let's begin with a warm up from yesterday. Ms. Brandt provided you with some questions, and so just to get you back into thinking about geography, let's look at some of these questions and think about how you answered them if you went ahead and answered them. In the very first one, identify the relationship between population and growth of megacities in less developed countries. So we have a spatial identification that works with economics as well, an LDC. And here we're looking at the relationship between the population growth and the growth of the megacity. So you want to think about a population that's at least 10 million, and why is it still growing? And then also, what are the stresses that are placed upon a city if it's in an LDC versus an MDC or a developing country? So hopefully you said that you'll have stresses that it would include poverty issues, growth of squatter settlement, not that those are good at all, but challenges to the infrastructure, attempts to try to find work, but also the larger the city grows, the city's still going to continue attracting more and more population, particularly since that's where new types of jobs, manufacturing types of jobs tend to accumulate. All right, in the second question, how do cultural enclaves explain, catch that word there, explain, these are crucial words, explain how cultural enclaves develop in edge cities and suburbs. So what happens if you don't know what an edge city is and you don't know what a suburb is, because that's part of this unit and topics that we're not going to be covering? You have explained how cultural enclaves develop someplace in the city. Okay, that's how we would take that apart. So what is a cultural enclave? You had that in the culture unit, and you also had the concept of enclaves in the political unit. So we've got 3 units represented here, and only one, the urban unit, is giving you the spatial location. So what is unique about this particular group that occupies this particular place? So that's what we're looking at. What happens, or how do they develop? And hopefully you thought about chain migration, because that would be part of that answer in that question. In the next one, explain why urban areas and nations on the periphery are growing at rapid rates. The periphery. Now this is a term that you might have had in your political section. It's also in our developmental section, but it's also in our urban section. But on the periphery is just that, countries that are on the edge of the core developed countries. So why are urban areas and nations on the periphery growing at rapid rates? So taking that question apart, why do you have a concentration of population moving into urban areas in developing countries? Okay, sort of almost like the identifier of the first question, but this is explained. So since that's an explain, you have a few more sentences that need to be developed in here, and your answer needs to address more specifically why that population is concentrating in that urban area. All right, and the last one, describe how urbanization can impact a country's transition to stage 3 or 4 of the demographic transition model. So how does urbanization, increased growth of cities, bring a country to higher levels of development? So think about the demographic transition model. You had that in the population units. Hopefully at that time you talked about a little bit about development that went along with it to pull those different stages along, and what happens, what does development look like in those kinds of countries at those stages. So why would you have a growth of urbanization here? Because you are pulling people from rural areas to urban areas, and development is allowing them to earn more money and ultimately feel more secure, financially secure, hopefully. And then that also has an impact on your birth rate. And but those cities become concentrations of employment for people in a rural to urban migration, particularly. All right, so after looking at those, let's go on to 6.3. Look at this next section. And here we are looking at patterns in spatial organization, and our skill is actually dealing with scale analysis. Now this is a pretty big skill, but here in this particular area of scale analysis, as associated with 6.3, we're looking at the concepts and how these concepts explain spatial relations. All right, so 6.1, our objective 6.1. How do world cities function at the top of the world's urban hierarchy and drive globalization? So we're looking at urban hierarchy. We may not know what that is. Globalization is another factor. We also need to answer what is a world city. Okay, so let's start with some quick definitions, since you really aren't doing this as a whole unit. You have most likely may have not addressed any vocabulary depending upon what time you were in school and how far you were along. So just to make sure everyone has the same kind of information. What is an urban area? An urban area, as you can see, is a dense area of human settlement with an infrastructure of a built environment. So you have roads, and you have waste treatment facilities, you have trash pickup, you have different types of housing, you have different types of green space, you have different kinds of areas of the city with different types of functionality. That's an urban area. It's a denser area of human settlement. Okay? Urban hierarchy. So this is a hierarchy. So that means it's a rank order. And by hierarchy, we're looking at cities where cities tend to grow very large, and that's relative to smaller cities. But the judgment here is based upon at a national scale, because what is a metropolitan area is defined by governments and what sizes those need to be. But what ends up happening is we look at a national and a global scale based upon the statistical information. So some things that we have to keep in mind here is that it's a system of cities where some will grow very large, but there is no perfect size of the city. And these cities are all functioning as part of an interconnected network, which creates further growth, shifts growth, moves businesses around, moves market areas around because of their relationship. So if you were to go on to the next objective in the next topic area in this unit, you actually would be looking at the theoretical approach that's part of urban hierarchy, and that's Christopher's central place theory. But we're not going on to that. But I just want to make sure that you realize that this is urban hierarchy is dealing with this interconnected network of different size cities and how those cities are influencing each other. But we have to take this in order to work with 6.3. We have to take this to a global scale. So that drops off some of our smaller areas. Anyway, let's go on. The next one is a primate city. Now, primate city is further down in our different topic area, but I'm just mentioning it here because a lot of our global cities actually are primate cities. So if I use the word primate city, we kind of need to know what it was. So a primate city is a city that has a significantly larger population than other smaller cities, other cities in a country. Typically, also, the primate city is the economic and cultural, political center of a country with a very strong central government. That's not always going to have to be the case, but in a lot of cases it is. But you have this very, very large concentration, disproportionate size of the population. That also is where your national ballet may be, your large Fortune 500 companies or transnational companies. It may also be the political and the judicial center for also your country. So to give you an example, because historically, some of our primate cities today developed because that was the only city 600, 700, 800 years ago. So Paris, London, Tokyo, those are primate cities. Okay. All right. So we got that. Just kind of keep that in mind. Now, the next one is term I want you to be familiar with is the concept of globalization. We have to kind of step aside here. You can read that and listen to me either way. But the thing about globalization is that it is one of the overarching themes in this entire course. There are aspects of globalization in the population unit. How does globalization affect population? How does it make us a more connected world? Globalization is definitely part of political negotiations between government. Globalization is what changed our agriculture. So we can say this word globalization and not have a clue what we mean by it. But let's look at a definition of it. This is a good working definition, absolutely. And I'm going to give you another one. By the way, if you're interested in globalization topics, not endorsing anyone, but globalization101.org is an excellent website with all kinds of different types of applications of globalization and stories and stuff like that. So it's excellent if you've never seen it. So globalization is a process. So that's the first thing. It's a process of interaction and integration among people and companies and governments and nations centered around international trade, international cooperation, investment, information technology. It is an attempt to make a very large, distant world much, much closer together through mutual cooperation, hopefully, and mutual trade, access to certain resources for development purposes. Anyway, so the other thing about globalization to keep in mind is the effect of globalization. And so it has positive and negative effects on other topics that we've already had. For example, what has globalization done to culture? Think about your family's culture. Can you see what has happened if you live in a big city? Do you still do all the traditional practices that maybe your grandparents did or your grandparents? Is that even possible in if you live in a big city? Or has it just changed over the generations? You know, as a student, okay, well, that's kind of lame. I'm not going to do that. We all go through that, even us that are older. So, but globalization is one of the factors that has changed cultures, but it also has enriched cultures and exposed you to other cultures. So think about it. Did you ever, if you eat sushi, are you Japanese? Okay. You go to a local sushi place and get some more, well, maybe you can't get it right now, but can you get sushi and experience traditional Japanese culture? If you're getting the right stuff in it, you can. All right. So globalization also affects political systems and trade and negotiations and mutual agreements, different types of free trade agreements, different types of tariffs, and all kinds of things you can listen to in the news all the time and hear it. Maybe not right now, but after we're done with this current issue of diffusion. All right. Do you like how that geography worked there? All right. So also globalization works with economic development and prosperity. We have places that have become very wealthy as a place, high standard of living, and also very expensive to live in because of the effects that globalization has had on them, because those places became major trade locations, and it has a domino effect. So economics is brought into this as well. However, the part that a lot of people leave off is the aspect of human being. Your globalization indices that we're going to look at here in a second, those indices also address, is this place livable? Is this a good place to live? How do people like it? You may have heard about the happiest place to live, that kind of concept. So globalization, all of the political and economic drivers to that, also has a factor of human capital. And is this a good place for humans to continue functioning in? Okay. So we have this very broad definition, which has some very specific part, and you can walk through our entire course with this topic of globalization. And that's what I mean by an overarching theme. You should be able to, in your mind, by the time we get closer today, be able to take that word and say, okay, I can pick it here, I can pick it there, I can pick it there. So here's a challenge to you. Ms. Brant and I are going to be covering all of this course for you and going through review stuff as well. There's going to be some other overarching themes. So right now, put that in the back of your head and think about some of those things that you've heard about multiple times from your teacher that I had that unit, that unit. So maybe you're probably right. That is an overarching theme. So we want to make sure we think about those. So let's go on. So I'm going to go through a couple of things here that show you aspects of how we look at global cities that then began to create this rise of these cities and the connections that these cities provide. So once again, we saw a similar graph to this or chart to this. I'm sure Ms. Brant covered it yesterday as well. But if we look at the change over time, 1950, 2015, the largest cities, and then 2030, the largest cities. Notice, does anyone see the pattern out there? How things have changed from 1950 to 2030? Think about where some of these places are located. Notice that in 1950, you only had one of the cities that was in China, and in 2030, you know, two, but you have four cities, in South Asia, and Mexico City is in there. Think about this. Are any of those cities surprising? If you are working with your teacher at all while the time period that we're out, you should ask your teacher if there's if anything's a surprise to you in the, what kind of pattern do we see here? What happened to London and Paris and Moscow? Think about that. Think about what happened in Moscow, because that's in one of those units that we've already had. All right. So if we look at the next slide here, we have where are the cities going to be by the time we get to 2035, and this is one of the indices. And in this index, it is looking at the GDP, population, and the growth of the GDP and looking at how these cities are going to become global or even increase as worldwide centers. So this is looking at economic data with also just population data, not so much quality of life or happy data. So it comes great in these charts and these maps. And so maps, you cannot look at enough. Maps are a wealth of data, lots of fun. So this very first one here, this is looking at the top 10 cities by projected GDP. Now, keep in mind, cities are the engine of the modern economy. That means that not only do over half of the world's population now live in urban areas, but those cities, those main cities, are also driving our global economy, and they are driving our global economy in ways that we have yet to become to measure. And we're seeing the effect of some of that right now with the pandemic disease. But you'll see it in some areas, and it's just kind of interesting to kind of pay attention how all of this will play out, and then eventually how these cities will begin to start to recover. But if we look at the top 10 cities by GDP, you see New York, $2.5 trillion is supposed to be the GDP of New York City by 2035. Staggering amount. Notice also Los Angeles and London are in there. Paris, some of the older cities are in there, but pretty much all the United States, traditional Western Europe, and then also China, your coastal edge of China, as well as Beijing. If we look over here at population, top 10 cities by their future population. Now in here, Jakarta is expected to be the largest city by 2035. Jakarta, Indonesia, the capital. However, you'll see others that will put Tokyo as the highest. Those that put Tokyo at the highest are actually looking at the influence of the environment affecting Jakarta. And Jakarta is sinking, the sea level is rising, and that is, some forecasters and demographers are estimating that that's going to cause an economic development problem for Jakarta, which is why this particular indices did not put Jakarta there at the very top. But what is also interesting is to look at Kinshasa and Lagos. Do you know where those are? I'm going to let you look those up. You know what you can look on the map there, or on the list of the country. So Kinshasa and Lagos are already among the world's largest mega cities, home to over 10 million people. But they also are challenged with infrastructure issues, but they are rising fast, not just in terms of population, but also in manufacturing capabilities. But there are other issues that attribute to quality of life issues in those particular areas. All right, so notice that top 10 cities by future population, Mexico City is the only one in the Western Hemisphere on there. So question is, think about this. Why is that happening? Why is there such a large population growth in those top 10 cities where they're located? Are those developing countries? Are they developing countries? Are they on the coast? Are they interior? What kind of patterns? I talked about patterns on the very first day. What kind of patterns do you see about those places? All right, the next one is dealing with the growth of the GDP, estimated growth. And that's not Tokyo, and that's not Jakarta there, that's Bangalore, India. Why is Bangalore? What is it about that place? Anyone cover anything about that and looking at things? Why would Bangalore end up being up at the very top on estimated GDP growth? So much so that it's expected annual growth is 8.5%. To give you an average annual GDP growth across cities is usually about 2.6%. So these cities are all surpassing that more than twice. So that's something to think about. Here we have 4 cities in India, and we also have we have several Shenzhen and Tianjin, Shanghai, and Chongqing in China. So what is it about those cities? I was in Shenzhen. I'll show you some pictures from there. It's very different. It's not what you would expect. But what is happening in those particular places? But what's happening in Bangalore? I better have some students who can answer that. All right. So we look at this. We also see Shanghai is in there, and Shanghai is the commercial capital. It's one of the world's busiest ports. So does location play a role in the future GDP growth of these places? Think about that. Right? So we have another index. Once again, you do not have to know the names of these indices. There are different types of data that are used to look at global cities. And that's the only reason I want you to think about what are the factors that are going in to rate these cities. And I'm not even giving you all of those factors, such that you see how these cities move around based upon what they have in it. Now, this is the current global cities index. This is always a fun one to look at because this one pulls in technology. So the exchange of information. The exchange of information. It also pulls in human capital. So this is not just population, but this is also attributes attributes of the population, types of businesses, but cultural. Do people want to live here? Are there cultural things to do? And so this has all of our units: economics, population, culture, and government. The only thing it doesn't have is agriculture, but you can't get here if you don't have agriculture already. So kind of think about that is I love this index, and unfortunately my kids aren't going to get it because we're going to be doing it this way. So, all right, so in this one, New York, London, and Paris still maintain over a decades-long dominance up here at the top of it, and those actually the top 4 cities have been in the top of it easily over a decade. They keep flipping around between 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5ish sometimes, but they flip around because part of this measurement is based upon this cultural experience, and that's tourism. So you have your service industry, and that's going to relate to something I have to talk about on Monday, but this relates to your service industries as well as your quaternary, tertiary, quaternary levels of the economy, and so that's all plays a role in creating this index and looking at the whole city. Another interesting one is from the Swiss, and this is an economic, social, and political index, and this comes from the Swiss Economic Institute. And isn't that interesting? They rated themselves number 1. I personally think they're number 1, but that's okay. Those of you who know what. But anyway, in here they actually are looking at countries, but you got to keep in mind it's the cities in these countries that are going to pull the globalization index. And in this particular one, they are defining globalization as the process of creating, listen to this, process of creating networks of connections among actors at multi-continental distances, mediated through a variety of flows, including people, information, idea, capital, and goods. So they pretty much, their index literally walks through the objective for this particular topic, creating networks of connections between multi-continental distances. So if you look at the top countries that they have, if you notice, you should pretty much notice, look at this. We go all the way down to number 20 before we get a country outside of, right? Yeah, before we get to a country outside of Europe. Okay, it has to do with the connections, and that is why this number is like this. Anyway, look at the World Economic Forum. This is always a fun source. If any of the teachers out there are listening, if you've never used the World Economic Forum materials, they're great. It's all data, and they have great maps and great videos, and the videos are a little bit too long to put on here, but they have excellent stuff that you should consider adopting into your classroom to help support this material. So they use what is called the magnetic index, and this is an index that they kind of created themselves. But the Global Power Cities Index is looking at the power to attract creative people and businesses from across the globe, and they want to mobilize their assets to boost economic, social, and environmental development. So they're looking at the role of the environment as well as the social area in order to bring and attract minds and better attract human capital to put it all into that. And so in this particular one, London, New York, Tokyo, Paris, and Singapore are your top 5. I don't know if you can read the whites in that graph, but anyway, so we start to see a common thread. Tokyo, Hong Kong, Singapore, London, New York. You see a common thread. Those are your global cities. Okay, not exclusively. A lot of different cities. Don't even get upset. There's a lot of different cities that have different roles in how you're looking at this place as a global city. Okay? There's even a whole ranking system of alpha, alpha, double plus, alpha, and then beta and gamma to also rank cities. But they're using a little bit different criteria for doing it. So basically, you need to think about what is involved in looking at what makes a megacity and what makes a global city. So once again, I was reading the title. So once again, megacities. The megacities, as Grant went through yesterday with you, the breakdown of countries and their regions with the current megacities that they have. Many of these megacities today are also global cities. Right? Now we have Tehran in here. Do you know Tehran? Tehran is in you guessed it, Iran. Right? Is Tehran a global city? Think about that. I have a discussion in class with you about, is Tehran a global city? It may not be a global city from the U.S. perspective or from some other perspective, but is Tehran a global city to any other countries at all? Not to have that connectivity, but Tehran is a megacity. So we kind of have to be careful. We can't say all megacities are also global cities. We can't say that all global cities are megacities, although many of them are. All right, okay, so let's look at part 2 of this topic, 6.3. And in 6b2, we're looking at how cities are connected globally by networks and linkages to create these or mediate global processes. Okay? So, all right, so we look at world cities, levels of scale. We look at world cities. We can look at them at different levels of scale. So what we have to think of is that you have this world economy, and it's at the top level scale. We can call it a supranodal network. So it's connecting all of these cities together. And you think of cities as a node. And inside of those cities, you have various economic firms and activities, functions that are happening at the subnodal level. So subnodal is the businesses, the cities become the nodes, and then the network is the supranodal, which is really nicely illustrated in the graphic image here for you. All right, so all of these supranodal areas are connected to the network, which are then linking all these cities together. This is what is creating the global economic network between these large cities. So there's a few of them, or a couple of them actually, that are part of this world network that we should probably have a little bit of familiarity with without a whole lot of detail. So the first one here is this region of Hong Kong and Shenzhen in southern China area of Guangzhou. So those pictures really are not bad pictures. I took the picture. College Board actually sent me to Shenzhen and to train some teachers. I hope one of them was in contact with me the other day. Anyway, that's pollution. So you're looking at Hong Kong and the bridge connecting to Shenzhen. But this is a major technological corridor that they are creating to bring Hong Kong, an island, closer into the southern China economic zone in that area, creating a high-speed transportation corridor and communication infrastructure, facilitating cooperation between the two areas. It's a very rapidly growing economic hub, such that when you are in the area of Shenzhen, the whole area doesn't look like what you would think portions of traditional China would look like. Lots of high-rise buildings like this, and all very, very modern. Then from there, the second largest of this network is actually one being developed in Japan, and this is the Kyoto, Osaka, Kobe corridor from Kyoto to Osaka, and it's rivaling Tokyo, Yokohama. So this particular corridor here is looking at commercial and industrial businesses to connect the world between high-speed information and connecting everyone else through high-speed rail, moving goods and people much more faster and efficiently. So we look at this as part of how cities are expanding, accommodating large population, economic growth, and connectivity with the rest of the world. The other area that really has this network working is in Europe. The area around Amsterdam, Rotterdam, Amsterdam, The Hague, Delft, Utrecht, and Zaventem. This area of Randstad includes one of the largest ports in the world, which is Port of Rotterdam. But this whole region here is designed to create an entrance into connecting Europe with the rest of the world as well. And once again, high-speed rail is part of the whole plan in this region, and it's the exporting goods. Now, there's no similar network in the United States because we are not linking our major cities, our conurbations, our continuous urban area, or our megalopolis to other regions. We would need to be linking the Boswash corridor, Boston to Washington, D.C., or to Chicago, or Chicago down Dallas. We would be needing to make the commitment to put in that industrial complex and high-speed rail to move this over. So the United States doesn't have the type of connectivity between global cities. All right, so this is an interesting map on global cities about how you start to see patterns of linking together. And this is actually linking by different sizes. I encourage you to pull it up, go and pull up this map because it's really kind of cool because you can begin to look at the different colors of the different sizes that are linked together. So your biggest cities tend to be linked to your other global cities, and some of your secondary and tertiary cities are linked themselves together in this global network. Now, what is this global network? The connections that are made by air, by land, and by water. Really, it is. It's kind of interesting to see. Our connections made by air are made by flights. This is interesting to see how the connections are made. So our air flight over a 24-hour period. This is actually 17 hours and 13 seconds. And so what you see, the cloud going over is actually nighttime, and you see the decrease in air traffic at night, obviously. But I think what's fascinating is to continue looking at the pattern, these flight patterns. Of course, they're flying in these patterns because those are the shortest routes to the curvature of the earth. But still, you see this explosion over here in the pattern, and you see that the areas that are not connected. That's one of the things that's interesting to see is what are we not connecting to. Okay, so you see a stagnant picture. picture image of it. Now, these are very special maps that were made for you because my son happens to be sitting in the other room doing college classes, and he is a minor in GIS, and so he found these and was editing them for the presentation. So these are personal maps made just for you. So we're looking at the static image of the global air connection, right? Notice, obviously, this is going to be a curvature, but look at the heavy concentration, heavy concentration, heavy concentration. So we are connecting these regions of these cities, which continue to contribute to their growth. See it in the smaller end of it. We also can connect by water, and that's obviously the movement of cargo. Another absolutely fabulous website is called ourworldindata.org. They have a great interactive video that goes along with this. But these are shipping routes. Now, granted, they have to go around land masses, but you begin to get specific places where these are all going to, even though they're going around the tip of Africa. But look at these routes, specific routes. These routes are connecting these mega cities. I'm sorry, these global cities. If we look at connection by land, we're looking at internet connection. How are we connecting ourselves to other places in the world? How are these global cities? Now, there's one problem with this particularly core map. One of my major pet peeves. My students better be yelling it right now because they colored the whole country, not just the city, and that distorts what our data is that we really want to see. But we still get this perspective that those global cities and those countries are going to have a high degree of connectivity to other places in the world, and one of those is facilitated by fiber optics. And these are submarine cables that have been built since I started teaching this course. Start to see the connection across the Atlantic, Mediterranean, going to the concept of the edges, but those points are your global cities. Making us a very connected world. These are just closer to ocean basins. So these global cities have now contributed to what we call mega regions. Remember in Unit 1, you should have covered the concept of regions. Well, now we're looking at beginning economically with mega regions. And mega regions are economic designs based upon GDP, productivity, and population. So the concept of, or the word mega regions is not something we're going to see. But what happens if once we get larger populations and your global city begins to stretch further and further into more peripheral edges, pulling in more edge cities, you're creating a mega region out of those particular global cities. Okay, so what did we quickly cover? We covered the concept of the urban hierarchy, the drive toward globalization. We looked at the networks that bring these places together. And when I think about it, if not by air, by land, by water concept. And what are these? These are linkages of increased technology that allows for increased productivity, increased economic output, which then pulls us together as a global world. And of course, there are going to be consequences to that. I'll leave you to think about some of those. Where are our connections into our other units? Agriculture. We couldn't have done any of this if we hadn't had a sedentary form of agriculture that then began to shift. We look at the scale of analysis, global, regional, local effects from having global cities, spatial network, cultural ideas, our social constructs that change as a result of globalization. All right, so I have a couple questions for you today. How does globalization change traditional culture? Probably should have talked about that in Unit 3. Global trade networks have shifted agriculture to extensive commercial operations. Explain how. Explain why would be a good question too. Explain how global cities attract more international migrants than smaller places. Migration, Unit 2. And then compare the impact of global trade networks on the labor market. Who is coming? Also be a factor of migration. Just some things to think about. And I keep really stressing blending these topics back. Globalization, which leads to global cities, is an overarching theme in the course. Okay? So last thing to remind you, College Board would like us to remind you is that if you're having troubles with technology and you need to have a solution, College Board is there to try to help you. And they would need for you to reach out directly to them at cv.org/tech. And thank y'all for watching. I hope you picked up on a few things. If any of my students are watching, I am glad to see you. And I hope you have a great weekend. And I'll see y'all on Monday for topics in development. All right, have a great weekend. Bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? And welcome to Monday's presentation on Unit 6.10. I'm so sorry, 6.10, Urban Topics. I hope everyone's doing well. And once again, my name is Ann Lindsley, and I am here to go through this materials with you. And you'll see my colleague tomorrow. So let's go ahead and get this up for you. And there we go. Hope everyone's doing well. All right, so Unit 6 is looking at cities and urban land use patterns and processes. And I'm sure that what some of you are concerned about is how is this once again going to be on the AP exam when they've said to us multiple times, Unit 6 and 7 are not going to be on it. And now we're going to cover 6.10, which is challenges of urban changes. There are a lot of things that connect back and forth. The students once again need to see these connections. So this is the reason why we're doing 6. This is the reason that we're also doing 7. Is these all connect back into various places. And at the end, we'll show you that as well. The other reason also to come up lately is that the universities are expecting you to finish this course regardless of the reasons that we are challenged with today. So they want you to have had the urban section. They want you to have had the development section. And some of you are in schools which you are not able to have instruction from your teachers. You're not able to do anything. And so we're at least trying to give you some of that background so that we can still maintain the integrity of the universities that you've had the complete course. So this is why we're doing this. The big thing that I need you to do for now, besides understand some of this, is to also see where you can put it in the curriculum where you've already covered it. With that being said, let's look at today's warm-up, which is a review of the FRQs from last week. And in this particular section here, we want to look at what ideas you had. So, for example, describe how globalization changes traditional culture. So we're describing something. So we're going to need to be able to provide several different ideas about how globalization is influencing those. So globalization was the topic that we had, and now we're looking at Unit 3 on culture. So hopefully you might think about, well, some food preparations might not be available. Some practices or some observations might not be convenient or easy to do in this new society that someone might be in. The other thing also you have is infusion from other cultures into your traditional practices. Infusions of different types of foods, different types of practices, things like that begin to become a factor. And so globalization definitely relates back to culture. In the second question, explain how global trade networks have shifted agriculture to extensive commercial operations. Here we're looking at trade relations. We're looking at political relationships between other countries. Are we creating a product for our domestic economy, or are we providing a product for export purposes so the country can make money on it and so that we can practice goodwill with other countries but have a trade commodity? Also, it changes agriculture because farmers are shifting to monoculture or monocropping based on commodities value. So what is the value of a crop? Is it going to get them more money if they're raising certain types of crops as opposed to raising crops for a local market, which is not what commercial agriculture is doing today. Also, we have the exporting of crops and animals for processing to take advantage of lower labor costs in other areas. So once again, the global trade network is a factor in the shift in agriculture, shifting agriculture to extensive commercial operations. In question 3, you were looking at how global cities attract more international migrants than smaller places. I always tell my students, since we're in a big city, is that the city gives a new migrant who may not realize that there's others like them around a sense of anonymity because there's a lot of other people that are also new to that city from international places. But global cities also have a greater diversity of cultures, and they also have a different types of businesses that need workers at all different levels. But they also need people with backgrounds in other cultures so that they can build relationships in their country. And folks who are international migrants coming in from those places can lend their cultural familiarity with those places and be able to connect those places with the businesses they're now working with. For example, if you're taking a foreign language, that may be something that you're thinking about going into, being able to be bilingual so that you can work in another country or with an international company that does that kind of business. All right, the last one, compare the impact of global trade networks on the labor market. So in this particular answer, we would be looking for something that would ask you what types of manufacturing is going on, or what kind of trade is it? What are they manufacturing? Something where they need a lot of industrial workers? Do they need assembly workers? Or is this a research type corporation which is looking to make new products where they need engineers and they need research, they need designers or biotech firms? What are they doing? And that is going to attract that particular labor market. And so that's that would be how we would look there. All right, so let's go on and look at today's topic. Today's topic is dealing with the big idea of spatial patterns and spatial analysis, and then it's also looking at source analysis as our skill. Our source analysis, looking at how maps and images and landscapes illustrate or relate to geographic principles and processes. Okay? So in this, our enduring understanding is actually the same as the big idea. So it's these unique economic, political, cultural, and environmental challenges that urban areas have. If you look specifically at what 6.10 is asking us to do, it has 5 different essential knowledges. And the first one here is 6A1, which is a lot of things. We're looking at how urban populations move within the city, economic and social challenges result because of that movement, with issues related to housing and housing discrimination, such as redlining and blockbusting and affordability. And then we're looking at the access to services, crime rates, environmental injustices, the growth of disadvantage zones, and zones of abandonment. That's a lot. So actually, what I've done is to look at each one of those topics individually. Now, if you look at socioeconomic challenges in urban areas, over time, one of those challenges has to do with affordability and fair housing. So you familiarize yourself with the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which set down by law protection to people from discrimination when they're renting or buying a home, getting a mortgage, seeking any kind of housing assistance, or engaging in other housing-related activities. The Fair Housing Act has been amended to protect people from different types of family structures, places of national origin, in addition to race and gender and religion. So if we look at what most recently out from HUD, Housing and Urban Development, HUD has a variety of areas that people have filed complaints on, and the largest area of complaints, over 40% of the complaints in a 3-year period of time, came from people who filed complaints based upon various disabilities. And then next was filed by race, and then familial status, and the rest did drop off after that. But this disability one might be kind of surprising, because in this case, people are having to have to file because they may say are in a wheelchair and they don't have accessibility to ramps or things like that. And so under the Fair Housing Act, this is how they would get property owners to adjust their properties. So the Fair Housing Act is what's going to guide some of eliminating some of the problems that crept up, which ultimately caused some of the, many of the patterns that we have in cities in terms of socioeconomic and racial distribution in this country. So, all right, now in looking at some of this stuff, I always teach my urban unit from a local scale, a local perspective. I am a native Houstonian, and that's pretty rare for someone in my age bracket, because when I was born, Houston was not even close to 1 million in population, and now it's pushing close to 3 million. I encourage you to use your local scale to understand some of these topics, because then you have the application of it. And so in this particular format, where all of y'all are coming from different parts of the country, I can't pick all of your places because I don't know them all, know where all y'all are from. But this really helps to have some detailed information about a particular place. And given all the years that I've been here, and as a geographer, it begins to grow on you. So if you don't like the fact that I'm going to have to use Houston as an example here, do understand it just as an example. So take these maps and take these ideas and go and investigate your own place, because you need to know about your own place. You live there. You should know about it. All right. So if we're looking at affordability issues in cities, so Houston once again as an example, we have some great socioeconomic maps. Let me kind of run through because I have to use these a couple of times. In this top map here, we are looking at ethnic distribution in the city of Houston. But once again, this is the greater Houston area because this is our county. But Houston, for the most part, is all this area that's mostly in the middle here. So in this area, in the shades of dark red to a lighter peach color, you're looking at where the majority white population is. So the darkest is the majority white. Over 90% of that particular section is, or census tract, these are census tract. Over 90% of that particular census tract is white. If it's a dark, this kind of a marine blue, over 90% of that is black. And then if it's this darker blue, over 90% of that is Hispanic. So you see those kind of pockets right there compared to the areas that are predominantly black. So we want to look at patterns first of all. That's the big issue here. What are these patterns we see? Because once we start to see patterns, then the next question, the one that all of my students are always going to roll their eyes out, is why. Why? It's my favorite 3-letter word in class. Why do we have this pattern? And in the case of looking at my city compared as well as looking at your city, most likely as well, is that there's going to be a history pattern here and there's going to be a job pattern here. And so you have to start pulling all of that apart. We also have another pattern in Houston that affects this, and it's in this area here, which is actually the area of town where I live. But this area of town has a large immigrant population from Central America, Mexico, also South America, but also China and Japan and India. We come a little bit further out here. We have a lot of South Asia out here. So that all comes together to mix. And what's really fun about some of these maps of Houston is when you can actually pull apart all those different smaller populations, because it looks even more vibrant in the pattern. But we want to look at these patterns here. What we do see on this eastern side is a large population of Black and Latino predominantly. So we have to ask why. If anyone's from Houston, you better know why, because it's right out here. This is the ship channel coming in, and the ship channel coming into this region here has an effect on one of these other topics, which is environmental injustice. So this particular section of Houston, surrounding the ship channel region, this whole east and southern side, all of this is going to be an influence in types of jobs. Down here in this area was land that was set aside for the descendants of freed slaves. So this area is going to have a larger Black population, as well as we have a section here, area known as acreage homes like that. So we see this ethnic pattern. We also then have to look at income patterns. So high and low income patterns in the red and the yellow, middle income in the blues, and then high income areas, high diversity areas of upper levels of income. Now, upper levels in this case, I believe, is only about $70,000. So in some cities, that's not going to get you very far. But if you notice, look out here in this ring where it's green. Notice here where it's peach color. Those are all newer areas of this region. So once again, I'm answering why this correlation is there. These are newer areas, really since the 1980s. These areas expanded, and these expanded in part because of one of the other issues that we have coming up that associates with blockbusting and redlining. Those areas will start growing. Plus, also there's some independent cities out here. These used to be large agricultural areas. So you have farm towns, areas that used to be farm to market towns. So if we come back into the Houston proper area, we see once again this overlapping area on the east side, which is a high degree of low income, high degree of African American and Latino on this side. Okay? Notice right here in the southwest side, which is the newer side of Houston, and newer, I'm only meaning since like 1920s here close to downtown, then coming all the way out would be to the 1970s, 80s. So in this entire area here, it is very diverse, very mixed population, and then also very mixed income levels. So if you look over here, we see the property values. The property values mirror the income and the ethnic patterns as well. The dark blue is the lowest property values. The highest property values being right here in the middle of town, coming out to the south, the west and southwest side. Now I have to be careful. So I know probably somebody here in Houston may ask, why is this area white in here? Inside the city of Houston, we have 12 different cities or municipalities that Houston swallowed up in a term called annexation. And Grant is going to talk about that tomorrow. But that's why you don't have any data right in here. Those are not in the city of Houston. All right, so let's go on. If we look at other places besides Houston and look for those same patterns, these dot maps are super wonderful. I love these because you can actually, when you pull them up, you can go all the way down into tighter than your census block. You can go into neighborhood areas and you can actually see each one of the little dots, which the dots represent 500 people in that that particular census group. And so these are the cities of the Boswash corridor, just to give you an example of how some cities still have a similar pattern. And now all of these cities are much older than Houston, and we still have the same pattern. So here's New York City, and then Boston, and once again, the blue is black, the orange is Hispanic, red is Asian, and green is white. And we see the clusters in all of these cities, right? So we have a socioeconomic distribution. So our next question would be, or our next investigation would be, is to see if these areas also have a property value difference. Do they also have an income difference? Right? See if all those patterns match up. But I wanted you to see these so that you can start thinking about how things get grouped together, and then ultimately why. You have to look at the whys in different places in the country. All right, well, one of the whys has to do with the Fair Housing Act in 1968. And the Fair Housing Act in 1968 dealt with the topic of blockbusting and then later on redlining. So what is blockbusting? Blockbusting was a practice by real estate agents. And what real estate agents would do is they would go into neighborhoods and try to convince white residents to sell their property and get out really quickly. So basically they were convincing their white property owners to sell at a loss and move out to the suburbs. The suburbs, which were brand new, you had to have a car, they were homogeneous in population, homogeneously white in population. So the idea was that you would sell where you were in the inner city because you were afraid of what was happening. And so based upon that, you would flee to the suburbs. And so this is where our suburbs in a lot of our urban areas now will become single ethnicity suburbs. And our inner city remains the place where the international migrants are moving into, and the poor who couldn't move couldn't sell, and the minority population or Black and Latino populations remains in the inner cities because they were not the targeted ones to move out to the suburbs. So what was happening here was out of fear to encourage the white to leave, they would then turn around and sell the houses to blacks, but they would increase the cost of the houses above the market rate. So they were trying to free up the houses so more blacks would move into an area so they could charge them more, and then a real estate agent makes a percentage of sale. So they were able to make more money. Well, okay, so why was this happening? Well, because by the 1960s, you had a growing black population that had been able to work, make money, save a lot of money, and they were now wanting the same dream that everyone else has had, and that is to have the house and the nice place to live. They don't want to live in the ghetto either. They want to live in a nice area. And so that's exactly what was being taken advantage of. They wanted to be able to move into these nice areas. And so by using fear on the population, we have the system that developed that the real estate agents were doing in blockbusting. So both populations were taken advantage of. Well, we look at the impact on the landscape. That's what's most important. What impact happened as a result? And the biggest thing that happens is that it's going to stratify our cities, and it makes these homogeneous suburbs, which then ends up being isolated from the inner city and what is going on in the inner city, and it perpetuates stereotypes, things like this. And I think if you think about your city, if you're in a bigger city, you can think about areas where those places are still having that they still have that look. Right? We do here. One of those, if you're using, might be familiar, Clear Lake or Katy, those areas like that. Okay, so the other topic that goes along with this also was made illegal, and that's called redlining. And redlining is where you have services that typically are performed by the government or the private sector, particularly in banking, lending, and mortgages, and in particular insurance for mortgages. So insurance for mortgages, you take out a mortgage to buy a home, and then you also take out the insurance, which the bank requires you to take out. You take out the insurance for it in case something happens and you become unemployed, you can't pay your mortgage. So what was happening was insurance lenders were preventing people from buying the mortgage insurance in certain areas. And so it became called redlining because they would draw a line or a circle, an area, designate areas on the map that they would prevent from selling mortgage insurance and mortgages to people usually black in those areas. Okay? And this was a practice that had been going on since the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, eventually becoming declared illegal in 1968. It took a while for some places to completely get past that. But the imprint is what we need to see on the landscape. Okay? That imprint. And this is an example of what it is, one of the Baltimore map. And in this particular example here, they colored what were the areas that they were going to not allow mortgage insurance to be provided for. And it's that area that's in red. And their argument was that this was a hazardous area to provide mortgage insurance for because the likelihood of the mortgage being or people walking out on the mortgage was too great. So you couldn't give high risk loans to anyone in this area. Okay? So if you go back in history for a lot of older cities, you will find the time period as well. So at any rate, the Fair Housing Act of 1968 is going to eliminate the practice, and it was intended to slowly change. Okay? All right. The next act has to do with access to services. How do we see access to services in our cities, particularly our more inner cities, when we have a high density of low-income folks and folks without transportation? And what is the problem with all that? The problem is you create several things. You create one, food deserts, and the other thing that you create is lack of access to healthcare. So that lack of access to healthcare is showing in some places right now where you don't have the availability of the doctors that you would need to go to because for one, you can't afford them, and then for two, they're just not in your most immediate area that you can walk to if you don't have transportation. Parallel that with the lack of public transportation in a lot of emerging cities once you get off the East Coast, then that compounds the blight of the inner city. And then that leaves this footprint on our cities where we have these very poor areas and there's no way out of that level of poverty. And it becomes a generational cycle, mostly because you don't have the services, you don't have the income, and you don't have the transportation, and it creates a domino effect. So if I wanted to look, for example, at what areas, once again, local of Houston, where I have a concentration of low income and access to food within a half a mile, quality food. This is not fast food. This is not what you can get at a grocery at a market at the gas station. This is quality raw fruits and vegetables, fresh meat, things that you can prepare at home. They're going to cost more, but are they even available? And that becomes the issue, and that's what the concern is with the food desert. Where do you have concentrations of residents within a half a mile who have no access to quality food? So the orange on the particular map of Houston is illustrating where there is no access to quality food within a half a mile of residences. The purple overlay is once again 100 households that have no access to a vehicle to get them to any kind of supermarket within a half a mile. So Houston, we have a problem, and we actually know that here. One of our big state grocery chains, HEB, just opened up an environmental market in one of our biggest inner city area. It's right near our medical center, and it is keeping it doesn't have a high inventory. It changes over and focuses on fresh fruits and vegetables and fresh meats, and has a smaller footprint, so it doesn't have to pay as much rent. Anyway, that's HEB for all y'all that are Texans, and they're really trying to help solve this food desert problem in some of our major cities. All right, but what is the problem with the food desert? Well, the problem with the food desert is healthcare and types of diseases associated with the foods that you consume. And I assume you may have talked about that in your agriculture section. See, that does relate. So when we see what is being produced and what people are able to eat and where they have access to it, if we look at it on a national scale, then we start to see some significant pattern. Higher increases of diabetes in the southeast, higher increases of obesity in the southeast, concentration of low income in the southeast. But look also here in the upper high plains. These are a lot of Native American reservations up in Montana, but also rural areas have a high degree of poverty. This is Native American reservation land. So you have, in addition to that, this last one is households that are more than a mile away from a grocery store. At the national scale, look at these patterns. Look at the pattern right here. Once again, that's reservation land. So I want you to see pattern. I want you to see the national scale, but mostly at a local scale. And this map, you can access this map at USDA.gov. It is excellent. You can query it for your own place, and you can set a whole bunch of different parameters and make your own maps to look at your own place. So crime is another topic. Crime and income is another correlated topic within cities. And once again, I had to keep it local. I'm really sorry. But a crime map of Houston and an income map of Houston. Where do I have the highest density of crimes? Right here on the east side and also on the southwest side. So I mentioned earlier the southwest side and the east side. I mentioned earlier the southwest side has a large amount of population that is new to the country, from Latin America, and also from East Asia. And so we have a high density of population new to this country. They become targets in some cases of crimes of opportunity. And then we also have a lower socioeconomic population where we have additional different types of crimes over in this region as well. So it's safe to say that we can find a correlation between lower socioeconomic and these types of crime. Okay? These aren't what you would call white collar crimes, crimes of embezzlement, things like that. These are robbings, carjackings, murders, things like that. Those big white dots, or yellow dots, I'm sorry. Those big yellow dots are actually where police stations are located. All right, so we look at crime and income. Is there a correlation? Yes, a lot of it out of desperation, a lot of it for various reasons. All right, so then the next thing is that we look at environmental issues. How does environmental play in here? Well, once again, we have reasons for environmental air quality, poor air quality as a result of where certain cities are, what goes on in those cities, but then also their physical geography. Because with Los Angeles and this region right here at the top, Riverside, San Bernardino, Los Angeles, Long Beach, part of the reason for their bad air quality days is because of smog, which gets trapped it gets trapped on the western side of the mountains as the breeze is coming in off of the Pacific, and so the smog gets trapped down in the valley, and it contributes to their bad air quality days plus cars and combustion engine. You can see the different cities that also have the percent of good air days. And Los Angeles is about 8.8% of good air days. Once again, I'm looking local because talking about Los Angeles isn't going to mean a whole lot to my students. What is it where we are? And with us in this recent example here, here's a large portion of our population on the east side of town that sits close to the refineries and the heavy industry areas along the ship channel. This population is also one of our poorest areas. Why do they live there? Because the cost of living is less there, the property values are less, and so they can afford to live there and afford to get to these refineries, Goodyear, Valero, Lyndale. Interestingly enough, when I was trying to find these maps, I also found a map recently from Harvey, and all these dots, which this is just needs to be turned on its side, and it will match up with this, but all of these dots are where we had chemical spills when Harvey flooded most all of Houston, and these chemical spills were in these neighborhoods. These are all neighborhoods in this area. All right, so at a national scale, we also have pollution as a result of our combustion engines, creating smog, and also from plants. In the springtime, plants produce a natural ozone, but that also contributes to problems, and it contributes to lung problems, infectious lung problems, pneumonia, COPD, asthma, emphysema, bronchitis. And so if we look at these red patterns, this is not, we're creating the smog, but we're not creating the natural wind flows and we're creating agricultural problems too. But so some of this ozone pollution is a result of plants, but where do we have heavy ozone impact? On these cities, Chicago, Des Moines, Minneapolis, Detroit, in this area here. Same thing in here. All right, so let's go on. Zones of abandonment or disamenity. Cities suffer from this as change happens over time. Industrial practices become part of the global market, and factories close down and open up in other parts of the world, and places become abandoned. So a zone of abandonment or a zone of disamenity is an area that's not desirable to live in a city. It's toxic. It could be a Superfund site. It could be an abandoned factory that somebody owns and nobody's doing anything about it because it's just a mess. It's an area that also that lacks residential infrastructure. So you have these areas that create blight on the city, and until someone or government gets funding to go in there and allow developers to redevelop an area, nothing's going to change. And there's a couple areas. This is New York City. Now this area here in New York City actually is in the process of being changed, and it is an area that's going through urban renewal. Detroit, and then Chicago, another area as well. All right, our second objective in this topic has to do with squatter settlements. And squatter settlements are residential areas that people do not have the legal right to be able to live there. Squatter settlements, we do not have these kinds of squatter settlements in the United States, although we do have homeless areas, and our homeless areas are not allowed to get as desperate as these, where you have flooding raw sewage and just millions of people living in these types of environments. The squatter settlements have a physical factor to them because these are areas of non-legal status. They typically have a social factor, which is areas of lower socioeconomic, and then they have a legal factor because these areas are vacant government lands or abandoned landowners. These areas are marginal areas on hillsides near railway systems, but they are undesirable areas, and so they become magnets for people just trying to survive. And these squatter settlements grow out of this. Kyberra is one of the largest squatter settlements in the world. The next topic here, the next essential knowledge, is dealing with responses to economic and social changes in urban areas. This includes inclusionary zoning and local food movement. So what is inclusionary zoning? Inclusionary zoning is areas where city government require that in order to get a building permit for development purposes, developers have to build affordable housing for low to moderate income level. That means people who are working in industries and in even education levels and hospital medical areas, they can afford to live in these areas. And because what's happened is in many of these downtown areas where you have a large volume of population, people who are working in these areas, those who are working in those areas cannot afford to live there, and they are commuting hours long in some cases just to be able to live somewhere where they can afford to live. And so inclusionary zoning laws are requiring developers to have affordable for low and moderate income so that they can live in those areas in order to get permits to build. The other thing that we also have are local food markets. This is using city-owned lands or abandoned manufacturing areas to put in urban gardens to provide fresh fruits and vegetables in areas of the desert, and also encouraging farmers market to bring in fresh fruits and vegetables. Urban renewal and gentrification. All right, so gentrification is a practice, and urban renewal is a process where we are changing an entire area using gentrification practices as well as changing the business structure in an area. And these four images here are actually some of the most expensive urban renewal projects in the world, but also some of the biggest changes. In this case, urban renewal is a program of redevelopment to change the urban decay in an area, clear out the blighted area, clear out the slums, and then restore the economic vitality in that particular area. So urban renewal definitely will remove places that low socioeconomic folks live in, and that is definitely a problem. The other thing that also happens here is that it's attracting new businesses, it's attracting new peoples into an area that have money to spend, so it's increasing your tax revenue, which is cities like that. It's also changing your downtown, your inner city area. However, it does have these negative consequences of displacing urban poor. Gentrification happens with urban renewal in a lot of cases, and gentrification is where we take the old building that may have been a factory building, may have been used for a millinery, making textiles, making hats. It could have been old tenement housing, and repurposing it. So basically keeping the facade, fixing the facade in its traditional character. This is an old iron facade in Soho area of Manhattan. So fixing the facade to bring out the charm of its original architecture and repurposing the inside, maybe into flats or types of businesses on the bottom floors and apartments or flats on the upper floor. We also see old tenement houses now turned into row houses in the Boston area because these are close into the downtown area. They now are extremely expensive. You see this in Boston and Washington, D.C. You see this in Harlem and New York City. In Houston, we have an area of shotgun style houses. Shotgun style houses, this area was actually protected on purpose because these were the remaining houses that were built in the style. And they have gone in and fixed up these houses and rent them out to various artists and movements. But that's an aspect of gentrification as well. The last portion on this particular topic has to do with the fragmentation of government, the influence of local governments and institutions where they come into conflict with neighbors, and this process of various entities trying to do what they want to do in order to change areas. And this is a particular area in Houston, which is near into the medical center in our downtown area, very close. And the reason I picked it is because it's been like going on for over 10 years. So this whole particular area used to have an apartment building on it. So now they want to build this 23-story mixed-use high-rise development right in the middle of this area. It's old established 1920s homes. And it's just been a constant political battle, a constant battle with the developers and the local local homeowners. And all of this is because we don't have zoning, and developers were trying to do what they wanted to do. The various mayors have been in the middle of it and not in the middle of it. At any rate, this is one of these conflicts that arises because of competing jurisdictions, also competing competition with what homeowners want to have. Going along with this is also this concept of NIMBY, not in my backyard. Just conveniently today, this article came out not about the coronavirus, where places in New Jersey and New York City did not want to have coronavirus testing sites because they don't want the traffic and they don't want people who might have it coming into their area to be tested. So NIMBY concepts become places where people are fighting to not have the city governments or county governments or developers to do certain things in their area. And so this created conflict between the local population. All right, so there was 5 different heavily loaded topics that we went into here. And just real briefly at that, so I highly encourage you to go back and look at this in your textbook if you can, or think about examples in your area. Where do we connect to previous units in this? It has to do with the population distribution, how populations are distributed to different areas, and the effects of migration on those areas to change our cultural landscape of our city, our footprint on our cities. How does that change with new cultures and new populations and new migration? So last part, some questions to think about. How does the relocation of the headquarters of transnational corporation into a deindustrialized area of the city alter the human and cultural landscape? How does urban gardening and farmers markets positively influence the health of local residents and the economy of an area, tying agriculture together with our urban area? And then lastly, how does urban renewal and gentrification influence cultural landscape? How do we change with our culture, our new population, and our community? Once again, College Board would like for you to know that if you're having device and internet access problems, please contact them at cb.org/tech and somebody can help you. And that was a lot, y'all. Think about these topics and keep in mind, urban is going to be attaching the portions that do relate back into the curriculum for us. And that was a very quick overview. And thanks for watching, and join Ms. Brandt tomorrow for 6.11. Take care. Bye.
Hi, welcome back to AP Human Geography. I thought about coming up with a little song and my own children were mortified, but I am grateful that you're joining us again. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you, and then we'll refresh all of our memory of who I am, why I'm talking to you. So hopefully you're at the right channel. We're looking at AP Human Geography, and I am Kristen Brandt. So I was with you last Thursday. Friday and Monday, you were with my co-teacher, Ann Lindsley, and we've been talking about some urban information. So just a reminder, I am from Glen Ellyn, Illinois, which is outside of Chicago. I teach at Glenbard West High School, part of 4 high schools. We're a large district, so Glenbard North, South, East, and West. Little shout out, if you ask your parents about the movie Lucas, that was actually filmed at my high school. So it's a pretty cool school. So today we are going to be looking at the challenges of urban sustainability. So yesterday's lesson that Ms. Lindsley did with you and the lesson that I'm going to walk you through today, both came to us over the weekend as higher ed. So colleges and universities really wanted to make sure that we covered these topics. So when we take a look at urban sustainability, what I want you kind of thinking about the back of your head, really that idea of sustainability that we've seen throughout your course. So we talk about cultural landscape and we talk about it within agriculture. So we want to just, how did that manifest itself in our urban climate as well? So Ms. Lindsley also ended with some FRQ practice. And so yesterday when she was talking about some housing issues, and so you were looking at the relocation of headquarters of transnational corporations into deindustrialized areas of the city that they can alter the human and cultural landscape. So things that you would want to think about when you answer this, you would want to think about money that they would invest in infrastructure. You would want to take a look at money that some of start with cultural landscape, things that they maybe want for their employees, maybe some entertainment districts, maybe they would want some restaurants, so they're going to invest that back into a community. The other thing is just the human capital that's going to come into those areas. Think about your workers, your young professionals, that what they're going to bring is this energy to these deindustrialized areas of the city. That being said, housing has to shift. And so I'm actually going to jump down to number 3 for a second because it talks about urban renewal and gentrification can influence the cultural landscape of the city. If we're bringing those employees in, there's a level of expectation that they're looking for in their homes. And so we talk about gentrification, taking these older neighborhoods, older homes, older, and converting them into these modern places for people to live. Urban gardening and farmer markets can positively influence the health of local residents and the economy of an area. So I think really my mind automatically jumps to food deserts, and I think about some of the parts of Chicago in particular, our south side of Chicago, where access to fresh fruits and vegetables is the grocery stores just are not there to the same degree that they are out in some of the suburbs. So urban gardening and these farmer markets can also bring in some of that fresh produce to those areas, but also giving people opportunities to work and to sell some of their goods as well. Okay, so today, things that we need to know. So we're gonna go through some essential knowledge. Those of you that are note takers, this is an overview. You don't need to write down everything that's on this slide. Okay, this is gonna kind of walk you through how I'm gonna go through this information. So I'm gonna start with some challenges for urban areas, and we're gonna look at MDCs and LDCs. And things we're gonna look at is a little bit of suburban sprawl. We did that last week as well. Some sanitation, some climate change, we're gonna look at some energy use, air and water quality. We're also gonna so we're gonna do all the challenges, and then we're gonna go into the responses. And we want to look at what are some things people are doing to address these concerns, these challenges. And we want to be able to look at it in MDCs, but also in LDCs. So here we go. So this should look familiar. I shared this map with you last time as well, and that's how we kind of narrowed down where this is our hit phone. But out of all seriousness, what we saw happening last week when we were talking is that we see a global trend of rural to urban migration. People across the globe are moving to cities. Well, that being said, we also know that the UN in 2018 said that 55% of the world's population is living in cities. So we've got 55% there, and people are continuing to move there. That is placing an unbelievable burden on our cities. And it's not just in LDCs, it's also in MDCs. So one of the things that we look at in MDCs is what we're going to see here is just even affordable housing. So shout out to students that are living in LA or San Francisco, New York. When you're living in those areas, your homes are probably more expensive than the homes of people living in, let's say, if they're living in Wyoming, living in Montana, living in North or South Dakota. Well, why is that? Well, one, we take a look at, when we're looking at population and migration in our earlier units, we know that this is where our jobs, our port entries, this is going to keep pulling people to those areas, kind of our moving and shaking areas. Well, if there's more demand, what's going to happen to those prices? So some of the things that we've seen here too is not just the housing prices in those housing markets. We take a look at rent, but look at how rent has increased over time, yet our median household income has not. That gap is unbelievable. Those of you living in areas, I know that in Chicago, we've talked a lot about LA, partly because we've talked about the 10 cities that have developed. You're going to hear me talk about my husband a little bit later that builds high rises, but he has a hard time getting employees to work in some of the areas because the commute is either way too long or they can't afford the housing to be closer to work. And so even the rent is how do we balance that off? And so it's a major concern. And when I was digging, looking for more information, this comes from the Pew Research Center. The availability of affordable housing is a common concern for all Americans. Now, granted, you can see drug addiction ranks a little bit higher for the white community, but other than that, everything is going into where are we going to live and how are we going to afford to live there? And I know some of you are probably struggling right now. You know, you're listening to your parents, you're listening to your grandparents, your aunts and uncles. It is concerning. And when you look at things like this, when rent is outpacing what that income is, that adds a lot of anxiety. So that's something that has to be addressed. At the end of the day, though, most of us that are listening to this lesson probably are not worried about living in the conditions that we're going to see in LDCs. And when we take a look at LDCs, we look here, we know that when I was looking at stats, but this one had 883 million people living in slums. You can see here that Eastern and Southeast Asia really have the largest number of people living in these types of conditions. And I know that yesterday you looked at that with Miss Lindsley. She talked about squatter settlements with you, and she talked about different terms for those. But when you look at these images, what you're seeing is not the same type of living conditions we're going to find in MDCs. What you're going to see here is you're going to see how packed and crowded these homes are upon one another, made out of makeshift materials. Miss Lindsley talked about squatter settlements and that it's not even truly their land but yet there are different rules and regulations that go with that. I've been thinking a lot about these housing challenges lately with the COVID-19 crisis, and I'm thinking about in India, and I'm thinking about people living in these types of establishments, and how do they social distance? How do they find the sources of resources, of food, of water that some of us are taking for granted? Another thing that we probably take for granted as these cities continue to grow is how we're going to get to and from places. And so when I'm looking at LDCs, the infrastructure is not built to support all these people moving to these areas. The overcrowded streets, the different ways, in India, maybe using a rickshaw. If I was in China, definitely using bikes, or if I was in other areas with a moped, but walking, trying to use buses, trying all these ways of how we're going to get people to and from work. When I take a look at this that comes from the UN, take a look at this. I mean, it's not something people in Europe, North America, Australia, New Zealand, when we talk about convenient access to public transportation. But look at the rest of the world. I know that my husband works in the city of Chicago, and he takes the metro, which is our train line, our commuter line, and it's an inconvenience when it's running late, but it's not going to make or break his job. That it's something that it is convenient, it is accessible. If for some reason it's not running, we have sufficient highway interstate systems. Even when they're jam-packed, it's not going to take me 5 hours to go 20 miles. So there's some luxuries that come from MDCs and our access to those transportation systems that we're not seeing in those LDCs. Along with that, though, and all those cars we put on the road here in North America and Europe, let's be honest, there's problems with our air quality. And there's been some great progress, and I'm going to show you that because I think LA gets a little bit of a bad rap. We've talked a lot about the smog, and we talked a lot about transportation issues out there and how crowded it is. But at the end of the day, they've made some unbelievable progress. And so if you take a look at this, and we take a look at how the air quality days are actually getting better, so we're seeing less days reaching the unhealthy levels. But that doesn't happen just because when we get into our next portion, when we start looking at the responses, it happens because this is something that we put some money behind and some resources behind. When we look in LDCs, what we're finding here is that 90% of urban dwellers have been breathing unsafe air, resulting in 4.2 million deaths due to this ambient air pollution. I mean, take a look at this map. I think that this is always just startling to me when I look at India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, China, and then I also start to wonder what's going on in portions of Africa. But think about just the air that we breathe every day, and the burden is more and more people move to the city. So you're going to add transportation, we're going to add factory pollution, the emissions are just going to continue to skyrocket. This is a picture of Mongolia, and this to me is interesting too. Air pollution is 6 to 7 times higher than the most lenient World Health Organization standards. This is the problem here is that some of you are going, this is right, we never talk about Mongolia. Right, but what we do talk about is China, and we talk about the relationship between, proximity between these areas, that does have an effect because it could spill over. One of the things Mongolia is doing, just to that they are looking at, one of their projects is to put new boilers in that should help with some of that air quality so that they're not having to deal with, look at that smokestacks. We talk a lot in my class too, think about the factories. In the United States, we're able to spend a little more money, and we require filters, where we dump our water, what we do with a lot of those things. But in other places, it's going to cost more money to do things the right way. And so if you don't have a lot of money, then we're just trying to get people to work, but the byproduct is that air quality. Sanitation issues. Now you'll notice I skipped MDCs on this one. I think this is a thing of the past. When I used to teach U.S. history, we used to talk a lot about Chicago, the tenement housing. We talked about turn of the century when we used to dump sewer into the Chicago River that went into Lake Michigan, and that was the drinking water that we were drinking. Me, I'm not that old. But what was happening is we realized we needed to make a change, and so this was brought about a huge engineering project where we reversed the flow of the Chicago River. The fire actually in Chicago allowed us to rebuild and actually do a better job with our sewer system. But we have those opportunities with the unregulated growth that's occurring in a lot of our LDCs. They don't have those opportunities, and so here we take a look. Look at the sanitation here. We've got 2 billion in the world without regular waste collection services. So where does that go? Where does it pile up? Sometimes it ends up in the fresh water. Sometimes it ends up in these heaps surrounding areas that then attract rats and other rodents. Those aren't great living conditions either, and so then it's unhealthy. And then what happens to our long-term health? Other things in MDCs that so this is another map or a chart, from the UN, just taking a look at waste that has been collected. It's not surprising how much waste that is collected coming out of MDCs. We're talking about not only things that we throw away every day, but also our solid waste, our liquid waste. We've got definitely plants that are servicing that. But if I take a look, look at sub-Saharan Africa, think of the conditions that are there. All of these things take energy. How are we going to, I guess, think about how are the factories going to run, how are our cars going to run, how are these sanitation plants going to operate. So this is interesting to me. The world cities occupy just 3% of the Earth's land, but really 75% energy consumption, but 75% of those carbon emissions. So we are looking for alternative energy sources. In this map, or this image I thought was interesting. You got the windmills in the back. We've got, do we harness our water? What can we do to transition that? And these are conversations we're having in MDCs, but in LDCs, how do we even get basic services to those areas? These are those challenges. Take a look at change in primary energy demand. It is growing. It feels exponentially in India, in China, in Africa, in this says Middle East, but you geographers, you all know we're supposed to say Southwest Asia. But these are areas where we're seeing this huge shift, and how do we adjust? We also know climate change is a challenge for cities. This I think is just, and my guess is we have students listening right now that you live on these coasts. 40% of the U.S. population live in coastal areas. At the end of the day, we know that climate change is occurring. We're not going to debate that here. Ice caps are melting, oceans expanding as water warms. We're a decline of liquid water within our land, and so those aquifers and access to some of that fresh water is decreasing as well. This is going to impact our cities, our roads, our bridges, our subways, our supply lines. So we may think we're not living in areas such as conditions that are happening in the LDCs, but we still have problems here too when we talk about where our population is clustered. Final problem in a second, because I forgot I had another slide. In Latin America and Africa, they're most concerned about climate change. What does it mean for them? Take a look at this. This to me, if I look at Brazil, it makes a lot of sense from the standpoint. We talk a lot about their rainforest. We talk a lot about what is it going to mean for the habitat, but also the destruction of those trees. In India, what's going to happen to those low-lying levels? What's where all these millions of people have clustered? This to me, in LDCs, this is why they're most concerned, is because it's going to hit the tropics the hardest. This I think was very interesting when I started looking at the drought would likely increase in tropical developing countries. Sea levels are going to rise 15 to 20% higher in the tropics than the global mean. Think of all those Mumbai and Kolkata we talked about last week on those coastal areas, Shanghai on the coastal area, Tokyo on the coastal area. How about Sao Paulo in Brazil? And then you've got, I think Ms. Lindsay talked about the favelas built into the escarpment, fancy word for cliffs, but built into those banks. What's going to happen with all those people? How do we adjust? You also see large impacts on agriculture. And so we're also worried about what's going to happen to that land. Here's that problem. So not only are we worried about climate change in farmland, we're also worried about urban growth on farmland. Take a look at Egypt on this map. Look at the density along the Nile River. I thought when they built the Aswan Dam that was supposed to alleviate some stress along there, because that was supposed to allow for that instead of the salt along there, that was supposed to allow that to, we can now build instead of the flooding. Sorry. One of the problems is that these are the areas that are most rich in nutrients and resources. So people keep coming to those areas. In India, we talk about the inheritance problem. We talk about, patriarchal society. If I've got farmland, and as I'm living longer, first son is going to get part of that farmland. So I'm going to take that land and divide it in half. Well, now we're both living, but we've taken the same amount of land, we divide it in half. And let's say he has a son. Well, then that gets divided in half. So it's not like the farmland's growing. It's getting divided between more people. So we've got a lot of challenges with farmland. We talked about urban sprawl. That's not just something happening in NBCs. It's happening across the globe, taking over that farmland. How are we going to feed all these people? Well, we're going to have to wait till we review agriculture, but we are going to address that. So in the next unit, we are going to talk about the UN and their sustainable development goals. But I felt it was fitting here because I just presented you for the last 20 minutes a ton of challenges with our urban sustainability. Now, this is great. You're not making it sound like things are very sustainable. They're not at the current pace. But what we do know is that there are goals in place to try and make things better. And so one of them, this is our supranational organizations again. So this idea of making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We'll talk more about safety if you join me on Friday. Right now, what I want to talk about is this idea of sustainability. And we're going to talk, I guess, if we talk safety here, we're going to talk more about quality of living. So you've got the UN working, but we also have this Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement has gotten a lot of press lately, partly because the United States has withdrawn from this agreement. But it doesn't mean that this agreement has lost value. The whole idea here is, under this climate agreement, is that countries are looking for ways that they can take an active role in helping to reduce carbon emissions, in helping to counteract some of the things that have been happening in and around where they're living right now. And so it's not only taking a look at the emissions, it's looking at the damage that's already been done, but it's also how we're going to finance this as well. And the reality is we can't do it alone. And so the idea of burden sharing, that we have to do this together. So I bring these up because what are we going to do? So this is pretty cool. So I'm not asking you to memorize what each of these countries are going to do. So let me just start there. But it's good to have some examples. So in response to this idea of sustainable living, but also this idea of we've got problems with climate change, what have been some countries' responses? So for example, in China has committed to peak carbon emissions no later than 2030, increase non-fossil fuels. We know in India that they want to reduce emissions intensity by 33 to 35% from the levels in 2005 by 2030. They're going to focus on some electrical power. We're also Mexico is looking to cut greenhouse gas and short-lived climate pollutants. We're going to take a look in the EU, reducing emissions by at least 40% to their 1990 levels, and only focusing on their domestic measures. So they're going to take ownership of it. In Brazil, increasing renewable resources up to 45%. And so the whole point of this, and I love this, increasing their share of non-hydropower renewables. The whole idea here is that countries that are committing to things. This one I thought was really kind of an unbelievable response in Chile. So one of the things that they found is that they were heating their homes with firewood. If my dad is still listening at this point, I remember I grew up in Wisconsin, we used to heat our home this way. It is unbelievable the amount of pollutants that come from heating your homes that way. And so what they're looking to do, they've replaced their homes with more energy efficient heaters, new gas, these wood pellet-based heaters. What was happening in Chile, take a look at the mountains in the background. The pollutants were getting clogged into kind of trapped in that city. And so what they're seeing is already clearer views by transitioning away from their firewood heaters. So I mean, this is just one example of a regional response. Again, actually, I'm going to go back so you don't even screw right down this next slide. So we were talking about 40% of the United States population living along the coastal areas. So I wanted to show you people's responses to those types of statistics. So I mentioned earlier in this show, my husband builds high rises, and he builds high rises for a company that has offices in New York, LA, San Francisco, so coastal areas. And so what they've done, do not write this again, it's an example. They're working with the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, and they're running through 4 different scenarios. So we've got worst case scenario, resignation, this is just going to happen. Their polarization, we're going to see a little bit of 3 to 4 degrees. We've got the Paris alignment, we're only going to warm 2 to 3, and transformation well below 2 degrees. So if we've got all these people on the coast, how do we plan for some of these things? And so a couple things that they've done is they go through these scenarios of how do we build buildings that support that, but also how do we adjust what we already have there. So if the Paris alignment here, we write temperatures rise 2 to 3 degrees, they're saying that 280 million people are going to be displaced. They think there's going to be a drought that's going to last a little longer than a year. You're going to see that we're talking about losing some land that's suitable for growing coffee. So the point is that they're trying to figure out, so how do we plan for this? 3 to 4, we go from 280 million people displaced to 430 million people displaced. The drought's going to be even longer. We know we're going to lose even more land. And so this idea of being proactive and what might our buildings look like is part of this idea of trying to plan ahead. Now, the best things to do are things such as that Chile did, that Mexico, that idea of cutting emissions. But if we can't make the changes, how do we adjust to make sure that these places are not just wiped out? Other things, the UN is also part of under their sustainable development goals, is this idea of looking for just adequate housing for people in general. So this included United Cities for All, looking for affordable housing and homelessness. They're tackling this issue as well. Tent cities are not what they're looking for. How do we provide stable living environments for people that are struggling around the world? And so we've got a global group working with that. We did talk last week as well about urban sprawl. And so the problem with urban sprawl, as these cities continue to grow, is they eat up valuable farmland. And so the response has been these urban growth boundaries. This is a term that because of the new AP test, you're not necessarily going to get assessed on. However, if we take a look at the cultural landscape, you're going to see these definitive areas. And so one of the things that we're doing with these urban growth boundaries is that they're encouraging climate smart growth. So a lot of mixed use areas. We're going to see more bike areas. You're going to see transformation of pedestrian walkways, but clear areas, boundaries where they will not let building move beyond anymore. And so they're going to get more creative with how we build things. The other thing we take a look at is this idea of green belts comes out of here. So it's about protecting the farmland, but also protecting the green spaces within our cities. The other thing here, the response to some of these deindustrialized areas that, or these zones of abandonment that Ms. Lindsay was talking about yesterday, is these redevelopment of brownfields. So brownfields, what they are these areas that have been abandoned. Typically, they're contaminated. Typically, they are where industrial parks used to be. How do we then still use the land? And so you see someone here comes out of Minnesota, where how do we transition this land so that we can still use this? My brother is an administrator at Park Center in the Osseo School District, and I know that we have some students listening up there. But part of where Minnesota has been really proactive on how transitioning this land, but also repurposefully using it. Another state that's really done some nice job is Massachusetts. And so taking these areas, cleaning them up, doing the right thing with that land, and then transforming them into something usable. It's expensive. You can't just put a bunch of dirt over it and cover it up. You've got to test it. You've got to clean it. You've got to make sure that it is safe for people to live on and to use. But we're repurposely using these areas. Finally, we also have to take a look at our farmland. And so this is from Washington County. They've come up with an agriculture and farm protection plan. How do we make sure that our animals are safe, that this land is protected? Take a look in California. They've got a really solid plan as well, that they're really looking at how do we ensure that this land, it continues to be safe and productive as we continue to look at urban sprawl. Ultimately, though, when I was sitting here thinking about things that probably concern me the most, the access to fresh drinking water is something that continues to weigh heavily when we talk about. It's something that I think a lot of us just take for granted. That you can go to your sink, as I just started to look at mine, and you can turn on your tap water and it's safe to drink. That's not the case around the world. You take a look at places in Africa, take a look at Mongolia, take a look at Afghanistan. They don't have the same access that you and I have. And so there is this. The World Bank is committed to really working on bringing safe water to those places. My students, we work with Kenya Connect, and we'll talk more about microfinancing on Friday. But we work with an organization called Kenya Connect, and we're pen pals. And there, 2 years ago, we helped raise money for a water tank so that the students that are pen pals had access to clean water and they didn't have to walk miles and miles to get it. Chicago, we're lucky. We have access to Lake Michigan, unbelievable freshwater resource. But our counterparts in Arizona, in New Mexico, what happens when those aquifers dry out? Where are those water sources coming from? So while this may seem like having access to fresh water is only a developing world issue, it's going to quickly become a global issue for even MDCs as we take a look at climate change. So let's see, how do we do? I would say this check for understanding. If I could ask you to do one thing, it is to really, I think there's a case study potential. So I've kind of given you kind of a broad overview. I think it would be really great if you could dig into take one city and see what they're really doing and applying this information. So sustainable cities are focused on social development, and we're going to talk more about education and health, but we did look at water sanitation and green public transportation, economic development, and they're going to look at environmental management, urban governance. So these are things that you're going to have access to this. You can go back and watch this or take a picture of it with your phone. But this is stuff that sustainable cities are really working towards doing. So what I would recommend, and I'm pausing just a little bit here, stalling if you want to use your phone now. On the next slide, I'm going to show you some cities. I would love for you to take one of those cities and just do a quick Google search. What is that city doing to be sustainable? So the cities I recommend, these are in 25 years, these cities have grown the most. And so you're going to see a few, we talked about this, you're going to see a few MDCs, but for the most part, you're going to see LDCs, or we would say nations in transition. So you're going to see, such as if I looked at Mexico City, Mexico, if we were looking at Sao Paulo in Brazil. So we were looking at what are they doing to bring about those changes? How are they working to be sustainable? I think that would give you then that meat that you would need for an FRQ that we're going to ask you to write here tonight. So in summary, MDCs and LDCs all face similar challenges. Suburban sprawl is real. It's happening everywhere. Sanitation issues are probably more of an issue within LDCs. They were an issue for MDCs in the past. At the end of the day, climate change is going to hit all of these cities, and to what degree? Rising water levels are going to impact all of us. Air and water quality are things that we can do to help combat some of that climate change, but at the end of the day, that is going to take a global effort. And then what type of energy are we committed to using as these cities develop? We've seen responses in regional planning efforts. We've seen remediation and redevelopment of brownfields, establishment of urban growth boundaries, and even farmland protection policies. Good things are happening, but it's going to take everybody to work together. So AP exam, you're not going to be tested on a lot of those specifics from the urban stuff, but those ideas are sustained throughout. So things that we could do: describe one social challenge for cities in less developed countries. Those ideas you've been learning about all year long. How about an environmental challenge for cities in more developed countries? Explain how supranational organizations such as the United Nations can support urban sustainability, and then discuss how urban growth creates similar challenges in both more developed and less developed countries. So by looking at these questions, these are ideas that we probably have seen or discussed all year long, and hopefully some of the stuff that Ms. Lindsley did yesterday and things that I did today will help you to build better examples and more depth in your answers. We'll tackle these questions tomorrow as we dive into our next unit. Remember, if you're having problems with access to the internet or a device, if you can help out some of your classmates in getting them connection or getting them this contact information, we greatly appreciate it. But right now, what I'd like to do, not only thank my father, who I'm sure is still watching, but I'd like to thank all of you for watching today. I hope you can join us tomorrow, where we're going to dive into some data with development. I'm super excited. But we hope you're going to join us again, and can't wait to see you. Have a great night. Hi, welcome back to AP Human Geography with Kristen Brandt. Want to thank you all for joining us again today. Hopefully, you can take a moment and talk to your folks. Today is Census Day. I sent my students a reminder. I was pretty excited when I got my census form to fill out. So if you get an opportunity, please talk to them, and it actually will connect to our lesson today. So I'm going to go ahead and transfer us over to our screen here, and here we go. Okay, I think I'd be better at this by now. So reminder again, Kristen Brandt. I'm from Glenbrook West High School. I'm in Glen Ellen, Illinois. I want to thank a few of you that reached out. I know that we had a student in Goochland, Virginia, that tuned in yesterday, and so kind of fun that we're catching people not only here in the United States but across the globe. And so without further ado, let's recap what we did yesterday. So yesterday we were really talking about our cities, and we were talking about some challenges and the idea of sustainability as well. Here's what I like about these FRQ practice questions. I honestly think that there's enough overlap that some of these ideas could still work their way into FRQs that you may do for us in May. So describe one social challenge for cities in less developed countries. Big things that we really talked about was having adequate housing and permanent housing. Remember, we looked at, and I know that Ms. Lindsley on Tuesday talked about squatter settlements, making that your own, but also sanitation is a huge problem. That's a social challenge within less developed countries. And so then talking about why having adequate sanitation is a necessary function for a city to actually evolve would be important here. Describing one environmental challenge for cities in more developed countries. I think the big thing here is really talking about pollution. Think about our energy use. Think about how our commitment to trying to change that. But for the meantime, we are the leading consumers of fossil fuels and what that does to the environment. But also that transitions into our energy use and how we are the leading consumers of energy. And so the problems and the burdens that places on cities. Explain how supranational organizations such as the UN can support urban sustainability. So you're going to hear me continue to talk about these sustainability goals that come out of the UN. But more importantly, with supranational organizations, you can even talk about it's that working together as a collective. So the Paris Agreement, I'm talking about even the EU joining forces and talking and working together. It's great if one country is going to take on urban sustainability, or even one city. The problem is that it's bigger than that. And so when we talk about scale, it's important that we work together in order to truly bring about change. And then the other one discuss how urban growth creates similar challenges in both more developed and less developed countries. And really what we're talking about here is that the type of housing problems might be different. For example, we might be talking about rent issues, or we might be talking about adequate housing. But at the end of the day, we're talking about housing. Transportation issues might be different. We're going to talk about congestion in even though we have access to adequate transportation versus not having the infrastructure. Transportation issues in LDCs. But the biggest one that I would also talk about is water. We know that access to clean water in LDCs is a problem. Continued access to water in some of the places in the United States that are growing is a problem. And then I would also argue farmland. Farmland and cropland is a huge concern across the globe as urban sprawl continues to happen. That rural to urban movement continues. That we know that puts pressure on our farmland. We also know with climate change and with rising sea levels that's also going to put pressure on that farmland. And ultimately, we need to be able to feed our people, and we need clean water in order for our society to continue down the path that we've been moving. So what are we going to look at today? I'm not going to lie, today is one of my favorites, and I'm super excited. My students, the moment that they see this, my students are going to go, oh my God, they're going to roll their eyes and say, of course, this is right. Because we're going to talk about measures of development. We are going to describe social and economic measures. We're going to do a ton of data analysis today. And hopefully we'll dance around a little bit of the limitations of that data as well. I told you filling up the census is important. So here's also why I'm most excited is that today's lesson truly connects back to that population lesson and population ideas that your teacher, I'm sure, has spent time with you on. When we talk about distribution of population, and so we talk about the consequences of that, and we talk about those dynamics. Ultimately, we have to be talking about those indicators. And so you've probably been exposed to a lot of these indicators. So see this as a review then. And hopefully we can add a little bit of new information, but ultimately you have to be able to take this data and categorize it and draw some conclusions. I think you're going to be able to do that. You're going to find some of this as entertaining as possible. So here we go. So guided practice. Ultimately, what I tell my students is that I want them to be able to look at a set of numbers, and they're able to tell me if this country is a developed country or a developing country. I want them to be able to then tell me also what indicator helped them make that decision. And so when you're looking at these, notice I did not fill in the MDC, LDC column yet. What is helping you make that decision? Is it life expectancy? Is it schooling? GNI? Infant mortality rate? Total fertility rate? Percent urban? These are things that should give you some idea of not only if it's developed or developing, but where it is in that continuum. And so I would ask you, I think I've stalled enough. Could you tell me which two are MDCs? Could you tell me which two are LDCs? So I'm hoping you're able to pick out the top and the bottom are MDCs. I actually gave them, so we have Norway and Switzerland here. Again, no teacher's going to ask you to memorize these numbers, but we need you to be able to categorize the numbers. I mean, I would like to think that you said, holy buckets, I don't know what GNI is, but I know that 68 and 59 are big time different than in the thousands. I also take a look at total fertility rate. I mean, we're under 2 kids versus over 3. Those should be some indicators. And so we're going to dive a little bit more into those as we move on here. Which means, hopefully you're able to put the middle two. We're looking at Liberia, western coast of Africa, and Yemen, taking a look at that Arabian Peninsula. And so looking at, look at this years of schooling. That should be an indicator, right? Like, it's going to be difficult for us to progress if we're not receiving adequate education. Now, I put on there percent urban. It's not what we're going to talk about much today, but as a link back to our last unit, but also a link to the demographic transition model. So take a look at the percent urban for both Liberia and Yemen. I mean, we're under 55% for both of them, which tells us the majority of their population is engaged in agriculture. So that is something that is going to show up, or could show up, on your AP exam. I have no secrets, sorry. I really am just guessing. But when we're talking about urbanization, being able to move into those cities gives us better access to resources. When we see those low numbers of people living in cities, it means, first of all, that wave has not hit yet, and that they have a long ways to go as far as moving on that demographic transition model. So let's dive into this data and let's see where we're going. All right, so we're going to start with some economic data. Now, both my boys are in AP Macro. Actually, they're in Micro and LA Tech Macro first semester. So they're going to go a little more in depth with the development measurements. So those of you, if you're like my students, you're going to try and copy down every single word that's on the screen. You're going to be here all day. And we're never going to assess you on the nuances between these terms for the next, well, really for this assessment. Well, if you take AP Macro, and I hope you do, you're going to then have to know a little more of these nuances in between there. So for example, when we talk about gross domestic product, GDP, so the total value of all goods and services within a country in a given year, we're talking money. Okay, so how much money does a country make? And so everything produced within that country. Gross national product, and that should say product, is the value of all goods and services produced in a country's economy in a given year, but all goods and services by corporations, individuals, whether or not they're located in that country. So let's say I have a business and it's located outside of the United States, but I am a US citizen. That money, even though it's outside the United States, gets calculated in the GNP. What we're going to use today is we're going to talk mostly about gross national income, so GNI, and then that word we'll talk about per capita in just a second. But this is the including what's produced within a country and then income also received from investments. Again, if your biggest thing that we're talking about here is we're talking money, perfect. When you see per capita, we can throw per capita behind any of these. It's divided by its population. So honestly, we're just trying to break it down. So we're not talking millions and trillions and billions of dollars. Like, what's kind of that? If an individual citizen, what would their kind of income be at this point? So it is really like what would their share be? So now you go back to those numbers that we used earlier. So we were looking at 59,000 versus 1,000. Now that should go, oh my goodness, that is not a lot of money. The other thing we have to take into account are a couple things here. And this I think is important because this we see in agriculture, we see it in our political units, that idea of formal versus informal. When we talk about formal economy here, we're talking about our economy that's taxed, it's monitored by the government. It is going to be included in our gross national product. Right? So this is going to be everything kind of combined together. It is, if you feel like, hopefully you know that our taxes have been deferred. We don't have to have them by the April 15th right now, but things that you would claim on your taxes. Unlike your informal economy, okay, that's neither taxed or monitored by a government, it is not included in the government's gross national product. So the reason we talk about this too, especially outside the United States, and we're going to talk more about this on Friday, that informal economy really drives a lot of countries and a lot of people for their success. My guess is, though, some of you participate in our informal economy. Do we have any babysitters out there? Do we have anybody that's mowing their neighbor's lawns and getting paid? My guess is that some of us, we do participate in these things and we don't get taxed on them. And so that is not necessarily factoring into when we're talking our gross national product. So we're going to talk more about that on Friday because we're going to take a look at gender and where we see a lot of women kind of heading up in those areas. So we like maps. Here we go. So we take a look at this map here. We take the source here from the World Bank. Look at these numbers and look at the countries that are above the 42,000 mark. Canada, US. When I say Northern Europe rocks, wait till you see all the statistics by the end of today. Western Europe, Australia, Japan. Did anybody pause on Saudi Arabia and go, what's going on there? And then you should go, what resource do they have? What international organization are they a major player with? Who do they trade with? But on all seriousness, those are things you should pause and go, okay, I'm seeing some trends here. Then I look at, really looking below 2,000. Look at Central Africa. Look at the Horn of Africa. Can you see Afghanistan? Some of these countries in the Caribbean. Think how difficult it is. Think how difficult, how do you compete if you don't have the money? And that's kind of what we want to start talking about later today is why this is so important is if I don't make enough money as a country, how can I invest it back into the people? How can I improve some of these other indicators if we don't have the money? So what we're going to do is we're going to, in just a second, we're going to test some of our knowledge. But before we go further, I do want to also point out is that even in those areas that we're saying have enough money, such as North America, Western and Northern Europe, Australia, not all of them is that income distributed equally. Look at how unequal the United States is. Again, Northern Europe rocks, least unequal. That pretty much what they're saying is that their income is distributed pretty equally throughout their population. So we still have a long ways to go even in the United States. We talk about the haves versus have-nots. And even think about it, we talked about it here. Part of your ability to tune in is pretty fantastic. But what about classmates around the country that don't have access to this, that are not one-to-one schools? And so those are things that we still need to tackle even here in an MDC. So nobody's going to ask you to memorize the statistics in this class. What we are going to ask you to be able to do is categorize. So my question is, do you believe these countries would have a high or low GNI? Okay, so we're going to practice. Take a look at these countries. I picked 10. I'll give you a hint, 5 and 5. If you identify these 5 countries as countries that would have a high GNI, woo, nice job. But on all seriousness, what we're trying to do is kind of start to categorize. And so I tried to pick countries that obviously we've got some in Europe, but even Eastern Europe. And hopefully you know that Austria and Poland would lag behind France and Belgium in their GNI and some of their levels of development, but they're still going to be much higher than the countries that I listed here. So notice I feel that I just hate saying it, is that I feel like we constantly are looking at countries in Africa that are struggling. And so much of that goes back to those superimposed boundaries, this imperialism, conquest. And so when we review that, we'll come back to that. But at the same time, we still have issues in other areas too. Think about Haiti and think about the environmental challenges that they've had recently. Think about Pakistan. I think about as kind of this buffer sometimes between India and Afghanistan. Our home bases, we're moving people in and out of there. They've dealt with some environmental issues, the flooding of the Indus River. We know that we're going to talk on Friday some gender equity issues in that country as well. That it makes it really difficult. How do we move forward? So we've been talking about money. We're going to move into some other data. We're going to look at some social data. And we're going to look at some demographic data as well. And what we want to see is how do those connect to those finances? So fertility rates. One of the things that I was trying to do is keep coming back to other indicators for development. And so number of children per woman, and this is looking at some estimates. So the darker the color, you can see here that we're talking over over 3.5 children per childbearing age. And the challenges that places on a country. So I know during the population unit, you talked with your teachers about why people might have more children. It used to be having more children because you didn't know how many were going to live. And so we talked about inheritance issues. It could be that you're an agrarian society, and so we have more children so that we can help them work the land with us. Less children, I will speak for myself that my career was important. And so it delayed me having children. And so then I'm typically not going to have as many children. And so all of that, when we start talking total fertility rates, it's indicators of levels of development for us. Even in the United States, we see some discrepancies too. We see some states that are going to have higher fertility rates than others. Find your state. Where does it rank? We take a look. We see the higher ones typically are going to be in states that are more agrarian focused. We take a look at, if we look at California and New York, they're going to be lower. They tend to be more urban. They tend to be more densely populated. And so the pressures of having children tend to be a little bit less. You're not going to typically have as many kids. Okay, so let's talk about total fertility rates. Take a look at this list of countries. Can you identify which ones are going to have the higher total fertility rates? So remember, we were talking some health reasons why people have more. We were talking about some agricultural reasons why people are having more kids. We could throw in some religious reasons as well. And so in the culture unit, we're going to dive into that a little bit more. But let's maybe for right now just focus on those big ideas because it gets a little nuanced when we start going down that religion path. I apologize. So hopefully, if you identify these countries here as countries that would have high total fertility rates, you'll notice again 3 in Africa. We've got Iraq in Southwest Asia, and then the Philippines in Southeast Asia. And so when you're looking at those, you start going, okay, so farming, definitely could see that, definitely could see access to healthcare. And so it's drawing those conclusions. Hopefully then, you're able to place these other countries as countries that are going to have low total fertility rates. And we'll talk a little bit more about Northern Europe coming up. But you'll notice we've got Eastern Europe, Western Europe, South Korea, so East Asia, and then obviously North America as well. And so notice these are total fertility rates below 2, and we are here, these are total fertility rates above 3. Okay, so what else do we need to know? This one I find fascinating, not gonna lie, different mortality rates. So the number of babies that die within the first year of their lives in a given population. Okay, you're probably thinking I'm a little morbid. I'm not trying to be morbid. Why I find this one so interesting is this actually tells us so much more about a country than just the number of babies that live past their first year. And what I mean by that is that infant mortality is really also an indicator of gender equity. And here's why. How do a lot of babies, actually let me rephrase that question. Why don't a lot of babies in some of these countries that are dark red make it past that first year? And I'm going to argue part is gender equity. First of all, prenatal care, right? So the idea of what we're going to find in places that have lower infant mortality, take a look at Canada, take a look at Northern Europe, Western Europe, Australia. Those areas are really focused on prenatal care. And so getting women into the doctor prior to giving birth, making sure they're taking the right vitamins, a balanced diet, that their home life is good, trying to really make sure that the body is prepping itself for that. Once the baby is born, gender equity again. Think about caloric intake. In a lot of these areas that are red, we're going to say that breastfeeding is the common form of nutrition for those children. If the mom is not getting enough calories, the baby's not getting enough calories. And so what we're really taking a look at then is who's getting the food. And so it could just be as simple as they're struggling to put food on the table anyway. But oftentimes, if I look at places such as Afghanistan, Central Africa, Pakistan, those tend to be patriarchal societies. And what we see is that the men or the boys are going to get fed first, and the women are going to get fed second. Not all. When we talk about limitations in scale, but this tends to be the pattern. And so if the female's not getting enough calories, then the baby's not getting enough calories. And so this is why when I said this one's fascinating, is because this actually tells us more than just if babies are making or not. It's giving us an insight into it could be patriarchal versus matriarchal society. It could be caloric intake. It also gives us insight into hospital and healthcare as well. In the United States, we're still pretty low, but take a look at kind of our southern region that struggles a little bit more than kind of I take a look at California, Washington State, Idaho, or New York. Is there something about diet? Is there something about male-female roles? You have to do more research. But remember, even then, our numbers are still much better than when we look at the rest of when we look at these deep red countries. Okay, so let's see how we do. Take a look at the countries that I listed up here. Do you believe that these countries would have a high or low infant mortality rate? If you said these countries have a high infant mortality rate, you are correct. So Afghanistan, okay? I highlighted Pakistan, Chad and Nigeria, in Africa, Indonesia, India. There was a great video that my students watched called World in Balance, and this video really talked about that need for having multiple children and having boys and the pressure that patriarchal society places on a society. And so there's just that constant struggle of how do we provide. Then we take a look at, obviously, these would be our countries that would have a low infant mortality. Again, you should see a trend here. Greece, we're going to throw in Southern Europe, Denmark, Northern Europe, with Finland again, and then let's throw in our Oceania, New Zealand. My students are always crappy. I don't spend enough time talking about Australia, New Zealand, but your teachers. And then let's throw in Israel as well. So this, look at that. We're talking 7 per 1,000 versus 20. That is significant. And so what it really lets us know, remember, we're talking about gender, we're talking about healthcare. Okay, literacy. And so when we start talking, on Friday, we're going to talk more about literacy as well. But here, what we're going to look at is kind of literacy rate of total people ages 15 and above. And so obviously here, the darker red, we're talking 96% or above have that, are able to read and write. And then we take a look, again, it just feels horrible because we're constantly taking a look at really that Central Africa, take a look at Afghanistan again. I will say, as I've been doing a lot of digging into education literacy for you guys the last few weeks, is that we are seeing some improvement here. Where we're going to see problems with this is within gender divide. Why education? And so my students always want to default back to talking about education and looking at as an opportunity to learn about sex ed. And the reality is when we talk education opens doors. It also prolongs, the longer you're in school, it prolongs or puts off having children at such a young age, which means you typically are not going to have as many children, which typically means we're not going to put the same pressures on our resources. And so there's just so many benefits to education besides just economic benefits that it's important for us to acknowledge that as well. Okay, so when we take a look at how we measure all this, we measure through something called the Human Development Index, HDI. And I am fascinated by this, partly because I think it gives us an opportunity for us to not just look at how much money you make or how much you have here. It really is about putting it all together. So we are going to look at money, but we're also going to talk about knowledge. Okay, and so notice here they're going to use expected years of schooling or means years of schooling, because ultimately we are seeing improvement in literacy rate, but it's how long are we going to school, because it's going to prolong some of those other things. It's going to open doors the longer I go to school, the type of schooling that I have. Life expectancy at birth is also an indicator. So when we talk about how long am I going to live, that is going to talk about calories. That's going to talk about access to doctors. So we're going to look at that a little bit more. But the combination of these 3 things together gives us a rating. We're going to look at that in just a second. Here's what I like to tell my students: why your GNI is so important. And we're going to keep putting this in the back of your head. How else do we pay for the schooling? How else do we pay for the doctors? How else do we pay for those services that help us to move along those levels of development? And so ultimately, nothing is for free. So we need to be able to look at that. Money allows countries the ability to help others. So I mentioned this as discrepancies. And so we talk about life expectancy. Take a look here at life expectancy, men versus women. And so this is interesting. When we look at everywhere around the world, we typically see that women do live longer than men. It's one of the few statistics where women rock throughout the world. Okay? So some of it's genetic, some of it's going to be type of work that they're doing, some of it is there's other variables. But at the end of the day, we do still see some discrepancies. However, take a look at Africa in both graphs. Okay? We're still looking at lower life expectancy for both genders. Okay? And so part of this is going to be our access to healthcare. And so this is also how much money are we able to spend on healthcare. let's be honest, this is in the news like crazy right now, right? We're talking about making sure we have enough resources, and we're in a country that's going to be on that higher end of the GNI and having that money. Think about these countries that don't have the expenditure, the money to spend on their health system. And so we look at, you look at South Sudan, look at Pakistan, look at Indonesia. It makes it difficult if you don't have a healthy population. How can you then get the workforce moving at the rate that we need to get them moving? And so one of that too is investing in our doctors and nurses and midwives. And so this, you don't need to memorize these dailies along the left side, but really what that's looking at, and I apologize because I had to look it up too. So this is looking at the disability adjusted life years, but really what it's looking at here is the burden that not having enough doctors puts on a population. And when I look at those circles, okay, that's the total global health workforce of doctors and nurses. And so look at the Americas and Europe. When we talk Western Pacific, you're talking Japan, you're talking South Korea. And so that access to those services is going to give us an ability to live longer. Okay, so this big chart here. So when we look at all of these things together, this is when we come up with a human development index rating or value. And so why I point this chart out is not so that you memorize each one of these, but it's so that you can see how we calculate, but to see trends. And so when we look at the top 10 countries in the world, so a perfect value would be a 1.0. So these are all over 0.9. Take a look at the countries: Norway, Switzerland, Ireland, Germany. I'm gonna skip a couple. Iceland, Sweden, Netherlands. Holy cow, what is Europe doing, right? And so there's some things we could learn from Europe. Hong Kong, you remember, we ruled Hong Kong for 99 years. Right? And so little shout out to some of our students that are in Hong Kong right now. I know one of my friends is a teacher over there. So take a look at Australia and Singapore. And so we're going to talk more about globalization and access and trade in these coming days. But ultimately, does that also open the door to more money so that we can invest it in our schools, so we can invest it in our healthcare? Take a look at the flip side. This is the bottom 10. What do you notice about all of these countries, right? We struggle with the fact that most of them, I mean, look at this, under 0.5. We struggle with the fact that how do we help these countries in Africa? Why is it? I mean, look at their GNI. Look at how low that is. How can they invest in these things? How can they invest in their schooling? How can they invest in their healthcare if they don't have money coming in? And so this is where we are going to talk about microfinancing later on. We're going to talk about other ways that maybe people can help because if you're not healthy and you're not educated, how can we then move into the workforce? It's ultimately going to help us move up that ladder. On Friday, we're also going to take a look at gender a little more in depth because when we start looking at development and we start looking at life expectancy and schooling and GNI, you can't help but talk about the gaps and the divides. And so here when we look at it, we look at here the green is where we rock: Northern Europe, Western Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan. And so what we want to look at is what are those countries getting right, but also where do these other countries have room for improvement? Because if we talk about half the population, how do we lift them up? So we're going to talk more about that on Friday. Hope you tune in. So let's see how we do. So we got some sets of data here again. So again, remember, nobody's going to ask you to memorize them. But when you see life expectancy, I almost put my hand up to my computer so you can see my numbers, but clearly that doesn't work because you're looking at my screen. But if you looked at just life expectancy, could you determine if they were an MDC or an LDC? How about years of schooling? And let's be honest, that was pretty drastic right now. I would hope you go to GNI. Infant mortality. I mean, look at those numbers. I mean, those numbers should make you sick to your stomach. If I was using 20 as our level last time, take a look at total fertility, and you should see then that translate into that urban percentage. So if you said that the first and third are LDCs, you're correct. In fact, Niger and Chad are some of the lowest ranking on the HDI scale. Or Niger. And my students, when we look at data under our population, we look at it here, they're like, they're just struggling. And so we really can see why they just don't even have the money to invest into some of these things. Here's the schooling. I mean, too, it makes it really difficult to move forward if we're not talking about having an educated population. And then hopefully we're able to place MDCs on these other two countries, or other two rows. When we take a look at the countries here, we've got Canada and Germany. Germany's kind of crushing it financially lately. And we still look at those percentages tend to be pretty in line with a lot of MDCs. So what do I really need us to see as far as trends? Really, when we look at those numbers, there are certain characteristics that we find throughout MDCs and LDCs. You see our Northern and Western Europe, you see North America, we see Australia, we see Japan and South Korea. There's bright spots, and hopefully your teachers have talked about the BRICS countries: Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And we talk about how those are moving closer and becoming more developed. It's that ability to invest back in their population that's going to allow them to do that. So we're nearing the end. So this I actually adjusted. This came from AP Classroom, so hopefully you guys have logged in there. But I liked this one because I think it's important for us to look at maps and charts and graphs. And so this one, I changed letter A. Letter A wanted you to identify some countries. And the reality is, based off of how we're doing things now, probably not going to have a lot of, it just wanted you to kind of, I forget exactly how it was having you identify, but it wasn't having you necessarily draw any conclusions. So here, I think this is a good question. Discuss potential limitations with regards to scale and data collection with this infant mortality rate map. Tomorrow, hopefully, Ms. Lindsley will talk about that with you, but really talking about how we gather that data and also the importance of scale. Describe an economic reason for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe, and also explain how infant mortality rates can be an indicator of gender equality. So, hopefully, you can knock those out of the park based off of our conversation or our time spent today together. As always, if we're having problems with device or internet access, please don't hesitate to reach out or reach out on behalf of a friend. Couch Board is here to help you. So please take advantage of that. And I really want to thank you for watching. The sun is shining here today, so I'm super excited. And I hope you're able to join us tomorrow. And especially come back. I'm back on Friday. We're going to be talking about gender equity. Tomorrow, Ms. Lindsay is going to be talking about how we're going to start looking at development from a different perspective. So hopefully you can join us. Have a great night, everybody, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Hope you've had a good day, and we are off to the races to look at more development. So this is Ann Lindsley from Bel Air High School, and I am going to talk with us today about development. I hope everyone has all right, so let's see, I already told you that. So our first topic is going to be with Unit 7, Industrial and Economic Development Patterns and Processes, and we're looking at economic sectors and patterns. And I yesterday started with 7.3, but that was just a broader scale, and it's going to come in, and we're going to talk about 7.2. So our warm-up for today is going to deal with yesterday's questions and having the feedback we do. So our questions today describe one social challenge for cities and less developed countries. How would you look at answering one social challenge for cities and less developed? So here we're looking at the urban unit with development coming in here. So we're looking at social challenge. So maybe you answer things like high poverty rate, high employment rate, high homeless, water settlements, and one second here. All right, so the next question, describe one environmental challenge for cities and more developed countries. The environmental challenge for this would include pollution, waste from manufacturing, smog and ozone, perhaps also flooding from overbuilding and abandoned spaces, disease, and pests also could be an answer here. The other thing also is anything that contributes to countries or to the country's development. Sorry, I'm having a bit of a repeat of, I'm hearing myself coming back in the microphone and I'm not able to get it out. All right, so our next question deals with to explain how supranational organizations such as the United Nations can support urban sustainability. Here we might look at how UN could help fund programs, and they could set up, for example, education programs or infrastructure infrastructure, fresh water, clean water, waste removal pipes, anything that would help to bring in and support the infrastructure to then improve the development status of that particular place. And so we're dealing with the political unit, we're dealing with the economic situation, and also with the urban unit. The last question discussed how urban growth creates similar challenges in both more developed and less developed countries. What kind of urban challenges that we would have that would be effective for development. In both of these cases, we would look at density. How does continued development influence density? And this is going to come from migration into areas for job potential. The other thing also is going to be transportation, and then once again, environmental issues like pollution control and waste removal, trash removal. So hopefully you picked up on some of those. If not, you can always come back and look at these again and go back and think about some of those answers. All right. So our topic today is going to be looking at dealing with the skill relationships that we see within spatial relationships, explaining spatial relationships in specified context or region of the world using geographic concepts, processes, models, or theory. So we are looking at the essential knowledge 7B1, and in 7B1 we're looking at the different economic sectors, including primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, and quinary, and how those are characterized by distinct development patterns. So what do they look like? And so I'm going to go through each one of these. Hopefully you've already had these. Y'all all have excellent teachers, and this is a pretty easy concept, but it's the application of it sometimes we have to think about. But I know your teachers, if they haven't already taught it, maybe it was something that they were going to absolutely cover, but this is the way we start to categorize development, categorize places around that development. So the different sectors, once again, they're written out there for you. The different sectors, essentially the model calls for looking at the three sector model: primary, secondary, and tertiary. The tertiary has been divided off into quaternary and quinary also because of the unique services that are involved in those, mostly dependent upon the high-tech industries. One thing I want to point out is the role of the economic sectors in the overall GDP of countries. So you have two pie charts here, one of developed countries and the other developing. The developed countries, as you'll see, the big blue area is the service industries. That's your tertiary level. The developed countries have most of their GDP, almost 69% of their GDP coming from the service industries, whereas in the developing countries, they are almost at 59%. That's still very, very high. Probably not what you might have expected. Perhaps you might have expected most of it to be agricultural. No, they still have to process and distribute foods. They still have to move stuff. They have to provide services for the population. So you still have, even in your lowest of developing countries, a large service industry that does apply to the GDP. So we can also see how this is spatially mapped out as well. Your largest area of agricultural and secondary manufacturing is for the predominant of the GDP is still in North Africa, Central Africa, and then some spots here in East and Southeast Asia. But that, given the scale of that, it really doesn't quite give you all the aspects of their sources of their income. But let's look at how this looks on the landscape. The primary sector is extraction industries. Your farming, your fishing, your forestry, your mining. These primary industries are extracting the raw materials, the raw resources which then are going to be shipped to other places or located for somewhat nearby on-site manufacturing. In developed countries, what you have is a high degree of mechanization. You have a low labor portion in this part of the economic sector. So much of farming is mechanized, mining is heavily mechanized, and fishing, depending upon what kind of nets you're pulling and what you're fishing for, is also aquaculture or heavily mechanized, making it easier, particularly compared to developing countries. In developing countries, a lot of improvised tools with a lot of human labor. So in the primary sector, also we look at the value of it, because if for example, in the United States, the perception is very few people farm. In fact, less than 3% of the entire population of the United States has anything to do with any kind of food production. So that's very few people relatively, but it still has almost a 1% contribution to our GDP for the primary sector. So 76 billion, for example, comes in from minerals, from mining, 208 billion from fisheries, and then another 90 billion is also going to be contributed from agricultural sector. So pretty large amounts of money from something that doesn't have very many workers in it comparative to our other sectors. Then if we look at things a little differently here in terms of a global scale, our contribution to the agricultural sectors, the largest amounts coming out of Africa and South and Central Asia. But I thought what was also interesting was the balance of the labor force, which is down in this map. The balance of the labor force engaged in agriculture, because even though you have smaller contributions to the overall GDP in some areas, you still have large numbers of people in the labor force working in agriculture. So then the next thing also is the value added. Now, this is an interesting way to actually talk about mechanized agriculture or developed agriculture in your more developed countries, because you're looking at the agricultural value added per worker. Well, if you have few workers, then those workers are going to when the math is all done, they're going to contribute more value per person. So if we take that, we consider what that's saying. That what it's actually saying is that heavy mechanized agriculture has fewer workers, and those fewer workers are contributing a lot more to that GDP. Okay. All right. If we look at the secondary sector is the sector of the economy including industries that produce a finished usable product or are involved in construction. And this sector generally takes the output of the primary sector and manufactures it into the final goods for sale to domestic and foreign consumers. This supports both the primary and the tertiary sector, because you don't need the primary sector if you're not going to do anything with the raw materials. And then there's no service industries that are going to develop if you aren't manufacturing something that then has to be distributed. So that then requires us to start looking at, well, where is everything coming from? Well, your less developed countries are producing more of the primary sector materials. They're producing more of the raw materials, and then your MDCs are manufacturing those products. And that is definitely what you're seeing here in the map in the top left. I thought this one was kind of interesting when I was going through preparing the slides, because this is actually an export map. And what are the main products that countries are exporting? And when you start to look between the MDCs, the more developed countries, versus the less developed countries, you see that the less developed countries are producing raw materials for export, yet your MDCs, United States, Canada, Russia, some of the others in Europe are producing manufactured products that are needing to be used to make other products or to trade on the world market. So secondary products or secondary processing manufacturing in developed countries is highly industrialized, highly mechanized. Very little human labor is used to assemble products in most of these operations today. These areas in developing countries, it's reversed. Now, we're not comparing the same products. That's another factor to consider here. Outsourcing of labor to Bangladesh and Guatemala, Cambodia, the Philippines, even India, a lot of this is still done by hand, but these are also products that are not as expensive as the ones that are being produced here in the developed countries, the food processing and cars and technology equipment. These places are producing in the developing countries a large volume of textiles. And so one of the ways those prices are kept down is to have a lot of manual labor working for low cost and producing those textiles. And that opens up a whole other set of problems and issues and things to consider in terms of development. In the tertiary sector, we are looking at the tertiary or the service sector. And the service sector consists of production of services instead of end products. So we're talking about the production of information, which actually is going to be split off to your quaternary and also to your quinary sectors. Services involve the transportation, the distribution, and sale of goods from the producer to the consumer. And in these areas, it's also going to include health and education, water, sanitation. It accounts for a significant portion of the GDP in most countries, including low-income countries, because these are all going to need to be done in order to support the population. So this is the global global average of the service industry at 63%, and then your manufacturing at 30, and then 6.4 for your primary industries. All right, so what does the service industries or service sector look like in developed countries? Well, a lot of tourism, online banking or electronic banking, transfer of monies, things like this, where you don't go into a fixed location. It's highly interconnected in terms of distribution of goods and services and information. Also, lots of transportation of cargo and goods, and then education. This is actually a picture of a couple of my students, and we were in West Yellowstone when it snowed in October, and so they were learning a whole other type of climate and everything from me, their teacher, while they were out here in this region doing field work. So, but this is something that we see as a common practice in developed countries. It becomes a little bit more challenging to do in some countries, other countries, if you don't have the right kinds of transportation and the monies to be able to put it together. In developing countries, in the service sectors, it's going to look a little bit different. Now, I totally do not want to make stereotypes or anything. So these are just different images. It does not mean they don't have trucks here. They do have trucks, but people are going to resort to all kinds of resources in order to move goods so that they can get them to the market to sell them to make money. So anything in any way is possible. This particular image of girls in a classroom in India, they're all working on computers. So this is a new way in developing countries that supranational organizations, governments themselves have helped to try to bring up development levels. And then yet another traditional classroom also in India in a rural area. So the next sectors, the quaternary and the quaternary sectors, are breakoffs of the tertiary sector. And in these areas we're dealing with the quaternary sector, we are dealing with information technologies, research and development, we're dealing with communication and consultants. It's based upon the pure knowledge and skills of a person. This part of the economy deals also with knowledge-oriented economic sectors. So using research and development, information technology in order to improve or create new ways, much like what we're having to do right now. Online education, that falls in under this. This is not, that falls in as a quaternary that we're having to use online high-tech means with which to communicate with you all so that we can help you feel comfortable with completing the course and be ready for the exam coming up. Quaternary activities are services that focus on control such as government and creation of non-routine use or creation of information. So using information to create new technologies, new types of research to go even further. This is the highest level of decision making. This is also highly paid skills of senior business executives coming to light here as well. So that's a quick rundown, very quick, of the three economic sectors model with the two quaternaries that break off of the tertiary. The second essential knowledge area in this particular topic is 7B2, and it's dealing with some things that we've already talked about a little bit with the urban, but now we have to bring it together to understand why we talked about with the urban area. And it deals with labor and transportation, the break of bulk point, and then least cost theory and core periphery, semi-periphery locations. Those are some theories that we see that come into play here with development. So let's go back to break of bulk. Why are some places where they are? The idea here is the study of industrialization the study of industrialization, it helps to explain why some places become industrialized before others. So why was New York City? Why was Philadelphia? Why Houston here in Texas? Why portions of Los Angeles? Why were those areas more industrialized before others were? And that has to do with these places being a breakable point where goods could be brought in from other places and then they would be distributed through other means of transportation deeper into the country to distribute to the population that demanded them. Now, what begins to happen is that you begin to have support industries that develop around the breakable, around the port areas. And so then you begin to have manufacturing that's going to develop in this area. Manufacturing needs support industries, these service industries. And so you're going to have, that's going to pull migration in. That's going to pull more people to come in. And then you end up with, over time, this place that begins as a port that now is a site of heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, distribution and transportation of goods and services. And then also all of the service industries that need to go to support those people who are doing that. And now you have a massive city that has evolved over time. So part of what goes into some of that decision is contributed to by Alfred Weber in the least cost theory. Least cost theory is something you need to be familiar with. Focus on, think about this in terms of all kinds of manufacturing. So Alfred Weber formulated the least cost theory of industrial location to explain and predict locational patterns of industry at a macro scale. Okay. And what he was seeking to do is to figure out why places locate where they do, because what they're ultimately trying to do is to minimize transportation and labor costs. So the point for locating an industry has to be the place that minimizes the cost of transportation and also labor. Okay. So we're talking about least cost theory. We have to look at two aspects. We look at bulk reducing and bulk gaining. So a product that we are going to turn into another product, or a resource that we're going to make into a product, begins with a raw material. And if that raw material has to get to market before it's broken down, you're going to have a lot of costs associated with moving tonnage as well as having to manufacture it at the site. So the idea is that bulk reducing at the source, then you move that portion of the raw material, saves on transportation costs. So if you think about coal, or you think about ore, copper ore, iron ore, you want to break it apart from all of the overburden or the material that is not the ore. Okay, you want to break that apart and then just move that portion to a factory, a processing plant that then reduces it down even further. So if you, for example, are mining core or copper ore, like the Kennecott mine in Salt Lake City, if you are taking the copper out of the veins, you are going to then process it through a means of which it is going to eventually have electricity sent through there, which will pull the copper off and eventually create these sheets of copper that then get exported out in their raw form to other places to be used as in electronic components or in other kinds of wiring materials. So you have to reduce the bulk ore or the bulk material at its site. So factory operations will happen right there, break it down to a smaller amount, and then ship that. Now, you also have the flip side of that, and that is bulk gaining. So we have a raw material, and now we're going to use it for something else, and we are going to need to do that closer to the market to cut down on those transportation costs. So if we go back to our raw copper that we transported by rail or by train or by truck out of the Salt Lake City region, and we are going to now send it to California, send it someplace else to then have little tiny pieces of it used to make computer components. What will happen is you send a large sheets of that copper to where those light manufacturing are occurring, where they will then use those pieces of copper to make copper wiring, copper components, and then put those into the computers themselves, the cell phones, whatever's being used. So that's going to happen closer to your market. I hope that makes sense. So here's our market. We are extracting the raw material, processing it to some extent out here, breaking it down, and now we're going to move it to the market. This occurs when the product is more costly to transport than the raw material. Okay, so the completed computer is going to be bulkier and heavier than the little amounts of copper that go into each one of those. So we can transport that copper closer to the factory. All right, so where does break of bulk come into play with this? On a larger scale, we receive raw materials from all over the world, and those raw materials are going to be shipped in by ship, which can carry tons and tons and tons of cargo, and then they're going to come into the port, which then they will be broken down in the port area and shipped off into by trucks or by plane. Well, what evolved is actually doing some of the factory process at the break of bulk place. So heavy cargo comes in off of the ships and then goes to manufacturing locations in and around that particular city, and then that raw material is broken down into more completed parts, and then those parts are shipped out by truck usually to other assembly plants or directly to the market for sale. So if we kind of look at some things if we look at some things at the period of time in American history, we know about hopefully the city of Pittsburgh and Western Pennsylvania Pennsylvania, this whole region that's right in here of Appalachia. And this area became our heavy manufacturing location. And well, why there? The market is New York. The market is over here on the East Coast. Well, because least cost theory was in effect. So we're shipping iron ore from mines up on the northern end of Minnesota and portions of Michigan, and we are shipping those through the Great Lakes. Remember, through ships, we can move tons and tons at a time for less expense. So that iron ore is going to be shipped all the way down, brought into some of the port areas around Toledo, along Lake Erie, and then are going to be railed or brought in by canal as well to areas around Pittsburgh. And in this region became the heavy manufacturing industrial area because this is also where the coal was. And then also later they'll discover oil here. But this is where your coal was. So we would bring the coal in, we bring the iron ore in, all of that would come here, be transported by rivers here. This is, some of you may be familiar with the Three River Stadium, Pittsburgh, there anymore, but there were three rivers, the Ohio, the Monongahela, and the Allegheny, which raw materials, these ore could be brought into this region to then be distributed and manufactured into steel, which then would be sent by rail to New York for the market or to ship to Europe. So part of the decision about where to locate a manufacturing plant is going to be based upon the weight of the raw material, how heavy is it, and how much does it cost to transport it. The other factor that's going to be included here is your labor costs. So that's one of the things that we see today is that our labor costs become such issues in some areas that we have to go to other places to have a less expensive labor cost. And that then takes us to this concept of the core periphery model, originally part of Wallerstein's world systems theory. So the core periphery model is looking at, let's go with the global level first. The core periphery model is looking at how the relationship between the raw materials and production and the market all are balanced out. Now this was a theory that was put forth by Wallerstein, who was a sociologist, and so he was looking at uneven spatial development caused by our manufacturing and trade system between the developed world and the less developed countries. So you have to kind of be familiar here with the terms. The core were the wealthy developed capitalist countries. The core are the areas that are extracting profits from the periphery. Well, who are the periphery? The periphery were the core dependent nation that were in many cases further away from the core. And then you also have the semi-periphery. The semi-periphery are the semi-industrialized nations who benefited from more direct trade with core. And they also may have more manufacturing abilities, more labor trained abilities, or they also may have some more valuable natural resources. And so they developed a stronger relationship with the core and thus are benefiting from the exchange of labor and market goods. So the investment here comes from a few core countries. And right now you see that investment in places of West and East Africa from China, who is going in and trying to set up manufacturing operations so as to access natural resources and in some cases some of the labor. But ultimately the argument with the world systems theory or the core periphery model is that it causes the poor countries to become dependent on the wealthy ones. And when they become dependent, then they no longer can manufacture things themselves because they're doing this with core. And if they're to then purchase those manufactured goods, then they're forced to pay the higher prices. And it becomes a factor of availability of goods and those prices and maintaining a low labor cost. So if we look at it in a different kind of spatial nature, Hans Lee, one time America's geographer before he passed away, he said that it is a model that describes how economic, political, and cultural power is spatially distributed between dominant core regions and more marginal or dependent semi-peripheral regions. The point that you also need to understand about this relationship is that it can happen at different levels of scale. Okay? It can happen at different levels of scale. That means, come over here to our picture of China. We have a core periphery relationship within China, within the coastal area of China with its interior rural area. You have a much higher GDP on your coastal areas. You have modern global cities, high manufacturing, high degree of migration, whereas you come into some of the central areas of China, you have a high degree of poverty, rural areas that have no aspects of manufacturing or produced goods. If they don't make it themselves, then it doesn't exist kind of a situation, but they are producing raw materials for their coastal edge. So kind of think about some other places where you might see a core periphery relationship within a country. For example, the United States, between the North and the South an agrarian raw material supplying area for the North's manufactured food supply. You also see this between East and West Europe and between the North and the South of Europe. So it's interesting to see this relationship at different levels of scale. I encourage you to look at it. So once again, let me go over the top 20 countries ranked by the United Nations Human Development Index make up the core. Now, this core, these are the leading economic developed countries. So if we look at the population unit, what do we see in terms of population of those countries? Well, those countries, a lot of them are having slowing to stagnant population growth rates. That's a factor. They have some of the lowest total fertility rates. Okay? They also have a large portion of their populations that fall into the 60 years and above age group. So they don't have a younger population. Whereas you begin to look at the semi-periphery, and the semi-periphery countries are countries that contribute to the manufacturing and exportation of variety of goods, but they also have a strong, a little bit above the 2.1 replacement rate for fertility. So their populations are still growing, and those folks are still moving into the cities. Large numbers are moving into the cities. So you have a very rapid rural to urban migration. Some of these countries on the semi-periphery, Argentina, India, Brazil, Mexico, Indonesia, China, Iran, those are all countries on the semi-periphery that are experiencing increased economic development as a result of the relationship with the core, but also a high degree of poverty, a high degree of squatter settlements and homelessness, and the ills that go along with overpopulated cities that are emerging to become mega cities. And Ms. Brandt talked about mega cities and meta cities the other day, and some of the problems that can happen with those. This is why you have some of those problems. They have jobs in the manufacturing industries for goods that are going to be shipped to core areas. The periphery is a region that's rapidly growing because of a number of factors. One is large numbers, traditionally large numbers of families, much higher than the 2.1 fertility or total fertility or replacement rate. I'm sorry. You have large numbers of people who live in squatter settlements. You also have mega cities growing in these areas where you have very, very localized manufacturing that is being done to provide for core countries who are providing investment monies into those countries. Some examples of these: Bangladesh, Cambodia would be another. Much of sub-Saharan Central Africa falls into this. They have either natural resources that are desired by your core countries, or they have an abundant labor pool that can produce goods at a less expensive cost. So we will use those places, and the core countries will use those places to manufacture their goods and then ship things back and forth across the world in containerized ships. All right. So looking at the two topics that we just covered, our economic sectors and then least cost theory, core periphery, breakable manufacturing as a result of a use of a global system. I hope that very quickly made some sense. If we look at where we see this in other units, because once again, these last two units work backwards into our other subjects. So just to give you a frame of reference, regions have unifying characteristics or patterns, and we look at things at different levels of scale also when we look at regions. So looking at the concept of core periphery at the national scale, even in some states you can look at core periphery. We can look at that definitely here in Texas. The manufacturing, trade, transportation north end of around Dallas versus our heavy agricultural end in the valley of Texas. Florida has the same pattern. California a little bit different, but you can look at things at different levels of scale, and that is one of the biggest things that you guys can help yourself with. Is not just pigeonhole something. This is only be at a global scale, but what can I move into other scales to see the application of a lot of our topics? Other in population distribution. How does density and the distribution of population affect political, economic, and social processes, including the provision of services? How do these mega cities, how do these manufacturing cities, these breakable points, what kind of services do they have to provide for this emerging population that's coming into work? Something to think about. Your cultural landscape. How how do these very same places, how does their cultural landscape change as their manufacturing changes or as their population changes coming in to work in these areas as a result of rural to urban migration or international migration? And migration, once again, chapter unit 2, population migration. So this particular topic does work backwards into our other previous units that you will have on the AP exam, which, by the way, you want to make sure you tune in tomorrow because there was going to be some big announcements. All right, so we're going to look at some questions, some AP practice questions. Describe how the population of a place changes as society increases their secondary economic sector. So how does it change when we go from a primary, say, agricultural production to manufacturing? This is the change of the United States from the late 1800s into the 1920s and 30s, all the way, including post-World War II, 1940s and 50s. How do we change once we change how agriculture is done and move into manufacturing? How does a city explain how a city becomes a global city when it moves to ordinary primary economic sectors? So if you look at New York and Chicago, even Los Angeles, Houston, Dallas, how do we have these connections, Atlanta as well, how do we have these connections out to the wider world through technology, through decisions we make? We're seeing a lot of that right now, actually. Then question 3, explain how a break of bulk point develops into a core area for manufacturing. So we're looking at making that transition from break of bulk, an import-export area, and then broadening to manufacture. So that's least cost theory that that's talking about. And then lastly, describe how the core controls the global market and the flow of goods. So this is the labor market and the market for raw materials. So once again, College Board would like for me to remind you that if you are having device issues and internet access issues, they have a solution for you. But you do need to contact them at cb.org/tech. And once again, make sure you tune in tomorrow for the big announcements from College Board regarding your AP exam. Ms. Brandt should be able to give you some of those. If not, they will also be available on your AP access line. So y'all take care. Thanks for watching. Hey, we're geographers. Go out for a walk, explore the geography of your world, wash your hands, stay 6 feet apart from people, but go outside, breathe deeply, and have a great evening. Bye.
Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in today, all you cool cats and kittens. I can't even say that with a straight face. My kids have gotten me talking about Tiger King, and so if that made sense to you, great. If not, I'm so sorry, but that was a little shout out for my own children who are now completely mortified. So, but I'm glad you're joining us this Friday. We got a few more new content presentations to share with you, and this is one of them, but hopefully you're going to see some great connections today. So let me transfer the screen over so you can see what I put together for you today, just in case you're wondering if you're in the right place, AP Human Geography. And again, real brief, so I'm Kristen Brandt, Glenbard West High School in Glen Ellen, which is outside of Chicago. I was going to do a fun fact, I guess. I was able to get a bike ride in yesterday, so I'm super excited. We finally had some sun, and hopefully you're all able to at least go for some walks and enjoy a little fresh air. So yesterday, Miss Lindsley ended with these 4 FRQs, and I'm going to just pause for just a second because hopefully you've had an opportunity to see some of the changes that have been made to the AP exam. I'm going to just do a couple of brief updates right now, but as we're going through the next few weeks, we'll continue to weave some of that in, and Miss Lindsley will also, the last 2 reviews are strictly focused on FRQ. She's like an expert in this and is going to lead you through kind of great FRQ practice, and so I'm super excited about that opportunity for all of you and for my students as well. So hopefully you saw you're going to be taking 2 FRQs, nothing that you're going to be able to Google during that time. So this idea of themes and connections and making it all work together is really important that we're working on right now. And so that really leads us to the FRQ practice that Miss Lindsley left you with yesterday. So describe how a population of a place changes as our society increases their secondary economic sector. So first of all, population is still fair game, and we still talk about economics all year long. And so that idea of secondary economic sector, hopefully your brain all of a sudden then shifts to manufacturing. So here's what we do know. We know that population is shifting rural to urban. People continue to move across the globe to those types of cities, and there's a demand for labor. And so the population of a place changes because we're going to see more people pull to those cities where there's factories that are developing. We're going to talk a little bit today about how gender plays a role in that as well. We can also talk about the age group. Typically, you're not talking the really young or the super old. You're kind of that 20s, 30s something is going to be moving to those areas, but also then the access to resources. So part of that movement. And then we talked the other day about cities having to develop more opportunities for those people that are moving to those areas. Number 2, explain how a city becomes a global city when it moves into these other economic sectors. And so what we take a look at is, so as these cities then become more technology focused, computer focused, or people become policymakers or business experts, as that shift occurs, what we see is that then they become more like movers and shakers in the world. And so the cities then could transition. You're not going to all of a sudden become a London, Tokyo, or New York City, but you could all of a sudden become a Miami, a trading port hub. You could become like, you're going to become known for something. And so that is going to shift those power. So that significant advantage, you become kind of that hub in that area. Explain how a break of bulk point develops into a core area for manufacturing. And that's part, I will tell you, I was in Fort Lauderdale, actually training to be an AP seminar teacher a few years ago. And when we were there kind of watching, sorry, it was not Fort Lauderdale, it was Miami, but both of those, watching those ports, those break of bulk points, and how it turned into that core area. I would actually say Chicago is a great example of this. If you think about the meatpacking industry that developed in Chicago, the trains, the planes, the roadways, bringing the goods into Chicago, turning that manufacturing, in this case it was processing meat, but really building a city then around that. And then describe how the core controls the global market and flow of goods. I really hope you tune in next Tuesday, because this is really the focus that we're going to focus on, is that trade in the global economy. But if you think about it, I'm hoping your teachers talked about this neo-colonialism, like this new way of controlling these areas. And so our demand, I mean, think about it, right now we're not buying as much stuff, or okay, medical supplies we are, but so how does that impact then these other markets? And so the ripple effect, we're going to really dive into that next week. So without further ado, our lesson overview, we are going to focus today on women. And what we're going to focus on is being able to explain how to what extent changes in economic development have contributed to gender parity. My guess is if we talk about themes throughout the year, your teachers have woven gender into almost every unit. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. We want to be able to look for patterns and trends. We want to be able to look at maps. And so of course, we're going to look at some quantitative spatial data, I love my maps, and then we'll go from there. But we see women in the world. I know this comes from one of our publications here, one of our government publications, but women around the world. And so why are we spending so much time? And I was talking to a producer beforehand, and I get a lot of anxiety because we don't want to turn off the gentlemen in the group as well. And part of what we need to remember is that 50%, in some cases 51% of our population are females. And so we want to take a look at then why isn't there equal representation? Why isn't there what impact does that have not only on our economics but also within our leadership? And so that's really the system that we're going to be looking at here today. We're going to also dive into, if you remember on Wednesday we talked about the Human Development Index. So we want to talk about this gender index. And so this is the Sustainable Development Goals Gender Index. And so green is really good, red is really bad. We're going to kind of dive into what do those numbers mean and how do they come up with that. But if there's anything you get from today, again, and you heard it from me on Wednesday, Northern Europe rocks. But we're going to look at Western Europe, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, all of those should kind of jump out at you as places that are doing really well. But what does that mean really well? So we also talk about these connections. So part of why I put that slide in before is because it's earlier in our development and it's talking about some culture. And so we talk about women and demographic change. That's our population unit. Unit 3, cultural landscape. So the role of women in the workforce. So if you think just because this is an economic unit, it's not going to be assessed, this idea of women in the workforce is definitely a theme that we see throughout our course. Also, we have a whole unit on agriculture, and then take a look at this. we've got two sections within our agriculture unit that talk about the societal effects of agricultural practices, including changing diets, the role of women in agricultural production, explaining geographic variations in female roles in food production and consumption. I could have put the political unit down as well for talking about representation, voice. So if you're not getting this idea that there's this big theme of gender throughout the entire course, then I don't know what else to tell you. But here we go. So let's dive into it. Kind of what makes this one just a little bit different and how we can connect it back as well. So this is the what you need to know section. What role does gender, like how can gender inequality impact development? And I know that Ms. Lindsay's been talking about different types of jobs. You talked yesterday about primary, secondary, and tertiary activities. We're going to talk a little bit more about those today as well. We did measures of development earlier in the week. And so really when we talk about development, if half of your population is not engaged in that progress, and so we talked about GNI last week, this week we talked about education, literacy, and health, you can't progress as a country. And so there's a lot of barriers, right, to development. So this is kind of an overview of barriers. Some of this is stuff we're going to cover next Tuesday as well. So for example, we are going to talk about debt. You don't have to write this down right now. This is a preview for Tuesday. But we're going to talk about some debt because the loans that people are kind of investing in these countries. We also know that sometimes it's tough to develop because of political instability or corruption, the misuse of that money and that aid. If you think back to that fourth question that Ms. Lindsay had, you look at the depletion of natural resources or kind of the core pillaging, what those periphery countries have to offer can also be a barrier to development. Widespread disease. So I did not put COVID-19 on here, but we could. But those idea of widespread diseases make it really difficult. How do you move forward? You probably are hearing your parents talk about it. Like, what does the future look like? How do we keep moving forward? But this other thing here is this idea of another barrier are these low levels of social welfare. And there's some cultural resistance to development. And part of that is because the more you open up to developing as a country, you're also bringing in some Western ideas. Well, Western ideas are things that we would talk about as far as equality. And in this case, we're going to talk about gender parity. So let's brainstorm. Let me give you a second here. Think about countries with levels of high gender equity. So based off of the map that I showed you earlier, you probably are able to name some regions, which is great. But my question then is, what evidence would you use? How about countries with levels of low gender equity? What evidence would you use? See, the problem is that people like to always just talk like this, and this. But we need some evidence. We need some concrete examples. Otherwise, it's just talk. And this I even get out of my own children. So, but why? But why? What's your evidence? When we're fighting, maybe you don't fight with your parents, my kids do. But when they talk about things, like they talk in these definitive answers without backing it up. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is today really focus on how do we back up this need for gender equity? Where do we find levels of high or low? But even there, what are some problems that we're seeing as well? So here we go. Our goal today is to gather some evidence. So this should look familiar. This is the Gender Inequality Index. And so we looked at the Human Development Index, so HDI indicators on Wednesday. So here we're going to look at labor, empowerment, we're going to look at health. And so that's kind of going to be our focus for how do we move through. So as we're gathering evidence in each of these categories, I'm going to throw one other category in at the end and I'll explain why. But these three categories are the ones where if you look at this, the UN is using as kind of our balancing our measurement for gender equity across the globe. So we're going to actually start with labor because it's probably something that you're hit with the most. Also, we start with it because this is one of our essential knowledge. I know that my guess is you're not really missing in school the ICANN statements or the essential questions for the day, but this is one of those ideas that what we do want you to take away is that we are seeing more women in the workforce. I'm going to talk about different types of jobs, but they do not have equity in wages and those employment opportunities. And so this is our labor market category in our Gender Inequality Index. So why is it important? Because if we're not seeing equality in wages, we're not seeing equal treatment. And what we're seeing is that how that money is spent and what it is spent on, we're seeing voice and representation. And so kind of leveling the playing field. And so we're going to take a little deeper dive into labor here. So this comes from UN Women, and I kind of reflect, really kind of looking for those global perspectives here. So women in the global workforce. So I think it's important for us to see where we see women working. Down at the bottom says women in leadership. Kind of keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to look at that towards the end here. So seats in parliament, 23% of the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. And take a look up above. So industry, what economic sector is that? Hopefully you said second. Agriculture, right? This is our primary sector, and then services, tertiary. So what we want to take a look at is kind of where women fall in these areas, also why. So a couple things that I would point out to you is when we're looking at this, when we talk industry and factories, we're going to see women heavily represented in the textile and garment industries. In agriculture, we're going to dive a little bit more. One of the problems here is that we see them working in the fields, but not always getting compensated for it. So that's where we're going to go next. And then in services, we talk about think about in hotels, kind of what are people doing there. If we think about what are people doing in restaurants, and so tend to see more of the females pulled into those professions as well. So why do we care? When we look at this again, it's just unequal across the world. So we are seeing kind of those rates stagnate. So for example, in 1990, we saw 57% of the labor force, was female. So 57% of females were actually working, made up that labor force. In 2012, it's at 55%. So it's kind of balancing off. We still have some room to go in other areas, but what we're not seeing is that it balances off in pay. Okay? Their pay tends to be 10 to 30% lower than for men. And that's one of the things we look here. That globally today, women are making up, this is going to say 40% of the workforce. In sub-Saharan Africa, their number is 63%. Let's come back to that in a second. In the Middle East and Northern Africa, it's 21%. Okay, so let's pause. 63%. So what types of jobs are women doing in sub-Saharan Africa? So we're going to look that a lot of them are in the informal sector, and we're going to see what that means here in just a second. In the Middle East and Northern Africa, this is where we start to see some of the cultural constraints. The role of women is not seen as equals in all of these areas, and so then that's going to, even though they might be educated, the job then is to stay home and raise the family. Again, nothing's wrong with that, but if that low percentage, think of the amount of people that you're missing out in that workforce that could be making more money, that could be pumping that back into the economy. So we talk about the informal sector. Take a look at this. So what we're taking a look at is, we talked about informal, remember, a lot of times it's stuff that is not taxed. So street vendors here, sometimes taxi drivers, home-based workers, maybe it's rubber cottage industries. You talked about those earlier in the year, but those idea of working from home could be working in the farm as well. Look how high this is in some of these countries. Look at Uganda, Zimbabwe. And so we see kind of that African representation again, but we're also looking at Southeast Asia, we're looking at Latin America. And so it makes it really difficult when the bulk of your population then is in that informal sector, because it also means you're not getting taxed and that money's not going back to the government. So it creates this vicious cycle. Here's another way to look at this. And so in South Asia, hopefully in your head right now, you're going India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Awesome. 95% of those women are what we would call in the informal sector. So street vendors that we mentioned, subsistence farmers, seasonal workers. Again, that problem, and you can see the other regions here as well, how great that they're working, but it's not putting money back into the system. In other words, you're not getting taxed on it. You're probably just making enough to get by because it doesn't have the same controls over it. So that makes it really difficult to move forward. I think this is interesting. So now we start talking about gaps. So we were talking about work before. So what we saw were women, a lot of them in the informal sector or tertiary, those services, which typically are not paid to the same rate, and that's reflected here. And so this is where we see the gender gap. And we're going to talk more about Bangladesh. So Bangladesh is kind of a one-off here. And part is because there's been some real concerted efforts on getting everybody working. We'll talk more about that later on. But if we take a look at these other ones, what we're really seeing here is that gap. So Pakistan, right on this chart here, what we're seeing is one of the widest gaps between males and females as far as with regards to pay. You can see the United States, we're a little over that 20%, so it's kind of with income differentials. And so when you look at the bottom half of this, so women are working, but they're now working, could be doing the same jobs for that much less pay. Then we even talk about women in managerial positions. So if they're not even being paid equal, how do we get them to kind of move up the ladder so that they can help make some of those decisions. And if we look again, you're looking at Asia and the Pacific, Africa, the Arab states. This comes from our International Labor Organization, that they're saying that they're just not seeing women in those positions. And it doesn't necessarily mean women don't want to be in those positions. It just typically are we're not finding the opportunities for women to be in those positions in those regions. In the United States, we've made some great progress. Because remember, we're always about scale, so we're going to talk global. Let's also talk a little bit home. Women make up nearly half of our labor force, and so if we look at this, we're starting to kind of balance out a little bit. And so if you take a look, we really, from your projections, have us kind of staying remaining pretty even. Hey, we've made some great strides. So if you take a look at 1980, where male and female pay was at, and we take a look by 2016, so it has not closed the gap, but the gap is closing. But that doesn't just happen on its own. It happens because of people advocating. It happens because of people really making a focused effort on that. So I want to talk to you. So we're talking examples, and we're looking at 3 case studies here. So one of those case studies that some would argue is a success story is Japan. So we take a look at labor force participation of prime age women over from 1968 to 2016. Take a look how Japan has clearly continued to kind of outpace and improve. And so just so you know, you're going to be tested on OECD. That is the Organization Economic Cooperation and Development. So I point that out just because I think what's interesting here is that when we're looking at countries that have really focused on getting people to work and highly educated people, we're finding that in Japan that is true. So 2 things that we find in Japan, besides the fact that they are working in jobs that we would consider highly educated, that you would definitely need a degree in order to work in those positions. Typically, why we see this even surpassing the United States is we're seeing the most increase in their population, their 30 to 39-year-old population, in women that are remaining at work. Okay, so what else is going on in Japan? How many children on average do women in Japan have? If you said 1, you're correct. Right? And so when we review population, we'll talk more about that. But what's happening outside of Japan, so in the United States on average, we're closer to that 2 mark, is that a lot of times women then will choose during that 30 to 39 to stay home and help with the families, help with their children. And in Japan, there's this economic push that cultural trend has been to continue working. The one thing I will say though, even though we're seeing more women working, we are still seeing a gap in the managerial positions. So yes, some are taking over, there's some movers and shakers. You can Google it. I was really kind of impressed. I did some Googling the kind of top 10 Japanese female movers and shakers was pretty interesting. But there's still a gap. We're not seeing that is closed as much as we are seeing the labor force participation. Area where we've seen some progress as well has been in Latin America and the Caribbean. So here, if we take a look here, we're talking about that definitely labor force has increased. And so when we look at compared to the rest of the world, so part of what we're seeing here is because education, women in this region, women are outperforming their male counterparts lately in terms of education. And so the more that you're educated, the more opportunities that you have before you. What we are finding though as well, that the informal economy is still really huge here. And so that's creating sometimes some difficulties in gathering all of that data. But what we also are finding is that this is becoming our huge tourist destination for people from all over the world. And we're seeing an increase in females in the service industry. So that's really what's happening here as well. This to me is exciting though. So when we talk about progress, where though are women most likely to be your boss? And so take a look here though. You've got Jamaica, you've got St. Lucia, which is a little island in the Caribbean. You've got Colombia, Panama, Guatemala, the Bahamas. And so we look at even higher than in the United States. And so that's why when I said there's great progress, this is what we're seeing. And a lot of the countries that I just listed, it has a lot to do with education levels, but also within that tourist industry, because there's a lot of female employees, that a lot of times that managerial position has been going to women as well. Area where that's still a challenge, Bangladesh. And part is due to poverty. If I was teaching this 20 years ago, the way we kind of went after Niger 2 days ago, we would have gone after Bangladesh. There is some progress being made, but it's still really difficult. Globalization has helped as more corporations, as more people have been moving into Bangladesh, and let's be honest, taking advantage of a huge workforce that you don't have to pay as well, which gets into a whole other issue. I will talk about fair working conditions and sustainability later on. But what we're finding is that, especially that garment industry, is that this is really putting people to work. The biggest issue here has been the conditions. And so what we take a look at is we've got to fix those working conditions. And the UN has started a program called Better Work. And so they're really trying to go after and really help the companies in Bangladesh as they're moving forward. Last kind of case study / example are the rural working women across the globe. And this continues to be a challenge because a lot of them it's difficult to even know the exact numbers. What we do know though that we have large percentages of women in the agricultural sector, so in the primary sector. The problem is that only 13% of them actually own land. Well, why is that a problem? If you're tied to something else, if you're tied to someone else, then someone else is making those decisions for you. And so that has created some problems as far as how do we see those women progressing. And typically we find these high levels of women working in the agricultural sector in sub-Saharan Africa, and that is also another reason what's making it difficult for them to move forward and to develop. So the UN is committed to helping women. This quote here is kind of how I'd like to end the employment section. Together we can be game changers with women and girls, men and boys of the world. We can make the 21st century one of irreversible progress for women and all humanity. So at the end of the day, remember, this is also about empowering all and figuring out how do we do this together, not just individually. So where do we go from there? As I mentioned, with Latin America, education has actually been improving for all. This is kind of interesting. So we take a look at illiterate youth. In 1985, look how high those numbers were and how quickly they're dropping. And so we're even seeing that the gap used to be much wider between males and females, and we're seeing that narrow by 2018. If we take a look at, this is secondary schools. And so, this is actually going to have you looking at, based off of lower secondary, upper secondary. So kind of think junior high, high school, I think is kind of a good way to look at it. In the past, we saw, if you look in even early 2000, the gap between males and females was much larger. And in some cases, we're even seeing in lower secondary at times kind of balancing out a little bit here. But it really, especially look at 2011 through 2016, it almost seemed like right on top of one another. So great progress has been made, but there's still room for improvement. And a couple things I would point out, what we find in countries is that, especially countries where schooling is not provided from the government, is that it makes it really difficult. Like, who are we going to send to school if I have to pay for it? Because of the equity issues, typically then the boys are the ones that we're sending and we're paying for them to go to school. So that makes it really difficult to move forward. The other thing is, it is something for girls to do. And so a lot of parents, they do have the money, they're sending their girls, but they also know that once they start having children, they're going to stay home. So there's still a lot of cultural norms that have to be challenged if the goal is to bring about equality and opportunities. And I think really the key here is opportunities. And so it's nobody saying no, telling me I can't do something. It's people saying you have the opportunity to do it, and then you make the choice that's right for you. So let's look at a couple case studies with education, just to give some examples. Remember we talked about Northern Europe rocking. So this one I don't have the literacy rates for these two. We typically find in a lot of developed countries when we're pulling up the CIA World Factbook. I mean, because we're educating, it's 99.9% of your population. So school expectancy, if you look for males, it actually is shorter than for females. If I go to Africa, look at this here. I mean, even if I take a look at Nigeria, there's only a year difference, but then the literacy rate is very vastly different. Rwanda is actually a country that I wanted to highlight because we're seeing unbelievable progress in terms of trying to get the girls to school. We still see a gap in literacy, but we are at least seeing the school years balance out. So again, progress is being made. And then when we take a look at, here we've got two that we see really struggling, and they're going to score lower on the gender inequality index. We see Pakistan, even though it's only a year difference in the school expectancy, that is a huge gap in literacy. And then if we take a look at the Central African Republic, I mean, how do you compete? If you cannot read or write, it makes it very difficult to compete. This is a little dive into India as well, a country that is doing some great progress. So I just was highlighting a couple things here. they tend to be on par with what's happening in the world for males and females in terms of secondary school education. But take a look at the formal financial institution. That one is where we really, so education might be balancing out, but what's not balancing out then is it's not translating into the job force. That is important because we're spending this money, we're sending them to school, but then what? Is it their choice or is it somebody's making them do those things? And part is we have this unequal representation in politics. So I'll highlight a couple things. We've already talked about management, but take a look at even proportion of women in parliaments or single or lower house globally, or 39% of countries have used some form of quota system to try and increase women's representation in politics. If you don't have that voice at the table, it makes it really difficult to change some things. And so that's really where we're trying to kind of push the envelope just a little bit and trying to get women in leadership roles. Taking a look at the world's nations that have never had a female leader. Most of the nations have never had a female leader. And so what this is highlighting is even if they've had one, how long those females have served. So there's some that we're getting misconceptions too. Iceland and Ireland, we're seeing longer times that they have served. India and Bangladesh have had some of that representation, but the problem is tended to be at the local level, and you're still also battling some cultural norms between males and females and kind of their jobs. It's still considered more of a patriarchal society. We also look at health. And so this, when we talk about maternal mortality ratio, so we look at the number of women who die from pregnancy-related causes while pregnant or within 42 days. A lot of this goes back to why we look at this is how we care for our females afterwards. Is it all about just having the baby, or is it about that prenatal care and then also that care after? And so it gives us some indicators of what we value. This one to me is interesting when we take a look at adolescent birth rate aged women. So you're definitely going to see, like especially through the tropics here, Iraq is pretty high, Nepal's pretty high. We see where we see the number of lives birth per thousand. Really, we're talking teenagers. Why I always point this out to my students is if you start having children at a younger age, you tend to have more kids. And so if you have more kids, you're less likely to go into that formal sector of work because you're constantly having kids and you're taking care of kids. And so then also more kids can sometimes, not always, but can sometimes put a burden on families and that idea of development. And so these are the indicators that we're looking at as far as how equal are we throughout, is this, whose choice is this? So this is not part of the gender inequality index, but taking a look at safety and security, I just think it's important in the world we live in today that we can actually, you could do research papers on this. You could dive into it like crazy. If we look at 114 countries provisions in place for covering sexual harassment and employment, 55% of women in the European Union have experienced that even if we do get women into work, that how are they viewed? Are they viewed as equals? And so what we take a look at is what provisions are in place to help protect them. This is from the UN, just taking a look at globally, that 49 countries have no laws specifically protecting women from domestic violence. Homicide victims worldwide internationally killed by killed by an intimate partner or family member. Look at that number for women. 1 in 5 women and girls reported experiencing physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner. So what we're seeing is that even in areas that we're seeing job places equaling out, we're seeing education starting to balance out. Yes, there's a gap in pay, but we're also seeing that we've got some things in place that are not protecting women once they get there. We can't just change that culture, that patriarchal society overnight. Even in the United States, this is taking a look at in a city where you live, do you feel safe walking home at night? I'm going to go through these a little bit quicker, but if we take a look that typically men feel safer walking home globally versus women. If I take a look here, where do we see, look at these largest gaps? New Zealand, France, United States, so where the men definitely feel more comfortable than women, but then look at these ones where the gap is not as large. This to me is always interesting. Guatemala, Vietnam, you're not saying that people always feel safe, but the gap is not as significant. So how do we bring about that change and how do we bring about some help? And that's microloans. We're going to talk a little bit more about that on Tuesday next week, but they provide opportunities with women to create small businesses. UN is backed a lot of these. We're going to look at a couple examples here in just a second, but they back the boost for women-run businesses in the developing world. So think about these are small loans. We're going to target individuals because if we go back to if women can make those choices, so if they choose to stay home, great, but their choice, or they choose to work, or if they choose to have the money, then what this is allowing them to do is be more decision makers about their own body, about their life and their family. One of the leaders in microloans is Mohammed Yunus, and I would say I find him fascinating. The Grameen Bank, this is in Bangladesh, is one of the leaders. In fact, oftentimes we talk about him as the founder of social business and microcredit. He has 50 other businesses in Bangladesh as well. He is one of the great entrepreneurs of our time. But he really said, like, we call him the banker to the poor. His idea of how can we go in and help individuals? It's tough for government. We talk about these stimulus packages coming right now too. That it's great. We're sharing some money, but that's a short-term help. He's talking about long-term, and let's give a little bit of money, give you some ownership over this, and see what you can do. And he had faith that people would then blossom with it. And I love his quote here: "Unleash an entrepreneurial capacity of women, transform the society in every aspect, not just economically, but socially, politically, and health-wise." That's our gender inequality index. That if we can unleash that, if we can help women to do that, we're going to see great things happen. Those changes occur. So he is somebody I highly recommend looking into. Another thing I would recommend, this book here, there's a chapter, I believe it's chapter 10, Half the Sky by Nicholas Kristof and Cheryl Woodoo. They actually look at microcredit. They look at women's issues across the world. But in chapter 10, they talk about microcredit specifically. And what they do is they give you an example of how it can transform and how all of a sudden, once she started her own business based off of a microloan and had money coming in, that she was able to then make her own decisions, that her husband, who had been spending money on beer, on other things, now needed her because she was helping to bring money in. And so then all of a sudden his relationship changed with her and how important that was. So that really does a nice job kind of digging into that personal story and other ways that people can help. The other thing I would recommend, and if you click more in our description of today, you'll find this link, this is a documentary. It did win an Academy Award this past year. It's called Period, End of Sentence. This little link here is just the trailer. If you wanted to watch the whole thing, it is on Netflix. It's only about a half hour, but the trailer itself gives you an idea of some of the difficulties of the cultural issues within a country. And this centers around the kind of the cultural taboos of menstruation. So sorry, gentlemen that are listening, but it is kind of like, but how that actually limits women from going out and working at certain times. And so through a microloan, and this one was actually, I believe, men that set it up, but then they empowered women to work for them, and then creating of these pads to help women to continue to work throughout their journey. So just watching that trailer would give you an idea of how that's working as well. So let's do a quick little check for understanding. We did this on Wednesday. If I was going to ask you where are some of the best places for women to live, according to the Gender Inequality Index, where would you say women are some of the best places for women to live? Hopefully you saw a trend, a European trend here. And hopefully what you would be able to talk about when we talk about evidence is you would talk about how their pay gap is decreasing. You would talk about how education, in fact, we're seeing more women educated longer than men. And you would talk about as far as health and having children, that they're waiting later in life. And if I asked then, the other ones would be our areas which are considered some of the worst places for women to live. And you would say that most of these women are probably in the informal sector. They probably are having children earlier starting in their teens. And then you probably would also talk about education that typically they're probably maybe receiving a year or so less, so their literacy rate is going to be typically lower than their male counterparts. So hopefully you can answer this. How can gender inequality impact development? And so the idea of really our goal is to put everyone to work and that wants to work. And so the idea of contributing to that economy and then contributing to the greater good within their country. Cannot say enough about the Sustainable Development Goals. So this is our summary. Their idea, okay, this is gender equality is number 5, providing women and girls with equal access to education, healthcare, decent work, and representation of political and economic decision making. Processes will fuel sustainable economies and benefit societies and humanity at large. So I do want to just end with a couple highlights from the UN. One is microfinance. And so in the store here in Cambodia, this is her store. What we have seen is that she is finding great progress because not only of the loan that they've given her, but they're also investing in financial education. What they found is that 89% of Cambodians students find managerial money very overwhelming, and they're not sure how to do it. So what they're finding is that by giving them the education and the loan at the same time, they're finding great progress. They're also forging stronger bonds. And so one of the things they're doing here is vocational training. So if we talk about education, it is, let's be more specific on types of education. This is a client in Sri Lanka. And then finally, political representation. What we find here are two things. One, this is East Timor Leste. Recently 21 women were elected to their village chiefs, and this happened because of their door-to-door campaigns. And so they're having more of a voice. Why is that important? Because they're able to help change the laws. And so this is in Tunisia. In 2014, they adopted a new constitution that now actually guarantees women's rights. And this was one of the activists there. And so if we can get representation, then we can start to fight for some of those equal opportunities for all. Hopefully today you've seen it connect back to demographics, the idea of communities, agricultural practices as well. When we go to practice after a few questions, I actually chose one that is looking specifically at agriculture. And so things that you could do is describe one cultural obstacle that may prevent women working in agriculture from achieving greater quality. Identify and explain one impact of empowering women within the rural agricultural regions of developing countries. Explain how high levels of population engaged in agriculture may impact a country's ability to transition from stage 3 of the demographic transition model. And then discuss how microcredit may assist women in achieving gender equality in developing countries. I know I spoke a ton today. And I feel like we still only scratched the surface of this. And so I really hope that as you're continuing to explore some of these ideas, that you continue to talk with your teachers, look for how giving people opportunities is really about going to help lift up populations, culture, agriculture, and politics. Again, if you're having any problems or know anyone that's struggling with device or internet access, please reach out on behalf of them or find an opportunity to reach out to College Board, especially now that we know that testing is going to begin May 11th. We want to make sure everybody is ready for that. And I really want to thank you for hopefully hanging in there with me. I know today was a little bit long. And hopefully you're able to draw some conclusions and use some evidence to back up those ideas. Have a great weekend. Ms. Lindsley will be with you on Monday. I'll see you on Tuesday, and I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ann Lindsley from Bel Air High School in Houston, Texas, and we are here to talk about AP Human Geography and topics in development today. Hope everyone's having a good day, and let's get started. So we're still in Unit 7. We've got one more topic on this. We're still in Unit 7 with Industrial and Economic Development. Remember, once again, we're only doing this because, even though you're not teaching in class, we're covering Unit 7 because of its reach back into our other courses so that you can be able to use this information to extend your answers in Units 2, 3, 4, and 5. So today's topic has to do with theories of development, and if you watched 2 days ago, you may see some of this overlap. But let's look at Ms. Brandt's questions from yesterday. All right, so first one, she asks that you describe one cultural obstacle that may prevent women working in agriculture from achieving greater equality. So agriculture unit, overarching theme of gender, and culture playing a role here, achieving gender greater equality. So what would we be looking at here? One cultural obstacle could include just women cannot own property, women's places in the home concept, women have to raise children. This will come into play in there. And let's see, the next one, identify and explain one impact of empowering women within the rural agricultural regions of developing countries. You are empowering women as in rural agricultural regions, and one impact of that would be, perhaps you could say, land ownership, allowing them to control money so as to contribute to the overall income of the family. The next one, explain how high levels of a population engaged in agriculture may impact a country's ability to transition to stage 3 of the demographic transition model. So high levels of a population in agriculture, so that would imply that we're looking at subsistence agriculture, and would impact a country's ability to transition to stage 3, which would mean a high degree of rural to urban migration, and then also economic development. So if you have a lot of people engaged in subsistence agriculture, they're not going to be making that transition, and they're still going to be having statistically more children so as to work within that subsistence agriculture. So that's going to prevent them from expanding into a more developed phase of stage 3. All right, and then discuss how microcredit may assist women with achieving gender equality in developing countries. So here we have to have an understanding of microcredit or microloans, and how do those small loans, usually less than $100, help women develop cottage industries and then come into ownership of money and control of money themselves to most likely use for improvements in the family or living condition, or improvements in the community as well, to buy more material to make more things so they can sell more things to make more money, that kind of routine. All right, so hopefully you thought about some of those and looked at the role of gender, thought about gender, how it may impact agriculture, how it may impact development. All right, so today we are looking at spatial processes, and we're looking at how industrialization, the past and present, facilitated improvement in standard living. It also has contributed to geographically uneven development. So uneven development is literally the focus of the big idea that we're seeing through here today. And in this, we also have the skill of explaining the strengths and weaknesses and limitations of different geographic models. So today, and theories. So today's topic is dealing with different theories such as Rostow's stages of economic growth, Wallerstein's world systems theory, then dependency theory, and commodity dependent, to explain spatial variations in development. Development is a idea or an overarching theme that we see throughout the entire course as it's affected in each of the different units. And then spatial variation, observing and seeing spatial variations, understanding causal factors for spatial variations. This is a skill. This is one of our skills that we talk about in geography. All right, so let's get started with what you need to know. So this model, maybe you've seen it if you were able to get to the development topics, or maybe if your teacher covered it in a different area. This is Rostow's model of development, model of economic development. Now, with my classes, what I would also be doing at this time is using it in conjunction with the demographic transition model, because as you move through each one of these stages, it makes sense that it's also going to affect the mobility of the population, the development individually of the population themselves, and then their approach to family size, quality of life. What also goes along with that is going to be life expectancies. And so you'll start seeing, so we're going to go through each one of these. So in Rostow's model, the theorized that all developing economies will pass through stages of growth and advancement. So in these, we begin with the traditional society, stage 1. And this one is the primary sector. This is subsistence agriculture. This is very limited technology, low productivity, the absence of any kind of modern technology, and there's really no change. There's no strong centralized nation concept. There's no political system that are promoting any kind of development. And this is stage 1. And stage 2, political and economic change is beginning to occur in this transitional stage. Here we have an external demand for raw materials. So this demand for raw material is coming from outside, from stronger countries. And I want you to really think about this particular stage, because we're going to go back to Wallerstein's world system theory, and then also the commodity and dependency theories, all of which are based upon being able to access raw material from some place that is willing to produce them. The consequences of the production of those raw materials becomes a factor for those particular places. But what happens here in this transitional stage is that this particular place is providing these raw materials, and this demand from an outside country is going to initiate economic change. And by initiating economic change, it's then going to begin to promote development, particularly in the case of agricultural productivity. They're going to see other things that they can sell on the world market besides just raw materials. And what's also important to understand is that the raw resources are not being consumed by the people that are producing them. They are solely for export sales. So then the countries that are buying these raw materials come to influence political leaders. They come to heavily influence what happens in those particular countries. And this is all happening at the national level. Okay? But transitional stage is essential for economic growth to continue. In the third stage, this is the takeoff period that Rostow is going to to address. In this takeoff period, you have sustained growth because urbanization is increasing. Now you have a heavy rural to urban migration. There are technological breakthroughs that are being incorporated from other countries or other societies or developed themselves. The secondary sector is now developing. So we call the secondary sector is manufacturing. So they're manufacturing products a lot of times for themselves, but also for export. And they also are producing a lot more agricultural products that make things at home easier, but also can sell on the world market. So if you want to think about it, this was Great Britain at the time of the Industrial Revolution. Okay. So then the next stage, stage 4, this drive to maturity. This is where we have specialized manufacturing. We've switched from the primary sector to the top end to the secondary sector, moving definitely into the tertiary sector for services, particularly at the government level, and then also for the companies that are involved in trade. And in this case here, in this drive to maturity, you have multiple industries which are operating within the country as well as operating in other less developed countries to obtain more raw materials and perhaps bring those to here to further industrial expansion. So you still have the influence though from other stronger countries, economically stronger countries, in trying to encourage what is being produced here. But this country is now on its own as well, being part of the global trade market. It really has begun to diversify its economy so that if there's market fluctuations in some areas and downturns in the economy, the entire country will not collapse. As we've seen with some countries that have this sole dependence on one type of resource. Gold, copper, oil is a notorious one. Coal is another one. All right, so then we move to stage 5, the stage of high mass consumption. This is the age of consumer goods, or as I like to call it, the age of conspicuous consumption. This is where I'm really missing the slides I would have done in class because I have a whole series of slides that deals nothing but all of the conspicuous consumption items that we think we need to have. So if you're familiar with the Lorax, you'll think about the needs that we really don't need. But in this age of mass consumption, the products are products that we get can be improved upon, fancier designs, these kinds of things. But these are high mass consumption items, and they're beyond our basic needs. Now there's a 6th level that came after the original model, and the 6th level is beyond consumption. It is the search for quality kind of thing, and it's the age of durable consumer goods. The age of durable consumer goods. Now what that means is that we want the fancier, the better, the stronger, the aluminum instead of the heavy steel, the sleeker kinds of goods and services or goods in particular. Those kinds of things create this need for high mass consumption, and that would be a 6th stage, which actually was implemented after the initial model was made, which is why I put it on there. All right, so what does this look like? Because what we're supposed to be getting out of today's presentation is not just what these things are, but what do they look like on the landscape? How do we see differences in spatial variation of development? So I picked some very slide images that kind of illustrate this. Well, they do illustrate this. So Papua New Guinea, considered to be still a very traditional society based on subsistence agriculture, simple technology. I'm sure this is was designed here for a tourist presentation, but still it's very reflective of a traditional society. Very limited productivity level. If we go also into Bangladesh, we see very low technology, very much subsistent wet rice farming. If we look over on the other side where precondition for takeoff, we begin to see external intrusion. Can you look at these pictures carefully and see if you see any influence? Can you think about, does anyone know who is the external influence or who was the external influence, say in the 1950s in Indochina, which is what the peninsula, that's actually called French Indochina? Any evidence of French influence originally? And then we have almost 30 years of war that is going to ensue. And now we have another influence into Vietnam as they begin the transition for takeoff. This external intrusion into Vietnam today is to bring about a change not only in their infrastructure, but also to increase the commercial activity on the global market. So we see a shift from agriculture to manufacturing. And I think this picture in the bottom of Hanoi really begins to show that. There are 3 important dimensions to this transition here for takeoff. One is, as I mentioned, the shift from agriculture to a industrial manufacturing society, and then trade in the global market is the second factor. And then third is that money is then spent on development and infrastructure to create a commercialized economy. All of this is happening in a period of time in this stage preconditions for takeoff. And Vietnam right now is a really good example of how that is happening in today's world. All right, the letter 3, the takeoff. This is Mumbai in the 1950s, because this is when Mumbai actually went through this particular stage of dynamic economic growth and a period of time where manufacturing sector is going to lead development. And in a particular time as well, you have a diversion of investment in part into manufacturing and global trade, and then part into maybe the population to an extent, but there's going to be some trade-offs with the period known as the takeoff. And those trade-offs are going to come in terms of what happens with populations as they continue to expand, and we'll talk about that. All right, in the drive to maturity, we begin to see industrial specialization, global trade, diversification of the economy, how technology is going to drive the economy as well. And today's best example of that is actually South Africa. They have the mineral resources, they're turning the mineral resources into manufacturing and selling their manufactured goods on the global market instead of just being an export for their natural resources. Then the age of mass consumption. This was the United States in the 1950s. Post-World War II converted the wartime industries into the consumer goods industries, where you couldn't have enough stuff. And in this time period, the more stuff you had meant the better off you were, relatively inexpensive because of the use of plastics and a lot of smaller items that were available. And coming out of the age of mass consumption is going to be the development of a service sector that's now going to start pulling the economy instead of originally agriculture and then manufacturing. So now this is 1950s, this is when the United States actually moves toward the service sector. The United States was the first of the countries to actually move into this age of mass consumption. And those of you who may be familiar with your World War II, post-World War II history can probably understand a little bit better things of how Europe and Japan had to be redeveloped post-World War economies. And so the United States was able to shift their industries into consumer industry and not have to rebuild country. All right, so how does this look like when we map out this data? What kind of spatial relationship? We saw the images of how these economic stages look. Now, what does it look like when we map all this out? So 2 particular maps that I pulled here for you. One is countries by their income groups, low income groups versus high income groups. Now, your high income groups are going to be predominantly service industries on the global market. So not just service at home, but also on the global market, as well as trade in natural resources and manufactured products, high tech driven. Whereas your low income countries are still going to be struggling with subsistence agriculture, massively growing cities, but lots of unemployment and lots of poverty. Notice that the predominant developed or high income countries are in the northern hemisphere. Okay? So those of you who may be familiar with the political north-south line, Willy Brandt's north-south line, this may look somewhat familiar. Okay? Also, then notice the slide at the bottom between developed and developing countries. So we can speak in terms of developed and developing, and we can see that with the developed and the developing countries, they do mirror the income groups as well. Okay? So let's talk about Wallerstein's world systems theory. There's your Willy Brandt line, by the way, the world between the north and the south, the developed world versus the less developed world. You always got to keep in mind, Australia is whatever Europe is, Western Europe. Okay, that comes with their association with the Commonwealth, the former colony. All right, so we already talked about this 2 days ago, but I didn't introduce it to you. It's Wallerstein's world systems theory. It's the core periphery as well, but the core periphery model is based upon Wallerstein's theory. So Wallerstein's world systems analysis, a system, focus on that word, is the argument that the social reality within which we live and which determines what our options are has not been the multiple national states in which we are citizens, but something larger, which we call a world system. Okay? Our social reality is this world system. Okay? And this world world system is divided between the core, the semi-periphery, and the periphery. Okay? We talked about the difference of those the other day, so this is going to be somewhat of a review of that. So your core is your wealthy developed countries. 20 of those largest countries are the top 20 of the developed countries are part of the core. The core is extracting profits from the periphery. So what are those profits? They come from your primary sectors. Okay? Trade with peripheral nations is only with a few core countries. So your countries on the periphery have the core countries that they trade with, which traditionally there is a colonial or a former colonial attachment. Investment comes from the core countries. What ultimately happens, Wallerstein argues, is the core countries become dependent on the wealthy countries, not just for investment, but also for the purchasing of their raw materials, which they need in order to continue manufacturing more goods and to provide for the population of the people. So that is also going to perpetuate products that are put out on the world market at a less expensive cost. So this is where we use labor in some of the peripheral nations because the labor costs are less, and that causes the product to become less. All right, so keep in mind that the core countries have a declining population. Keep also in mind that the core countries are motivated on a capitalist production as they are integrated into the global economy. They're powerful, they're capital intensive, meaning that they are money intensive, whereas your semi-periphery, those in purple, are contributing to manufacturing and exportation of a variety of goods, but they also benefit from the diversity of their land themselves. They can produce both manufactured products as well as a variety of agricultural products. So they have a lot of value back to the core to provide for things that the core is more expensive for the core to make or to raise themselves. They can get it from these countries for less. Okay? The other group is the semi-periphery, those in the red. And the semi-periphery is where we see the largest amount of rural to urban migration. But then on top of it, this is also where we see the fastest growth of megacities. So the megacities and then the metacities, the 10 million to 20 million in population. And these cities on top of that are having up to 2 million people. In Mexico City alone, for example, have people that are living in squatter settlements, little infrastructure, rampant crime, no healthcare, massive unemployment. And this is not uncommon in the red areas of the periphery because they see that going to those cities might be a hope to improve yourself economically from what's going on in the rural countryside. So countries that we see on the semi-periphery, in particular, Cambodia, Bangladesh, sub-Saharan Africa is as well as part of this. So how do we begin to see this control from this core? Well, where is this core? This core is Canada and the United States in our trade agreement, Western Europe and the function of the EU, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and their control in the eastern portion of Asia. Now, in these three cores are influencing the regional cities, but they also are influencing those particular countries as a source for raw materials and manufactured goods with a less expensive labor cost. Okay? So this is a relationship, an economic relationship between the core, the periphery, and the semi-periphery. Go back to that slide, which also translates into who are the developing, and who are the less developed countries that are involved on our landscape. All right. So next is the dependency theory. So let's not forget what we said about Wallerstein world systems theory with this core periphery relationship. The dependency theory is now looking at economic and social development. And in the dependency theory, this gives rise in the 1970s. And coming out of the time period, we began to see a lot of discussion about the role of former colonial areas and underdeveloped regions of the world. And the dependency theory rationale is that underdevelopment in Latin America and by extension parts of Africa and Asia has been systematically created by colonist exploitation. So this is the argument of the dependency theory that colonialism, then the independence movement, still created an economic dependency of the periphery and semi-periphery countries on the core because these were the only places that they had been trading with, and that the core had developed this economic relationship of needing those raw materials and then selling back their goods, and that they were in this cycle that could not be changed. And in the dependency theory as well, the economic dependency of former colonies because of the need of the former colonies to continue selling the raw material to continue trying to stay afloat creates a demand for a particular commodity. And in many cases, it's one commodity or it's just a few commodities. Commodity is something that is consumed, and is traded on the world market, has valuation based upon market demand. So maybe you might have heard about the word commodities before. Things that are commodities are raw materials, and also some of your food products, raw food products. So cacao, coffee, tea, these are some dominant ones. Cotton is a commodity, and then your rare earth metals and some of your other ores. So copper and uranium is a rare earth metal. Cobalt is another one. So depending upon the current market demand, if you are mining, say for example, cobalt, if you're mining cobalt, the value for that is greater today than it was 50 years ago. And in part, that's because cobalt goes into cell phones. And 50 years ago, I promise you, we didn't have cell phones. So anyway, so back to this. So the dependency theory is based upon the core periphery model, that you have this relationship between the core, the semi-periphery, for the exchange of goods and resources. And so resources come into the core, and the manufactured goods go back out to the semi-periphery and the periphery. They become their market. So in a sense, you have this cycle from the core to the periphery of materials, and the value of what the core is buying the raw materials for is less than what they're selling the final products back to the periphery and the semi-periphery. And that creates economic strife. That also creates some political tension. So you have this circular causal factor happening. Now, the next thing that is involved with this is this concept of neocolonialism. Neocolonialism in the dependency theory is economic and using the human and natural resources of a poor country to flow to the economies of the wealthy country. But they're trapped, as I said, in this circular flow. They are trapped because they've got to sell the resources. And if they don't buy the goods, then the poor country's not going to buy the resources. And so they get trapped in this neocolonial relationship. So, all right. So then the next thing that ends up happening is these countries be led into import substitution. So import substitution is where the periphery says, okay, we've got to start developing our own. And if we're going to develop our own, then we can't be buying the finished product from the core. So any products coming in from the core are going to have a tariff on them. And so they're going to become more expensive. And the intention here is to cause the people in the semi-periphery and the periphery to buy domestically made products instead of buying all the goods from the core. As ideal as it would like to be, as people would like for that to happen, what ends up happening is they spend more and buy it even though it has the tariffs on it. All right. And then the final thing that actually happens in the dependency theory is this idea of nationalism or nationalization. And in nationalization, what ends up happening is that the government will acquire industries that were originally put in by companies or through colonial governments. The government of now independent colony will buy those operations and then operate them at a national level. And that's all good if the people can afford to buy the products from it, and if the government continues to funnel the product out to the population. But things can fall apart, and that's what we've been seeing in Venezuela now for the last almost 8 years now. So nationalization does not necessarily always work, but it's one of the outcomes of the dependency theory. So I thought this was an interesting map, because what happens when these independent countries try to negotiate on their own to try to do financing without the former colonial powers' influence? Well, China has stepped in, and so I thought this map from the visual capitals was really interesting because we have all of this investment, particularly in coastal African countries, sub-Saharan African countries, because China is setting up infrastructure. Well, actually, what China is doing is provide loans to these countries to build infrastructure, but the countries are not able to pay the debt service. So what's gradually happening is that China then, when the countries renege on the debt service of the loans, China's been taking the property back and developing it for themselves. So that's the next step in what is happening as a result of the dependency theory and world system theory. So let's see how that works. All right. So the last portion here is commodity dependence. So as I already explained what a commodity is, it's a basic resource. Sometimes it's a food product, sometimes it's a heavy mineral, or it's a mineral product or an ore. But what ends up happening is that countries at a particular time in the global economy will focus on a single export. And And cacao for a long time set up a large trade network coming out of Ghana and Togo and Cote d'Ivoire. They would raise cacao plantations, and then sugar would be bought from the colonies of the West Indies, and then that would be all sent back to European countries, where then they would mix it with the fine milks that the different dairy operations in Europe would have, and then you have all different varieties of very fine chocolate. Well, they were acquiring the raw material, and the final product was being manufactured in European countries, England, Switzerland, Germany, Italy, and these supplying countries are focusing on one particular raw material. Well, what happens if there is a glut in the market? What happens if there's a failure of that raw material? And that's what we're actually looking at right now with the fungus in bananas and a decline of the cacao production. So, but you have another footprint that happens here with this commodity dependent, and that comes in that we have a distribution of countries where in the red, 80 to 100% of those countries are dependent on 2 or 3 commodities. Okay? That is dangerous for those countries, because once again, if the market falls on those, or if the demand is no longer there, God forbid somebody would say that there's something awful about chocolate, we should never eat chocolate. That would devastate not only these economies, but a lot of people's social well-being right now. Anyway, no comment. At any rate, the next thing that you also have is that some of the countries, 85% of the least developed countries, are dependent on 1 or 2 specific commodities. In the Middle East and North Africa, 65% of these countries right here are dependent on 1 commodity. Now, granted, a lot of this is oil and gas, and that is definitely going to be a factor, but right now that is an economic issue with the cost of a barrel of oil, and the competition between OPEC and Russia right now is definitely hurting that market. And that's an example of what happens when you're dependent on these commodities. You can't allow a competition to harm the income that's made from the countries from those resources. All right, so the countries with primary commodity dependent is what this is showing you. Primary commodity dependence is predominantly affecting, as I already said, your less developed country, and that is because they continue to provide that unique raw material. Coffee can only be raised in certain areas, higher altitude in your tropic latitude. So very unique. It needs volcanic rich soils to get the good flavors that are unique to it. Tea has a similar condition. Cacao is a plantation crop. Cinnamon is a plantation crop. Rubber is a plantation crop as well. Very unique commodities that those countries that have those produce for the world market. And when the economy of one of those developing countries begins to fall apart because we no longer need as much rubber, or we no longer need as much coal ore, or we no longer need coffee, that becomes a problem. All right, so let's review. We very quickly went over Rostow's stages of economic growth, tied those stages to a larger global scale world system theory, and how the world systems theory of core periphery relationships led to the dependency theory of the periphery and semi-periphery state because of their relationship back to the core, and how that relationship has also been exacerbated or increased because of dependence on single commodity. That was a lot. That usually takes about a week in class. Okay, so connections to other units, because there's a lot of regional production of goods and services, create unifying patterns of activity. Population distribution is heavily affected by the core periphery relationship. Large rural to urban migration. Population pressures, urban stresses also create as a result of population moving in. Your cultural landscape changes as you continue to have more migration coming into the cities in the periphery and the semi-periphery. Our cultural landscape changes in your most developed cities, the ones that are the ones consuming the mass consumption. How does mass consumption change our landscape? Look around us if you live out in a suburban area. That's where you can see it the best a lot of times. And then how does all of this influence our global system of agriculture? It's the global supply chain of export commodities. And so we can take this economic development topic and pull it backwards into 4 different sections of the core. That's why it's important to be able to understand it. So let's look at some questions. What is the global pattern of economic development? I like that question, because here I get to talk about dependency, commodity theory, Wallerstein, and Rostow all mixed together. And then if I wanted to talk about Rostow and how he's going to influence population change, I can take that and mix it with the demographic transition model. My class, you better pay attention to that. That's one of my favorite questions. All right, and then how does our dependence on agricultural commodity prevent further development? Do we restrict development because other countries are so dependent on that product that we can't allow them to develop because we've got to have it? Think about that. So you can discuss for tomorrow. So once again, if you haven't remembered this from before, College Board would like to make sure that everyone has the kind of access that they need, the connectivity that they need in order to plan and prepare for the exam that you're going to take coming up in the middle of May. So if you are not being able to trust your electronic device that you're using at the time, or you know somebody can, please contact cd.org/tech, and there will be somebody to help you out. So y'all take care. Thanks for watching. We hope you'll join us again tomorrow, same time, same place, same channel. Be sure to look at the practice question. Now go out for a walk, explore the geography of your world, wash your hands, wear your mask, stay 6 feet apart, and practice safety. Have a great evening, y'all. See you next time. Bye.
Hi, welcome back to AP Human Geography. We got just a couple more lessons where we're going to be focusing on new content, but we're so excited that you joined us today. I'm going to just go ahead and switch my screen over in a second. Last time I was with you, I tried some Tiger King reference. Last night I was watching a Pitch Perfect rerun, so you'll just have to excuse me as I go ahead and switch my screens. My students right now would be growing, so hopefully you are as well. So here we are. We're back with AP Human Geography, and just to remind you, my name is Kristen Brandt, and I am from Illinois. However, today I'm actually broadcasting from Michigan. If you're watching the COVID cases and seeing what's happening across the country, we are going to talk a little bit about that on Friday, and we're going to look at how it's impacting population and looking at some distribution. So we will talk a little bit about Illinois and Michigan, New York, California as well, Louisiana, Florida. So anyway, without further ado, we'll keep going. Yesterday, as I told my producer, I'm like, I don't even know what day it is anymore. So yesterday was Monday. Miss Lindsley ended with these 3 big questions. I think these are great questions. So even if you are going, why are we learning about new content? She really pulled questions for you guys to think about that are not just focused on her content from yesterday. These are ideas that you're going to see repeated as we start reviews in just a couple days here. So this idea of global pattern of economic development, I would say one of the things that I would definitely want you guys to hit back on is that idea of interdependence that we're going to talk about today. The idea of investment from your core countries, investment from the core countries into your LDCs. But then what that creates is this codependency, and that's really what we're seeing are those periphery countries, that global pattern, and these semi-periphery that are really dependent on the work of the core country. So that idea of describing that pattern would be really important. Now, you're not going to be tested on Rostow stages of economic development. However, that idea of influencing the progression through the demographic transition model is important. So we'll talk about population is what we're going to look at on Friday. But just to give you an idea here, when you're talking about economic development and moving through the demographic transition model, you can't leave economics out of it. So for example, if you're talking about stage 1, we talk about the demographic transition model, we talk about traditional society, and it tends to be agrarian. Well, those are concepts that we've already taught, and so those ideas can still be there. How does that impact population? And so in stage 1, it is that idea where population, births and deaths are kind of balancing each other out. But as we move to stage 2 in development, what we start to see then is that huge boom in population. And why we see that boom in population is because still an agrarian society. However, access is improving to healthcare. Well, guess what? In Rostow's investment, Rostow stages, stage 2 is that idea of setting those preconditions. It's investment in that infrastructure. So the more resources that we're bringing in, it's causing better healthcare. People are living longer. So a huge population boom is happening because we're still having lots of kids. Then as that starts to stabilize, we transition into stage 3. And what happens in stage 3, the demographic transition models, we start to see that death rate continue to fall and that birth rate start to level off as well. This is what we would say is the takeoff period of Rostow. Why that's important is this is huge rural to urban movement. And that's going to put some pressures then on your cities, and that's going to put pressures on those resources. In stage 4, what we take a look at in Rostow is that drive to maturity. And so that's beyond just manufacturing. It's beyond, it's really balancing out those services. And so what we start to see here is kind of gender equity occurring. We start to see all sectors they're starting to level out, which is in a stabilized population, leading to stage 5 of mass consumption, which is Rostow's. But then stage 5 of the demographic transition model, we actually are seeing the number of children dip below the number of deaths. And so we start to see really advanced countries tackling some really hard issues with old age dependency ratios. So we're going to tackle that more on Friday and a little bit on Thursday when we're really reviewing our population unit. But hopefully you can see how economics are definitely tied to that, because that's the type of ideas, like what type of jobs would people be doing in each one of those stages is something that could be asked. And then the last question, explain how dependence on agricultural commodity prevents further development. I mean, isn't this kind of what we've been talking about all year with you? We talk about how if you are dependent on agriculture, a couple different things. One, it becomes a very manual labor intensive lifestyle, and so that need for more kids to help with the farming. It also becomes, in some cases, if you're farming luxury crops, creates this dependency, as I mentioned up in that first one, on these core countries. And then what happens if that luxury crop fails? And so you are dependent on somebody else buying your goods, for example, cocoa or coffee. And at the end of the day, that's not going to sustain life. And so that creates a problem for how can we develop if I'm just worried about getting a paycheck to put food on the table instead of investing it back into our country. So hopefully that gives you some ideas of how we can connect this back to larger topics. So what are we focusing on today? Today we're going to focus on trade and the world economy. And holy buckets, the world we live in today and how connected we are is just amazing. So if we take a look at this idea that we're really going to focus on international trade and the growing interdependence of the world economy, we're at this here right now. You're probably going, oh my goodness, I'm not going to write all these things down. Please do not. This is the essential knowledge that we're being asked to cover. And I'm going to show you what I'm going to focus on. I'm going to focus on in here these organizations. And here's why. Think back to your political unit. And one of the things we talk about are super organizations. It's important. Let's refresh our memory about what are some of these organizations, but then also the role that they play in developing this world economy. The other thing I want to take a look at down here, we've talked about microlending, but we're going to talk about this idea of interdependence and we're going to bring it back to some agriculture again. Do you just ever feel like that feels like it's everywhere? And then we also want to take a look at this idea of economic development, because it's that idea of how do we progress and how do we move from semi-periphery to periphery to core? How do we keep move along that demographic transition model? And a lot of this is tied to having resources. So these are our topic connections. Again, you don't need to write this down. Just kind of let this sit in the back of your mind. But this is that idea. We're going to look at some spatial concepts, and so we're going to analyze the relationships between these places. But the other thing, the big thing we want to talk about are these challenges to sovereignty, because the more interconnected we become, take a look at this. This is unit 4, guys. So this is definitely on the AP exam. But look at these political, economic, cultural, technological changes that challenge state sovereignty. Take a look at 4B, okay? The UN, EU. So they're not all the ones that I just mentioned, but guess what? Direct connection here, and then that global system of agriculture. So are we ready? I'm ready. So let's get going. So what is it we really need to know? Okay, this idea of interdependence. So 2 or more countries that impact and rely on one another. And so the reality is we're all interconnected. And we're going to look at that a little bit more carefully. But what we want to see is how much do we actually rely on one another? And we talk a lot about this in my class. We talk if we cut off all trade with everybody in the world as U.S. citizens, could we survive? How would our lives be different? Those are the types of things I want you thinking about when we talk about that interdependence. So could we do those things? Probably. Should we do those things? I don't know. To what extent? How would that impact our lives? So this is again trying to tie back to the middle agriculture. Taking a look at interdependence and just U.S. exports of soybeans. You're going to hear me talk. My cousin and his family are farmers in Iowa, so western side Fort Dodge, Iowa. And corn and soybeans are our staple crops. We'll talk about mixed crops when we get into our reviews. But soybeans are kind of one of those indicators when we talk about products that we export to other countries. We take a look at how much we are exporting to China. When we take a look at these goods, taking a look at these crops and this idea of dependence and how interconnected we really are, that we also rely on China to buy some of our goods. So we'll come back to that. Take a look at more exports. So this is a little more recent from August 27th up until recently this February. We're going to talk about tariffs later in this presentation. So tariffs, remember, are taxes that we place on import and export goods. And if we look in October 2007, the soybean exports to China, look how high they were. But then once the tariff took effect, how little. And so I will tell you, farmers are going to have one perspective because now they're not selling as much good to other countries. So you can look at how little bit they're selling. But then the other thing that we take a look at is, but are we able to get more money for this? What else? Who is benefiting from it? And so that's kind of this double-edged sword that we're going to look at, is how this balancing act as we're moving forward. We talk a lot about this in my class about that interdependence between China and the United States. And so this idea of long-term views of all of our goods with China. So we take a look at this red, that trade deficit. So the green down here is what we're exporting. Take a look at what we're importing. So when we talk about some of the things that President Trump has attempted to do in the last few years is really trying to close that gap. So our trade deficit isn't quite as large when we talk about imports and exports in particular with China. So why don't we just recall all of them? We're also going to jump into some debt here in a little bit. Is that the reality is that we owe China quite a bit of money. And so there's some incentive on their part to keep, I guess when we look at it, allowing this imbalance so that we are able, kind of that dependency piece again. So how does this also connect to these other big things we talked about all year? And that idea of globalization. So that economic, social, and political interaction and integration of governments, companies in different areas of the world. So I'm not gonna lie, I had this really cool map, and I'm sure your teachers showed it to you because it's been everywhere. And it was a map of the United States, of the world, and it had all these little corporations all over the map. And what they were trying to show is that these corporations are not just a US-based corporation, that they are global. And what happens is that our money then becomes entwined, our cultures become entwined, our politics become entwined. That's when we talk about globalization. One of the questions that I ask my students at the beginning of the year, and this is where they miss this part of it. So I have a picture, I should have put it in here and I apologize, but I just thought about sharing this. But I have a picture of a Maasai, so I tried a person, a Maasai in Africa holding a cell phone. And I asked them, what is this an example? This is our very first unit of the year. And they're able to tell me it's globalization. And then they talk about, and the Maasai also are wearing some traditional clothing, but also some, I think one of them has some Bob t-shirt on or something as well. And they're like, what's globalization? Because there's a cell phone and there's this t-shirt. Okay, how is that globalization? How is the phone part of that? And that's what we need to challenge you guys, is that it's not just because the companies are there. What is that interaction and integration of those things that we need to be focused on? So if we take a look at this interconnectedness, we always talk about information, goods, and ideas in my class. We can definitely see that through this chart that I have here, is that information is being exchanged across the world, at rapid rates. It's pretty fascinating even today, right? And we're seeing that people in trade, these are also increasing. Money dips, we see this big dip down here. This is when the recession, so different things are going to cause dips. Definitely are seeing that ideas is occurring. And we can see that in our shipping. So we take a look at seaborne trade. And so I know that we talk a lot about ways to get goods places and really using ships as your most economical way to move goods. And so you take a look at these shipping patterns and look at those coastal cities. Take a look at the heavy flow between China and the west coast of the United States. Take a look at Brazil and Western Europe. I love when you can see too this little container here from Russia and kind of bring it around to the rest of Europe. So the idea of movement of goods, that integration of really the supplies. So because I couldn't necessarily use the map I wanted to, I do want to highlight a couple things. And so I pulled 4 US traditional companies, and they're all food. Clearly I was hungry when I was creating this. But I wanted to I just pulled these numbers, and so they're all approximate. But if you take a look at McDonald's, we think of it as a truly American staple. I mean, if I put those golden arches up, you immediately would know what it is without me telling you that this is McDonald's. But it's not just in the United States. Take a look at the global stores. Look at the number of countries. Look at the sales. If your teachers haven't done this, I highly recommend you do it. You can take a look at how menus vary for McDonald's, and then you're bringing in that idea of local diversity. Take a look at the rice patties, or take a look look at the vegetarian options in India. Take a look at the seafood options in Southeast Asia, and you're going to get a sense of that idea of local diversity and globalization working together. So Starbucks. So this is without caffeine. I just need to remind you of that. A lot of people live on Starbucks daily. My students tell me they hate to see me with caffeine. But out of all seriousness, we tend to think that this is a very American store. It is true that they are in 70 countries, so not as many as McDonald's. I always think it's interesting when you look at total sales. Well, two things. One, I mean, hello, how much are their drinks versus the dollar menu at McDonald's? The other thing is take a look at you're not seeing as many stores that are looking percentages across the globe. A lot of that has to do with brand recognition. A lot of it also has to do with I guess corporation policies as well. But they're still making a ton of money. They're represented in 70 countries. My gut tells me if you really dug into maps where you're going to find them, or places that a lot of Americans tourists would be in, because it's a piece of home comfort. This one I always love to point out to my kids because my students are like, "This is weird. There's not that many KFCs." Hello, look at the total sales. 140 countries. So and very few U.S. stores. So you're not going to find it. Like McDonald's, we find on every corner. You don't find a KFC on every corner per se, but you will find that their fried chicken speaks to a lot of people around the world. And so I just think it's interesting to pull that up. And then this is where we've seen some of the largest growth. We're seeing continued growth with Subway. So even though they're not making a ton of money right now, I think a lot of it's because they've been investing in stores. We see 111 countries. We do see, those global stores are continuing to rise. I found multiple sources, some kind of very over 40,000. And so that's why I just did 40,000 plus. Okay, so that idea of globalization. So not only is an American company going in, so now we're tied economically, but let's be honest, some of this also brings with it your culture. And so the idea of the fast food, the convenience, that's now integrating those ideas. You probably heard a lot recently about this concept of supply chain, especially because of COVID-19. We talk about how supply chains have been interrupted. So what exactly is a supply chain? It's a system of organizations, people, activities, information, resources involved in moving a product and service from supplier to customer. I always talk to my students about this. It should blow your mind that I can go online and order something on Tuesday and on Wednesday it's showing up at my house. The things that we're able to do, the things by going online and ordering something from China and 2 days later it's there. It's like crazy. So this was Amazon supply chain simplified, just kind of showing where those fulfillment centers are getting goods to in place. But each one of these are links. And so if we lose one of those links, that chain is kind of broken and makes it difficult to get goods and resources. And we'll go into that just a little bit more here. So my students actually today, their homework assignment for me was, if you look down here, this Planet Money makes a t-shirt. Their homework was actually to go to this website today. And that website has 5 chapters. And this is pretty close. It's the best image I could find to show you kind of what they were doing. But they were going to look at each stage, so each part of the supply chain in making a t-shirt. This one up here is missing the dyeing of the fabric. And I believe it was occurring in India. But take a look at from where the cotton is grown, from where it's shipped. Then it's going to China to be knitted, and new t-shirts are actually made, and then they come back to be printed, and then they're shipped. So all of these places are integrated, are interconnected. And again, if one of those breaks down, it makes it really difficult to move goods and services, which I'll talk about in the next one. Just a sec. Highly recommend you go and look at this Planet Money makes a t-shirt. In fact, we put the link, if you click on the word more in our description today, you're going to see this link. So I really think it gives a great idea of the interconnectedness, and it's not just about this unit. It really gives an idea of, you're going to see women working, you're going to see how we're moving goods, you're going to see how it's impacting local culture. So it's really going to give you kind of a nice overview of, it's not going to take you long, but it's going to give you a nice overview of those ideas. So supply chain and kind of those breaks. And so part of where I was going to focus, this one probably not super exciting for you guys, but steel. If I could have found a really good one on Windows, actually, I would be talking about Windows. As I mentioned before, my husband builds high rises, and when China was kind of locked down, all of a sudden the glass and the windows were not coming out of China. Steel has similar impact here. And so when we take a look at all these components, all these links, just to end up with steel, makes it really complicated. Well, why do we care? Okay, go back to the rural to urban movement. That is in unit 2. That is occurring across the globe. How do we accommodate mass amounts of people coming to those areas? We've tried, we've seen smaller settlements develop, but the reality is we got to build up. How do we build up? We got to have steel. If there's problems in steel production and those links, that's going to create issues. Now that being said, part of it was to talk about deindustrialization. I know Ms. Lindsley has talked about that. What's happening? So in Pittsburgh, for a while, in areas such as that, is we've seen a decrease in demand because steel is so heavy that you're not going to ship steel from the United States to South Africa. You're going to look for things that are going to be closer. And so that being said, we've got to also look at how we're managing those goods and resources. By the way, supply chain, any of that interests you, this tends to be a newer major, or typically it's a minors now in universities. I just added that to some business opportunities, business programs. So there's a mixed view on this. So I'm kind of selling it, isn't this great? But the reality is that I love this quote, globalization, the increase in integration and interdependence of domestic and overseas markets has 3 sides, the good side, the bad side, and the ugly side. So you can see what people view is that it does say that here from Pew Research that people believe that trade is good, but it's not that simple. Think about it, only 54% are feeling it's good because it creates jobs. How about those 46 that feel that it's taking away jobs? Why aren't we making those t-shirts in the United States and we're having them made in China? Trade decreases prices, only 26% feel that's good. So it does decrease prices for the consumers, but at the expense of who? The people in the United States that would be working, or the people in those countries. Does it keep labor prices artificially low? And we're going to look at that here in just a second with one of our trade deals. Foreign companies buying domestic companies is good. That is, at what point should the United States be involved in other countries and buying their companies? Should we have foreign companies in the United States kind of working with us? And so that creates a lot of conflict. And so some are arguing that deindustrialization, such as looking at the automotive industry, which we're going to look at here in just a little bit, has actually had some negative impacts on places such as Detroit because of a lot of these trade deals. So this is at the part of those supranational organizations. So that idea of free trade working together. So what do I mean by that? Well, I'm going to highlight 3 or 4 that are on this map. You don't need to memorize this map. This map's just kind of handy when we're looking at these blocks of countries that have agreed to work together. And so part of what they're doing is they're creating these trade deals so that we're able to move goods more easily between these countries. The big one that those of you in the United States that we live under, it used to be called the North America Free Trade Agreement. And that's just what it meant, free trade. And so the idea that we would move goods between Canada, US, and Mexico without tariffs. So those taxes on imported and exported goods. Trump has renegotiated this. We've seen it kind of evolve over time. And so we see it's now the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement. A couple things that I would highlight, that they're really concerned with it. So automobiles, we talk a lot about with my students in Mexico taking advantage of kind of that cheaper labor so that we could keep the cost down on cars and then we don't have to pay taxes in bringing those pieces back to the United States. So here's a couple things they put in place though. That 40 to 45% of the parts that are made in your automobile must be made by workers who earn at least $16 an hour. So now part of this deal is that we're putting in place some cultural components, some expectations that we're trying to get some worker rights placed here as well. We also said that 75% of auto components must be are manufactured in Mexico in order to be qualified for fair trade. So if we're going to free trade. So if we're going to say those things, then we also need to have those things about kind of raising up the worker price. That we also need to make sure that Mexico is getting something for that deal as well. We've seen coming back to farm, but we have seen that our really our agricultural trade has just flourished between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. We saw kind of a little blip, right after 2008, again recession. And so, but if we take a look at this, look at that steady increase of exports and imports, and that idea that continued growth is able to move our goods back and forth between these 3 countries. Just a few facts. I think our interest, over the last 20 years. I think again focusing here that Mexico is the #1 buyer of U.S. corn. We take a look at barley. We take a look at Canada buying our corn as well and barley. And so you just see that really we've seen some good things happen. But go back to that other slide at the expense of what? And so just because I'm saying something's right doesn't mean that there's a negative flip side to this as well. We also could take a look at energy consumption. consumption, by the way, if you haven't picked up, resources and energy consumption are themes as well throughout all of our units. But if we take a look at U.S. imports, we take a look at what we're exporting to Canada versus what we're importing and vice versa with Mexico, that's pretty healthy trade. We obviously crude oil, we're importing quite a bit, but then we're exporting our petroleum products to them. We also tend to like to stockpile a little bit too, to make sure that we're taking care of our people and that we're protected. The reality is, and this has been, so this Pew Research Center, this is prior to renaming it and renegotiating it, but in Canada and Mexico, you can see that overall the population felt that it was really good for their country, good for their people. The United States, we've had a little more, still positive, but not as resounding as positive as the other countries. And so you could dig into taking a look at Mexico, putting people to work. I think it makes it a little bit tricky when you look at Canada because there's a lot of similarities as far as type of workers, type of economy. And so yeah, they're still seen as positive. So what makes it a little different there might be interesting for you to dig into a little bit more. So we're not the only ones with trade deals. This has been in the news a ton, the European Union. And so we take a look, kind of the same thing. So those countries, trade is integrated. So we take a look at the UK, really how closely it's integrated to those within their own area with Switzerland and Turkey and Norway. And then there's a little bit of trade when we start looking at the further away and some of those deals. And so I'm going to talk about, in particular, I'm going to talk about Mercosur here in just a little bit. The UK has taken a lot of flack lately as far as are they in the EU, are they pulling out of the EU, the idea of Brexit. And so hopefully when we get to our political unit, we're going to dance a little more. Well, I shouldn't say dance, we're going to spend a little more time talking about that. But for right now, what you want to take a look at is really this idea that the EU does trade with the UK. They do trade with the rest of the world, countries with those trade agreements. And so this is part of the controversy. Does the UK still stay because this is going to have more open flowing trade, or is it something that they pull out? Will that benefit where the UK then can do their own negotiating? The common belief is that if we can negotiate together, we can get a better deal versus independently. And so this idea of is the EU, if you see it actually as the top economic power, I think a lot of people would say it should be because they're all working together. But some people are saying that idea of working together is actually harming their negotiation. But even take a look at it, still, even though they don't see it as the world's leading economic power, take a look at the GDP in 2016. I mean, clearly it is working. So then why are people seeing it as the leading power? Because are they still seeing it as individuals, or are they seeing it as a collective effort? So I mentioned this is officially the Southern Common Market. It's a South American trading bloc. The reason I point this out is because it's not just developed regions that have created it and trying to pillage, I guess, for lack of a better description, of those periphery countries or even our semi-periphery. But the reality is that other areas are looking for opportunities to increase better trade between their regions. And so you can take a look here at taking a look at GDP and their account trade balance. And so Venezuela, you can see is actually, we have to do a little bit of digging because this looks like it was from 2012. My guess is that is actually going to have a deficit now because of certain political issues that have been occurring in Venezuela. I think this one's probably the most interesting though when I started looking through stuff. When we talk about Brazil as the largest economy, most populous member, but it also makes it difficult when they're negotiating free trade agreements with China because is it independent or is it together? And so that's what's really great. So sometimes this idea of working together, which should help us negotiate a better deal, but also can sometimes be a barrier. This is taking a look at that in comparison with the EU. And we take a look at now the EU is exporting more than it's importing. And so it actually has flipped the relationship between the South American states and the European Union. So it's kind of work to the European Union's benefit. And it's actually probably, if you're exporting, if you're bringing in more than you're exporting, it's actually going to hurt you long term. We're going to come back to that in a second. So I believe this is the last organization I wanted to touch on today, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. So OPEC. Take a look at the map. You'll see that most of them are located in Southwest Asia, Northern Africa. I always tell my students, I think it's interesting, Nigeria fluctuates between, right on some of the rankings a little different, but the largest oil producing country in the world, yet why are people still struggling economically in that country? Well, it's the haves versus have-nots. But the whole goal here is for them to help kind of control the flow and production and prices of those exporting countries. And so you'll see here the dark blue, the navy, are OPEC members states. And so the idea of how much they're producing. And so even though the United States is producing a ton, when you put OPEC working collectively together and then where they're exporting them, that is really where their strength comes. And so the idea of, because Kuwait, for example, is such a tiny little country, they didn't work with these other countries, then they wouldn't have probably the trade deals that they have today. And then back to energy consumption. When we look at energy consumption, and so we take a look at, who's actually consuming all of this. I mean, take a look at Asia, how that continues to grow. We've kind of held steady. One of the concerns OPEC is concerned with is our huge push towards sustainability and our push towards electric cars and our push towards really decreasing our dependency. That is creating some tension about how do we make sure that people still invest and buy our product out of those member states. One of the things right now, the market's been flooded with a lot of petroleum. So I will tell you, you gotta like those gas prices. It's some of the lowest I've ever seen in my lifetime. Since I've been driving, maybe that's a better statement. But that idea that how we can kind of work together to move those products in other countries. Who's supposed to be overseeing this is the World Trade Organization. So the World Trade Organization, you can see here, the green are the members, yellow are the observers. But this idea that there is an organization to make sure that the deals are not so imbalanced, because the reality is that is a fear, is that those poor countries could really take advantage of those developing countries. And so that's part of the primary objectives of the World Trade Organization. But I mentioned earlier is that at the national scale, governments are trying to, you really want to create businesses at home. And so that's where tariffs really come into play. And so this is interesting. In 2016, the US was ranked had one of the lowest tariff rankings in the world. I mean, look at us at 1.68%. And so how little we were actually taxing those imports and exports. And so, and that's been one of the recent administrations, their plan was to how do we increase the revenue? And part of that is through taxing some of those imports and exports. Even if we increase them a little bit, I think this map is probably the coolest. Sources from the World Bank, but we take a look at the highest and lowest. Take a look because that has some of the highest tariffs. I mean, look at that. We're looking at Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh. You're looking at Nigeria. We're looking at Venezuela. These are countries that are really trying to build their economies. And so part of it is how can we bring more revenue into our countries? The problem is this. I also think too. This was great. That what we have seen though, and this is where the changes occurred. So this talks about the United States. We have seen all of a sudden this huge surge. So in a year, our U.S. tariffs surge past advanced economies like crazy. So we are shifting to be on that higher end now. And part is because of this protectionist idea of wanting to make sure that we're working at home and benefiting the workers at home is the rationale behind that. How's that impacting? Well, that impact on trade. Look at all these things we get from China. My homework assignment to my students on Monday, we just came off of spring break, was for them to take a picture of something in their house that was not made in the United States. You do know that over half of the photos were things that were made in China. And part of the point of that was to take a look at just how much we rely on that trade. Cars, if we put car tariffs, which country is going to be hit the hardest when the U.S. increases that? Definitely Mexico. But take a look at these other countries as well. And so then all of a sudden it's going to create. So we look at our import, we should end up with our imports then kind of making more money than we need to balance that off because of that discrepancy. Sorry, but it's not just the United States. Regional financing agreements are things that are happening around the world. So this map here is showing you some of these other areas that have these. They're focused on these reserve arrangements, or they're focusing on their monetary funds. Like how do we help balance off some of those discrepancies between countries? This one zooms in, looks at South Africa or Indo-Pacific. And you don't need to memorize these. What you need to just know is that this idea of how do we help fund some of this besides just tariffs. The reality is without that, it is creating a little bit of a financial crisis. And I'm sure your teachers have talked about debt. Lord, we know that we're just adding $1 trillion worth of debt to our own economy and trying to help Americans. But take a look. We're not the only ones with debt, and who owns that debt? Who buys the debt? How interconnected are we? But this is the idea. We go back to interdependence. How connected are we? That it's not as simple as saying we're not going to trade with you because we probably owe you some money as well. The countries most in debt to China. Take a look at this. So they offered lots of loans or around the world. They've invested. And so again, it's that interdependence, those interconnectedness. So who helps when you're really struggling if you can't, if you're deciding to get a loan or borrow money from another country? The International Monetary Fund is an organization that helps to loan money to member countries as far as helping to rebuild their economy. Money cannot be spent on military. It must be spent on education. It must be spent on infrastructure. The idea of how do we build up that economy. And you can take a look. These are some countries that they have actually invested in. And this is just taking a look at, you're going to see definitely some developing countries here that are taking out these loans that are clearly trying to focus on improving the lives of their community and their citizens. There's banks, there's regional banks that have also developed that are focused on how do we help and how do we provide loans as well. And then there's also microlending. So this is an example from Kiva. You can see this is those small loans. So instead of helping entire countries, helping individuals help advance and grow their businesses. And so you can see that Kiva, for example, has invested in retail, food, agriculture, clothing, services, transportation, so those startup loans. This is a map from India. And all I need you to take away is that since from 2007, we've seen huge growth in those smaller microlending loans because it allows individuals and companies to really focus on smaller progress and gains versus kind of these large scale events. So let's do a quick check of the supranational organizations to see how we do. So I'm going to give you just a second here. I'm not going to talk. I'm just going to let you read. The first one should be easy because I actually have the definition, but that idea of enhancing economic, social, and territorial cohesion and solidarity between EU countries. World trade. So this is to enforce rules for international trade, forum for negotiation. Here we're looking at free trade and fluid movement of people, goods, and currency in South America. OPEC, you better be looking for oil. IMF, I have this idea of reducing poverty around the world, securing financial stability, and then our free trade between Canada, Mexico, and the United States. The problem is, why do we do all those things? And this, we've got the world, look at a huge chunk of the world living in extreme poverty. And part of what we're looking at is it's only grown since the 1940s. We've seen people not living in extreme poverty, grow. It looks like exponentially right now. But what we do take a look at is kind of that, especially early on those huge surge here, but this gap has gotten wider. So even though we've seen a decrease in the number of people living in extreme poverty, this gap has gotten wider. And so that's something we're going to want to tackle when we're looking at our reviews next week. But it's complicated. What we are seeing though is that those developing countries are actually starting to make some progress. And we're seeing here that your developing countries are starting to see more sustained progress. But remember, they had further to go. And so when we take that dip in the recession, that ability to start pulling ourselves out is occurring. But these trade agreements are complex. So I shared a little bit of the idea of our automobile and kind of how much has to be made here, what's the percentage here, and how much we have to pay workers. They're getting even crazier complex because at the end of the day, everybody wants to make sure that we're helping our citizens. I think ending with this quote from 2010 from the UN Secretary General, in a world in which different peoples and traditions are coming into closer, frequent contact than ever before, it is crucial that young people learn how to listen intently, empathize with others, acknowledge divergent opinions, and be able to resolve conflicts. Few endeavors are more important than nurturing those skills and educating young people about human rights. For in them, we not only see the next generation of leaders, but also critical stakeholders of today. Let us also recognize that older generations themselves need to stand and learn a great deal from experiences and examples of young people as they come of age in a world of accelerating interconnectedness. At the end of the day, all you take is that this idea of how we have to be able to work together politically, economically, environmentally, that we are so interconnected that it's so important that we continue to work together. So things to think about. You can think about how microlending can benefit women in developing countries. Describe a positive economic impact of the international trade may lend a specific region. Discuss how international trade can make it difficult for regional economies to develop. Explain how supranational organizations could potentially challenge state sovereignty by limiting the economic or political actions of member states. And explain how interdependence impacts agriculture production and consumption. I would recommend pick one of those, see how you do, play around with it, because let's be honest, it's important that we continue to nurture and do some stuff for yourself as well. Again, if you know someone who's struggling with internet or connectivity, please make sure you help them reach out to College Board. And as always, thank you for watching. Ms. Lindsay's got one more development topic tomorrow for you, and then we start reviews on Thursday. So can't wait to start those with you, but hopefully you're seeing the connections between all these big ideas, and we hope you have a great night. Hope to see you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.
This is Ann Leslie from Baylor High School in Houston, Texas, and I am here today to talk to you about sustainable development in the AP Human Geography curriculum. All right, hope everyone's having a good day, and this is the last of our development topics prior to starting our review sessions tomorrow. So Ms. Brandt and I will have covered almost all of that unit for you, and we're ready to start our reviews. But let's first start with reviewing what she covered yesterday, and that comes from our FRQ practice question. So the first question she asked about was how to explain how microlending can benefit women in developing countries. So microlending is part of this topic. I'll mention it briefly today as well. And then we have the overarching theme of women, and then also the concept of developing countries. So how does microlending benefit women in developing countries? What kind of a question or what kind of an answer would you propose as some of the parts of answering this? So what do you say? How about providing small interest loans to women allows them to develop more cottage industries, perhaps, allows them to bring more money into the family and provide for the fundamental needs of the family first. Then more security within the family then lead to more security in the community, and then it trickles on up through the rest of the country when the population can take care of themselves a little better. All right, the next question: describe a positive economic impact that international trade may have on a specific region. So international trade, so goods coming into a particular region or goods going out tends to develop the area more a higher degree of urbanization, more traffic coming in and out, more innovation, more technology, and more money, allowing for the increased development of the infrastructure. Next question: discuss how international trade can make it difficult for regional economies to develop. So here once again, looking at the role of international trade, how can regional economies continue to develop, or how does it make it difficult? Well, you have conflicting interests involved. For one, conflicting interests from foreign countries to protect their interests in that area, and also their interest in trying to make sure that they have the natural resources that they're looking for. Explain how supranational organizations could potentially challenge state sovereignty by limiting the economic or political actions of member states. So keep in mind, what is a supranational organization? What are you thinking of? Maybe the example would be the EU. And how can they control economics, or how can they control political actions of the member states? Keep in mind, one of the ways they control economic is by controlling the trade and trade restrictions. Consider that the EU only allows certain types of qualities of food to come in and out. You have certain types of regulations on food imported into the EU region. Politically, they have to pretty much agree on how they're going to move forward, particularly with economic concerns and trade concerns and border concerns. So the last question: explain how interdependence impacts agricultural production and consumption. How does interdependence impact agricultural production? Interdependence from companies or from world markets. How does this interdependence influence agricultural production? It's going to create or cause only certain products to be produced. It's going to create an artificial demand for particular products, leaving other types of products behind. It's going to create a supply line of specific brands, specific types of strains of certain types of grains or cereal products or any products in general. It's going to channel that type of product that is what is provided to the consumer, and it's all going to be based upon consumer demand as well. So I hope you thought about some of those topics, and we're going to go on to what we're going to look at today as the last section of the development unit 7. So we begin with the idea of impacts and interactions, how environmental problems are going to stem from industrialization, and that they may be remedied through sustainable development strategies. And this is going to cause us to have to look at geographic concepts, processes, models, theories at various geographic scales. And so that's one of the skills that we're going to start talking about in the next couple of sessions as we begin to review. Specifically, this topic is looking at sustainability, and the sustainability principles that relate to and impact industrialization and spatial development. There's three topics or three areas in here that we have to be familiar with in order to know the sustainability principles that are being asked of us. So first of all, let's look at what are the Sustainable Development Goals. So the Sustainable Development Goals are a follow-up of the Millennium Development Goals from the United Nations. And in 2015, United Nations state members agreed for sharing a blueprint for peace and prosperity for the planet and for the future. And so they created 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are urgent calls to action by all countries, both developed and developing, and to create a global partnership. And in this, they recognize the most important need is to end poverty, because ending poverty and other deprivations were strategies that could improve the quality of life, the quality of the planet, and reduce inequality, spurring economic growth. At the same time, addressing issues of climate change and working to preserve the rest of our natural environment of our oceans and our forests. It's a lot, but these 17 goals were designed to address specific needs about the quality of life, the world around us, and our future. So College Board has asked that several of these that you are to be familiar with. So the first one, what do you need? The first one we're going to look at is Goal 3. The goal here is to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. So what do we need to know about this? Well, in 2030, the plan here was to reduce the number of deaths and illnesses from hazardous chemicals, air and water pollution, soil pollution, and contamination. So in this particular goal, there are two sub-target areas that deal specifically with pollution, because the goal here is to address deaths and illnesses caused by pollution, both air pollution and water pollution, or access to unsafe water and sanitation issues. So in here, in this particular topic, what they're looking at is the air pollution. I picked a couple of maps that are showing you the progress of this. So in 1990, unintentional poisonings, these were caused by air pollution, but these deaths, and they're all, the data is all lumped together as poisonings, but it's really, this was air pollution. So in 1990, the governments or the countries with the largest amounts of deaths attributed to different types of poisoning, different types of pollution, you have a higher degree of those affected in sub-Saharan Africa, East Asia, as well as in Russia. Keep in mind, all of Russia is covered, so this doesn't, there's areas of Russia, in particular, there are a high number of cancer cases caused by contaminants as a result of desertification in areas of heavy metals, etc. Anyway, look up the RLC if you're not familiar with that region, because this is contributing to these numbers of deaths here. So we see 1990, and then we can flip right next to it to 2017. And in 2017, most of Africa has improved. Russia, Central Asia has improved. They're not as small amounts as Europe and North and South America, but they're moving in that direction. So we can say that there has been some movement. Still, by 2016, the air pollution death toll was still about 7 million worldwide, and this is attributed to exposures to various substances that cause emphysema, causes pneumonias, it causes asthma-related deaths as well as attributed to the pollution. If we look at the next slide, this is actually looking at mortalities as a result of access to unsafe water, where you don't have water that is usable, water that is what we say potable water, so it's not safe to drink. All right, so in 1990, the areas with the greatest difficulty of having access to safe water are going to be, as it shows you, Sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, Southeast Asia. And the goal of Goal 3 is to reduce this even further, bringing in programs where they're installing fresh water pipes, and most importantly also waste sanitation systems, big campaigns in South Asia regarding waste campaign. All right, so in the other two maps that you see here, this is a cartogram, so familiar back again with Unit 1 and what cartograms are. So this cartogram is explaining or showing you here, these are actual mortalities as a result of air pollution as well. And it's not per capita. This particular map was not per capita, so this is interesting. So large degree of air pollution, you may be familiar with portions of China that do have heavy smog related. Although on a side note, go outside and look, maybe where you are, it used to be as heavily polluted, but with less cars on the road right now, things are not as heavily polluted. So we can see how this plays out right now in our global crisis that we have. By the end of 2016, the death tolls had actually begun to reduce from previous years. So the United Nations believes we are making some progress toward trying to solve some of our air pollution deaths. Okay? So that is this SDG number 3, how to promote better quality of life and healthy living. All right, in Sustainable Development Goal 12, we're looking at consumption. But College Board also wants you to be familiar with not just consumption of products, but also consumption of natural resources and the relationship between consumption and production of consumer goods, and then resource depletion that goes along with that as well. So by 2030, the goal is to achieve sustainable management and efficient use of natural resources. In 1990, we used some 8.1 tons of natural resources to basically satisfy one's own needs. By 2015, we were now using 12 tons of resources per person, to give you a comparison that we were not consuming less, we're actually consuming more. So what does that mean? Well, it's a 254% increase from 27 billion originally in 1970 to the 87 billion tons of products in 2015. And this increase is not expected to decline. The UN argues that without urgent and concerted political action, it is going to continue to project that global resource extraction could grow to 190 billion tons by 2060. So the goal of satisfying and reducing consumption to reduce resource depletion at the same time, right now on current trends, the United Nations is not expecting this particular goal to be used. Most importantly, they also point out is that the developed countries have at least a double per capita footprint of the developing country for all types of materials. So being that the developed countries' use of fossil fuels is 4 times higher than the developing countries, and then just flat 2 times higher than the developing countries for all goods, our ecological footprint, which is this map right here, the ecological footprint of the developed countries versus the developing countries in green, the developed countries in red, our overall ecological footprint is definitely lopsided toward the developed countries. And this ecological footprint goes on to continue relate to what we talked about before a couple days ago in the core periphery model. What countries are providing the goods, what countries are the market. These all begin to become related because the demand from your core countries for more and more resources to make more and more consumable goods. And so your developing countries do not end up having a chance to catch up, even though they're starting to have more money. They also are still producing those raw materials, and so it just continues to become a vicious cycle. And so that is Goal 12, which deals with both resource depletion and consumption patterns. Goal 13 deals with the impact of climate change. And the impact of climate change, the United States nation says that we need to take urgent action to combat the change and impact. And perhaps you've heard some of the impacts of it affect migrations of populations, because you have populations that are their island nations are going underwater. Coastal nations are having threats also from rising waters, and so populations are having to move. That's taken into account here. Also, what is taken into account with Goal 13 is the impact on food production and the mortality rates. And the maps that you look at here are actually dealing with mortality rates at different times. So in this first one, death rate from natural disasters. Okay, so climate change is associated with stronger tropical systems, cyclones, hurricanes. Meteorologists are making that connection nowadays, but this is just natural disasters. So in 1991, this is Bangladesh. Bangladesh lost almost 125,000 people in this particular cyclone. So we do see some increased levels of storms. We still see some areas that have large fatalities or mortality rates as associated with climatic storms. These other two, though, the purple one is Nepal in 2017. 2015. And this blue one is Pakistan. Now, this is an earthquake, and earthquakes are not associated with climate change, okay? But this is a map, a graph that's showing you natural disaster mortality. So I'm making a point of showing you this, but I also want you to realize that that's earthquakes. This with Bangladesh and this with Nepal can be associated with potential changes in climate that could have caused or contributed to stronger storms or higher degree or more intensity of flooding. Okay, so you can rule out the blue one. That was an earthquake. All right. So the other thing that we really are paying attention to a lot this year is dealing with internally displaced person as a result of natural disasters and climate change. And by the way, National Geographic had an excellent magazine on this back in July this past year. So for all the teachers out there, if you didn't get that, if you didn't see it, it's absolutely excellent for dealing with section on migration, on this section here for climate change, and then also looking at what an IDP is. An IDP, an internally displaced person. And IDPs typically happen more so from natural disasters, but then economics will play along with it. That's a different story. Anyway, in this particular diagram, we're looking at the countries that have the largest numbers of IDPs. And as I said, most of these are going to be as a result of climatic factors. So your climatic factors could be anything from tropical systems to desertification. Desertification causing famine. Famine is actually the one area where you have the most amount of migratory populations. And that is some of what is contributed here in sub-Saharan Africa, and then also in South Asia and in China, as well as keep in mind Australia. The wildfires that we just saw this past fall in Australia, the fires that happened also in Papua New Guinea, in some of the islands of Indonesia as well. A lot of those are associated with El Nino, which is some of the intensity of El Nino is thought to be contributed to some of the factors of climate change as well. Anyway, that's another story for another day. But the point that we have to pay attention to here is that this goal to combat the factors that are contributing to climate change, that is what has to be addressed because it is causing an increase in the number of IDP. As of May 20th of this year, 28 countries already had assessed a green climate fund grant to finance the formulation of national adaptation plans to come up with an idea of how to combat climate change in their country. And you may have heard of this, it's called the Green Climate Fund. If not, this is one of the goals of the United Nations, is to create a fund for which countries can draw upon in order to engage in projects to reduce the factors which are contributing to climate change in their countries. So also looking at the data that would contribute to the impact of climate change, or the cause of climate change actually, is our CO2 emission data. So the countries with the largest degree of CO2 emissions, your countries of the north, your highly industrialized countries. But why isn't Western Europe red? Any idea? Any thoughts? Because the EU has some very strict regulations regarding emissions. The EU is also, like the United States, European countries are very service-oriented countries. And so they are outsourcing some of the manufacturing to other places, but they also implement a very strict guideline on carbon emissions from manufacturing, and also have shifted to natural gas burning buses, no emissions buses and transportation means. And some of these countries have vowed to be carbon zero this year and in a couple of years in terms of their emissions. So those are all programs that are associated under trying to meet goal 13, reducing the impacts of climate change. All right. So one of the other areas that's part of sustainable development and the goals of creating a better world is looking at ecotourism. And ecotourism is a tourism that's based upon a type of sustainable development. It's a kind of tourism where you don't get things to be as posh as you may want them, but you also are immersing yourself in a natural environment. The idea is to reduce the impact on the environment. So a luxury hotel with 1,000 rooms in it with all the amenities with the temperature at 70 degrees and all the water you could ever want in the desert. That's not ecotourism. This is the idea that we reduce the impact on the environment while you are being able to explore that environment. You harm nothing and no one, and you leave no footprint. So ecotourism wants to conserve the environment, sustain the well-being of the people. It's a combination of cultural appreciation without changing the local population, learning something while you're there and experiencing a natural environment or a natural culture, because it doesn't always have to be in the wilderness. But it is designed to not cause an impact from the tour. That sounds all kinds of rosy and everything, but there are downsides to ecotourism, and it usually comes in the areas of economics and some of the flow of some of the money that is coming in, and potentially also looking at some of the cultural impact that could still be there. So when we look at sustainable ecotourism, kind of a diagram here. Sustainable ecotourism, as I said, would be one of these three areas: something in the wilderness, adventure-based, or sociocultural based. So this is an alternative type of tourism compared to a mass tourism. Everyone just piles into the airplane, flies to a major mega city, and is going to be a tourist for a week and a half in a major city like New York City, like Chicago, like LA, and you're staying in very posh hotels and things like this. Well, that's all well good. That's this type of mass tourism. It's unsustainable because of the demands it creates on the environment and on the local population, etc. Whereas sustainable ecotourism is designed just to allow the tourist to blend in and experience. The tourist is the one who has to adapt here, not the place to adapt to the tourist. So it's always kind of interesting. Where do we have different kinds of areas? And this was a UNESCO map that I found for this, and I wanted to look at this a little bit. So UNESCO are World Heritage Sites, and so the black dots are these World Heritage Sites. Some of these can be historical, others are environmental, others are significant for their biodiversity, their animals, all kinds of good parts. Anyway, the protected areas, two different kinds of protected areas, and then there's also these hotspot areas that you also can see. Hotspot areas are areas of environmental conflict. They're sensitive areas as well. But the green dots with the yellow in the middle, those are ecotourist areas. So a lot of these are on the edges of some fragile ecosystems. Others of them are island destinations. Others of them are going to be internally cultural destinations. So just some ideas of different types of ecotourism. A few of you, if any of my students are watching, you probably might recognize a bunch of those. You see those a lot. But various places, everything from Iceland to Svalbard to Yellowstone. These are all different ecotourist locations. All right. So topic 7.8, part 3 of this particular topic area of development that College Board would like you to be familiar with has to deal with development issues. And the very first and foremost development issue is the primary goal of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is to end poverty in all its forms everywhere. So how do they plan on ending poverty? So by 2030, the goal is to ensure that there is nobody left in extreme poverty. And extreme poverty is less than $2 a day. So what places in the world do we see people living on less than $2 a day? Today, we are down here into sub-Saharan Africa, other areas that we see people living on less than $2 a day, some areas of South Asia. If we looked at this previously, more of Africa would have been in your darker shades than this region right here in the Sahel. You would have had some areas in South America that were darker. Some of the islands were darker. India was darker. This would have been 30 years ago. So we have reduced that extreme poverty as a result of the Millennium Development Goals from 2000 to 2015 to this area right through here of extreme poverty. Extreme poverty, once again, is on less than $2 a day. And the ones that are $2 a day and just above that represent 1.6 billion in population, or a little over 1/5 of the world's population. So how are we going to end global poverty? The idea of the United Nations that you need to be familiar with, first and foremost, is through various financial services, including microloans or microfinancing. And microloans were this was the program that began in Bangladesh, where they actually loaned less than $100 to women, and it was initially just women. But by loaning anywhere up to $100 to women, they could then use that money to start a cottage industry. So think about something in their own home, making masks for one. You could do that, making candles, making certain types of food products. But making those in your home and then selling them in the local village and things like that. So you're bringing in additional income. Okay, well, why would you want to do that? The reason for doing that was that if you provide more money at the family level for something that the woman, the female head of household, probably knows how to do already. She is at home with the children. She's at home. She doesn't work outside the home. This is a way for her to make money that then contributes to the wealth and health and the wealth and well-being of the family. So maybe when the child gets sick, instead of putting off taking them to the doctor, you go to the doctor. You get better food. You get better quality of food. You feed your children a variety of food that you can now afford. Better housing. That's another big factor. So gradually, this little bit of extra income continues to help build the well-being of the family level. And then if the family in a community, if those start becoming better off, then the community as a whole becomes better off. And then that continues to trickle on up through the system. So this was a program called microloans, and it was very successful. And today it still is a very strong operation, although it's changed hands from the original person who started it. 84% of microloans though are still made in South Asia and East Asia. It's something that the African countries are starting to pick up on, but most of this is still really heavily geared to the domestic industry in Asia. So, all right. So goal number 11 deals with your urban areas. So we have a high degree of poverty, and then we also have the cycle of poverty that continues in some of the cities, particularly these cities that become well on their way to meta cities and even mega cities. And one of the biggest problems for people in these cities is that they can't get to places where they work because where they live is so far away, or the cost of owning transportation is too difficult. This also continues to contribute to pollution and congestion, and kind of stagnates development in a variety of different ways. So one of the goals of the United Nations is to make cities safe, resilient, and sustainable, and targeting specifically on transport systems. There's an excellent video you can look up on it. It was too long to play in here. It's on Curitiba in Brazil. It's a classic case study. If you're in environmental science, hopefully you've already seen it. But it's excellent in dealing with what did the city of Curitiba do in order to get their workers to work, clean up their trash, clean up the air pollution, and also implement a sustainable, free transportation system. Look it up, Curitiba, Curitiba, and it is excellent case study. But what they went in to do was to resolve things that look like these two images here: crowded, polluted, not functioning streets, and came up with a plan also to reduce pollution, both trash pollution and air pollution. So it's a pretty cool study. Anyway, so how are we looking at in terms of creating safe transportation systems? Safe meaning that they're safe for women, they're safe for children, their physical safety, but also so that more people will ride them, cutting down on congestion. And so where's the problem? Well, the problem is this right here. You don't have enough types of transportation for people to be able to use to get to work. So that creates a problem in that people can't get from where they live to where they need to work. And so that continues to stimulate poverty. And then who's owning all those cars? The areas where we actually need to get people into different cities to work because of the growth of those cities, they have the fewest amount of cars or types of transportation. There's the one challenge though with this particular goal. The UN hasn't been able to get enough data on making this successful or not. So right now they're still in the process of trying to see what they can do in order to implement transportation systems for all. Now, areas of Europe have already done this, cleaned up their air, made it very efficient. But some of these old colonial cities that are now mega meta cities haven't been able to do that yet. But this is a goal, and they hope to have it in place by 2030. All right, so those three topic areas that we just looked at: policies to remedy consumption of natural resources, mass consumption in general, because both of these influence pollution as well as climate change, the impact of climate change. How can we reduce the use of resources, thus reducing consumption? While we have over half the world that is moving up in development status and wants to become like the rest of the world, the developed world, they want those things and they want to be able to have what the developed world has. So they're going to come into that consumption mode as well, and that's going to continue to cause more of a challenge because producing those goods impacts our climate, impacts our pollution as well. Ecotourism, tourism based upon your natural environment, designed to protect the environment, but also employing local populations, hopefully. And then lastly, the UN goals in order to promote development and end poverty and provide transportation and small loans to help people get out of poverty. So where do the SDGs fit in with this course? Everywhere, because you have 17 of these, and you're not being asked to go in and memorize them. But as you see them, as you're beginning to review and go through things, you hear the word sustainability. What is that referring to? And in the case of the SDGs, there are topics that apply to every single one of our units, including global cooperation between government and supranational organizations and non-governmental organizations. There's agricultural cooperation. There's cooperation between global cities. So instead of listing every single objective on this entire page, it was better to just list all the units so that you are aware that the sustainable development goals actually fit through this entire course and actually run as what I call overarching themes of this course. Okay, so what are some things to think about for tomorrow? Because we'll start with these questions tomorrow. Explain the impact of ecotourism on the local economy of the tourist destination. So if any of you have ever been, say, to Costa Rica or around Yellowstone or around Yosemite, Iceland, could you see the economic impact that global tourism in the form of ecotourism makes upon this area? Do you have, do you have types of expedition type programs where you get on a horse and go in the backcountry for a couple of weeks? Those kind of programs. So think about that. Then you want to explain why is there an increasing demand for natural resources as development levels increase? I need you to make that connection between the demand for natural resources as we increase our levels of development. And then lastly, explain how increasing microloans changes development at the local scale. Now, I already explained that, but I need you to put it in your own words and think about that. What happens if you're given some extra money and what do you do with it? Particularly if you have to work for that extra money. All right. I'd like for you to think about those things. So lastly, one more time, if you're having problems of accessing these videos, if you are not comfortable with the device you're working on, let's be proactive here before we have to take the test. That test is going to be the second week of May. And so you still have time here to have College Board help you out so that you have a device that you can work on, a device and internet access. So how do you get that? cd.org/tech. Give them a look into what kind of programs they have to be able to offer you so that you too can take any of your AP exams, not just AP Human, but any of those exams would be great. And lastly, my message for y'all. Y'all take care. Thank you for watching us today. Go outside for a walk, but maintain your distance. All right. Breathe deeply. The air's clean right now. There's a reason. Wash your hands and wear your mask. And we will see you tomorrow for the first of our review sections on population. Y'all have a great day. Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Ann Lindsley from Miller High School in Houston, Texas again. And I'm here today to begin our first of our review sessions for AP Human Geography. So I hope everyone's had a good day. Been able to avoid the storm so far. We'll wait and see what happens with us right now. Alrighty, so let's get started. So yesterday I gave you some questions, and I want to go over those. Just get back in frame thinking, kind of warm up thinking about geography and everything else aside that we've been doing all day, and kind of go back over those questions and consider them. And actually, one of these questions we're going to see shows up even today in the topic that we're going to cover. So the first question asked about to explain the impact of ecotourism on the local economy of the tourist destination. So what did you put down? If you thought about it, think about it really quick if you didn't. But think about how would I answer this question? Explain the impact. That means something has to happen at the local location where this ecotourism is being conducted. Okay, and it can be a positive or a negative. Either way, depending on how you want to do it. But the whole key here is explain the impact. So what are some things that you might put down? Did you put down increased employment? I hope so. More jobs mean more money coming in. More money would equal better quality of life, perhaps more infrastructure, more building, but you're building in an area that's an area of ecotourism, so that might be kind of counterproductive. But that still is an impact. More money for improving the quality of life in the area. Perhaps the ecotourism would bring in other economic opportunities for other kinds of businesses. But once again, you want to consider what could happen to this environment that people are coming to for the purpose of being in that local environment. The other thing also, keep in mind that ecotourism deals with culture as well, and you could have a loss of culture or a cultural assimilation with the local culture from the others that are coming in. So a loss of culture could also be a factor. So so you have economic and you also have social factors. You got to be careful with your social factors. You have to tie it to economic. So be super careful with that. All right. So the next question: explain why there's an increasing demand for natural resources as development levels increase. So we talked about this yesterday, and it's one of the standard processes that happens as countries move from developing to more developed to developed levels. All right. So developing countries, they want all of the stuff, all of the consumable goods, the easier life, the better housing that we have in the developed world. And are they not entitled to that? But what happens when that does happen is that they then are also placing a demand on the natural resources. So ultimately, we have to figure out how to accommodate that without depleting those natural resources. But the question is asking us, why is there increasing demand for those natural resources? Because they are wanting to enter the consumer world and have a better quality of life, have the toys and quality stuff that you have in your homes. They want the cell phone and the computer and the car and just a better quality of life as well. And so that's going to require more natural resources to meet that demand. Okay? So the next question asks explain how increasing microloans changes the development at the local scale. So I actually explained that yesterday, just to see if you're listening. Hopefully you realize that these microloans were originally intended for the female head of household so that she could make and sell something from the house. So it is a very low interest, small amount of money to stimulate her being able to do this type of business, this type of cottage industry is what's referred to as. And then she sells those items to other people in the village, in the town, making extra money for herself. And then that money then stimulates development in her family. So it improves once again the quality of life because now she can take that extra money and use that to take her child to a doctor, to get vaccines, to get better healthcare when they get sick, perhaps provide for better housing, pay to send the children to school. Schools frequently in developing countries are not free in a lot of cases, and so you have to pay. And so those become choices. And so if you're making a little extra money, then you can afford to send your children to school. Also pay for better food. So better food makes a person healthier, makes them be able to do their schoolwork, and it creates a better quality of life. So the microloans allow her to be in charge of that money to produce something that she then is getting value from, that she sells in order to increase the value in her own family's quality of life. And then it has a domino effect where this has gone on in that multiple peoples in a town or a village obtain these microloans and they engage in this type of local commerce, and it has shown to improve the quality of life in those smaller areas. Okay, so it's coming from the bottom up instead of from the top down. All right, so those were our questions that we had left over from yesterday. Starting today, our questions are going to kind of change a little bit, but that's because we're getting closer to the AP exam. I want to be able to give you questions that are going to be similar to what you are likely to see in terms of the way they're written, in terms of the way they're stacked, everything like that. So let's talk about the exam for a few minutes because the information was just released recently on this. This is the first review session. We're going to constantly remind you about this stuff in case you haven't seen it, your teacher hasn't been able to tell you about it, you haven't read the messages from College Board, or you tune in and tune out. So hopefully we can catch you somewhere along the way. So first of all, College Board has a new page if you want to refer to it for updates for you for the exam. Also, any teachers that are listening, this page, AP Coronavirus Updates at .collegeboard.org/students. There's one that's also /educators, I think it says, or teachers maybe. That allows you to be able to look at all of the published information that has been made available about any of the AP courses. So students, it's not just this course, it's all of the courses. You can pick from and look at that. But we're going to talk about just our course. So the date for the scheduled exam is May 12th. You do need to look at the information because it's going to tell you what time zone you're in. I personally did not put the time on here because my time zone is going to be different. I'm Central Standard Time. Maybe some of y'all are hopefully in a lot of different locations. And those of you that are in China, I'm really sorry, 1 a.m. in the morning. Anyway, so what is going to happen here? First of all, you're going to have only 2 free response questions. One question is 25 minutes long, and then you'll have 5 minutes to upload it into the College Board system. Okay? This particular question will represent 55% of your score that you're going to receive for the exam. This question also will have 2 stimuli. So we'll have 2 visuals, and those visuals could include data, it could include images and or maps. Okay, so a lot of the stuff that I use all the time in my classes that I've been using here with you guys, I always tell my students that is all fair game for the types and styles of maps that you could see. When we have the printed exam though, they're in black and white. I don't know if I ask that question. Usually they're in black and white or grayscale, but I'm not sure how they're going to do it this year. I will ask that question and get back with you on it. But you will have 2 pieces of information that you're going to be asked to answer the set of questions with, and so you're going to want to be able to refer to those pieces of information. And like every visual that I put up here, and like I always am telling my students, read everything around the edges, read the title before you start trying to figure out what the map is telling you. And we have to start working on that because that is also one of the skills that is part of this course. We'll talk about this. The second question you're going to have is going to be, you're going to have 15 minutes to write this, and then you'll have another 5 minutes to upload it. Okay, so that means you have to focus. This particular question will represent 45% of your overall score, and it'll have 1 piece of stimulus, 1 piece of data or an image or a map, as opposed to 2. It also will only cover units 1 through 5. Now, before you start rejoicing because you didn't have to do 6 and 7, remember we covered 6 and 7. So if you're just now joining us today, you might want to go back into the file library and look at the videos that Ms. Brandt and I did for unit 6 and 7. There is a reason. The word economics, as our geography manager told me last night, is in our curriculum guide 36 times, and that's not just in the development section. It is all over the place, and I'm going to show you some of that today. So it was really important to go through that development, that urban section, because as we point out all the time, it permeates through all of this course. So units 1 through 5 will be the focus of the question, but it pulls in economic or application to urban areas as well. All right. So what happens May 12th? You have a conflict. It's not going to work. The makeup date is June 1st. This is the late exam. I love the late exam. So my friends that are out there watching, I know you're all laughing right now because I love the late exams because that's where I like to be during the reading, is dealing with the late exam. There is no difference in the difficultiness of the late exam. The only difference is that it's 2 weeks later. That's the big difference. And if you're like some of my kids who will have 8, 9 AP exams and some other exams on top of it, by the time you get toward the end of all of this, you have test fatigue, and that's what makes it more difficult, not the exam itself. It is that you're tired of taking tests. So if that doesn't apply to you, but you can't do this on May 12th, you need to talk to your AP coordinator at your school. Contact them, and if you can't contact them, contact College Board, and you'll need to take the makeup test on June 1st. Keep in mind, all of your exams will be done on your electronic device, so that's your cell phone, your laptop, your desktop, your iPad, whatever you're using to connect in. Now, I wouldn't personally want to type these on my cell phone, so you also have the option to write these answers out. And if you write these answers out, then all you're going to do is you're going to take a photo of it, and then you're going to upload it to the system under the directions that will be provided for us when we get closer to the time period. So just because you don't have a computer doesn't mean you can't take this exam. You have a cell phone, you're going to take a picture of it, and then you're going to upload that. If you don't like typing, one of my girls called me the other day, she said, I just don't want to type, can I handwrite them? Of course you can. You just have to follow these directions. So don't say I can't do this. That doesn't work. College Board has found all the answers out for you, and if they haven't yet, they will figure out a way to solve it for you. All right, so both of our questions are going to present you with authentic geographic situation or scenario, and then you are going to assess it, describing, explaining it, or applying geographic concepts, processes, or models as you analyze the geographic patterns and relationships, okay? And look at those outcomes. So these are the instructions for both of our questions. Keep in mind, this describe, explain, analyze, apply. Notice there's no identification or define. There won't be, okay? So please keep that in mind. All right, so why don't we go on ahead, because we've got this whole topic of these big ideas to talk about today. All right, so the way this course is laid out, there's 3 areas that it's laid out with. That's mostly your teachers deal with this. We have what's called these big ideas, and then we have these skills, and then we have overarching themes that we kind of like all of a sudden an epiphany happens in April, and our students figure out, oh yeah, we've talked about gender every single unit. We talked about globalization every single unit. We've talked about diffusion every single unit, okay, and development every single unit. So I call those overarching themes. Those are ideas that have got, or let's not use the word idea. Those are themes that run through this entire course and kind of bring things together, okay? And but above that, we have the skills, and the skills are the way that we process and acquire geographic knowledge. How are we processing geographic knowledge that we're being asked to acquire? Okay, so are we analyzing it? Are we using sources to figure it out? Are we looking at spatial dimensions? Are we looking at data? Are we looking at concepts? So the skills are asking us how we are processing or guiding us through how to process and acquire geographic knowledge. And after we go through this set of review, we will actually be going through skill review as well as it applies across the topic. Okay, so then the big ideas. The big ideas is the way that we are categorizing geographic information. So we have all of these topics that we cover in class all year long that you know, some teachers have to write them up on the board, others have them in lesson plans, but they're what guide us through what it is that we have to teach. So the big ideas are ways of categorizing all of that, okay? And so what we're going to do with some of this in terms of the review is that we are breaking things down by these big ideas, this categorization of information. So you've already walked through each of these topics, so now we're going to pull it into this other level, okay? And this way of categorizing it. So this first way of categorizing it that we're looking at is big ideas 1, and this is patterns and spatial organization. Now, patterns and spatial organization, as applied in unit 2, which is population, asks that we understand where and how people live is essential to understanding global cultural, political, and economic patterns. Patterns are key here. Understanding global is looking at different layers of scale, different levels of scale, but also understanding what is there and how people have adapted or worked with a particular place creates those patterns. Okay, so that's what we're starting with in unit 2 with population. All right, so we look at this. Should look familiar. Should probably would have been the first topic you would have addressed when your teacher started population with you. Physical and human factors that influence population distribution. And I am extremely certain that your teachers went over the river valley civilizations. They talked about physical factors. Why don't you have dense populations living in mountains? Why do they live in the foothills or the river valleys? And then we also have human factors. So in putting this together for you last night, I thought, well, we need to link this back. We need to link this back to what some of you who had world history may remember. Link it back to how do we know why people settled where they did when they did? What were their purposes or their intent? So we have our physical factors, which include climate, landforms, water body. We have our human factors, which include culture and economics and history and politics. Those are kind of broad. But if we go and we look through periods of time, why did people settle where they did? Why did these become areas of large concentrations? And in some cases today, mega and meta cities, 10 to 20 million size population. So our river valley civilizations, it tells us right there. Our river valley civilizations, why in the river valley? Fertile land, access to transportation, security, and even some cases. So if we think about our river valley civilizations, the Wangkha, the Ganges, Brahmaputra, the Nile, Mesopotamia between the Tigris, Euphrates rivers. If we look in those areas, but are those the only areas that we had people that were settling on rivers? No, river valleys in general. Keep in mind the whole Rhine. This is one of the densest areas of Western Europe is along the Rhine River. The area of the Amazon and the Paraná River in South America, in the United States, the Missouri and the Mississippi. Not high dense population, but extremely valuable to us. And running right through here. Okay, so these areas are going to allow for sedentary agriculture. Cities are going to develop out of that. Populations are going to begin to expand. You have formation of city-states, all the development of government, unit 4, the different types of settlements, which is going to be part of that urban rural land usage section. Then we had economic and historical periods of time of colonialism and imperialism, which was designed to acquire natural resources and control those natural resources. So we're going to have places that will develop with large population centers from there. And then we developed what I talked about the other day, this core peripheral relationship where the peripheral areas of some places become extremely dense in population because of their trade relation with other core countries. The idea of globalization is going to pull populations to places where the populations continue to grow and grow and grow. And we call those cities because that was all part of unit 6. So cities are intricately related to the growth of populations, and part of that has to do with density that we're going to get to as well. So I just highlighted a couple areas here of where we have large population areas and some of the reasons for those areas to continue to grow over the last 4,000 or 5,000 years. All right, so moving on. One thing we want to keep in mind are the areas that are sparsely populated. Why are these areas not heavily populated at all? So you can divide these up into your dry areas, your wet areas, too dry, too wet, too cold. And so your too dry areas, your Sahara, Sahel region, these are areas that they're so dry that you cannot sufficiently water crops without a large amount of irrigation. Your wet area, too much precipitation, so that changes what you could raise there. It causes soils to not be very nutrient rich. It limits agriculture because of the type of vegetation that is there and the amounts of precipitation that they receive. Your cold areas have challenges for growing food as well. All of these are issues for growing food. If we can't grow food and we can't buy food, then we can't live there. We have to be able to provide for the basic needs of the population, and that's for them to be able to eat and have shelter. Right? So in these cold areas, very few people live at these elevations, not only because it is of the climate, but it's mostly because of the lack of cultivated agriculture. So most of these are populations that are nomadic herding, like the Laplanders, the reindeer, the folks in Greenland who hunt seals. Today, a lot of those places will have hot houses where they can raise vegetables, but for the most part, these are areas they're not inhabitable because they're limited with their ability to provide food sources. Okay, hopefully that's a review. So I was just looking today, anytime you talk about population, you gotta get the population numbers in here. This is not something to memorize. You should know the world's population. At 10:45 this morning, Central Standard Time, this was the world's population at that very time I took the screenshot. It was interesting because at 4 o'clock this morning, this number of deaths was only at 4,000. So between 6 hours, we had almost 67,000 people die in the world. That was kind of ominous. But we also had 171,000 births. I think at 4 a.m. in the morning. I know you're asking why I was up at 4 a.m., but I was doing this for you. There were about 8,000 births this morning at about 4 a.m. So anyway, the numbers are kind of interesting. No, we're not going to ask you for these numbers on the AP exam, but it's you get on Jeopardy to know. All right, the current world population of some selected countries is what you're seeing here. These are not the largest, all of the largest ones, but these are some of the most influential countries. And the standard, oh my gosh, you gave me a chart. What in the world am I going to do with it? I'm not going to do anything with it except remind you that you probably should have seen the top 10 most populated countries in the world. But I am going to ask you, what do these places? If I had to categorize this information into 2 different categories, what would be the 2 obvious ones? I have the United States here, and I have Russia, and then China, India, Indonesia, Pakistan, Brazil, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Mexico. I would split these between developed and developing, and you'll notice that if you look at the top 10 countries in terms of population in the world today, 2 of them are in the developed world, and the other 8 are in the various stages of the developing world. Okay, something to consider, because if you looked at this data from 50 years ago, and I'm sure you did in class because you have excellent teachers, and I know that they brought that up to show you how we see this changing, that you will have seen that in the past there were more from the developed world, Japan one was in there, and now they have dropped down below these. All right, so let's go. All right, so the very first topic in here is dealing with population distribution. Now, once again, we specifically have to look at the factors that illustrate patterns of population distribution, and then we have this other aspect of scale of analysis. So this type of map here of the United States population shown by state. This is something you see in your elementary school textbook. Okay, my students will know know why I don't like those. This map in the middle by county is giving us a little bit better information. Look at the difference between the state population and the county information. If I'm looking for patterns of population distribution, is this one who's using the dates really showing me any kind of a pattern? At the state level, it's telling me yes. At the state level, those are the top: Texas, California, Florida, Georgia's in here, New York, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Illinois. Okay, well, that's really not giving me a good pattern. So if I look at counties are giving me a different scale here. I'm looking at the counties that have more population or higher population per square mile. And the darkest color on here, which is the highest value, has over 300 or more people per square mile. Okay, so hopefully my students will say, oh, but wait, what's the next question? The next question is, how is this not completely a good comparison as well? Any idea thoughts? Okay, well, hopefully there's some here in Houston that are saying, because these counties over here in Nevada, all of these west, really the Mississippi River, they start getting larger and larger, and we're comparing it to counties that are a lot smaller over here, smaller in size. That's my point. So we don't have the same size counties, but that doesn't really disturb our pattern so much that we're looking at, because we're actually looking for population per square mile. And so we're able to still see a good pattern, a good clustering here in the megalopolis. I dropped that urban unit in there for you. We have another good pattern clustered here around the Great Lakes, Chicago all the way over to the Detroit region. We have, what I always find fascinating is this right here, this line. You can follow this line all the way up. Isn't that cool? And then it connects over to here. That's called I-35. It connects over. Yeah. Anyway, so we see this kind of pattern, more population density in the counties to the east of the central right now of the United States, the Mississippi, Missouri area. We can also look at it at a different level scale, where each dot is representing a town of 1,000 people. So if you look at the dot map compared to the county map, we have what appears to be more distribution than what we have here with the county. A county, in many cases, is going to have more than one town. That makes a difference. The county I'm in, it has one massive city and a couple of little tiny towns. Anyway, but you have a lot or a greater amount of density in this area when portraying it as a dot map. So we're looking at things at different levels of scale. We're looking at patterns of population density at different levels of scale. So look at it another way. Sorry, I went to Texas. It was easy to pull up. Easy to pull this up. So here in Texas, we have we're looking at population distribution again by scale and looking at the data. So this is census data by county. So we're looking at population by county. We see this line right here from Austin all the way up to Dallas-Fort Worth area. We see this cluster around what is Houston. We have a couple other little pockets, Lubbock and Amarillo, El Paso. All right, so we look at this. Is this really giving me a detailed information about the population distribution? This particular county right here is 779 square miles. And if I look at from this information, I'm just assuming it's all packed. Well, given an average visit day, I think it is. But anyway, so if I look at this, what is this county? Well, here is this county. And now I'm looking at the population in a different way. I'm looking at the number of people per household and how that is distributed. So this dark blue is one person per household. Well, that's not too bad. And then I'm looking at the pink or salmon colored, and that's 3 people per household. And that's over in this area, a little bit down here. So this is giving me a different perspective here. I could easily say, well, all of this population in here are single family dwellings or single residential area. They could be apartments or houses. Well, I also know that this is a downtown area, and there are a lot of condominiums and apartment areas here. And so there's a disproportionate amount of people who claim they're the only people in that household. So we're looking at, in this particular data, at block groups. So we're smaller than census tract. Now we're looking at a smaller element, a smaller size of data. Well, if I want to go down even smaller, I want to see the implication of where people, how many people we have in an area. I want to look at specific data to get me a different kind of conclusion, because I can see there's populations. Now I need to get to a different kind of information. This is an economic pattern. So this is showing me not only where population is, but it's now correlating it to income levels, where I can then safely say the highest income levels are in the purple, which are on the outskirts of the central area of the city, plus this band in the central area. This is the highest income. The lowest incomes on the east side, which is also the heavy industrial section. But if I was looking for this kind of finessing of the data, if I put this on a map like the one of the county, I wouldn't get these 5 divisions, and it wouldn't mean anything to me, because there are 4.2 million people in this county alone. 2.1 in Houston, I think 4.2 in the whole county. So in this whole county, there's 4 million people here, and we're coloring that whole county one color. It gives us the false information about really the way that data is distributed and the way that population pattern actually is reflected. I hope all that makes sense. All right, the next topic that we look at with population distribution and patterns is we're looking at it in terms of density. So we have 3 ways of looking at density, and I am 100% certain you've probably seen these maps. I am also certain your teacher probably drilled you on these, but let's just go back over this for review. So arithmetic density. Arithmetic density is giving us the density of the people per total amount of land area. Okay? So the complete total amount. So I had it calculated for the world, okay? And for the whole world, it's 38 people per square mile. Useless, it's useful trivia, okay? So, dinner conversations. Anyway, is this beneficial to us to know this? Do we need to know arithmetic density when so much of the land itself cannot be lived upon? Keep in mind, you've got the tundra region of Siberia and also Canada, the desert regions of Australia, the Sahara, and the Sahel has some areas also deep into the Amazon, deep into some of these other desert areas. So this is taking in all of these areas that we also don't live in. So it's not as useful as our other two. So physiological density. Physiological density is measuring the number of people per arable unit of land, So if we see this mapped out, we see higher population density in some of these smaller areas of land that also have some other environmental constraints on them. Like, for example, Saudi Arabia, here, your population is distributed not in the desert area, but it's still a high population. And when you divide that about in your arable land, it's going to show a higher physiological density. Okay? So a high physiological density suggests that the available agricultural land is being used by more than just agriculture, and it may reach its output limit sooner than a country that has a lower physiological density. So once again, a land with a higher physiological density, okay, so like Saudi Arabia, it suggests that the agricultural land is being used by more, and it may reach output limit sooner, meaning that Saudi Arabia has various cities in there, large town settlement, and they're in areas that are in arable land, and so they may run out of arable land sooner than a place that has a lower physiological density, say for example, Turkey. Okay? So physiological density, we're going to come back to that because it also relates with our next one, agricultural density. Now, agricultural density is the one you kind of have to be careful with here, because agricultural density has some implications, and you either know what those are or you don't, and there's no way to try to assume it. So agricultural density is the ratio of the number of farmers to the amount of arable land. So only those who are engaged in agriculture. So keep in mind, in the United States, less than barely 3% of our entire population has anything to do with agriculture, and that 3% feeds the world's population. But we use that in order to determine our agricultural density. So the United States has a very low agricultural density. So a low agricultural density, like what we have, has some implication, and it's those implications that we have to then consider. So if you have a low agricultural density, what does that say about development? If you have very few farmers feeding the world's population, how are they doing it? Anybody? Did you say with tractors and mechanical equipment? You are 110% correct. Lots of tractors, lots of mechanized equipment, highly efficient, tolerable crops that then with very little assistance, farmers can go out and harvest the crops. Someone drives the truck next to it, loads the grain into the trucks. Anyway, you don't have to have so many people engaged in agricultural activities in a developed country that has mechanized agriculture, as opposed to India, where 80% of the holdings in India are small marginal farmers who own less than 5 acres. Here in the United States, an average farm in the United States ranges from 500 to 1,000 acres, and that you definitely want to use tractors with. The small ones that are 5 acres is a lot of what you should already know is subsistence agriculture. agriculture. So keep in mind, to talk about agricultural density, you have to pull that information in from your agricultural unit as well. Okay? So the key to this is that your agricultural density is going to help you to understand the development status of a country, okay? Or at least of the agricultural sector. All right, a lot of words here. Look at the ones in red. In this particular area here, the method used to calculate population density reveals different information about the pressure of the population. So anyway, arithmetic density is telling us there's areas that are urbanized. Physiological density is telling us that there are areas that food is being produced where it also supporting the land. And agricultural density is telling us that are we developed or less developed. All right, consequences of population distribution. Consequences of this can be political, economic, or social. When we look at the element of high density versus low density, we typically find that more stable governments have high population density. They have a high degree of dense urban area. They also have increased cultural diversity. And economically, areas of high population density have a variety of jobs. They have a robust migration in and out. They engage in international trade, transnational companies in general. Whereas low density areas have limited job opportunities. They are somewhat socially isolated, somewhat by intent. And then some of them also tend to be unstable politically. So some of those will have a lower population density in comparison. All right. And this also is dealing with the provision of healthcare. So how do we see healthcare as a factor of the more dense areas? So interestingly enough, 2020 marks the beginning of the decade of healthy aging. Okay, kind of ironic given what's going on. But anyway, our highest healthiest countries, Canada and Australia, as well as a few in Europe as well, have the highest global health index. Then if we look over as well as how many physicians there are per 1,000 people, we see that typically this highest area is in Europe and Russia. This is a standard measurement for looking at any kind of, do they have access to healthcare? First of all, do they have doctors? So given that 2020 is the age of healthy living, this was today's coronavirus update. All right, consequences of population distribution. This tends to be things that are stressors on the environment and stressors on natural resources, which affect carrying capacity. Or our carrying capacity is affected, or affects, natural resources in the environment. So more than 140 million people are breathing air that's 10 times over the safe limit in Asia, particularly in India and in China. This is a factor of carrying capacity, mechanization, and physical geography, particularly here with the Himalaya. In the United States, we also see that a large portion of the United States in the central area of our agricultural belt is also heavily affected by particulate matters that exceed acceptable levels. Part of this is also not just manufacturing, but also agricultural measurements certain times of the year with ozone pollution. This is geography and manufacturing as well in the California area, also in the Houston area. But these all begin to limit the ability of our resources and our environment to allow population to live there. I thought this was an interesting one. Also dealing with fresh water, stresses on fresh water in a 30-year period of time. Where did we have this in 1995 versus where do we have increased stresses today? And this is in our major agricultural areas in the United States and also in China that we see increased population, which is, are we exceeding our carrying capacity of the environment or not? Might be a possibility in some locations. All right, population composition, patterns of age structure based upon population pyramids. So I trust that you've already gone over the population pyramids and you nailed it in class, but some things to kind of point out. When we look at a population pyramid, and this is the World Instrument 2015, when we look at this, we look at our top 65 and over group, and then this is how we map it out. So we're looking at the data and now we're mapping it out, and we can look at it at different levels of scale, but I put it on the global scale here. So how do we see this narrowing of this population pyramid for the world? How do we see that mapped out? We see it mapped out, then we can see exactly the countries that we've been hearing about in the news lately that have some of the stresses caused are from their older population. This one is on population growth. So if we're looking at population growth, we're looking at birth rates minus death rates, and migration comes into play there if you want to calculate that, but this is just birth rates minus death rate times 100 to get population percentage. But the point is here, we're looking at this bottom growth. And so if you have more than two measurements where you have the same 4.4, 4.2, this is 4.2, if this is 4.4, 4.4, then this would be considered growth. So we have to see what this next group is going to be. But this is a slow growing population pyramid. Okay? And where do we see this growth? Well, we see this growth in the areas that are darker pink. Sub-Saharan Africa, Central Asia, a couple of areas in South America. But where do we not have the growth? Look at Eastern Europe. So is this lack of growth from babies not being born, shorter life expectancy, or people moving out? We then have to begin to ask that question. Okay? All right. So these are a different kind of selection of population pyramids that are interesting to look at, in part because they have different patterns here. And so we're looking at population pyramids at a different level of scale. Here's the United States, and we have this continually slow growth population pyramid. One thing that always wants to be pointed out is what is happening up here with the women. We know that women have a life expectancy longer than men. Also keep in mind that this is flattened out. So this is women all from the age of 85 and above, but it's not 85 to 90. It is 85 on up. We saw a lady on the news the other day who had her 102nd birthday. So she'd be counted in this, but women live longer than men, and so this is also going to be factored in here. All right. So if you look at some of these are interesting. Salt Lake City, what accounts? We have to always ask the why. What is going on and why, and then the cut. But why is this going on in Salt Lake City that we see here? Well, Salt Lake City has a net migration, but it also has a very robust natural increase, and this is contributing to its long history of natural increase, which is also culturally attributed. This one, I'm sure you're like, what is going on there? If you don't know about Ouray, Colorado, it's a tourist ski town, and so what happens here is that there are some younger children, but not too many. It's very expensive here. So you have some folks that are retired here, and that accounts for your large upper group. But you're missing this group in here because this is a tourist town. Jobs and living is very challenging, and so you have a very small working age population. You have retiree, and so you have an in-migration or a circular migration that is happening for folks to come in and out during various tourist seasons. We see this kind of a pattern like you have here in Christian County, Kentucky. This is actually reflective of a military base. This is Fort Campbell, and you see a larger male and female in the young 20s group, but you have even more men. There's more men in the army, and so this is going to be larger. But your female group is larger too. But all of this is attributed to the military, Fort Campbell being right there. You see this kind of population pyramid. This is Center County, Pennsylvania. And you see this. This is interesting because you've got males and females, and they're almost close to being this is a university town. They all fall in this same narrow bracket from basically 18 to 24, and it is very disproportionate between the older and the younger and the particular group. The population pyramid of West Virginia is typical of some of our more rural areas. You have a migration of people out of your rural areas into other states for job opportunities and also for education. And so West Virginia reflects this problem of people leaving the state and not having as many babies being born to offset that. Okay, I'm trying to do it. All right, population pyramids are also used to access population growth and decline, but also to look at what we need to predict for the future. Predict for the future is key here. I found a great infographic from the Census Department on an aging world. Where are we in 2050 compared to where we are right now, or a few years ago in 2015? Look at the areas that are over 65 in 2050. Over 30% of Eastern Europe and Spain is expected to be over the age of 65. The United States, 21 to almost 30% are expected to be over the age of 65. So what does that mean? Well, we have to look at it two areas: social risks and economic risks. So economically, we have an income tax burden that's now going to fall on a smaller workforce. You also have a pension system that's not getting as many workers paying into it to support the number of workers that are collecting from it. So you're shifting your economic responsibilities. You also have a changing workforce. Who's going to replace the workers currently in the workforce? If they're not coming from within, then you have to consider migration issues. And some countries have challenging issues with allowing migrants to come in to work in all levels of the economic sector. So we have differing issues with the aging population. In this particular diagram, it's looking at both aging population growth, but also education, levels of education. So we see the areas that have higher education, also have smaller population growth, okay? And that's something that when you went through this unit, you probably discovered that some of that. But as you move up in education, your populations tend to get better control to the point that they become negative or slow growth populations. So these are services that need to be addressed as well. How are we going to handle education levels? How are we going to handle work employment levels for these populations? For example, this is all of Asia. So it includes China and India. So that's 2/5 of the world population in 2000. And then look at the size of them by the time they get to 2050. These still have to address the goods and services that need to be provided. All right. This is just looking at future prediction of different regions of the world. This is the world itself. This is Eastern Europe. Notice Eastern Europe is falling into a negative growth pyramid. This is South America, which is slow growth at best. Eastern Asia is down here on our left, which is negative growth. We've already seen that. Eastern Africa is still a steady, robust growth. And then Northern America is a slow growth. This includes Mexico and Canada. So in this particular population, we begin to look at, well, what do we need to plan for at the global scale? What does the future look like? Where's our labor source going to come from? Where do we need to plan for more senior citizen levels? Where do we need to encourage development and encourage opening of new businesses so that we can population in? That was right. So where does this connect to all of our units, y'all? Look, every single one of these topics in all 7 of the units includes some of the topics that I just talked about just now. Okay, you can go back and look at this and freeze frame it if you want. So AP questions to practice real quickly with reference to the population structure of this country. Explain the challenges for each of the following in 1950. Looking at the population pyramids, we have to read everything 1950, 2010, 2050. Read all parts of it before we begin to answer it. And keep in mind, this is 1950. We have the counter of that 2050 is the third one. What happens from a rapid growth to a very much negative growth population pyramid? I want you to think about those two things. So Brand's going to ask you about those tomorrow, and we have to start looking at how these topics apply across this whole curriculum: economics, social, health, and education. Okay. Lastly, if you still haven't figured out how to connect, cd.org/tech, and they will help you. Now, y'all take care. Thanks for watching. Everyone have a good Easter weekend. Happy Passover. Go for a walk. Look for the geography around you. Think about it. Wear your mask and wash your hands. All right. Have a great weekend. It's a weekend for you. Bye.
Hi, welcome back to AP Human Geography. We're so glad you're joining us on this Friday. Hopefully you're seeing some sun. We're finally seeing some sun here in Illinois. So, I got to start with something goofy. Watched our family's favorite movie, Taken. So as I transition, here's what I'll leave you with. I'm a woman with a particular set of skills, and I will hunt you down and teach you geography. So here we go. Yeah, you can grow. My husband and my children are all growing as well. But we're glad that you're joining us. And as we're starting our review, so I know Ms. Lindsley yesterday started with population. We're going to review a little bit with that, and then we're going to keep going with covering a few other ideas with population as well. Again, if those of you are just joining us because we have reviews, my name is Kristen Brandt, and I am from Glenmar West High School in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Super excited to be here, and I'm not going to lie, I'm really looking forward to the weekend. Maybe just a little bit of break in the routine. Hopefully get out and do some walks to enjoy that outside. So yesterday, Ms. Lindsley talked about this with you, the 2020 AP Human Geography exam. And so you see on the screen, and you can hear my dog as well, see on the screen that our test is going to be May 12th. And so it's going to consist of 2 questions. If we're back in school, you'll be able to take it in school. If we're not, you're going to be able to take it at home. Highly recommend you take it on the 12th because those times are designed to not conflict with any other AP exams. There'll be more information coming. But everything that we're doing is we're trying to show you how these connections are between these units so that you are able to describe, explain, and apply these concepts. And so what we really want to be able to do is show these linkages. So for example, yesterday, Ms. Lindsley had you taking a look at population and looking at population structure. And so you see 3 population pyramids here, and we look at 1950, 2010, and 2050 projections. So immediately you should look at, when the first question is looking at 1950, you look at that shape and you see the triangle shape. You should go, okay, so these are in developing stages. We've got a lot of children. So how is that going to impact? Okay, the population structure impact the economics, social support, and health and education. So if we're talking about economic sectors, we're going to talk about that there's a potential for job shortage unless the demand for workers increases. So possibly expanding a manufacturing complex would provide more jobs. We're going to see a shift in demand for workers that will employ or increase labor force as it comes of employment age. Social supports, this is your daycare and preschool, right? That when we look at those large number of children, we've got to have supports in place for those kids and those increasing demands on large populations. Health and education, we talk about health concerns are going to focus on the needs of a youthful population. So sometimes some childhood diseases that we're going to need to make sure that we're prepared for. A large emerging young adult population are going to necessitate some family planning programs, increased maternal facilities. So then we jump to 2010, and you notice that it starts to balance out. And so now it says describe the economic challenges that face that country due to the changing nature of population. And so here we see a decreasing young population. And so when we see that kind of decline, it's presumed there's not enough potential workers to replace the current working population. So then the economy needs to shift that business maybe to more automated labor or outsourced to some industries. The economy might also experience an increased number of people remaining in the workforce beyond that normal retirement age, since replacement workers are not readily available. Goods and services might be provided to address needs and wants of an aging population. And that really is a nice transition then to in 2050 when we start to see that upside down pyramid where that dependency ratio, the old age dependency ratio kind of takes hold. And we're going to talk a little bit more about that today. But that also connects here. So we talk about economic sectors, less dependent on an abundance of low skilled workers. So definitely we're going to be looking at more tertiary, type jobs. We're going to see the workforce will contain a significant number of older people working well past their retirement age. We can also take a look then social supports of governments are going to focus on the social spaces that are designed for older and aging people. So this is going to be your retirement homes, maybe some handicap accessible things need to be put in place, more medical services for aging populations. And then we look at health and education. Think about it as that shrinks. We're also going to be losing our school, system, like the kids that would be there. So how do we consolidate those schools? How do we need to shift those facilities? What else can we use for those spaces for? And then we also take a look at health as far as that older population, what resources need to be put in place to support them as well. Okay, so hopefully you got some of those ideas coming through as you're listening to Ms. Lindsay yesterday. My next slide after what we need to know is we're looking at population today. The next one's not bad. The one after, I'm not going to lie, it's a little overwhelming, and so I'll explain it. But what we're going to focus on today, so if you kind of think Ms. Lindsay was kind of setting you up with general idea of population, we're going to dig more into the interplay of the environment, economic, cultural, and political factors that are really going to influence changes in population. So we're going to talk a little bit about some of the structures, but ultimately we're going to also shift into some migration. So here's what I mean. So this next slide, please don't panic. I would never put this up for all my kids. So if you want to take a picture, these are kind of the driving ideas, great. But if not, just let me talk through it. You'll be good to go. So what I mean by that is we're going to look at some population dynamics. And so we're going to talk just a little bit about things. What are some patterns and trends and maps? And we've been doing this a lot already. And I know Ms. Lindsay hit that pretty hard yesterday, so I'm not going to do as much with that. I'm going to review the demographic transition model with you, but that whole idea of coming back to that influence on changes in population. If you remember from our other lessons that when we talk about the demographic transition model, we saw it show up in our development unit. We saw it show up when we were also talking about urban areas. So this is really important for us to really kind of make sure we got the brain going again. We also are going to review the Malthusian theory, but it's that idea of impacting the changes on population. So we'll kind of look at what was that theory again, and what were the critics, and how did that play out. Then that shifts into, if we're talking about influence and changes on population, we're going to talk about migration today. So we'll do a little bit of causes, we'll do a little bit of forced and voluntary, we're going to do a little bit of effects of migration. The reality is, Ms. Lindsay and I are spending 2 days on population. You probably with your teacher spent 3 weeks, 4 weeks. In my class, I'll be honest, we probably spent 2.5, 3 weeks on population, then we spent another couple weeks on migration. They're just so integral as far as developing our ideas. We're kind of crash course them into 2 45-minute sessions. So here we go. So yesterday, you really kind of were talking about highly populated areas. And I know Ms. Lindsay had a slide that was talking about kind of the most populated countries. Again, as she said, nobody's going to ask you to memorize these countries, but you should understand the trends. Like if you can't tell us that India and China have over 1 billion people and that they both have issues that they're dealing with the population, then that's a concern. So we need to make sure that you understand that yes, China and India both have population pressures. We're going to take a look at what some things that they've done today. We know that Japan, while their population appears to be stabilizing, is going to have some other issues that they're going to be looking at. And then you look at places such as the United States, where we look at a pretty sizable population, but what is that coming from? And so what we look at here is that rate of natural increase. Okay, so I'm going to pause. Do you remember how we calculate the rate of natural increase? Birth rate, death rate, and then we end up with these numbers. That's right. Okay, so when we take a look at that, you're going to see that the United States, Europe, pretty low rate of natural increase. What does this not calculate? Immigrants, right? The movement of people from one state to another state. And so what we need to also take a look at is, okay, that's where that migration piece comes in, but also what is happening in countries that have kind of stabilized. Look at that high rate of natural increase throughout the continent of Africa. Look at Southwest Asia. I feel like we've talked a lot about Afghanistan over the past few weeks. We haven't really talked a lot about Iraq, but we can see that here. We look at Yemen as well. And so when we're looking here, we know typically they're going to be having lots of kids still. Why do we see a lot of growth? We're going to see some improvements in healthcare, and that's really going to transition us when we start talking about the demographic transition model. This also, if we're talking about destinations, so where does that growth come from? And so here when you look at the United States, take a look at the US. So top 25 destination countries for international migration. And so we see that the United States really is kind of that draw. This is where our population is growing, is because of the number of immigrants. When we take a look at how little immigrants are really coming into these other regions. And so we're going to look at reasons why later on. We're going to look at political, cultural, social, economic, and environmental as we're moving through this. When we talk about population dynamics and we take a look at pressures, and this was a little bit alluded to in Ms. Lindsay's FRQ that she had you look at yesterday. So we take a look at child dependency ratios. And so what I really liked about this is it kind of chunked places, states by kind of some sort of region. So when you take a look at US, Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina, so we're taking a look at kind of that, our Western hemisphere over here. We take a look at in 2010 to where we are in 2050. The US is pretty stable with our youth dependency, but kind of encouraging. Look at Mexico, 47% down to 26%. And so just as we talked earlier, what type of pressures or shifts does that mean the economy needs to make? Take a look though, when we go down and at the very bottom, we look at Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa. So really high numbers in 2010, and that's reflected in the rate of natural increase that we just looked at. But look at those improving numbers in Kenya and Nigeria for their youth dependency ratio. So while we're not there yet, it does tend to look like they're moving in the right direction. So when we get to that demographic transition model, we'll see kind of what must be going on there. The other thing we look at, and I mentioned this earlier, is that old age dependency ratios. Okay, and so when we really take a look at, look at Japan, we talk about that perfect upside down pyramid, kind of the pressures that that's putting on the society. But they're not alone. I think sometimes we forget about. Look at the forecast for really the world, but in particular look at Western Europe. And so Germany, take a look at France and Britain. So we've got to really, in Spain, we've really got to take a look at how we shift to provide and really make sure that we're able to support everybody in our society as we're moving forward. Some countries have taken some extreme measures to help kind of shift their rate of natural increase. And so my guess is that your teachers talked about China's one-child policy with you, and they talked about how China was able to institute this, why they did it, and those pressures that it put, and then some of the effects. You talk about the unintended consequences of, okay, finally they were able to decrease that when their population growth, their rate of natural increase, but at what cost? And so when you go into those classrooms and you see the discrepancies of males versus females, and what pressures that's putting on future generations. This I thought is interesting. So let me be really crystal clear, okay, that this is shifted, that it is not a tight one-child policy anymore in China, that they really have kind of, depending where you live, depending on your circumstances, that this has been loosened quite a bit, but it was effective in impacting the rate of natural increase. Some will argue, though, would this have happened anyway? So if you look at Taiwan, which your political geography unit should be going, listen, Taiwan's still part of China. How are they recognized? We'll get there when we get to the political unit. But just taking a look at that, these trends might have been coming anyway when we see shifts in kind of our business and shifts in just the development of a country. That being said, India chose a different approach. And so if we're going to use political government structures and a hard policy for a while in China, India really chose this policy of education. 2 kids are great. It doesn't matter if they're boy or girl. It's really about celebrating a smaller nuclear family. Again, there's a great video called World in Balance that really talks about some of the struggles because of the importance of having a boy in India, and so sometimes continuing to have multiple children until you had that boy. I will say that they really are trying to do a great job through education about how girls can still be how girls are important parts of your family, and so trying to balance out that gender equity. But they're going to do it through education versus a strict policy. So does it actually work? Our students, we talk about in Northern Europe, there was these Do It for Denmark campaigns, trying to get more people to have children, and do those campaigns actually even work? And so I think that this is interesting too, that even incentives, we're trying to persuade families to have more babies, and we're not seeing it really have much of an impact. At the end of the day, you're creating a lifestyle, and that lifestyle is really reflected upon the culture in which you live, and the way in which you're going to develop your family. So 2 examples come to mind. One, we talk about Japan, and Japan, for example, does not have a policy, but it is very typical that they only have 1 child. Well, a lot of that has to do with education levels. And when we talk about education, is that the longer the woman is in school, it delays getting married, it delays having children. So you typically don't have as many kids because you are focused on your career at that point. So then up until having your children. And so that is it's been kind of a cultural norm to maybe only have 1 kid. In Brazil, we've seen a sharp decrease in number of children's total fertility rates, and some are crediting the telenovelas and really taking a look at, there was a great National Geographic series that really focused on this idea of showing people this lifestyle that you can have if you're not having X amount of kids in tow. I'm not saying that works for everybody, but what they found is that as more people started watching these telenovelas, is that they really started to see this decrease and decrease in total fertility rate and kind of increase in education level. So those are kind of some unique little stories as we're looking at impacts of rate of natural increase. We can look at the environment and sometimes the connection to population here as well. I guess I would really focus on some of the brown and even some green things that we take a look at here. The brown here, import strategy, unsuccessful, insufficient food. Like how are we going to feed people? The gray, approaching under resource scarcity, but important strategy is import strategy is not in use. So how do we provide for those people? And when you really look at India, there's a couple areas here that are okay. The resources are in that southern part, they're still sufficient. But without imports, take a look at central India. They'd be in trouble. There's insufficient food, in the up in the Delhi area. When we take a look, in other areas, Ethiopia, definitely that Horn of Africa, that there's some issues over there. And so as population continues to grow, it's going to put pressure on those resources. So where does all of this fit? Okay. So when we're talking about influence, the changes on population, the things that we're looking at. So in that stage 1, remember what we're looking at here. The death rate is high, the birth rate is high. We kind of talk about it constantly moving like this. I know the hands look really weird on screen, but that's okay. And part is because you got your hunters and gatherers, they're moving, and so typically things would balance off because as you're moving and shifting, then if the population gets too big, typically there's just not enough resources, eventually it balances off. As we shift into stage 2, that really expanding, a couple things happen. So we start to see kind of less migratory populations, but really the thing here is access to better healthcare, and that's really going to cause that death rate to drop. So when we see that death rate drop, So access to better healthcare, but still high birth rate. There's things that we think about when we say, okay, this is still probably a country that's very agrarian based. They need these kids working in the fields. They need these kids. There's not a lot of trust in the medical vaccines yet. There's not a lot of trust that my kids are going to make it. A lot of times they're patriarchal societies, and so the idea of having more kids, this is where you're really going to see that the rate of natural increase start to explode, because as people are living longer but you're still having lots of kids, the population really expands. Those pressures where we start to see people shifting into stage 3 is, okay, at some point though, we've got to be able to feed our families, so that's shifting over into the more urban areas. So that rural to urban movement becomes really intense. As you move into those urban areas, typically you don't have as many kids, partly because there aren't as many resources, you don't have the space for it. That healthcare availability and food stability continues to be there. And ultimately you're moving into that stage 4 where we start to see things balance out. And what we're really looking at there is probably a very developed country in stage 4, and that idea that the population is becoming much more stabilized. There's trust in the healthcare, there's trust in the food, but there's also high education, gender equity, and so there aren't these demands to have as many kids. What's happening in stage 5 though, where we're starting to see a decrease when we talk about a country like Japan, is the replacement rate isn't even there. And so that idea of one child is enough, that's starting to put some other pressures on countries as far as those future planning ideas. So if this is our stage of our transition model of life, then we've got our epidemiologic model, transition model, I like to call it our model of death. But we also take a look at what kind of wipes out populations. And so when we talk about these different stages, if you think about those early stages, even of the demographic transition model, they're moving all over, your famine, pestilence, that this is, it's going to be kind of pretty severe. As we move into that early one, this is stuff that we're still seeing, if there's vaccines, I forget if I believe it was Cape Verde, it was like in the 1950s that they were finally exposed to, and I forget if it was the measles vaccine or malaria, but why I'm sharing that with you is that once they were exposed to that in the 1950s, then their population took off because they hadn't had that access before. So part of when we look at your stage 3s and 4s and 5s, they've had access to these vaccines and they're able to kind of prevent these receding pandemics. What you shift into though is man-made diseases, cardiovascular, you talk about, things that maybe some of these things we could prevent, such as our health, but also things, this is where you're going to see more cancer, this is where you're going to see those types of diseases. Then shifting into stage, this post, we talk a lot about these re-emerging diseases too, kind of these new variations that, or maybe we stop doing the vaccine and then it re-emerges. And so the whole idea of what we're taking a look at here is when we're talking about population, what are some of those trends that we see with types of diseases? In the world we're living in right now, the two big diseases that really, I probably should have put this is from 2020, but I could have put 2019, is at the end, really looking at Ebola in Western Africa here. And so kind of taking a look at this virus, and honestly, if you start looking at cases and deaths, and so you start kind of digging in here, the deaths, they were up around 10,000 cases, 25,000. I mean, those percentages are not great as far as survivability of this. And so why is it it's contained there and doesn't spread? Those are questions that you have to start asking yourself. I mean, how many times have we seen this one? I pulled on the 7th, if today's the 10th, so I could have pulled a new one every day. But this is taking a look at limited testing and challenges, could be the cause of death means. So we're just looking at taking a look at some of those issues, but we're looking at these confirmed deaths throughout here. Is this something new? Is this moved us into a stage 5? Is this something that if we can get a vaccine, that where does this fit in our whole story? It's tough to say because it's so early. It's so interesting to listen to our medical professionals that are working tirelessly together. My sister texted me and she said it's pretty amazing. She lives in Minnesota, that the Mayo Clinic and the University of Minnesota are working together to try and tackle this. To hear your healthcare professionals on the front lines trying to figure out how to tackle it, the whole world working together. And you have these ideas out there of, okay, so what is this going to mean long term? And so we do talk about population. So there's a guy by the name of Thomas Malthus, and Thomas Malthus is, my kids will say, he's kind of a doomsday guy, late 1700s, early 1800s. And one of the things he talks about is that population is going to totally surpass our food production. So this is his prediction of a catastrophe. And so your teachers probably talked about the J curve. And so he really saw population as this exponential growth. We're crying out loud if you have not heard J curve in the last month, but that exponential growth, that's what we've been talking about with the COVID cases. Our idea is we wanted to turn it into an S curve, right, to flatten it out. He didn't see that. But part of us think of the time frame of where he was at. All he was seeing was this increase. People were moving to cities, people were having better access to food and to some healthcare. And so he just saw this exponential growth. And where he was worried, and this is what he'd actually kind of like say, is he would say there needs to be checks on population or we're going to have problems. Well, his critics out there, and Esther Bosworth is one of them, and she said, population is going to drive crop intensification. We're going to figure this out. And so as population continues to grow, then we've got to produce more. And keep going and going. And population is going to also understand that it needs to help flatten the curve, for lack of a better term. And so what we actually have seen, and this is where Malthus was wrong, is that population for the most part has not gone exponentially. What we started to see is that flattening out that S curve. Now, that being said, there are people out there that will say, so fine, Malthus, not just about food. So, but is he right about population demand and resources? And if you recall back to some other stuff we've talked about over the past few weeks, we have talked about water. We've talked about access to arable land and the population pressures that we're putting on that. But Bosworth would say, we're going to figure it out. So end of next week, we're going to review agriculture and we'll talk about some of those ways that we figured that out as well. So if we're not just growing, our rate of natural increase is not just growing because of our birth and death rates, that there's other things that are occurring as well, and that's typically migration. And so what we're taking a look at here, these causes of migration, you should be able to give some examples of push and pull factors that are going to cause people to move. You should understand what intervening opportunities are. And so that idea of as I'm migrating that maybe I'm not getting to my final destination because there was an opportunity such as a job along the way, or these intervening obstacles. And sometimes I talk about physical obstacles like how am I going to cross an ocean, but also sometimes it could be financial obstacles. And so even though I have the desire to go, I can't. So we're going to look at just a few things here. One of the things that we'll look at is that a couple things historically, and your teachers probably will do this in kind of a summary, that we've seen people moving all over the place. So there's constant movement. Here are some new centers, the darkest color, your new centers for international migration growth. The kind of orangish color, our sources for international and internal migrants, and then your yellows are our traditional centers. And so I recommend maybe focusing a little bit on reviewing kind of some of those historical trends. I mean, this is where your teachers probably would have done a little bit of colonization, expansion, that idea of movement of those people. For today, as far as review purposes, I think the biggest thing what we want to really take away are that impacting the changes in population. And so, for example, causes of migration, one of the things we talk about is that lovely phrase chain migration. And so when we talk about chain migration, this has kind of become a controversial topic in the United States over the last few years. So remember when we talk chain, we're talking about kinship and family lines being reunited. This I thought was really interesting. This one said that, that immigrants, 9.3 million were admitted based on familiar ties versus look at the populations of LA, Chicago, Dallas, San Francisco, and Cleveland. And so we've had this commitment to bringing families over, but I guess the point is that there are reasons to bring the family over, but when we take a look at our urban growth in our urban cities, that those numbers are really high. Other reasons are causes of migration, jobs, right? I mean, anytime I do these activities with my students, we totally get to kind of at the end of the day, loss of a job or going to a job tend to be, besides family, your biggest reasons. So I thought this was interesting, taking a look at America's fastest and growing, slowest growing job markets. And it shouldn't surprise you, Miami, taking a look at Atlanta, Fort Worth. And so if you were looking for a job, now this remembers employee population growth of 2017, these are places where we would expect to see population growing. Right now, I would wait for some of the statistics because now we're starting to look at unemployment rates. We're probably going to see less movement just because of the stay-at-home orders and what that might do to some of the job markets in the United States. Environmental, we cyclones, tornadoes, fires, floods, could be push migration, but how about reasons to draw people places? We know that we've seen a huge inflow, internal migration, movements to, Southwest United States, that drier air, or Florida. I mean, we could talk about the impact there if we talk about Florida and Southwest. And let's stick with Florida. You're going to see more of that upside down population pyramid just because of tends to be a retiring community that is moving there. I would say in Southwest United States, we tend to see a lot of retirees, but it also borders Mexico, so we do see a higher influence of immigrants there, and they're going to be a younger population, so sometimes that actually balances off that area. But at the end of the day, we're talking about causes of migration. The environment does play a role in moving people. Here's another image that I thought was interesting when we start looking. So the red obviously looking at your cyclones. We talked earlier, or as last week, about sea levels increasing, but take a look at the decline in food production, causing people to move, loss of fresh water resources, and so really this idea of possibly causing more migration in these areas. And so it might be interesting for you, take a look at what's happening in that food production looks like in our Amazon region, what's going on there, taking a look at Peru and the fresh water resources. We're picking one and just looking at some specific examples about how environmental factors can cause migration. Politically, can also cause, I mean, if you're living in an area that is deemed, now please know that this is, I have not vetted this source per se, but if we take a look at safest and most dangerous places by this company, I was always surprised Chicago wasn't on this list, but if these are dangerous places, is that going to draw people to leave or to move there? Probably not. Probably going to cause them to leave, so push. So politically, just kind of where might I feel also included, but also this idea of safety too. So it's not just the United States. I thought this one was great. This is taken from the United Nations on drugs and crime. And so then this is looking at violent cities by looking at homicide rates. I mean, look at here, just to me, very interesting looking in Central America. Those numbers are probably going to cause people to want to leave. Well, do we have proof that people from those areas are moving? Yes, we do. We can watch those migrations, and where is it natural for them to want to move? We'll look at proximity, the United States. We take a look at, violent cities as far as movement. So, I typically don't always think of London and Paris. And so those I do, but look at the rest of Europe, that this seems like this might be desirable areas for people to move. We also just look in general at countries and that political unrest and looking at those causes of migration. This shouldn't surprise you, that your least peaceful countries, Afghanistan, Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, Iraq, Somalia. I mean, look at that list. And so we know that creates some things, right? Some forced migration, and that's where we're going. Some vocabulary. So on your AP exam this year, there probably will not be any identified because if you're taking it home, we're not going to have you just be able to Google it. But there's vocab that you're still going to want to be exposed to so that you understand what the question is asking. And so we are going to talk a little bit about refugees. So that idea of people that are fleeing their country because of persecution. We talk about internally displaced people, so have been forced to leave their homes but stay within the borders. Typically refugees might be seeking asylum, that they're looking for shelter and protection because of they're fleeing another state. This one my students love. Why? Transhumanists, when we talk about this would be voluntary, so we're moving our animals up into the highlands in the summer so that they can see green pastures and down in the winter so that they're able to follow the seasonal food options. Transnational migration, we're going to take a look at where do we see some of the greatest movement of people. We already talked about chain migration, that kinship, that is really a lot of times your entry point into some of these developed countries, but what impact does it have then on those areas? Step migration gets tricky. We see this a lot, that occurs in stages. It's difficult for us to track over long periods of time. I'm not going to cover guest workers today, and I wish I could. There's just not enough time. If there's anything that I could tell you to spend a little bit of time on, just refreshing your memory on guest workers. So typically they come on short-term work visas. The benefits for a country that they typically are going to take jobs that are in high demand. That in other words, we see in a lot of countries they tend to be your unskilled labor jobs. They are going to put money back into your economy. The problem typically is those they oftentimes are a different culture, and that can create some conflict. The other thing is, do they overstay some of the time that they're supposed to be there? So then that puts some tension back on the country and the relationship with those workers. And then for crying out loud, I've been talking about this. I feel like since I started with you guys, happening everywhere. There's rural to urban migration. So what are some of the effects? So we talk causes, and you got to talk effects. So some of the effects of migration politically, when we look at this, is looking at your IDP. So this is looking at the number of internally displaced people around the world. And just look at the pressure that that's putting on Southwest Asia. So looking at Cyprus, Turkey, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Syria. So looking at those areas, Palestine. So it's interesting that they use Palestine, right? That should have triggered something. Okay, we would say in the state of Israel. But this idea of IDPs. So what pressures? And I guess even by mentioning Palestinians, stateless nation. And so when we get to our political unit, we'll have to take a look at how does that impact a country's population and how we count people. Refugees have been under a lot of microscopes lately about how many people, especially when we talk about Syria, Syrian refugees, like how welcoming are people to allowing refugees to come into their country. The United States is down there at 72%. Would you personally accept people fleeing from war or persecution? Which is still a great number. But you take a look at Spain or Germany, who've really tried to open their doors, and they're really on the front lines of what was happening in those regions that we were just talking about. But most of these countries that are on here, what can they offer? They can offer safety, they can offer opportunities as people are fleeing. So a lot of times though we talk about immigration, and sometimes I think your teachers probably focus on the struggles between undocumented immigrants in the United States, documented. I do think it's important. So I feel that that's probably been covered really well by your teachers. I also think it's important for us to just take a minute that two different countries here. So I've got the US and Canada on here. But while you're looking at these and I'm talking, is that these are kind of publications of understanding how immigrants actually that are also helping countries economically, the types of jobs immigrants are doing within these countries, the money that they're putting back into, so this is looking at revenue, the money that they're putting back into their spending, so the things that they're buying, taking a look at that it's not just taking from the resources, this is taking a look at what they're putting back. And so yes, it can be a little controversial, and I'm assuming your teachers covered that, but I do think it's important for us to take a moment that there's both sides here. We also know that they're going to have a cultural impact, and so we talk about cultural landscape. So this is in Dearborn, Michigan. And so when we look at Dearborn, Michigan, we start to see this is one of the largest mosques in the United States, one of the fastest growing areas for Muslims in the US. And so we see that reflected obviously in the mosque, but also in some of the signage as well. This is actually an image from Chinatown in San Francisco, the idea of chain migration. And so many major cities have Chinatowns, as you're looking at images from Little Italy, the idea of comfort, those enclaves that bringing people into those areas. And so culturally you're pulled to certain areas, but also then we see it in the landscape. Okay. So when we talk about it overall, we could go into US history. We could talk about the different waves of immigrants to the United States. We could talk about how it shifted over time. I would say there's a lot to cover. But the idea that I want you to take away today is that we see this rural to urban movement happening everywhere. We see political, economic, I'll come to that in a second. We see political, economic, social, and cultural reasons to leave, but also their impact as well. And so it is immigration or migration rates globally it's occurring everywhere. So take a look at kind of this idea of where we're moving. The hard part is, and your teachers I'm sure talked about this idea of brain drain. It's not cheap to move. It's expensive. And so typically the best and your brightest, your most motivated are the ones that are trying to get out to find that better life of safety, of opportunity. And so what does that then mean for the country that is losing those people? You need to think about these impacts and how it impacts the cause, how it impacts the effect. Okay. So if I were you, I would take a moment and I would try to have an example for each one of these, a cause and effect. And that really leads to the FRQ practice. So I know this one doesn't have a stimulus base, that yours will have some sort of stimulus, but I thought that these questions were actually still good. And I could put a map of refugees up there and you could have to talk about it there, but I thought that this was good from the standpoint of describing one political reason why refugees flee their country, describe one cultural reason why refugees flee, describe one environmental reason. So now you're having to really kind of parse out why people might be fleeing, explain one economic impact refugees can have on a country that is receiving them, and also one cultural impact. So I do think we covered a lot of that today. Encourage you to rewatch this if you wanted to, but dig into your notes. You've got it. I know your teachers have covered this. Really spend some time here because I do think these concepts, these cause and effect, and these 4 big categories are things that really are going to help you as you're moving through all your other units as well. As always, if there's anybody out there that you know is struggling with technology, please direct them to College Board. And I just want to thank you all for watching. Depending where you are and what your faith is, this could be a very important weekend to you. So for those of you that are celebrating, please do it virtually, do it safe, remember your 6 feet, and I hope to see you next week. Have a great one. Bye.
Hey everyone, how are you doing today? Hope everyone's having a good Monday and had a good weekend and are ready to start with our next review. And today we are going to be looking at a culture topic. So let me get this up here for you, make sure everyone is ready to go and share my screen for you. I hope you've had a really good day and that you're starting to think more and more about what we're going to be doing and what we can do to help you. We're going to add a couple of new things in and I'm going to tell you about them as we come along here. Once again, I'm Ann Lindsley from Houston, Texas, where today we are having postage stamp gorgeous weather. The windows are open and I did say we were in Houston. So it's been an amazing day today. All right, let's start with our review from last week. I've heard from several students asking about some of the questions. That was interesting to see that. I of course rubbed it into my own students who I don't hear from very much unless we're online. So last week on Friday, you were given these 5 questions. So let's run through these and think about them. Once again, I want to point your attention to the task verb because these are going to be what's going to be very important. These are what are going to lead your answers when you write the AP exam FRQs on May 12th. And we're going to work on those as we get closer and closer to that time period. So don't worry about if you're writing, is this really describing these or is this what explaining these? We're going to be working toward that. But right now we're reviewing some of the content and then bringing this in as well. So first question deals with one political reason. Describe one political reason why refugees flee to their home country. Now this is one. You don't need to put down 2, 3, 4, 5, what have you. There's only one and make it your best one because only the first one will be scored. So what did you look at your answer if you wrote it down or think about it real carefully? What did you put down? Hopefully you put down civil war, or you could have put down political conflict. You could put down legal discrimination. You could have put down conflict with other countries. That's what it works. The next one, describe one cultural reason why refugees leave their home country. So what are push factors for cultural push factor for a refugee to leave? Here, once again, you could put in discrimination against various cultural practices, minority population suppression, new religious laws, new language laws that prevent you from speaking the language that you may only know. Those would be cultural reasons. There are some others that you probably could put down. Describe one environmental reason why refugees leave their home country. This is really important because we talk about in this great curriculum internally displaced persons. The other thing also to realize is that environmental refugees are one of the largest groups of population that has actually been forced to leave their home country or also become IDPs, internally displaced persons. So in this case, they're fleeing their home country. So what kind of events may cause that? Flooding, continued flooding, and that's what we have here in Houston. Famine is one of the largest reasons for refugee migration. Monsoons, tropical systems, hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones, all come into that. Those would all be factors. Sometimes people say tornadoes. We saw some really nasty tornadoes here in the last 24 hours go across the south. Those usually are not reasons why people would leave their home country. They may have to go to other towns internally, but not usually their home country. All right, the next question. Explain one economic impact refugees can have on a country that is receiving them. So one, again, economics. So we have to bring this in the concept of economics, not social or political. Be careful, this is where people mess up the kind of question. An economic impact refugee can have on that country that is receiving them. So they could bring a new skill set to the population that would bring new jobs. They also could cause increased tax revenue, or on the flip side, they could also become a financial liability in a sense that they need extra help when they first come in. So however you answer it, it has to tie back to income, money, taxes, the economy. So different types of workforce, new types of workers in different economic sectors, money in terms of new tax revenue, or more people needing help from the federal system to basically survive. All right, then explain one cultural impact refugees can have on the country that is receiving them. So same question, but instead of economic, we're saying cultural. And so maybe a lot of you live in some areas where you can actually see this. I know as a native Houstonian, I've seen Houston change through several different major cultural migrations, and so it makes it a very interesting place to be in. But we have a lot of places like this. Chicago is the same situation. But look around you. What has happened as you have people coming in? Maybe you have people coming in from Somalia, or Eritrea, or maybe you have folks that are coming in from West Africa, or from Vietnam, or Laos and Cambodia. Where are they coming from? So what is the impact that they're bringing in? Well, hey, one of the biggest, most important cultural traits is food. So they're bringing their food with them, and then perhaps maybe they open up a business, a small restaurant selling their food, and then that becomes real popular in many cases by populations that are willing to give something different a chance and try it. And who knows, then it starts to spread like our other restaurants do. All right, other cultural impact could be like linguistic diversity, needing to have things bilingual to be large in the population. And one of the interesting things that I like to bring up with my students is what is the second language other than English that is taught in various places around the country? Like where do they teach Hmong? Where do they have to instruct in Hmong because there's such a large population for those? And so that'd be for those folks out there in Minnesota and also out in portions of California. Our first second language down here in the Houston School District was actually Vietnamese, and that happened in the 1970s. All right, so hopefully you put down some of those. I hope I didn't go too fast through them. Go back and review them if you like. But I'm introducing you here one of the new things that we're implementing now for the rest of the time, and at least now we're going to use it with Twitter. So if you can access into Twitter, if you have any questions, I have my trusty son who is sitting here monitoring a Twitter account for me at AP Geo Rocks 2020. Get that? You are going to rock this exam for 2020. AP Geo Rocks 2020. So if you have any questions while we go along, send a message. He's going to help monitor that, and when we get to the end, I'm going to go back and address some of those questions for you, and we're going to see how smoothly this works. All right. So once again, if you weren't with us last week when we started to introduce some of the changes that we're going to be implementing for these exams, you can go back and look at this. It's also on the College Board website under AP Coronavirus Updates.collegeboard.org/students. Tells you all the same information without all the cute little boxes. But anyway, your exam is going to be on Tuesday, May 12th, or June 1st if you have to take the makeup one. But once again, you can go back and look at this on your YouTube account, or look at it on the Coronavirus Update. So 2 free response questions. That's all we have. One's 55%, the other one's 45%, and we will have visual stimuli to go along with it. That's the reason why you see so many maps and graphs and images from both Ms. Brent and myself. So I want to point out again these magic task verbs: describe and explain. We also have to apply things. We have to analyze patterns and relationships, and that's going to be our topic today as I take apart big ideas for you. Big idea 1 for you, which is dealing with patterns in spatial organization. Once again, this course has some teacher in part to it, and one of them is the big ideas. And the big ideas is the way that we try to get this information across to you so that you can organize it. It's the process of organizing the geographic information. And then we have these skills that we're going to be dealing with the skills as soon as we finish this part. And the skills are how we acquire geographic knowledge. What tools are we using to acquire that geographic knowledge? And then we have these themes, and we will be pointing out some of these themes. There are a couple that were already in those review questions, and there'll be some more that we'll go through as I go through all the topics. So anyway, the big overarching big idea that we're looking at for today is how cultural practices vary across geographic locations because of physical geography and available resources. But mostly we're looking at the spread across geographic locations. And this is this culture unit. So let's look at our in the first one, 3.1, Introduction to Culture. Culture comprises the shared practices and technologies. This is the first topic exactly to do. How these behaviors are transmitted by a society. So I'm sure your teacher already told you this. Culture is innate. Culture changes. Culture is shared. It's learned. It's essential. It's not isolated. It evolves over time. It's passed down through time. It's familial. It's community-wide. It's regional. It's national. You can look at cultural aspects through various scales. So hey, all y'all that are teachers out there, there's a great video. It has no words in it. So it has this music, and it's called Tapestry of Life from National Geographic, and it is available on YouTube. Highly recommend it. It's the story of life as told through all these fabulous National Geographic images, and You can access it on YouTube called Tapestry of Life, and I actually use it as the introduction to culture to get you to start thinking about how every phase of life is actually interpreted through our culture. All right, so when we look at culture, we are looking at shared practices. One of the shared practices we're doing right now is educating. How we educate, how we learn is a shared practice. So I found a collection of classrooms around the world all sharing in our same practice. And that, by the way, is an interesting book called School Days Around the World. If you have any younger kids around, teachers probably be interested in that as well. So what do we all learn? We all have materials, we all have something to sit at or on, and we all have an invested, eager, enthusiastic teacher who's there to help guide you through this. All right, behaviors are also learned culture. And one of the things I was trying to think about with my colleague Linda last night, I was like, what can I portray? I want to keep it relevant to right now. Well, one of the things that we have to now deal with is how we greet people. We can't necessarily go up and hug somebody. We can't shake their hand. It's hard to be even in the same presence of them. So these are behaviors that, because of an outside influence, is going to cause us to have to change how we greet each other. So we're going to have to learn a new aspect of our culture. So I'm going to look at different ways that different cultures greet people and various ones, and that just did always accepted, probably never really paid attention to a whole lot. The Japanese, hands to your side and bowing from just above your waist. The Maasai engage in a jumping dance when they're greeting somebody. They don't touch somebody. This is a jumping dance. When you're greeting someone who's older than you in the Philippines, out of sign of respect, you press their forehead. You press their hand to your forehead as you bow. The Maori, they snuggle noses. In Tibet, you stick your tongue out a little bit. This was an interesting story. You stick your tongue out a little bit so that you can show that you are not the reincarnation of an evil Tibetan king from the 9th century who had a trademark black tongue. So you stick yours out a little bit to show that you are safe and you are friendly. All right. So cultures also deal with attitudes and how we change attitudes. Change happens over time, or how we become a more global society, and these attitudes just aren't working with us. And gender is one of these topics that runs clear across this entire curriculum. It's in every single unit. And so I wanted to make sure that that's one of the attitudes that we can see is something that is changing in a lot of our culture. And will gender equality change our cultural attitude? And is it changing? I mean, slowly, but happening in a lot of places. And once again, keep in mind from 2 or 3 presentations ago, this is also one of the Sustainable Development Goals. Is more gender equality between the genders. All right. So the next portion of culture has to do with various cultural traits. And traits include such things as food preferences, architecture, land use. All of this is interpreted through our culture, right? Through our junk in the trunk, as I always like to say to our students. What is it that we are using to interpret culture? So first of all, we look at a trait. And food is an important part of culture. It is perhaps that and language are 2 of the most identifiable traits that identify back to a culture. Traditional cuisine is passed down from one generation to the next. It's an expression of cultural identity, and its immigrants bring the food of their countries with them wherever they go and bring in and adapt traditional cookings to the new places that they're at. I always begin with asking my students when we come up with topics. All right, think about something that your mom makes or your grandma makes, and you don't have a recipe to it, but you're gonna have to learn how to make it. And then you ask, why in the world do we eat this? And your mom says, I don't know, because we have to. I don't know, because grandma did. And you keep asking your parents a certain question, they keep giving you all these other kind of answers. It's not until you're old enough to say, no, I'm not making it this way anymore. So if my mom's listening out there, she knows exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, food is also, as a cultural trait, food is symbolic within culture because it brings people together. It is also symbolic because it's a way of exchanging and sharing with family and friends. It ties our cultural heritage together. So I collected various images from several different traits and put them all together here for you to see different types of foods from those particular cultures. Food in the United States actually reflects our history. It reflects our periods of immigration. It reflects our different types of agricultural products that we can make. And as we become a more globalized world, globalization is what our overarching theme. As we become a more globalized world, it's easier to access cuisines that have different experiences and add new different kinds of foods to your palate that you never thought you would like. Food is also tied to religion and tied to rituals. Food taboos for various religions. Do you halal or kosher? Do you use certain foods for celebrations? Why do we have tamales down here in South Texas for Thanksgiving and Christmas? My culture always was turkey and usually, but now people have tamale. And you're not from Mexico, but you're still having tamales because it's become part of our local Texana cuisine to do that. All right. So the next thing that's also interesting is we also have to keep in mind that we're not just looking at pictures. We have to see the information as it gets mapped out. And so there's several ways of looking at food. All kinds of different maps about who consumes what. So where is meat consumption the highest or the lowest? We see in this bottom image. Where is meat consumption the highest and where is it the lowest? Okay, we can't just say where. Now we have to say why. And then why follows with because the answer is we have to explain that. So where is meat consumption the lowest? Right here in Africa and in South Asia. So if we were to take South Asia, why is meat consumption the lowest in South Asia? Well, you have a large Hindu population and they don't eat meat. All right, so they're not eating meat. So that's going to be the why. Why and the because follows in that it's part of the belief of the sacredness of the cow, and there's more to that. But anyway, so that gives us the where, the why, because. Okay, so where is it the highest? Why do these highest developing countries have such a high meat consumption? Tied to economics, it's tied to protein consumption, it's tied to availability. Where do you have the largest amounts of grains? Corn, rice, and wheat. Rice is blue, wheat is green, and corn is red. So we would follow this with why. Why does the United States have so much corn? Because corn is fed to livestock. Because livestock are feeding this high meat consumption that we have. Okay, so the why, the where, the why, because. All right. So the other thing we're looking at food consumptions and things like this is who's hungry. And once again, we see who's hungry, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa. We see who's eating the least amount of meat. We have an answer for India, part of it, but we don't have an answer for Sub-Saharan Africa. So we have a serious food consumption, a global hunger issue, and a low protein meat consumption issue. So those things can begin to be compared. And then lastly, we always like to look at these pop versus soda. You know, what this has to do with our language, but also with our food consumption. You can find these maps everywhere. But what do you call it, pop versus soda? And down here where I am, you can usually get these maps a little bit different. Are all dark sodas called Coke, and down here they're called Coke or Dr. Pepper. All right. So we also have architectural traits. I put the names on Japan, Bhutan, Malaysia, and France. Architectural traits are also a reflection of our built landscape, how we built at that time in those particular conditions with the types of materials that were available in the environment. Right? And those are going to differ all over the world. And I'm sure your teacher probably showed you some of those, if not here specifically, but maybe in the religious section or the cultural landscape section. All right. So in this next one, we deal with cultural relativism and ethnocentrism. Any questions yet? Send them to that Twitter address. Cultural relativism versus ethnocentrism. Okay. So keep in mind, ethnocentrism, just to review it, as I know you probably had it, is the way you view other cultures through your own. Are you judging other cultures by your own? That food is gross, or that is stupid, or that is gross. Using that type of verbiage is ethnocentric. Okay? So basically, it's passing judgment on another group or devaluing a group because they're not like you. We look at that in comparison to cultural relativism. Cultural relativism is where we're seeing the culture as it is. It is what it is. They eat that because that's what's available and that's been passed down, or they do that type of greeting, or they have this particular type of philosophy about afternoon, time and work and commitment to work. Those all become relative to those cultures. And cultural relativism is the preference that nothing is right or wrong, and what is considered right in one society may be considered immoral in another, but that's the way it is. Okay? So these are terms that we just basically need to be familiar with in the event that we would need to apply them for something. All right, the next topic is dealing with the cultural landscape. And the cultural landscape, actually one of my favorite parts of culture. And the cultural landscape the term was coined by Carl Sauer. He was a human geographer who was probably the most influential promoting and developing the idea of cultural landscape. He's also in the agriculture unit because he was also responsible for classifying the seeds and the diffusion of seeds from sedentary agriculture. Anyway, Carl Sauer is going to develop this idea of what the cultural landscape is. He was determined to stress that culture is the force that shapes the visible features of the Earth's surface in delimited areas, so areas that we are using. And with his definition, he maintains that the physical environment has central significance in how the culture is going to act. And So this leads us to his famous quote that associates with the cultural landscape. The cultural landscape is fashioned from a natural landscape by a cultural group, where culture is the agent, the natural area is the medium, and the cultural landscape is the result. So I picked a lot of pictures from Iceland, and this is a really cool area in Iceland. These are grass covered. This is a farm. It's actually all connected farmhouse, and goes back to the 19th century, where when the weather is bad, you can go from each portion of the homes, each portion of the building inside, and then it's covered in grass because of the grass tops provide sense of insulation and protection from the wind. And so this is an example of the cultural landscape, where the natural environment, the constraints of the natural environment, allow for them to modify how they are building things. And is ethnocentrism always negative? Question that just came up. Ethnocentrism. Let me go back to that slide real quick. Ethnocentrism is where you're sitting and if you act upon it, then yes. I think if you are judging another group by your perspective and then placing a value on that, then yes, it is negative. I think I prefer for my students to recognize when something is ethnocentric. I think that is more important than anything else, such that you can recognize that you are judging something by your conceived notion or your own philosophies, and that you really don't have a basis for that until you are immersed in that other culture to be able to cast judgment on it. All right, so if we go on, language is an example here of a non-material component. It's part of our it is visible on our cultural landscape in many ways. So language, not just the spoken language, but the written language, when we see it on our landscape, we see it in the form of toponym. And toponyms are the place names, names on the top. This is what I always say, names on the top. So where do we see place names? All over, the names of towns and streets and subway stations and parks and buildings, even the names, the way we name school. We named them after people who 20, 30 years later, who was that? I went to Ed White Elementary. Well, who's Ed White? Well, if you were a product of the 70s, you knew who White Chaffee and White and Chaffee were. They were with the astronaut war in the anyway, sorry. What we see here, I thought this was interesting. This very first one is English place names. Place names of counties specifically linked back to England. Now, what is interesting is the concentration here in the eastern United States. So when we say, my pattern is the eastern United States, and I'm going, why is that? Well, these are the original colonial areas that were brought over, settled by the colonists, and they will name these for places they're familiar with from England. 10 most frequent names in the U.S., kind of like a random trivia kind of situation. The three, Fairfield, Franklin, and Clinton, the three most common names of places in the United States. I'm sure you can find some others. I used to have some maps. It's like, where are all the places named? Oh, where are all the places named after a saint? Think about that in your own state. How many cities are named after religious figures? Are those religious figures French or are they Spanish? Are they named after forts as well? You know, what role did you have from original occupiers in the area that are going to influence the place names? Some place names are named after developers. We have a section in the city here where they named after the first name of every single relative they had. So we have Hill Street, James Street, and a couple others like that. I live on a tree street. So, but the point is that language is a non-material culture, but we see it expressed on our landscape. Religion is also expressed on our landscape, usually in the form of unique types of architecture, but also types of symbol. These are two in particular I pulled out because they're so different. The first one's the Total Palace in Lhasa, Tibet, and then also the Golgotha in Minot, North Dakota. This is a Lutheran church that's now a museum, but this is very Scandinavian Lutheran design, and it is very good. And so we see, just as an example, we see this on the landscape of different types of structure. We also see architectural patterns and other things that are not religious as a reflection of our landscape. Historically, traditional architecture is designed with the elements that you have in that environment. So both Japan and Sweden, heavy forested areas, it's not unusual to see wood homes. You don't see wood homes in places where you don't have trees. It just doesn't fit. They'll be out of stone or strong weeds, rocks even, but you probably looked at some of those in class. We look at traditional architecture in comparison to postmodern architecture. Postmodern architecture is designed to be descriptive on the landscape. It may or may not reflect certain cultures, but more architectural feats of design. And we see that with the Sydney Opera House, and we also see this in Taiwan. This is one of the temples in Taiwan. But very reflective of postmodern. All right, sequence occupants is also a factor related not just to the urban unit, but also to the culture unit. And sequence occupants is the footprint that populations that come in after your initial population leave on the landscape. The basic theory is that cultures will leave their mark, which will then be used by new cultures to replace them or change them. And over time, you build up a complex cultural landscape of layers of different populations that have contributed to the society over generations and generations. So this particular image here is of Galveston. In Galveston, Texas, is an area called the Strand, if anyone's ever been down there. And we have an area that was originally started by the French, but then influenced by the Spanish from the area. But then early Victorian businesses would go in, and this was all a mercantile area. Now it's stores and hotels and things like that. But how do we see the previous culture on the landscape? It has to do with the tall windows, the ornate facade, the French and Charleston style design of the metal porch. That's very, very unique to those particular cultural imprint. And this particular area of Galveston managed to hold on to it. This area was not destroyed in the hurricane in 1900 as that. So this is an example of where you have successive building in an area over about 140-year period of time. These buildings all made through the hurricane in 1900 and many others. But we also see sequent occupant in cities where we have large amounts of migration coming in and settling down and taking over areas that had declined or populations were moving out. They aged out. And this is, I took this in Harlem. And these used to be stores on the bottom in the past, but now this is now a halal meat market and a meat and fish market. So there are various other examples. There's apartments up above, other businesses as well in some areas, but your stores are all on the bottom on the first floor. And what I thought was interesting was this is a new type of business coming in to meet the needs of the new people that are migrating into Harlem in a particular area, which is going to be a new population that is demanding halal meat and fish. So look for those things. So one of the challenges is that y'all are so young that a lot of cases you haven't been able to see change from one culture group to another. And so you're kind of at a disadvantage of that. So it's kind of something to keep in mind that as you get older, that used to be this or that used to be that, but now it's this. And that's an example of sequence occupant. All right. So the next topic that we have to look at is cultural pattern. And cultural patterns are looking at the patterns of language, religion, and ethnicity as they create a place. So in terms of language patterns, I know I've had a couple people comment that they tune in to listen to the way some of our natural speech patterns in some of these AP reviews. I had one person tell me, yeah, we kept repeating the way you say y'all. Well, that's just a normal thing down here. But anyway, what are the patterns? Where do we say y'all? Where do you say you guys, you all, use guys? I can't get that out very well. But so you begin to have these patterns, and you need to look for these patterns on the landscape because it begins to tell you what is this place about? Who are these particular people? And I'm sure you saw language patterns for the United States when you were going through this unit in class. But just for another reference, here's another more intricate division, more scientific division of the speech patterns that we have. And of course, the most ideal one, the Ohio Midland, which is right in here, speech pattern because it's considered to not have an accent. But then we also look at things at different levels of scale. All right, so religious distribution at a global scale. So everyone in the United States is Protestant, right? And because that's what that map is telling me. Everyone here is going to be Protestant Christian, and everyone here is Sunni Muslim, and everyone in South America is Catholic. Because that's what that map is telling me because of the scale. Not entirely wrong, but it's also not entirely right. So if we look at data in a smaller amount of space, we can look at this particular distribution of the United States. So remember, the one I just showed you, it said everyone is Protestant. Now I'm going to show you this one. And the blue one here is Catholic. So where are the Protestants? Well, the red is Protestant, the green is Protestant, the yellow is Protestant, and the orange is Protestant. But all the rest of that blue is Catholic. Well, this becomes an issue also of how data is recorded. And these are by counties. And so it's whoever filled out the information and what was the majority in that county. Anyway, so you want to keep in mind that when you're looking at making decisions and conclusions about certain places, you have to look at what is that data actually reflecting, because it's not entirely accurate to say that everyone in the United States is Protestant or everyone in Latin America is Catholic. You're going to have a lot of different. The question just came in is cultural landscape, also known as the built environment. The built environment is part of the cultural landscape because religion on the landscape, toponyms on the landscape, food traits and the way food is cooked and prepared in the buildings and the way that we handle that is also part of it. The other part, also part of your cultural landscape, is the way we farm, and that's going to be another issue, but that wasn't part of these topics in here. So language distribution, if we look at language distribution at a global level for this particular scale, we see the countries that are English and French and Arabic speaking, but be careful, not in their entirety is everyone in those places speaking in English. 90 to 100% of the population of the United States is supposed to be, according to this map. But you want to keep in mind that as we go through a lot of these become things that are going to, or aspects, cultural traits that are going to shape the global landscape. They enhance the placemaking of a particular place. All right, so attitudes toward ethnicity and gender, including the role of women and ethnic neighborhood, these also help to shape a given space. So what are particular neighborhood? Some of you are from some large cities. Think about this. Where do you have a little Italy? Do you have a Germantown? Do you have a little Mexico? Do you have a little Havana? Do you have, what types of cultural areas do you have? An Irish area? What types of ethnic neighborhoods do you have where that's the best Italian food you're going to find is over there, where all the rest of those Italians are coming in through chain migration. They all settled in that area, and everyone who was there before all went ahead and left. Well, we saw this in Miami, and you have little Havana, and it's become quite an imprint on the landscape of coming into this area and experiencing Cuban culture and foods, the music, the language, everything all together. These are also two excellent books on ethnic neighborhoods and places. The City of Neighborhoods is about Boston here, and this one is on Chicago. There's a neighborhood on Chicago. So teachers, if you're looking for specific things to talk about change and you happen to be in those areas, those are both excellent books. All right. Next that we look at has to do with centripetal and centrifugal factors. Now, the theory of centripetal and centrifugal forces is associated with the political geographer Richard Hartshorne, and he's going to propose that there are centrifugal factors that are going to pull people apart, and that there are centripetal factors that bring people together. But whichever forces take hold and cause change, the force has to be stronger than the resisting force. So these forces have an interaction, and they can produce regionalism. They can also create dissimilarity in a country among the people as well. Do they ever stop a country from falling apart? The country has to have a stronger centrifugal force in order to prevent a centrifugal force from pulling it apart. Centrifugal forces can include physical features. That's something a lot of times is left out. They can include physical features as barriers that restrict people from being able to access certain things, and so that creates a division. Your areas in culture that cause division, just being different, religious differences, language as a second language from everyone else. Your ethnicity, we see that's one of the underlying problems in India and in Afghanistan and much of Central Asia. Ethnic conflict is one of the underlying centrifugal factors. Social injustice is another problem. Discrimination, poverty, the role of poverty. They're always taking all of my money. That perception is a centrifugal factor. Or those people are always keeping us pushed down and in poverty. So that becomes a reason for division. We see that conflict in parts of Belgium. We saw that also in the former Czechoslovakia. One was industrial, the other portion was agricultural. So after the Velvet Revolution, we no longer had Czechoslovakia. We had the Czech Republic and the Republic of Slovakia, or Czech. Legal restrictions also create centrifugal factors where some people are prevented from being able to do things. So how do we keep countries together and populations together? Culture, religious acceptance, leaving the ethnocentrism and accepting other people, looking at cultural relativism, creating economic equity, creating a fair legal system, looking at creating a common heritage among the history of the population. Those are elements that begin to do that. Hold on, all right, so where do we see how this internal conflict comes into play? We see this internal conflict coming into play when we look at the numbers of internally displaced persons. And so this is just a list of, oh my goodness, where do we have the greatest amount of IDP? What's causing those? Why? Because these are the questions that we have to work through to answer our FRQs, or actually to be able to process the geographic information. So why do we have so much internal conflict in Central Africa? Why do we have so much internal conflict in this region in China? What is going on in China that's causing so much relocation problems? These would be questions to ponder, but to look at the spatial distribution of where we have the conflicts is also extremely important here. All right, so given all of that, we also want to look and see, okay, did any of this apply to anything else? Yes, those are all the unit teachers, but these topics that I just covered actually overlap into other units. Okay, so I'm going to go back and look at that slide if we're looking at how everything begins over. So I'm going to answer your questions here one second. I just want to leave you with these AP questions to practice. So compare the concept of centripetal and centrifugal, okay, the concept of dividing and separating. Explain a centripetal force that affects the viability of any of the states on the map. There's the map. So we have Pakistan, India, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, and Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So what are some centripetal forces that affect the viability of any of the states on the map? With using a specific example, explain a centrifugal force that affects the viability. So a force that separates using a specific example. So you could say, Sri Lanka, Senegalese, and Tamil. I give you the answers. You can't use another one. Describe the changing cultural landscape of the area of a city when it experiences chain migration from another culture different from the original. So how does the cultural landscape change? Maybe signs become written in other languages. The area I grew up in Southwest Houston, all the street signs are now in Chinese. Everything around is all Chinese owned businesses. So there was a massive migration. I would want to know what then happened. I remember what happened. Hong Kong went back to China, and we had a huge migration. But that's the changing cultural landscape. And then last, explain two examples of how language can be a centrifugal force. How can language force division? Okay, so I want you to look at those. So we have some questions. I need my trusty assistant here to put his computer back up. So we have some questions. Where am I at? What is the difference between chain migration and sequence occupants? Well, chain migration is all the people coming in, and they come in. The people are funneling into particular locations of a place. And so as they become situated, they're going to start up their own businesses. So they're going to buy out, say, Pizza Hut and turn it into a taqueria, which is not far from here. And so I can still see that it used to be a Pizza Hut, but now it's selling all kinds of Mexican specialty foods. Do they tell what is a cultural realm? Well, that's a region that has common cultural characteristics. What is the difference between cultural landscape and built environment? The cultural landscape includes the built environment, because the cultural landscape also has these other cultural traits on it. So things like names of places, the way things are arranged, how the houses are arranged. In some places in Central Africa, all the homes in a particular village will be in a circle, and all the doors face outwards because these are matriarchal societies, and for security purposes, they can all see that everything's okay with everyone's home. Let's see, what's the difference between cultural appropriation and assimilation? Well, for one, cultural appropriation is taking something in as your own, and we don't deal with cultural appropriation. That's kind of a newish topic. That's not in this particular course. It's similar to assimilation, where you are adopting it, but assimilation also can have where you're kind of adjusting it. It might be an issue of semantic, but we're looking at from the more positive in the culture becoming part of it, or us adopting those cultures. All right. So, any other questions? Any other questions coming up? My son's doing a great job of feeding me your questions. He's done this all his life, by the way. No, says that we're good. All right. Well, we're gonna keep this up, and wait, we do have what is the difference in centripetal and centrifugal forces and push-pull factors? That's a good question. The push-pull factors are what we look at with migration. Centripetal factors and centrifugal are going to include some of this push-pull. But what happens is push and pull factors are the ones that cause you to leave. Centripetal and centrifugal, you may not be able to leave. It's just happening. So centrifugal factors could lead to civil war. I don't want to leave my place. I like living in this portion of wherever I'm at. I just think that my people should have more autonomy. We don't want to leave. So through enough protests and condensing things like that, we get places like Nunavut in northern Canada, where the native population was able to get limited autonomy. That's an example of centrifugal factors where they came together, managed to get what they wanted, was limited autonomy without leaving. So they didn't leave. If they had left, we would look at it as a push-pull factor. Okay, that's a good question. That's a pretty good question. All right, so we're going to keep this going. I got to give Brent the login tomorrow for this, and hopefully she can be able to help filter the questions for you as well. I think it's a really good addition to what we're doing. So once again, as I have to be telling you, if your connection and your device internet access isn't working right, or you want to be more part of what we are doing, cd.org/tech. And last thing is, y'all take care. Thanks for watching. It's a beautiful day. I hope it is in your part of the country. Go outside, make sure you wear your mask, and come up with some other good questions. And oh wait, one last question. We're looking for, we may be looking for alternatives to using for Twitter, but we'll see. But anyway, that's what look for what Brent's going to show you tomorrow, and see y'all next time. Have a good evening. Bye.
Hi, welcome to AP Human Geography, and we are with our review sessions. I know some of you are so excited to be joining us. Just give me a second while I switch over my screen. And those of you that are waiting for my corny intro, it is coming. Just hold on. Just making sure we're at the right place with AP Human Geography. And those of you that don't know me, I am Kristen Brandt. I'm from West High School in Glen Ellen, Illinois. And so the corny start this time is Bueller. So sometimes when we're teaching this, it feels like that. So even though this is live and my dog just ran behind me, and you can't see her, and I have my daughter sitting next to me who's going to help me with some stuff today, it still feels sometimes we're disconnected. And so Miss Lindsley tried this yesterday, and so I'm going to try it as well. And you'll see at the bottom of the screen, and it'll show up a few times throughout. We're going to try, and I think it's pronounced Slido.com, and then that would be our meeting number, where you can ask us questions during the live presentation. So if you're watching this taped, unfortunately, we're not going to be monitoring during all hours of the night. We'll do our best to answer them in real time. The other thing I would say is hold on to the FRQ formatting questions. I'll do a little bit of that today, but trust that I believe it's May 1st and April 30th. Miss Lindsay's going to do 2 days of just FRQ prep, and she's got some great tips and tricks, and she's going to help you that I'm really excited for, not only you guys, but my students as well. So you've got, I think I stalled enough on the screen, but it will come up again later. And so today we are going to be finishing, taking a look at that culture unit. And so my guess is that your teachers are like me, and we can get bogged down in this unit because there's so much cool stuff to look at. So we're really going to just focus on big idea 2, and we want to look at the interaction of people and how that contributes to the spread of cultural practices. So we're really kind of looking for those interactions that we're going to be looking at today. So yesterday, Miss Lindsley had you look at this FRQ, ended with, and hopefully you looked at it overnight for homework, or for those of you just tuning in, it's your first time looking at it. I will tell you this is one I use with my students quite a bit too, because I think it pulls in so many great ideas. Because remember, we talk about our FRQs for future tests. I think the next slide, that stimulus-based ones are probably the way that they're going to go. I have no inside information other than what you guys know, but it seems to make sense to us. And so here's a really great example. So letter A, compare the concepts centripetal force and centrifugal force. So in the past, we might say define those. Well, the reality is we're not going to have you define because you can Google that. But to compare, so I talk about centripetal and centrifugal. So if I know centripetal forces are forces that bind a country together, centrifugal forces are forces that separate a country. Okay, so really what I'm talking about here is I work those definitions in, but what I want to talk about when I compare them is how important are these when we're building a country, when we're trying to move forward, when we're trying to. So both of these then compare our forces that can help define our country moving forward. And then they can be things that are positive in nature or negative in nature. Explain a centripetal force that affects the viability of the states on the map. So when we explain, so the first thing you want to do is pick one of the states. So I'm going to pick, let's pick India. And so when I look at that, so the viability of that. So I probably talk about, maybe a centripetal force there is their religion. And so we know that the majority of people living in India are Hindu. And so I talk about how that can bring people together in celebrations and in our cultural landscape. It can unify us in our traditions. And so those types of things that really bring us together. And so when you explain, I'd even layer in a specific example as well. Then with reference to a specific example, then come up with a centrifugal, explain a centrifugal force that affects the viability of the state shown on the map. And so I would also could use religion as well, but here's where I would talk about, so we know that not everybody is Hindu in India. And so that's where scale comes into play. And what we'll talk about is how those that are not part of that faith then feel excluded. And we could talk about the history of India and how that actually could tear them apart. Describe the changing cultural landscape as it experiences chain migration. This one I was thinking about how the toponyms changed in India. So for example, Mumbai, today it was Bombay when it was under British control. And so how that toponym changed, we could talk about how maybe some of the memorials change as well. The British influence, and then all of a sudden bringing in the new influence of kind of the Indian leadership as well. And then I want to pause on letter E. So explain how language can be a centrifugal force. So one of the examples could be from this region. So we could talk centrifugal. For crying out loud, there are 18 official languages in India, and that could divide a country. How do we communicate? How do we make decisions? On the other hand, what we could talk, it doesn't say it has to connect necessarily here. Couldn't you also talk about how about in the United States, how we don't have an official language, and how that can create some tension in the United States of different groups feeling that they don't have representation or voice? I'm going to pause just for a second because my daughter's looking at questions coming in, and there were a couple that she wanted me to highlight. So we're going to talk more about test prep and what you can use on the test later on. So is ethnicity changeable? So they give opposite opinions, not giving a straight answer. So that is a good question. We talk about ethnicity and race. This is where it gets tricky. I would say I talk to my students about it can involve ethnicity. Typically, we talk about that you're born into it and that it's part of your heritage and part of defining who you are. That being said, I wouldn't say that the test questions are going to get that nitpicky. What they're going to ask you to do is how does that define an area? And so that could be a centrifugal force here in America with our variety of ethnicities. Who do we align with? How do we define ourselves? And we define ourselves at different times and different places. And that really is probably more of that issue. Are there any more, Kennedy, that you think I should highlight? Okay, so would common language count as a centripetal force? I definitely would say yes. That common language would count as centripetal because that idea of being able to communicate that. I'm going to go into lingua franca then and talking about business and talking about how that helps connect people as well. Okay, I think that's pretty okay. So the difference between race and ethnicity, I'll come back to that at the end. But what we are talking about, think about race is going to be more your physical attributes. Ethnicity is going to be more and so how they manifest themselves. And when we talk about ethnicity, we're going to talk more about more your heritage and what you're born into. And so think about more how you're raised. I've probably just gone down a rabbit hole there as well. Nationalism definitely can be a part of a centripetal force as well. So we're going to move off of just those test questions. We'll continue to move forward prepping for that. But there you saw it with one stimulus and then also another question where the first question will have 2 stimuli. And so make sure you're looking at the date, the images, and the titles as well. Okay, so you're doing a great job with the questions. My daughter's a little anxious, but she's doing great. So today what we're going to focus on diffusion. And so we're going to review our different types of diffusions processes, but we also want to take a look at how they impact different things. And that's what we're going to talk. So those of you that were talking about language and religion, that's why I see you got questions up there, but we're going to come back to that as we're looking through this idea of diffusion as well. So the first thing we have to do is what are the different types of diffusion? And so while we might not ask you to define those on an AP exam, we could ask about examples or explain or describe. And so I think when we talk about relocation diffusion, remember we're talking about this is the act of people physically moving to those areas. And so we talked 2 days ago in my session, we talked about migration. And this is always kind of fun when you talk about different waves of migration in the United States and different groups, what they bring with them. I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. For those of you taking English either next year or the year after, really that tension that develops between old immigrants and new immigrants. We're going to get to it at the end of this session, but when we talk about assimilation versus acculturation, the tension that those two groups have. Okay? The other thing, just taking a look at the waves, really we look at that shift. So in the United States, the shift from European immigrants and then really shifting and looking at the shift now coming from our southern border, looking at Central America, South America, coming to the United States. And this is where we go back to that centrifugal or centripetal forces. This could be seen as something that strengthens us in our diversity, but could also be something that kind of could tear us apart at times because not always accepting of others as well. Okay? I wanted to pause on. So those of you that are asking questions about the AP exam, I'll make sure I share this, but let's make sure we're focusing on this content because you've got to be able to connect those dots. And so so the formatting of that test, I'll come back to that at the end. When you look at a map like this of the United States, these are some of the big themes that we see over and over again, and scale is one of those. And so, for example, I grew up in a little county up here called St. Croix County, and you'll see that it says it's green, mostly German descent. So our ancestry here. And here's what I will tell you. I would say, yeah, I'm part German, but I'm also, Scandinavian's pretty important too. I would say that I had some classmates that were other ethnicities as well. And what happens here is that we can't put every single person and their ancestry here on this map, and so you have to make some generalizations. Relocation, what did people bring with them? So up here, let me tell you about our lutefisk feeds that we have. You've never had lutefisk, it's one of the most disgusting fish in the world, and yet I eat it once a year because that's what my grandparents made. But there's other really good foods too, and so I think about the kringla or the lefsa that's from that group of people. Down here, if I look at the African American ancestry here, I could see in the cultural landscape Baptist churches. I could see probably some of the restaurants along here, looking at our Mexican ancestry along our southern border. Our Native Americans, so our American Indian. If I take a look at our reservations, I can see that that's reflected in the culture. And so I might see it in places such, we talked about chain migration, so Little Italy. I can see it in the toponyms. I can see it in the housing styles as well. So Corona, somebody just asked if Corona could be an example of relocation diffusion. Actually, no, I'm going to hold on to that. So we would actually say we're going to put that in contagious diffusion. And you're going to say, well, but didn't people have to bring it to there? So I want you, technically you're correct, but it's all about contact. And so if you think about relocation diffusion, that idea, it's going to take time and slow, and not everybody's going to absorb it. So for example, when I talked about the food that I was eating in those areas, not everybody ate those disgusting food, such as lutefisk. That being, even though people saw it. Contagious diffusion, this is called expansion versus relocation. So expansion, it hits everything in its path. I mean, that's why we're home right now, is because we're trying to minimize the path that it's taking. And crazy, there's my map. So those of you that are asking questions, you're spot on. And that's really that idea. So when we think diseases, certain diseases, it's just everything in that path, and it's going to expand rapidly. Relocation doesn't expand rapidly. It tends to follow more your ancestry. It tends to follow more your kind of, you can pick and choose a little bit more. You have some choice in that. Here with expansion, you really don't. Okay. Hierarchical, this is where it's going to, again, expansion, its intent is to spread, okay? But it's going to kind of pick and choose. And so for different reasons. And so it'll skip over certain areas. And so we tend to think a lot about culture. So sometimes it's access, and it's having finances. It's having means. We talk about, I grew up in rural Wisconsin. I live in Chicago now, but prior to the internet, there was this time in our lives, it would actually start in your bigger cities, and it took a longer time to get to those smaller cities, partly just because of access. Sometimes it's I talk to my students too about certain articles of clothing or trendy things that are going to start within a certain group of people, and not everybody can afford it at first, so it's going to kind of hop to other areas of power. And so really kind of think about popular culture. The problem with hierarchical a lot of times is that, and popular culture, is that it's fleeting. By the time these smaller areas have gotten the trend, typically then it is starting to die out other areas, or it takes money to keep up with these things. And so that makes it really difficult for people to kind of stay on point. Okay? We would probably talk about, somebody asked about what type of would religion mean. So we are going to talk about that as a universalizing religion, but we're also going to talk about it as more relocation. And so think about it, it's not going to hit everybody in its path. It's more about that relocation. It's about sharing those ideas and kind of inviting people into it. This one to me is always kind of my favorite when I talk about stimulus. And what we talk about here is that when it diffuses from the hearth and then it goes someplace else and they adopt and make something new. So if I'm in Canada, maybe I'll get some poutine on the menu, or this past summer, McDonald's had their global menu. If I was I believe it's in Japan, they'll offer rice patties. So instead of the buns, you'll have your food in between the rice. They got shrimp on the menu. So kind of in McDonald's, so kind of making it their own, and so reflecting the culture. So a lot of you were asking about religion and language. And so that's really where we're going to spend the crux of it, is because this is kind of really, we talk about shaping those interactions, and it's going to set us up for our next one, or later in the week when we start talking about conflict, but a lot of it comes back to this. And so those of you earlier on that were asking about centrifugal forces, yes, these can definitely be centrifugal and pull us together, but we're going to see that they can also be centrifugal and pull us apart as well. So as always, I tell my students, you should know these hearths. We talk about these areas because at the end of the day, I feel like everything evolves out of these areas. And so how they spread or what spreads, so that's going to become a little bit more nuanced as we're moving forward. So when we talk about this idea of conquest, and that's actually going to lead us into the next one, somebody asked that question, like what type is that? So we would say relocation, because they're kind of taking over. And so there's not a lot of choice in that matter. I wouldn't split the hairs that much, but I would say you do need to know that is really how we start to see the spreading of language and religion. And so when we take a look at language here, we look at our language hearth map, you should notice that the Indo-European language dominates so much of the globe. And that really goes to the question that somebody asked on the Slido, was really about where does conquest fit? And I'll actually jump to this map and then I'll go back. I mean, this is where we find Indo-European language family dominance. Well, those are all areas that Great Britain at some point either conquered or had colonies or had ports or something. And so by that, they're going to bring their language. Religion is going to be introduced to that area. And so we can see English spoken in India, we can see English spoken in South America, we can see Christianity in some of these areas as well because of that idea of bringing it with them. And so I mentioned Indo-European. And so there's a few languages that I tell my students that we need to know. I'll be honest, I spend walking 2 to 3 days on language. I don't spend a ton of time because you can get so into the weeds with this. What is it? What really important? And I think you guys already made that connection. It's about that connection of sharing the beliefs and the culture and spreading it throughout the area. When I look at this map, so yes, Indo-European, I tell them Sino-Tibetan, and they're like, well, why is this right? It's not very diffused very far. Well, when we look at religion next, that'll make sense. But hello, 1 billion people. So that is why I asked them to know that. We can break this down. Many of you are probably studying one of the Romance languages in school, and so learning to speak Spanish or French or Italian. We talk about, the English comes from the Germanic language, so maybe some of you are learning to speak German as well. But that influence of he who conquers brings not only their language but their religion as well. Toponyms. So yes, you could say language is part of relocation diffusion. Yes. So toponyms. This I just thought was interesting. We got 16 cities that are named Georgetown in the entire world. And this was just taken from a Google map here. But here's the deal: who probably conquered? Who probably has some influence? I mean, look at the toponyms. You'll see some of that relocation. You'll see some of that movement of people and goods and ideas based off of their names, based off of the resources that they had there. Religion is another one. And so religion is interesting from the standpoint when we talk about hearths. Again, you're going to find Christianity spread throughout the world because of the dominance of Great Britain. Doesn't mean everybody accepts it, but it does mean that you typically are going to find that influence throughout the world. Is there a question? Do we have to memorize all the language branches? Heck no, please do not memorize all those language branches. That's a great question. Thank you if I was not clear on that. No, so I'll finish up with that real quick with the language. And with the religion too. There's no way, look at this map, you're never going to remember all of them. So find something that you're really interested in or passionate about or it's most dominant. So I would say either the Indo-European so that you understand its influence and its diffusion process and call it good because you can apply that to anything. Here we go with religion. We're going to highlight 3 or 4, but there's no way you're going to be able to memorize all the ins and outs. It's those connections and those interactions that are more important. So when we take a look at this, I think that these, we talk about majority of religion by country. This I think definitely, look at the red here. Well, is there a lot of similarities between the red on this map, Christianity, and the map that I had up about Indo-European or British influence throughout the world? Absolutely. So what we really want to talk about though is this idea of universalizing religions. And I know your teachers talked about this, and right now you should be looking at this map and saying, Mrs. Grant, one of those is not a universalizing religion on your chart here. So when I was looking for these maps, you keep finding this idea of those hearths and how do they diffuse and how do they spread. So remember, universalizing is going to, their intent is to spread their faith. It is to not only just move, but it also is, and so so somebody asked earlier on if it could be considered hierarchical. Absolutely, because you're not going to be able to pull everybody in to that faith. But that is a major goal of universalizing religions. And so you'll see I covered up Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism are considered universalizing religions. The goal is to invite others in to share, to really grow their faith. Okay? We also take a look at where they diffused out of. And so we take a look at that location. I always think, I do think it's important for us to take a look at trade routes. Somebody talked about conquest, and so we talk about diaspora, and we talk about Romans coming in and pushing out Jews. We could talk about that movement and that idea of how important Jerusalem is to both Christianity, Islam, and Islam. I'm going to leave off the other one for just a second. But what is interesting when we look at this, Christianity and Islam, we're going to see definitely diffused throughout the world. Buddhism, well, we're going to see smatterings here or there. For the most part, though, it tends to stay in East Asia. And so part of that is because of trade routes. Part of it is because of when movements started really occurring out of China, other religions had already been introduced to those areas. And so I think this is important. We start looking at numbers of Christians are still the largest group. If we take a look at numbers of Christians versus Muslims, for all you out there, my students do this all the time. My students try to tell me that Catholics are their own group. Remember, Catholics are part of Christianity. But what we are seeing is kind of this growth in secularism or in indifference, partly because of how globalization has kind of taken over as well. So how did Britain diffuse Christianity? Correct, but so the question is, I'm confused. How did Britain diffuse Christianity? So remember, Britain is Christian. So it's not that they're bringing and saying that our mission is to Christianize everybody. They're putting their ports, they're putting their resources there, and those people are bringing their ideas with them. Missionaries will follow behind that. Now, in the United States, we have a history of trying to Christianize the world. The Spanish-American War, we tried to Christianize areas, by the way, that were already Christian. And so that is just part of that story. So it opens up a pathway, it opens up a door. So it's not necessarily like that was their mission, other than it was part of the goal, God, and glory. And so they were bringing those ideas with them. And so you take a look, it might be different types of Christianity, but take a look at Christianity around the world here on this map. Versus here, take a look at where we find primarily Islam. You're going to find most of that. You look at the numbers in Sub-Saharan Africa, Middle East, and Asia Pacific. And that goes back to the student's question: is that the trade routes are going to be different. So if I'm here, Great Britain and Europe had trade routes all over the globe. Here, most of the trade routes came out and would go through Indonesia. I mean, Indonesia has one of the largest concentration of Muslims today, and it's because of those trade routes. And so yes, we have a growing number in North America, but it's primarily, I mean, we've talked about this. It takes money to move. It takes money to do these things. And so people are going to follow those trade routes, but primarily they end up staying in those regions just based off of resources. Buddhism, though, take a look at this map, just how concentrated it stayed in East Asia. And so yes, there are representatives of Buddhism, Buddhists all over the globe, but the numbers really, even though it's universalizing religion, really pretty much stayed isolated. Part is if I keep talking about trade routes or using your word, the word conquest, that was not the objective of China, and so it's not the objective of Buddhism either. And so yes, it is about bringing people in. It is about bringing, they do want to spread their faith, but those pathways of getting people to those areas, they were just a little later to the game to do those things. Do you need to know the origin of each language and religion and where they diffuse to? I mean, I don't know what question they're going to ask, and so I think you should understand, I think the four core religions. I think Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, and then when we get to the ethnic religions, I should say two more I would add in Hinduism and Judaism, because at the end of the day, those are kind of in APU and Geo. It is about that hurt to diffusion to cultural landscape, that impact. That's that whole point, that movement, and how do we know? And that can either bind us together or pull us apart. And so here with universalizing religion, we can see it in the cultural landscape. And so I wouldn't do all of them. I would take a minute if you wanted to talk about places of worship. Again, nobody's going to ask you to identify what type of place of worship it is, but how does that reflect that faith? And so what we saw within Christianity is typically we would see it in the center of towns, used for also business. For a lot of times, the bell, it was a meeting center. The bell was a way to communicate with the communities. We could talk about, I love talking about the Hajj with my students, because you want to talk about movement of people. Think about the yearly movement of people to Mecca and just how orderly and peaceful that is. We could also talk about, this is Dearborn, Michigan, the fastest and largest growing mosque in the United States. We talked about that, I forget which day, a couple days ago, but that idea, again, on the landscape, we can see a mosque. Drive down in your neighborhood, see if you see things changing, if you see different areas, different religions moving into an area. It'll tell you about the culture of people as well in that community. And then if we take a look at Buddhism, and so we take a look at the temples or the stupas, but also you can see in the background here, Buddha just kind of becomes a symbol beyond even the Buddhist faith, but that idea of peace and tranquility, and how that's almost transcended beyond its religion and into kind of mainstream culture when we talk about Buddhism, or we talk about even yoga practices, that idea of meditation, how it's transcended beyond its faith. So if Buddhism doesn't spread through conquest or trade routes, then what are some of the major ways that it does spread? And so it's going to spread more traditional relocation as far as part of, I'm going to call, for lack of a better term, mission trips, like part of, we're going to send the monks someplace to share and to spread. It's why it hasn't taken off around the world, just because the numbers just are not there. So remember, then ethnic religion you're born into, you can, it's a very extensive process, choose to convert, but for practical purposes here, we're going to just focus on that you're born into this, the goal is not to grow the faith other than through their own children. And so we take a look at Judaism, and when we look at it, you're going to say, well, it seems like it's pretty distributed throughout the world. Okay, so it's not the intent. Like that is because forced migration. If we think of the original diaspora, where the Romans came in and kicked the Jews out, if we think of, and so push them into Europe, Zionism, the pull of Jews back to the homeland. But how about even World War II? So they had settled in Europe, and then the Jews were a targeted population, and so if they could move and get away, they attempted to. And at some point, then other places became safe houses at the end of World War II. And so the dispersion of Jews is not typically by choice; it's been by force. Historically, today, obviously by choice. But the goal again is not to grow the faith. It's going to be truly based on relocation, and just those numbers are there because of people choosing to move to those areas today. Okay. Hinduism, also ethnic, and this one primarily you're going to see small numbers throughout. The goal again is not to spread. A lot of this has to do with the conflicting ideas of, I would say, if you think of your three monotheistic religions too, that this one is going to really conflict with those in the idea of one God. And so this is going to stay much more concentrated in their region. Cultural landscape, if we take a look at the Stone Wall or the Wailing Wall, so that tradition of kind of remembering all those that have passed, your sins, and just kind of all the atrocities that have happened to Jews over their lifetime. This one I'd like to talk about with my students within the Hindu faith. So you have the pilgrimage to the Ganges River, and so the idea of Mother Ganges and the idea of hopefully reaching nirvana. But the other thing, you're not going to find funeral homes or cemeteries. You're going to find cremation services, because the idea of releasing the spirit. So that cultural landscape. So you're going to find people in the river. You're going to find cremation services. The idea of burning, because trying to release the soul, and some of those services that go with that. So it's going to be different. You travel through India versus traveling through Pakistan, because Pakistan is a Muslim country. You're going to find more traditional burial opportunities versus in India. And so last but not least, some of those effects. So we talked a little bit about the effects as we talked about the cultural landscape. We talked about kind of that diffusion, but there's a few things that we also know that they can not only just change, but the idea that they can disappear over time. And so there's a couple things that I want to point out. So for example, languages can become endangered. And really this is a map looking at where they're critically endangered or just endangered. And so this one I think are these hotspots. This one kind of narrows, it's a little cleaner to look at. But what's interesting about this is that as popular culture spreads, as people continue to connect with one another, languages start to be lost. And think about some of your friends that maybe where their families speak another language at home. Do your friends speak another language around you? Do they speak their native language with their parents? Some of my students don't anymore. So what happens when they have kids? How will their kids learn that language? And so we're not talking about kind of these common, and when I say common, we're not talking about Spanish at this point, but we are taking a look at maybe some indigenous languages that as those numbers of those groups get smaller and smaller, there's not enough people to carry that on. If we take a look at the big question here, that innovations change or disappear over time, I think when we look at that's a fear within language, but what it really means is if we lose our language, are we losing part of our identity? And that's really where it starts to come into this idea of assimilation and acculturation. So we think about history of the United States and the idea of those new immigrants that I mentioned at the top of our 40 minutes here, and that idea of assimilating and becoming one, that melting pot mentality. And so if you want to go back to the questions that Miss Lindsay left for you, that would be a centripetal kind of that binding. But then if you weren't part of that, you're kind of left out. And so we talk about acculturation. So kind of taking parts of another culture, making some modifications, more of that salad bowl mentality that is going to develop. We saw that more with the new immigrants. That today we see that as a strength. I would say at the turn of the century, it caused a lot of conflict. But then we even create this idea of syncretism, the blending of cultures and ideas from different places. So I was pulling up some Tex-Mex ideas because this is one of our great examples. And so taking something, the Mexican culture and food, and taking Texans and kind of blending something together. And so kind of that blending of something new. We've seen this with religion as well. But I think Tex-Mex is probably that best example. One of the questions: do you think eventually in the end we will all be one homogeneous group as far as ethnicity and language? It's a great question. Wow, loaded, right? I would probably argue. Well, if you were in my class, you'd say, "What do you think?" But you asked me, so I will give you a response. I don't, definitely not in your lifetime. And I think sometimes we've seen this as well. The more globalized we come, and the more pressure we put on stuff, we might lose some of the smaller ones. But what we're finding is people are kind of holding on and craving that local diversity again. People are craving that ownership. I guess as a lot of you, I might Lawrence in Kansas. There's a little Sweden in that area because they're trying to kind of reinvigorate their culture. Think about the little Italy that I showed you earlier, or Chinatown. That idea of how do we also kind of bond together when the whole world around us is spinning out of control, or it's forcing us to want to believe one thing. Maybe we are going to actually kind of say this is what we're not going to negotiate on. So I don't think so. But I do think I think that's a really good question that gives you pause to think. Okay. A lot of questions. So I think some of you are answering one another, and so that idea that's great. And daughter said yes, you're helping one another. So the countries with the most spoken languages. If we're kind of summing this up, and so do languages separate us? Do they define us? Do they bring us together? I think that this is something that's it's worth considering. Just take a look at Papua New Guinea. I pause because my superintendent actually grew up. He was a missionary in that region, but talking about all the different indigenous people and the languages that they speak, and that's really how they define themselves. In the United States, look at all the different languages spoken here, even in China and Mexico. And so I think what's really important is when we talk about these different languages is that remember there is an opportunity for how do they get there, but also there is an opportunity for us to define ourselves. And it's the same way with religion as well. So don't necessarily always think about it as in that district appearance. What we're talking about is where do you see it in the culture, where do you see it in the landscape, how do you see it in their in the United States. I mean, look at your dollar bill, look at the Pledge of Allegiance. I mean, the reality is that there was a huge Christian influence in even the development of the United States. And so for better or for worse, that plays a role in how we develop. So questions that I would like you to think. Kennedy's looking through it for a few more. And I think what I would tell you this is you're looking over the questions that I have for you to consider for tomorrow, because I will be leading this, so I'll walk you through these questions tomorrow. Things that I would want you to think about is some of these things in human geo, there's not always a right or wrong. That you can argue both ways. If you have examples, or many different ways, if you have examples and you have explanation and you have, that's the beauty of this. And I think that that's really something to celebrate about this course. And so a couple things I want you to think about. This was taken from AP Classroom. And so identifying two specific means by which new expressions in popular culture are diffused globally. So think about how popular culture could be diffused. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Popular culture often spreads through a combination of different types of diffusion. And I think you guys talked about that on Slido today. And so you talked about, well, how do I separate some of these things? And you can't always. And so you're right. Think about COVID, where yes, it started with relocation, but then the contagion is that anyone you come in contact with. And so think about how that might influence. And then when a new word diffuses, they confront barriers. Or when these new words diffuse, they confront barriers. Identify and explain two barriers to diffusion that are often encountered when new terms become popular. So we did talk about that. I'm asking you to think about it, and then we'll take a look at it next week or tomorrow. Sorry, Kennedy. Any other? So she's highlighting. Oh yeah, we did talk about ethnocentrism. So ethnocentrism, that's the idea of favoritism towards your culture and judging everyone based off of your culture. The example I use with my students, we looked at why am I blanking? The pygmies, and we talked about how they were eating termites, and we talked about we call them the baka. And my students are always, ew, gross. I'm like, the termites are actually a source of protein. You're right. For us, that's not something we typically eat, but you have to understand. So that's ethnocentric and judging it off of what I eat versus understanding why that protein and without even giving it a try. So this was a great question too. Does the variety of languages in Indonesia have anything to do with how many islands are there? I would argue yes, but not only reason. Indonesia is a major trade route. We talk about choke points because there's so much trade that travels through there. So you've got a lot of exposure to other languages, but yes, all those isolated islands are going to develop independently of one another originally, and so they're definitely going to reflect in those languages. Okay. So as always, if people are having trouble with technology, feel free to help somebody out to let them know this how to contact College Board. And tomorrow we are going to we'll finish up. We're going to review that FRQ, and then we're going to dive into probably my favorite. We're going to look at some agriculture. But out of all seriousness, I want to thank you for watching. Thank you for the questions. I apologize. This was my first day, so if it seemed a little distracting, I apologize. I think Kennedy did a great job kind of trying to pull stuff out. And thank you for answering one another. Remember, it comes down to examples. It comes down to being able to explain yourself. We want to find ways to reward the work that you're doing. You're working so hard, and we're so proud of you. So hang in there, and I hope you can join us tomorrow. Thanks. Hi, I'm back. It's Mrs. Brandt with AP Human Geography. I was thinking about films, and today I was thinking about Talladega Nights and how I like to talk with my hands. And I don't know what to do with my hands, but today I think we're going to shake and bake, baby. So here we go. That's right, you can groan. So I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to transfer over to taking a look at today's lesson. I think I'm smoother at this by now, but here we go. So again, my name is Kristen Brandt, and I am from Lombard West High School in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Not so fun fact, I woke up to snow on the ground today, so I was not super excited. Down at the bottom, you will see we tried this yesterday, and it worked pretty well. The Slido.com. That is the meeting number that we're going to use. It'll be up a few times. We're going to use that today. My son Ben is helping me out today. He's super not happy to help me out, but he's a good kid. But he'll try and kind of monitor some of the questions. I know you're going to want to ask lots of questions about the test, and I'm going to keep. We're going to not answer a ton of those right now because one, human geo teachers, your teachers are going to get some more information tonight. There's going to be more information coming out in the next couple weeks. We're going to practice. We're setting up a new schedule so the week before we can get practice. Right now, we're trying to get us really focused on these big ideas and how do they all connect, and kind of really focusing in on the skills and the concept and the processes. So I think I've probably stalled long enough on this screen, and that number will come up again to help you out. Today, one of my favorite units, we are going to look at agriculture and rural land use patterns and processes. If you look at the pictures down at the bottom here, these are actually from my cousins. So how do people's culture and resources available to them influence how they grow food? And so these 4 pictures are from Fort Dodge, Iowa. So western side of Iowa, and my cousins actually, again, we're going to take a look at why they're burning the fields later, but we'll talk about commercial farming and how that impacts kind of the culture of an area. But speaking of agriculture, these are our big ideas. So this is more for your teacher. This is really when we look at that idea, question it, and we're talking about culture and resources, we see it in these 6 big things. And so in 40 minutes to go through all this, that introduction to agriculture, some of these patterns, some products, kind of that Thune model, taking a look at the global system. We got a lot to kind of cover, and so I'm going to try to find ways to connect everything as we're going forward. I totally Talladega Nights, like, what do I do with my hands? But before we do that, we need to practice what we did yesterday with culture. And so So in terms of yesterday's FRQ, this is what I left you with. And so this one you can actually find in the AP Classroom. So if you have more questions, I'm going to kind of go through a little bit of it, but highly encourage you to get into the AP Classroom and look for this one in the culture unit, because you can actually read in more detail the rubric responses. But if you were looking at this, it says to identify 2 specific means by which new expressions in popular culture are diffused globally. So what we're looking here, the internet, email, specific social media types of use, celebrities, movies, computer streaming. So those would all be acceptable answers. Number 2, popular culture often spreads through a combination of different types of diffusion. Describe how terms such as those below, or such as those shown in the table, diffuse spatially through each of the following processes. So if you're talking about relocation diffusion, you're going to talk about when I move to that area. I've already learned these words, so I'm going to say things such as cool or groovy. I just saying groovy, but I'm going to continue to say it in that new area. And so when I move there, then if other people start to pick up on it, that is how it's going to diffuse through relocation. Contagious diffusion is, if you've ever watched Mean Girls where they try to make that, what was the word? That she tried to make fetch a thing. That would have been contagious if her small group of friends would have picked up on fetch, and then it would have spread to the school, and then it would have spread beyond, and it became a thing. That would have been an example of contagious diffusion. Hierarchical diffusion with these terms here would be, let's pretend that the Kardashians started the word selfie, and so maybe it started, the celebrities would start using that word, and then those of us on social media would pick up on it, and then it would eventually get to other people, and so it would spread that way. It could also be larger cities. So in a new city, maybe in New York, they were using the word rad in the 1980s, and then it started there, but it didn't actually spread to other cities right away. It would kind of jump to different locations, and so that's how that would spread. Number 3, when new words diffuse, they confront barriers. So part of these are tricky to identify and explain. So you want to identify, and this says 2 barriers. So I'm just going to do a couple. Again, there's a huge list in AP Classroom. Again, you're going to want to practice logging into there anyway, because this is going to make sure you've got your login code. All of that information is going to be really important as we're moving forward the next few weeks. But things such as age, right? That could be a barrier. So identifying that. Well, how is that a barrier? Well, there's an age gap. Me, I still think that we're cool is normal, but I would say that not everybody does. So the question, okay, I'll come back to. There was a question about how is relocation diffusion different than contagious diffusion. Give me just a second, and I'll come back to that. Let me finish number 3 first. Another barrier could be distance. Just because we don't come into physical contact with one another, it's sometimes tough to spread things. Linguistic barriers, words don't always translate the same. Religious diffusion, could be a barrier just because there's certain customs or things that prohibit words from diffusing. How about political? Could be a barrier. Maybe the country's censorship, and they're going to say ban certain words or certain phrases. And then economic could be a barrier, access to these terms. So this came up. So that gives you some ideas. Again, please go in and look at AP Classroom for more information. But here's what I will tell you. I think this came up a little bit yesterday. That some of you are trying to split hairs, really parsing out what exactly is the difference. Things are not that clean in AP Human Geo, and that's when we talk about relocation diffusion and contagious diffusion, because it is possible that both could happen. I relocate, I bring something, and then it takes off. Yeah, both could be happening at the same time, or because of one another. And so I think that in your mind, though, think what happens first. So relocation, somebody moves from one place to another, and they bring it with them. That's going to be your cleanest definition of relocation. Contagious, they're not going to talk about the movement. They're just going to talk about an individual starting something or having something, and then it spreads outward from there. But yes, they can totally be connected, but it's really 2 things happening at once. Okay, so again, AP Classroom, that exam information is going to be coming. So again, Ben is not going to give me a ton of those questions. Maybe at the end, if there's something that keeps popping up. But here's what I'm going to tell you to really focus on. So you're going to see question 1 and question 2. We're going to practice timing. We're going to do all of that. So hang in there. You got a few more weeks of this. But what we want to start being able to do is to find the thread. Like, what are those themes we keep seeing over and over again? We're going to practice the timing of these 2 questions, the 25 minutes and the 15 minutes. So please don't panic about that. We want to make sure you're expressing your ideas and you're connecting them. So it's not just about memorization. If you have not picked that up from this class, you cannot memorize your way through it. You have to be able to connect and explain and give examples. If you can do those things, you're going to be awesome. The more examples you can give us, the better, because then we're going to be able to just demonstrate that knowledge in a variety of ways. So again, Slido, and here is the number 43148. Okay, so here we go. So what we want to focus on, so we're talking about those connections. So explain the connection between physical geography and agricultural practices. So as a geographer, as a student of geography, you want to be able to say, okay, if somebody says something in the tropics, what type of crops would be there? And then what do I know about that area? Like if I know that they're growing these types of crops, what does it say about their economy, their level of development, their population? How can I connect all of that? So when you look at this map, you're going to say, okay, I see we've got some extensive cropping systems. We're going to get to that definition again in just a second. I've got, I look through here and I see this red. We've got intensive cropping, but you should say, okay, here's what I know. I know we've got some Mediterranean through here. I know they're going to grow rice here. I know we're going to grow some wheat, some corn. Okay, now let's add in some of those examples and those specifics based off of climate. Part of what else we look at is that what land is actually even arable. Okay, and so that's being able to actually use the land. And so we see heavy use of areas such as India. Even take a look at South Africa. The idea of how we're going to try and maximize what we can do there. You're going to look at Africa and you're going to say, Mrs. Grant, it looks like they are farming. We're going to talk about nomadism again. We'll talk about irrigation to some extent, but you'll notice they're not able to use it as extensively because of the climate that's there. So when we talk about agricultural systems and we talk about being able to draw those conclusions. So when you see a map like this, so climate and crop, you should say, where's this located? Okay, around the Mediterranean Sea. Oh, there's a climate region, Mediterranean. Okay, what are those crops? And I know your teachers have said this over and over again. They have probably said olives and grapes. And so when we talk about those crops, okay, that's because it reflects the climate. And so then we go, okay, what do we know is grown in those regions, but also tourism. That brings a lot of people. When we talk about grapes, we talk about producing wine. We talk about California. My brother went to South America and he brought home some beautiful Chilean wine when he traveled there for the family. But that idea of understanding the climate helps us understand then the locale, the culture of the people. So here's another example. Here's Grant, this is huge. It's the tropics. So you should then start thinking what crops are grown there. And hopefully you came up with different fruits. Maybe we've got some root vegetables, and so some cassava. You might have some sweet potatoes. You might have some bananas, some sugar cane. So all of those things that are going to be coming out of the tropics. So that's what I need to take in this first part is that we look at the climate and what type of crops are going to come from that area. Then we start talking about farming practices. So we're going to first talk about intensive farming practices. Okay, so the definition of intensive is typically we see less land. Okay, but we're able to produce more. And so a lot of times, and this is going to contradict here, I probably should have flipped my sides, but a lot of times when we use less land, so it's going to have a higher yield. And so when we talk about intensive, we're going to see machines and fertilizers. We're going to see it takes money to do these things. So one of the questions that just came in is, can religion affect agriculture? Absolutely, in some of those practices. And so I'm going to have Ben kind of keep that as in the back of our mind as we're moving forward, especially when we get to animal crops. Okay, so the idea of market gardening. When we talk about where it has to be located, so we'll come back to that when we talk about the food model. But here we're talking about intensive. I mean, even look at the setup here. We're going to have some high irrigation systems. They've got to cover some stuff. They're really trying to get the most out of their land to get the best produce. We also know though that high yields can happen in plantation agriculture. So I chose 2 in particular here that I think also connect to other ideas. And so the 2 I chose, take a look at coffee growing countries. So you should notice that they are located throughout the tropics. You should notice that a lot of these are going to be, for the most part, we'd say LDC. Some are Brazil and Mexico and India. We could say are our nations in transition. But you should then start to think, okay, what impact does that have? What type of crop is coffee? Tea we could put in the same category, or this is cocoa. Sorry, we could put cocoa in the same category. Look at a lot of the same crops or the same countries. Both of those are things we would call luxury crops. So they're going to have high yield. People are working the land pretty hard. It's going to take some money. But what we know is that crop fails. A lot of times the economy of that area fails as well. Other plantation practices, we take a look at sugarcane. We take a look at bananas. We can look at rubber industry. So the idea of large amounts of resources kind of going into it. So when I think of plantation, I think of typically there's some sort of outside corporation or single owner owner that employs people then to do this. And so they're really dependent on that person or that company or that country in this instance. We also would say that we have intensive farming practices. Great question. So when we talk about yield, okay, so intensive farming practices and yield is how much does it produce? So we would say rice is a high yield crop. In other words, this little piece of land can produce like this. It's bigger than that. I'm just trying to kind of show you here. So it's a little bit produces a ton. Some of them, when we talk about low yield, and we're going to get there, it doesn't produce as much, and it's going to happen for a lot of different reasons. So on the same amount of land, it's not going to produce as much. So this, if you live in the Midwest, you actually know this. And so when we talk about mixed crops and livestock systems, you have, if you've ever left the city or if you've lived in any of these areas, you've driven by it. So first of all, when we talk mixed crops in the Midwest, I need you to think of two crops. You should think of corn and soybeans. And I continuously tell my students, this is not the corn that you and I eat. This is the corn that the animals eat. That's why it's mixed crop livestock systems. And so we want to take the yield, the product, the corn, and then we're going to feed the animals. Okay? And so you can see in the background here, you can see the crops in the background. You can see it's supposed to be this integrated system of how it's supporting one another. Okay. So then we also look at extensive farming practices. So extensive then, typically more land, but really it's about lower yield. Because this is where I don't necessarily like the definition, because I don't think of shifting cultivation as huge amounts of land. For an individual, it would be larger. But it's not going to yield as much. So it doesn't produce as much. You don't get as much off of that land. Okay. And part is because the practices that they're using, they don't have a lot of the machinery that we're going to see in intensive. They don't have as much of the money. They don't have it, and then the crop itself just doesn't produce as much. Yeah, plantation farming can be extensive as well. I just used what came from your AP Human Geography CED, so the course and exam description. So that's what I was following. But you're absolutely correct. This is where when you go to write things, don't get hung up on the little nitty gritty things. Get hung up on the explaining. Get hung up on giving examples, because that's what we're looking for. Do you understand really what's going on? So for example, if you never use the phrase extensive farming practices, I really don't care. But should you know that shifting cultivation is slash and burn, takes place in the tropics, and when we take a look at it, they come in slash, they burn, and it's only going to produce a lot of goods for a few years, because it's going to suck the nutrients out of the ground, and then eventually it cannot produce, it cannot keep up with that land. So what do people do? They move on to a new plot of land, and this is a problem when we start looking at where it's happening in areas such as our rainforest. Another thing that we watch that I think about doesn't produce a lot, we would talk about nomadic herding, okay? And so that idea of moving your animals to find pastures. So really work on pronunciating that, by the way, because that is not an easy word for me to say. But that idea of going to find different plots of vegetation for these animals. Notice how arid this is, where the cattle are located, and so trying to find that. This also causes desertification, because as they eat the vegetation, then in drier areas, the desert then continues to grow because it has nothing to hold it in place. So again, if you can remember this, extensive farming does not have a high yield. Okay, not going to make a ton of money. Intensive, high yield, making money. Go with that. Okay, that's going to be your simplest definition. I've oversimplified it, by the way. Okay, so nomadic herding is another example of this. Not a lot of yield. Remember, mostly going to feed the people that it's, think more subsistence, going to feed the people that it's there for, that are living there. They're only going to eat the meat when they need it. They're going to take the milk from the cows or the goats, and so they're going to use that material that way. Ranching is another one we would say extensive, because what's going to happen? Think about the amount of land that they're going to use, even though they might produce quite a bit of meat, but not compared to how much land they're on. And so think of your in the pampas, think of the gauchos. Think of this is where they're using that open farmland to move animals. Yeah, ranching is different than raising cattle for beef, and because ranching is going to be more sustainable, it's going to focus more on grass fed versus the feedlots that we find a lot in the United States, because they're going to confine the animals, and so that's going to be more intensive because they're going to be able to produce more. So we do think things that I would always point out. One of the questions that you asked me earlier was about religion and impacting. Take a look at India, and you should go, number of cattle, that makes sense in India, right? However, would it surprise you if I said that they're one of the leaders also in beef production? And you would say, but Mrs. Brandt, I thought cows were sacred, and you're correct. But at some point, you can't have a million head of cattle like roaming around either. And so it's kind of a way of they're also making, how do you keep kind of moving things through the system? So even though they're not going to consume it, they are still going to sell some of it as well. Okay, and so this is just looking at livestock production. If you wanted, but if we talk about the idea of grazing, and so this is really what I wanted to point out. So really, we're not going to see a lot of grazing in India. You're seeing more of the mix. The grazing, though, this is in that plateau of Tibet. The grazing along the Sahel, right along the Sahara Desert. So really using that large amounts of land. So the difference between ranching and cattle farming. So I would say the better question is, what's the difference between ranching and feedlots? So cattle farming, I think that you're going to see more of that integration between. If I go back, sorry, here in this image, more of that integration between the animals and the land. Ranching, think of people that it's this wide open area. It's not as practical in the United States anymore because of how we own the land, and moving animals between states has become more complicated. I would say where you're really probably going to want to know is what's the difference between ranching and feedlots. I think that's the better question that could show up someplace. Feedlots that are going to be really intense. We're going to put cattle in a small amount of area. They're going to eat the corn and kind of that type of meal instead of grass. And it's all about plumping them up and getting them ready for market. Ranching is also going to be about getting them to market, but it's along the way they're eating the grass. Okay, so we're going to shift off of that a little bit. We're going to talk about things that geographers also look at. And we look at these rural settlement patterns. Okay, and so one of the things that we talk about are kind of what do you see. And I talk to my students, if you've ever had an opportunity to fly, that would be great. If you can just Google some of this stuff, it's just beautiful. I was telling our producer just how much I enjoy looking at these images. In fact, it's interesting. You see the one here, the second kind of band down with the circles. This is actually in Kansas, but we were driving through part of Kansas, Nebraska a few years ago, and I called my cousin who was in Iowa. I go, dude, what is up with the circles? Like, I just don't understand it. And he goes, oh, well, it's pretty easy. There's an irrigation system. So they talk about in the center of the land, and then the irrigation system kind of operates in a circle. So you understand kind of the resources then. So we're going to talk about a few of these different patterns. You can look at definitions, but I want to start talking about are more of those connections. Okay. So this one here, when we talk about the meets and bounds survey method. Okay? So meets and bounds, we see this a lot in Europe. We see it a lot because it's slower development as far as people were already established. And so really it was based off of that natural resource and went from there. So using the natural landmarks to build it. And then today we even say some man-made landmarks, and then kind of drawing your, here we're going to use the landmarks to help kind of come up with what land we're going to use to farm. So you'll see in the image to the right, it seems a little more haphazard when we look at meets and bounds, but it does actually make sense if you saw the landmarks that help to block it out. Okay. In the United States, because once we were settled and then as we moved westward, we could be a little more organized in how we divvied up land. And we did a method of township and ranges. And so if you remember your land ordinance, I believe 1787, I should have looked that up, I apologize. But the land ordinance that really had us look at township and range. And so you're talking about that grid system that we have today. Much easier to say, I'm going to give you a mile by a mile, which is a little over 600 acres. And that's going to, you're going to put your home on it, and that's going to be your plot. And so if you've ever had an opportunity to kind of move west and look at our plots, you're going to see that grid system. Okay. And what we mean about surveying a settlement is what we're doing is we're putting boundaries. We're putting those markers that this is the land that now belongs to me. In Europe, they also use this and we see this also in Canada, kind of, they call this long lots method. And it was to try and balance it out. Because here, when we just did these grid systems, at the end of the day, you might get some really good land and I might get some really bad land. The long lots was designed to give everybody kind of the same type of land. And so you would have the same type of soil. So everybody would have these really long lots, but they would have the same 3 types of soil. And so it was trying to just make things a little more balanced as they were developing that area. I mean, let's be honest, in westward expansion, it was all about the land grab. No, they didn't care. It was just about having land. It didn't always have to be good. Here, I would say in Canada, in Europe, when they were able to, they were just a little more purposeful in trying to balance it out. Okay, something else that we look at is we look at the amount of labor that is used. So what do you notice in this map here? It's the percent of people working age are engaged in activity, produce goods or services in the agricultural sector. So typically we would say this is for the most part primary activity. The higher numbers tend to be in our LDCs, correct, or our nations in transition. Well, why is that? Well, if you remember back to that opening slide where I showed some of the farm equipment, it's crazy expensive. Okay. We also, there's a culture of people working in the land. And so if you're working, so people would have lots of children to help work the land, then you can't all of a sudden say, okay, well now we're all gonna use machines, the rest of you good luck. And so what's the transition then to move more into that system as well? Also, some of the land just is not suitable for all of that. Even in the United States, we see some trends as well. Taking a look at employment of agricultural workers shouldn't surprise you when you look at our Western states that are going to have higher percentage of people engaged in agriculture. What crop would we probably see down here? The types of crops you should see things such as, definitely citrus in some areas, maybe some cotton in other areas. I know that in some over here too, a lot of chicken farms as well. And really what we're leading to is the difference between commercial and subsistence agriculture. So here, when we talk subsistence, I remember we're talking, typically we're going to be smaller, more focused on feeding the community. We're going to be focused more on, so people always talk about just feeding, you're enough to feed yourself, food for yourself. Yes and no. I mean, typically it tends to be more community based than that. And so that's where this term comes. When you look at this map here, you definitely should say, okay, the green, I see shifting, that's rainforest. Okay, I should start thinking of small groups of people. And remember that's our slash and burn. We're going to talk about rice here just a little bit. Let me come back to that. But we also did pastoral nomads already. They put Mediterranean in here. I actually wouldn't put it there, even though this map did. I think they were just trying to show you in that type of climate region because I do want to talk about wet rice. Okay, and so when we talk about wet rice is very labor intensive. Okay, and so that's one of the reasons that it stays in that intensive category. We also talk about that is very high yield, produces a lot. Okay, and especially if we can double crop. In India, remember they're trying to triple crop, and so that just means getting more in a season. And to look at how, first of all, if you've never spent some time looking at these images, they're just gorgeous. This was from the Atlantic.com, by the way. They had like just a ton to choose from. But we look at how they terrace farm, and so because it takes so much, you got to wet the field, then we got to start growing, we got to plant stuff by hand, then we're going to gather, we're going to plow, and then we're going to. I mean, if you've ever gone through it, then there's the threshing, the winnowing, and you don't have to memorize all that, which you need to understand. It's very labor intensive. It is high yielding. And so when we say that it is still that intensive subsistence, so yes, they might sell to other people, but their primary focus, hello, there's a billion people in China, they got a billion people in India, and so a lot of that focus is on feeding their community first and foremost. The intensive piece is going to be not a ton of land, high yield, lots of labor. So how does all of this connect? And a lot of it connects to land prices too, or what is that climate? And we notice here when we look at the rice fields, it means that we're terracing up into the mountains, the hillsides. We're trying to use as much land as possible. Sometimes that's not always possible, especially when we look at things around us and look at how the crop land values throughout time. I mean, look at how that land has skyrocketed throughout the Midwest here, and just in how much it costs to even own land. And then you take a look, it's not just here in India. We've seen the same thing, that exponential, it feels like, curve of the farmland. Part is because a lot of the good farmland is on the outskirts of cities. And what do we know what's happening with cities? Well, they're putting pressure on that land. And so people that are competing for, is this going to stay farmland? Is this going to transfer over to becoming an urban area? And that's going to cause land to go up and up and up. Well, what we're really talking about is kind of this idea of ownership as well. And so back to gender equity, because that's a theme we continuously see throughout. And so you'll see just how few areas women actually even own any of the land. So that also gives you some insight into patriarchal versus matriarchal society, that idea of gender equity. And you'll even see in the United States, not as many here. Now you think about, my grandfather owned the land, his grandfather, my great grandfather, then my grandfather, my dad now owns it. And so eventually when my dad passes, I'll own it. I will be the first female in like 4 generations that will have her name on part of that land. And so it tended to be more of a to own the land tended to be more patriarchal. And so it'll take some time to see more equality there. But what we're really talking about too, when we're talking about those land prices, is all about the market. So a lot of different versions of this model out there. And I know I'm going to get questions about memorizing each one of these. But what I really need you to focus on is it's all about transporting the goods to the market. Okay? Remember, Van Thunen's model is technically outdated today. It's outdated because of how our cities have developed, but also it's outdated because of transportation improvements, refrigeration, preservatives, other things that we've done. So then the question I always get, why the heck do we have to look at it? Because what it does tell us is it makes us think about still the why of the where. And so historically versus the today helps us to understand how communities developed at one point. So for example, if the market is left out in the middle here, then we have our farming and our dairying. And really they're there to jump for a second because of they were highly perishable. Okay, so even today you're still going to see dairy cows or dairy farms in highly populated areas. In other words, if I go to the Northeast, I'm still going to find dairy farms not in New York City, but in upstate New York, because I still don't want my milk transporting hundreds and thousands of miles because the shelf life just isn't going to be that long. So we talk about milk sheds. We also talk about perishability of our produce, and so being able to be closer to the market, because even think about it, even with all of the things we have today, it's still going to cost more if I have to worry about refrigeration and getting stuff to the market. So then we also talk about forests, and this is the one my students are like, I just don't get this one. This is great. I wouldn't spend a ton of time on it. At the end of the day, the forest used to be the next ring because lumber was heavy, and this is how we were building our cities. Today, not really practical because we've kind of torn down that ring. We don't necessarily need the barrier anymore, and so we think about areas. We still have areas, but they're going to be outside the city, and then we find different regions within the U.S. where we're going to grab that. Then we went to extensive field crops, and so that idea of more land, but maybe not as high a yield. It was really more about space. And then finally, you would put your ranching and animal products probably far away, partly because of smell, but also space. And then you look for that integrated system between these rings. So there's a common. This was out there a couple different places. There's been some multiple choice questions in the past that have focused on this. Your teachers may have done it with you. I would say a couple things when you see these things. We look at A on the left, so it's trying to apply Van Thunen's model to the United States and New York City as a single market. I mean, the reality is we do see. I mean, if you look at it, there's a lot of dairy farms up here. Yeah, we did see some cotton and tobacco here. I don't know what we do see corn and soybeans. We do, but forests are going to be further out. At the end of the day, when they try to make these modifications, it's still inaccurate. You got to think probably a little bit smaller, and you got to think about climate, and that's what B tries to do. It tries to put in some of those climates, but you will see the band. And if it was all about getting stuff to New York City and trying to minimize those costs, what would make the most sense to do so? So there was a question: does the landscape of an area affect the Van Thunen model? Absolutely. And so that's the other thing when we talk about how this is outdated. I mean, at the end of the day, this assumes that all the soil is the same in all of these rings. It assumes that all this land is flat. It assumes that transportation costs are all equal. And at the end of the day, that's just not realistic. So good question. So then as we're starting to kind of move towards the end here, we start taking a look at corporations versus individuals. And so we kind of started to look at, so example here in Wisconsin, the number of milk cows has actually remained pretty steady. But if we look at the number of smaller farms, they've decreased. So, and the larger farms have started to increase. So there's a couple different things going on here. People are getting bought out by larger corporations. But the other thing that happens is that the number of cows can remain the same. They're producing more too, based off of hormones that we're using. It's not just if we're taking a look at cattle, it's not just cattle. And so if that interests you, get into that EP classroom. There is a practice FRQ question on that, and you can read the answers to see kind of what else we're talking about. Farms in general, as farmers grow older, we see that the average age of the farmers are starting to get older. We see that family individual owned farms, they're slowly decreasing, and maybe the corporations ones are growing a little bit, but they're still small in number compared to the family farms. Now that being said, I will tell you, my uncle they do corn and soybean now, but he had tried to become a hog farmer, and so I grew up kind of understanding, that what it takes to raise hogs, but eventually he couldn't compete with the corporations because he was a smaller farm, and so he got bought out. But again, this is the business side. So Ms. Lindsay tomorrow will probably talk about agribusiness and how that starts to impact the changes of communities as well. So what we're also talking about here when we talk about those connections are this dependency. And so, my uncle could switch. He's like, well, if I'm not going to raise hogs, I got great land here. He could then grow other crops. And so he had more variety. It wasn't as big a deal. But what you see here, look at this, that North America, we are not dependent on other countries in the region as far as our commodities. But take a look at sub-Saharan Africa. Part is go back to where I started. If we're talking about luxury crops, if we're talking about cocoa or tea or any of those plantation crops, it's great, but it's not going to sustain life. And so we then have to rely on these other countries. And so there's this interdependence that occurs. Think about this. So those of you that were with me a few weeks ago when we talked about trade, these two images I've used before, when we talk about the U.S. exporting our product and we're exporting, for example, a ton of soybeans to China, they become reliant on us. We take a look at those exports and we look at, yes, we've seen a decrease because of tariffs, but what we're trying to link here are those trading patterns and that dependency. And that's really what this map is getting at here. That look at these regions of the world that are dependent on exports of agricultural products. If that product fails, there's a drought, there's a tsunami, there's something that wipes it all out, there's some sort of a pest that comes and does that. How do they feed their people? And that, because then they're not selling their crop or their animal, and that's really where the concern and that dependence comes from. The other thing then is we're also, those areas are some of the areas that also are struggling with their caloric intake. And so we look at these areas that are not getting enough calories. We look at areas that are not, look at this, 21% of all Africans eat less than the recommended amount. 52% of Haitians are undernourished. 191 million people in India are undernourished. So when we look at this and we look at these dependency areas, take a look what happens when those things fail. And that's part of that dependency of things that we need to talk about. That is how agriculture and culture become connected. And that is that idea. Go back to when we talk about environmental pressures, farming in a warmer world. And so what we start to see here, guys, is that change in agricultural potential. We could lose what we're producing. And so we've got to start thinking more about sustainability. And so that's going to be some future lessons that we're going to talk about. So we're going to do a quick little check for understanding. I'm going to answer a question and then we'll do a check for understanding. So the question is, I probably should just turn this here. If sub-Saharan Africa is mostly subsistence cropping, how is their economy more dependent on crops? Subsistence agriculture is part of the informal economy, right? So there's a couple different things happening in Africa. So go back to that coffee and cocoa. So that doesn't feed their family. So then the subsistence that informal is producing to feed them. And so if your cocoa fails, maybe I sell a little bit of food, but it makes it really difficult. There's an imbalance there. What can you conclude from these images? So things that you should think about when you look at this. You should probably think, first of all, MDC. Why? Look at the technology that's being used here, the machinery. Look at the wealth. You should look at the type of crop. So I could say this definitely is going to be more intensive. I could put this in ring 3 of the Van Thunen model. I'm going to be looking for definitely this is a wealthier country. I would assume that there's less people actually engaged in agriculture because the machines are doing the work. So they're probably in that stage 4 to 5 of the demographic transition model versus probably some sort of plantation. I would probably say that they're going to be in that tropical region. You can see tea on the right, and then we see cocoa farmers on the left. We can say that we're talking about definitely a lot of hand labor, manual labor. We typically, who's actually controlling that? They probably are subsistence farmers on the side just so that they can feed their families because you're not going to live off of these crops. So things to think about, and I'll look at a couple questions. This is more for your teacher, so don't feel you need to look at it. That's really an overview of everything we did. I'm not going to read this to you, but I would say for your teachers, if they're looking at this, this is why I pulled what I pulled from those and put together the PowerPoint that I did. So here we go with FRQ practice. There's 2 types of agriculture. So you want to identify the grain crop that's shown in each picture, discuss 2 economic differences between subsistence agriculture and commercial agriculture, identify 1 environmental impact resulting from the type of agriculture shown in photo Y, and identify 1 environmental impact resulting from the type of agriculture shown in photo Z. And anything else? Does it look okay? No, Rimland, we would not go, that we'll go over in the political unit. So Rimland, Heartland, that's going to be in our political unit that will be starting Friday and Monday. So as Ben's kind of scrolling through, again, remember there's going to be more information coming about the AP exam. It's going to be, I promise you more stuff will come if you've got problems with technology. I would highly recommend if you have not gotten into AP Classroom in the last, so a lot of questions about how to get to AP Classroom. Let me look, see if I can find a link that I can kind of put on here for tomorrow. I'll be honest, I Google it all the time. I just put in AP Classroom. But you really want to make sure you're checking your password and your email so that you can get into it. Your teacher should have put you, that's how you registered for your AP exams in the fall. So definitely reach out to your teachers. But I Google it and I'll talk to my producer to see if there's something that we could put on our slides as well. Okay, I hope you had a great time. It's a unit that I'm clearly passionate about. I want to thank my son for helping me out as well. And I look forward to seeing you. I'm back on Friday. Miss Lindsay will be with you tomorrow to finish up agriculture with you guys. Have a great night, everybody.
Hey everyone, how are y'all doing today? Today, we are going to look at an agricultural review, and this is AP Human Geography. This is Ann Lindsley again at Bellevue High School in Houston, Texas. And our review is going to be looking at patterns and processes and societal change in agriculture today. So I want to share my screen with you, and we will get started. And here we go. Maybe there we go. All right. So by the way, today we are switching to a different platform. Same one Ms. Brandt used yesterday called Slido.com. So if you have any questions that are going to be applicable to today's topic and to the course, you're welcome to post those questions. I have my trusty moderator helping me. But what you'll do is go to Slido.com, Slido.com, and the room number is 21471, and that's going to be on some of the other slides. So you're going to see that. Please keep everything appropriate, brief as possible, and he is going to assist me in filtering questions and helping you out and calming some of your fears. And there's nothing to be afraid of. So we are going to go forward. So let's begin with looking at yesterday's questions. Yesterday's questions dealt with some topics within agriculture as well. And this is actually a former question that we had a few years back. And in this, you had to identify the grain crop shown in each photo. I hope you said wet rice dominant. We would take they actually took right. Grain would have worked for photo Z. Photo Z is actually wheat. But this one is wheat, and then this would have been rice. Wet rice dominant would have been perfect, and intensive wheat production would have been perfect in the bottom one. All right, discuss 2 economic differences between subsistence agriculture and commercial agriculture. So what did you put down? Anybody put down subsistence is high labor intensive, small farm, small profit, or only for the local family and community perhaps? Did you put down that commercial agriculture is for solely for cash only or to be sold commercially? There's a few other answers. Since this is a release question, you can go and look this one up also to get the other list of other question answers that you could have been in. All right, identify 1 environmental impact resulting from the type of agriculture shown in photo Y. And environmental impact from Y. What do you think you could put in here? Those of you in environmental science better pop to that one really fast because that's an overlapping topic. Increased amount of water usage, soil erosion, methane release. What else would you find? But there's a list of them besides those answers that could be. Identify 1 environmental impact resulting from the type of agriculture shown in photo Z. So in the commercial grain production, the harvesting of it here, we have a high degree of use of petrochemicals, which is in the synthetic fertilizers and pesticides that are used. You also have a high degree of fossil fuels that are used to operate the machinery. That counts as well as air pollution from the machinery. Any of those would have worked, as well as there are some others. All right. So once again, we're going over this all the time. We can't not make sure everyone knows this. So 2 questions on May 12th, 1 for 25 minutes, 1 for 15 minutes. In these questions, you will be asked to describe and explain geographic concepts. You're going to analyze geographic patterns and relationships. Okay? You're going to describe and explain and apply geographic concepts. Okay, but you're going to have task verbs, and those task verbs are going to be explain and compare and describe. Okay? So makeup exam once again is on June 1st, and there's going to be further updates and repeats of all of the different videos that College Board has provided for the students, the teachers, and the parents available on the coronavirus update page on the very first when you open up the AP College Board site. You will see that. All right, more of that will come because we're going to spend 2 weeks reviewing for just the FRQs, prepping for that. So today we are going to look at the spatial processes and societal change that appear in Unit 5 in agricultural and rural land use patterns. So what we're looking at is how agriculture has changed over time because of cultural diffusion and advances in technology. So how has it changed over time? So what concepts have changed? What ways that we farm have changed? How has that happened through diffusion? So keep in mind, we have this is a big idea. We also have the skills, and then we also have the themes, and one of the themes will make appearance here. Now in this particular spot, I wanted to show you this 2-minute, 36-second, real quick video from the Peterson Farm Brothers site, and it's really a great video. I use these all the time in class to give my students a chance to see what does a commercial family farm in the United States look like when you grow up on a farm. However, I couldn't play the music with it, and so I'm giving you the example of what it looks like, and the link is here, and I encourage you to go watch it and see what this family is showing you what life on an active family farm in central Kansas is like. I think you'll be amazed. All right, so in this particular topic, we have to go back and look at something that I'm sure you all remember from 3rd grade because this is how long we've had this topic. Topic 5.3 is looking at agricultural origins and diffusion, and this begins with the early hearts of domestication of plants and animals. So where were those early hearts? The 5 river valley civilization, and then the civilization that it will expand to. So we began with the oldest one, which was Mesopotamia, bordered both by the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, forming what is called the Fertile Crescent, stretching from the Mediterranean coast all the way along the border of the river. 12,000 years ago, roughly, is this area started to change, and because of warming climates and fertile soils, it became an excellent area for sedentary agriculture, and this will become our first agricultural heart, Mesopotamia. I'm sure you all have that. Second area is going to be here in northern China, the Huanghe River Valley, and 10,000 years ago, the flooding of the rivers and small little groups of advanced people settled along the rivers, eventually creating a much larger civilization that will brought here. The Egyptians will have their own area that changes over time along the Nile River, and here they became noted for trying to preserve their soil already by rotating crops between legumes and cereal crops in order to just reduce the salt buildup, not knowing that they were also replenishing the nutrient value of the soil that were along the banks of the Nile River. The Indus River Valley civilization beginning in Indus and then later extending to the Ganges and the Brahmaputra. This whole River Valley civilization developed well over 4,000 years ago and then changes over time. So one of the things that we always look at is what moved where it did and how did we end up with this process of these heart changing and what food products do we get from where. I think it's kind of neat to know that, okay, well, this came from this place and it came from that place, but what is the relevance of it? Because to some degree, because these products have all changed over time. So this is a nice list here of what were primary crops in regions and then what became secondary crops after other things fused to those, and then think about where these are today. You know, you think about sweet potatoes and potatoes coming out of the Andes region become part of the traditional Thanksgiving dinners that are served particularly in the north and the upper Midwest as well as in the south. So you have that contribution. Rice is eaten all different types of regions because of how it can be produced in different ways. So I'm not going to go through all of these, but this here you can go back and look at this later on if you like. More importantly, a real quick message for the teachers. I came across this is a fabulous map. Okay, like it is, but what better is if you actually go to the link itself. It'll give you color coded and you can click on each region and the different crop. I think that'd be kind of fun to use. And this is excellent on the origin and diversity of crops. So what I want you to think about though as agriculture begins to develop is our relationship within our climatic region. And I know that we had to talk about that earlier as well, but where our river valley civilizations are and where we grow what we do today and what we have. So if we look at our commercial agriculture, which is in these yellow brown tones versus our subsistence agriculture, which is in the green tones, the blue is pastoral nomadism. So we're wandering animals here. So between the greens and then these browns, if we look at the greens here that are subsistence, and then we come over here and we look at what kinds of climates we have. We're sitting here in tropical, subtropical climate. We're sitting in areas that are heavily wet areas. And so these to look at these for large scale commercial operations like what we have in Central Europe and in Central United States where we have soils that dry out, this becomes a factor in answering, well, why doesn't this happen here versus why it happened here? And this becomes an adaptation issue. It becomes a diffusion issue in terms of changing the varieties of plants as well as changing the types of equipment that might be used. So there's always going to be, whenever we talk about agriculture, there's always going to be a linkage to climate and climate pattern and how climates change over time. All right, these patterns of diffusion, when we look from certain areas and go into these secondary areas that we begin to have to look at how do they diffuse out of here. So I want to remind you, your topics of diffusion. Okay, contagious diffusion, think about that. How would agriculture be applied to contagious diffusion? What about hierarchical diffusion? Is there any part of agriculture that is diffused hierarchical? Is there a stimulant type diffusion? How about the ideas about how we plant things and types of plants that we could make into hybrid plants? Relocation diffusion obviously is easy, but agricultural ideas and practices are spread when people move to new areas, so that is contagious. And when one group trades with another group, and then they want to raise something in their own area in order to profit off of it or for consumption. So if it's not ideal, same climatic growing area places, then they have to alter that as well. A good example of the transfer of the type of technology is actually drip irrigation. Ancient forms of drip irrigation were found in Egypt and in Afghanistan. In the 1920s, the Germans were using perforated pipes for irrigation, and then the first efficient drip irrigation system was actually developed in Israel, and then it spread to the United States and in Australia. And the one thing that all of those areas, with the exception of the Germans, had in common is that they're all much more arid areas where getting water to plant was going to be the only way to really efficiently expand crop production. So we see secondary diffusion practices as advances in technology. All right, this is also interesting to look at crops by certain product, and in particular the potato. I bet you were going to think I was going to use chocolate coffee. Most of the teachers, most of the students have had coffee and coca. My students did as well, but there's also the potato. The potato is an interesting aspect of diffusion because the potatoes actually came from the shores of Lake Titicaca in Peru in about 4,000 BC. And then it transferred to Spain, and then it transfers to Europe in the 17th and 18th centuries, and then it's going to transfer to China in the 17th century. And today, China is the largest potato producer in the world. And in the 17th century, the Portuguese took the potato to India, and then to Australia by the British in the 1770s. So we see, by example of another crop, the potato, a global diffusion taken through contact, trade, and contagious diffusion from one place to another place to another place. Ultimately, also keep in mind, it also can cause a collapse in the 1840s, as many of you well know. In the 1840s, the Irish potato famine happened because we were raising potatoes in an environment that maybe they were not so conducive to at that time, and a fungus caused their demise and then caused the potato famine. So it always has a link to what happens in society as well. So I had a question pop up: what is drip irrigation? And drip irrigation is a way to bring water in from a channel or river, or if you can pump it up from an aquifer, that'll happen later on. And you bring it in through pipes, and those pipes are going to have small holes in them, and so the water gently flows through there, so it can keep the soil moist at the right times when it's needed to be moist, depending upon what it is you're raising. Rice has certain times when it needs to be very, very wet underwater. There's certain times when you don't want to put a lot of water on oats and on wheat. It just depends on what you're raising. But a drip irrigation is going to be close to the ground and pipes such that it is helping to keep the soil moist with the root. There's several different types of irrigation, but the big point is that irrigation is a process of technology. Technology is going to diffuse from one place to the other. All right, so the Columbian Exchange is also an example of the diffusion of culture and technology in the agricultural world. And most of you are familiar with the Columbian Exchange. I bet you probably saw this image because it's a great image to use. And here, just to put a name to it, this is where we saw widespread transfer of plants and animals and culture and technology and diseases and ideas between the Americas, West Africa, and the Old World in the 15th and 16th centuries, compiled with periods of ugly history and human movements. But the biggest point to show here is the movement of different types of agricultural products, which are going to change ultimately the countries that some of these are taken to. So if you think about Costa Rica, bananas and pineapples and palm cattle raised in Costa Rica. It literally is a fruit-producing country. Sugarcane to Haiti and many of the Caribbean islands. Coffee as well to many of the volcanic islands and to the higher elevations in Central America and Mexico. These products coming in are going to change the future for them once they came in terms of productivity and markets and things they can put on the global market eventually. All right, in topic 5.4, we're looking at the second agricultural revolution. So the first agricultural revolution, keep in mind, was what we pretty much just went through, and that was sedentary agriculture, sedentary raising of grain, raising of animals, and then also growing of grain and storing those so that you didn't have to migrate for each season. In the second agricultural revolution, what's going to happen is technology is going to be infused to increase food production, leading to better diets, leading to longer life expectancy, leading to rural to urban migration for now industrial jobs that are developing in the cities because of people who can work in these jobs, they're freed up from having to work on the farm just to be able to eat tonight. So this is a huge concept in this one topic of what is the overall picture that happens as we begin to infuse a little bit of simple technology to make something more efficient. And that is what happened. So first it began with moving from traditional land practices to not just the enclosure movement, but land ownership, but also organized land farming of the land in a rotational system. And I'll show you what that looks like. By making agriculture more efficient, the production of food more efficient, your labor force is now going to be shifted. Now, you're not losing one farmer on the farm or even a two or three farmers. You need to keep in mind at this particular time, the total fertility rate for women was sitting close to 5.0 in some of these countries. And so that's a lot of children, averaging 6 to 8 to 9 to 10 children in a farm environment. And that's an awful lot. And then if you are going to displace some of that labor, they have to go somewhere. So what began as a common sense kind of practice later on will fuel a new industries and better ways of life, will also stimulate the concept of migration to be able to start those new lives in new places. So everything is linked together. Yes, there were diseases that were brought from Europe to the Americas, not from the Americas to Europe. Supposedly, my understanding is the animals in the Americas did not have the diseases that spread. It was the Europeans that had the diseases that spread to the Americas. But let's go back to the second agricultural revolution. All right, so this is a 4-field crop rotation. So instead of leaving a field fallow, and fallow means not farm, just let it grass over or weed over, don't cultivate it, let animals graze on it. Instead, what they're going to do is establish a 4-field rotation system using certain types of plants, which will replace the nutrients in the soils. So anytime you replace a grain crop with turnips or legumes or even certain types of beans, you are changing out the minerals in that soil, and you are going to improve the nitrogen fixation. There's another call out there to those of you in environmental, you don't need to know it in geography, but the nitrogen fixation will change, the nitrogen balance in your soils will change, and that benefits your next crops that have to go in there, which usually will be your grain crops. And in one of those years, you will leave the crop into a fodder or a crop that the animals will eat. So that would be clover or rye, something like that you could easily harvest for animal feed. So at the same time you're engaged in this 4-field crop rotation system, your yield for what you are producing is also increasing. If you are able to increase your yield, then you're also able to feed more livestock. If you're able to feed more livestock and produce more grain, then what happens is you have more food for everyone to eat, and that's going to improve the quality of life because there's more food available. Okay? One of the things that helps to make that efficiency happen is the seed drill. So this is a simple way of planting seeds as you are plowing up a line, a road to plant the seeds. So, and that's exactly what's happening here. Is that you're plowing the line in the front, and the seed is being forced down into the road, okay? And then it's being covered from back here. This is very, very simple, done on a tractor today, and it's done all at the same time on the planter. So in addition to more efficiency, we then have to look at how higher yield is also going to change demographically. So go back to Unit 2, we have the demographic transition model, and here you go. How did it apply to England? Well, we're looking right here, time period of the second agricultural revolution. So remind yourself about this. The black line is your population increase. So this is your increase in population. The red line is your death rate. The green line is your birth rate. We are right here at this particular time for England with the second agricultural revolution, going back into the mid 1860s and then all the way forward to about the 1940 for the second agricultural revolution. So at this particular time, notice that the population level increases, but why does the population continue to increase? That's the next question to ask. We have to relate it to that because less people are dying. You still have a high fertility rate. Total fertility rate is still 4.1 at this particular time. But what's happening is that fewer people are dying, but that dying, that death, that mortality rate is typically in the children, in infants. Your infant mortality rate is still pretty high. And so because of that, that affects your life expectancy. So in 1870, the life expectancy in the United Kingdom or England at the time was 40 years old, whereas the world was 29.7. But I have to be absolutely clear that you understand the reason this number seems horribly low is because the statistics are skewed because of the high infant mortality rate. So if you're having 6, 7, 8, 10 children and 4 of them die in toddlerhood, infanthood, if they die at very, very young ages, they are going to become part of the mortality rate, and that pulls down this life expectancy. So today this number is much higher. It's upwards of right about 80 to 80 between the two, and in the UK and in the United States. But that is because we have a very low infant mortality rate, and our mortality rate is older age mortality rate now. If you see it all mapped out, because the bar graphs are great, but maps are where it's at. So we have a spatial image of how life expectancy in 1870, at least of the countries that have that kind of data, and we can see that the United States and is behind England. But question here is why Canada the same color as England? Think about that one. That's in the political unit, by the way. But the United States and Central Europe are all in the lower 30 age brackets here. All right, so let's go on. The other factor that's also going to play into this is going to deal with the populations themselves, the size of the populations. Populations are increasing. Once again, why are the populations increasing? They are increasing because of better quality of food. And what goes along with that is increase of people moving to cities, manufacturing, realizing that urban life has issues that have to be dealt with. So what goes along with that is advances in sanitation, advances in healthcare. All of these become combined contributions as a result of being able to better feed the population and release people from the daily chores of providing food for tonight's meal. And at this particular time, 1860 to 2000, I was looking more right here. At this particular time, 1890, what was the world bound population look like in a few countries that you'd already seen? And the United States at the time was 63 million in 1890. Where we are now today, we're talking about that number today. All right, so let's take this to a different scale. The United States. If we look at some of the same topics with the United States, so here's what we produce compared to our climate. And look, in this region out in the west, we have livestock and ranching. Why? Because it's a steppe climate or it is a mountainous climate, and so it's not conducive to crop agriculture. But we have beautiful lines here: subtropical, humid, subtropical in the south, and a continental humid climate in the north. That means that we have plentiful amounts of precipitation. Hopefully, things are consistent in some very nice agricultural land. So we have the best type of agricultural practices that are going to be able to develop in an area as the second agricultural revolution is beginning to happen in the United States. What did it look like? Well, here's what it looked like. This is the late 1800s in various locations between Nebraska. This is South Dakota up here at the top. This is Nebraska, and I forget where this one is at. But notice simple tools. Here's a hand plow. Everyone's got their horses, and it's all going to be manual labor. This is the United States was the intersection in the late 1800s of the second agricultural revolution, westward expansion, emancipation, and immigration. And look at the size of the families. I don't think you see them all here, but these should be pretty large too. All right, I want you to see what the second agricultural revolution was like. And this is one of my most all-time favorite films, and my students watch it too. It's really short.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go to town and stay past midnight at the meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. I need somebody large, strong enough to wrestle a calf and yet gentle enough to deliver his own grandchild. Somebody to call hogs, tame cantankerous machinery, come home hungry, have to wait lunch until his wife's done feeding visiting ladies, then tell the ladies to be sure and come back real soon, and mean it. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to sit up all night with a newborn colt and watch it die, and dry his eyes and say maybe next year. I need somebody who can shake an axe handle, grown persimmon sprout, shoe a horse with a hunk of car tire, who can make harness out of hay wire, feed sacks, and shoe straps, who planting time and harvest season will finish his 40-hour week by Tuesday noon and then paying from tractor back within another 72 hours. So God made a farmer. God had to have somebody willing to ride the rats at double speed to get the hay ahead of the rain clouds and yet stop in midfield and race to help when he sees the first smoke from a neighbor's place. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to eat lambs and wean pigs and tend the pink-combed pullets who will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark. It had to be somebody who'd plow deep and straight and not cut corners. Somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and break and disc and plow and plant and tie the fleece and strain the milk and replenish the self-feeder and finish a hard week's work with a 5-mile drive to church. Somebody would bail a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing, who would laugh and then sigh and then reply with smiling eyes when his son says that he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer.
All right, so let me go back and share my screen with you again. I hope that works. All right, so I always think that that's a really good short film to show you what agriculture looked like in the United States in the 1920s into the early 30s, particularly because it was dealing with the changes that were beginning to happen on the family farm with life in general, but then also beginnings of some more mechanization in particular. One of the things that we also see that's starting to happen with toward the end of the second agricultural revolution in the United States is that there's post-World War II, there's going to be a decrease in the number of farms, but an increase is going to start in the size of the farms. Okay, so a decrease in the number of the farms, an increase in the size. So what's happening is folks coming home from war are not returning to the farm, others are selling out their farms. The legacy of the Depression is going to be a factor as well, but then also mechanization is playing a big role in this, and that mechanization or this change in technology is going to require farmers to have larger size lots so that they can operate some of the farm equipment and also to get higher yields out of more of their crops as well. So this type of agriculture is using mechanical labor, so it's intensive in that regard, but it is extensive in terms of the size, particularly when you were in the Western United States. All right, in topic 5.5, we look at the Green Revolution. And the Green Revolution is going to be in response to something that was happening that wasn't even really about agriculture. It was in response to a growing population that was growing so fast that the food supply was not able to keep up with it, and it looked like some of Malthus's ideas were actually going to come to reality. But by looking at some of the advances that had been made in the 1930s in chemistry, as well as in looking at different types of crops, what eventually will evolve out of here is the Green Revolution. And the person responsible for much of that research and initiating that is going to be Norman Borlaug. Now, just a shout out to Norman Borlaug. He is from Iowa, and then he also became the head of the ag department at Texas A&M. He was also a Nobel laureate and set up several different institutes for agricultural research. So anyway, the Green Revolution is started by some of his research and his examining different types of crops that can grow in areas that are marginal areas is the term that we would use, but how can we adapt those areas or adapt the crop to growing to some of those areas? And that's what you see here. These crops are growing in what would be considered marginal areas. And then also what can we do to adapt crops to different types of climate? All right, so what was happening with this was that we had Mexico in particular was facing a famine, and then followed by India and Pakistan. But Mexico is going to be earlier than this. And what will end up happening is that by going in and taking certain strains of wheat that were tolerant to different types of conditions, and but also had the highest yield, and then also by applying certain types of synthetic fertilizer to them, they were able to increase the yield. And this was important in Mexico because in Mexico at the time, your total fertility rate was about 4.8 to 5, a little bit over 5 in some of the years. Because of that, there was no way Mexico could keep up with wheat production as well as buy wheat that they were importing. So the ability to begin to increase their own wheat yield will actually turn Mexico into an exporter of wheat today, then instead of an importer of wheat. The other thing that's interesting that comes out with the Green Revolution is the role that happens in India as well, and I'll talk about that. But the other part comes in actually the Green Revolution as a positive consequence is estimated to have saved us from losing more land to grain agriculture. So, and that's what's in this diagram right here. And what was happening was that in order to keep up with the demand from the population, it was estimated that we were going to have to need another 1.26 billion hectares of land. And to get that much meant that we were going to have to literally cut down more forest than some of the areas that are done today. But this was to literally turn this into an extensive grain growing area. But by being able to increase the yield by using seed that was more efficient than others, by altering that seed to within different climate conditions, and also by planting crops closer together and using synthetic fertilizers, we were able to increase the yield to continue to meet the demands of the population. And so the blue part on here is what is estimated that would have been lost if something had not been done to improve crop production. So one of the big arguments always comes up about the agricultural revolution are the consequences, as well as both the pros and the cons of the consequences of the agricultural revolution. And there's always going to be consequences to everything. So it's better that you can argue both sides and understand how they both happen. So first of all, this was done in an attempt to make agriculture more efficient and head off potential famine in 3 major portions of the world. By increasing the food production, they were able to reduce the number of people who die of starvation and hunger. The other thing also was they can predict what the yield is going to be pending any natural disasters, because now the crops have a more consistent yield because they know how close you can plant things, what you have to put on it, and you can expect what your yield should be. Because there's more surplus of food, there's less expensive foods, okay? And with less expensive foods, then it's more affordable or it's more feasible for more people to be fed. So I already talked about the decrease in the land. The other thing also is that the plants, once they began to hybridize the plants or create strains of the plant, they could make them to be more disease resistant by breeding together the seeds that were more tolerant to certain types of diseases like rots, like fungus. Then also growing crops anywhere. This refers to that marginal comment I made, the comment about growing plants on soils that are not ideal or in climates that are not ideal. By implementing mechanical irrigation, by implementing synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, they're able to grow crops in areas that before would not have been able to grow crops. Reducing poverty has also been successful in some of the areas where farmers have been able to raise their crops because there's more food available that they can then sell at local market. And as a result of moving to more extensive farming from subsistence farming, they've increased the manufacturing sector because now food production and different types of marketing and shipping sector industries have been able to come off of the food production. Like everything that has a pro to it, there's also a con. So we have the issue of synthetic fertilizers. We have the issue of using petrochemicals on soils, which dries out the soils, and this has been a big problem in India recently. But part of the reason why this has happened is because of overuse of the petrochemicals and overuse of the synthetic fertilizers. It still remains these are petrochemical products, and these will dry out the soils, and that has happened. We do lose millions of acres a year in various locations because the soil just has to be redeveloped. There's a high degree of food waste. 40% in the developed countries, 40% of food waste happens after processing and after it's delivered to stores, because you either don't eat the leftovers, it's thrown away, it rots in the refrigerator, etc. In developing countries, the food waste occurs before processing. Regardless, there's still a food waste, and that's a shame when you have people that are not getting the food and still need it. All right, so the other thing that's happening is that some of the seeds and plants become pesticide resistant, and by being pesticide resistant, that means they have to come up with new pesticides that may become more toxic in order to target the same problems that they were addressing before. And so this occurs if you're environmental term. Bioaccumulation is one of those terms that the bugs become tolerant to it. It also becomes expensive for the farmer. The farmer has to pay for all the input, and if they aren't able to sell the crops, then they're not going to be making any money, and that becomes a bigger factor. It also shifts crops that you use to feed your local community, yourself. It shifts that focus to manufacturing cash crops that countries can sell on the global market, and then you end up having populations in your own country who are hungry or who are starving because you are mass producing cash crops to sell, because that brings in more money than on the local market. And this is a global supply chain problem. This is also a problem of governments trying to control farmers so as to make money for the country. So ultimately, the problem is that hunger still exists, and we still have millions of people who die a year of hunger. And it's not hunger that because they can't get a bag of whatever. It's a hunger because they can't get essential nutritional requirements. So the Green Revolution didn't solve everything. The Green Revolution did cause some additional problems, but the Green Revolution at the time also headed off further famines. And so what is happening as part of this unit was, and hopefully you covered it as well in class, is the extension of the Green Revolution, and that is a biotechnology revolution that we've been moving toward, more laboratory research into trying to conquer some of these problems. All right, so if we look at where the first agricultural revolution was versus the second agricultural revolution, we see that the developed countries are the ones who benefited from the initial development of initial practices of the second agricultural revolution. The green are the areas in the developing world who are going to benefit from more of the Green Revolution technologies and the red dots are actually research centers where they're looking at areas to try and improve agricultural productivity, agricultural yield, and solve the needs of the world population. And here you can see what has happened in the change of yield in a period of 20 years. So particularly rice and wheat were the two big focuses of the Green Revolution initially, wheat in Mexico and also in China, but then also rice in the Philippines on the Rice Institute. Rice also in Egypt is going to be a factor as well. But notice how much this is all going to grow, how much their increases on your yield. And that's the benefit of the Green Revolution, is it was able to solve or stop some famines that were going to be pretty devastating in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Agriculture today is moving, as I said, to the third agricultural revolution. Here's a shout out to the farm in Iowa. My cousin who sent me the pictures yesterday that women do work on farms. She is tagging one of the new cows in that picture and pulling the tractor out of the barn. But agriculture today in the United States has grown from the second agricultural revolution through the Green Revolution, moving into the third agricultural revolution to sustainable practices. So what did we cover today? We looked at early centers of plant and animal domestication. We looked at the global diffusion of agricultural product and how that diffusion is going to be a result of colonialism and imperialism, global trade networks, moving products around the world. New farming practices of food production that came with the second agricultural revolution that then spawns longer life expectancies, migration, people moving to cities to seek jobs in manufacturing, and that's going to lead to a global supply, distribution, a global trade and development that we see with actual Unit 7. Then the Green Revolution, which is going to create synthetic fertilizers and pesticides to improve even higher yields of agricultural products, recognizing also that these put certain stresses on the soils, but creates a food production surplus at times. So over time, agriculture has changed because of cultural diffusion, because of advances in technology to bring us a better food supply in the world's market and to sustain much of the population. Hopefully that holds out right now. There are definitely connections into all of our other units on this particular topic. Teachers can go look at that. So what kind of AP question format would you kind of see with these questions? So once again, we have to stick with those task verbs that we've been talking about, perhaps you've heard about in some other places. So how would you explain two types of diffusion influencing a food choice? Explain how two types of diffusion influences a food choice. So if I was going to talk about the potato, here is the potato. What are two types of diffusion that move the potato, that cause the potato to become a global food? What are two types of diffusion? And explain them. You might use contagious, you might use hierarchical, for example. Think about it. Explain two positive consequences of the Green Revolution. Pretty straightforward. Explain how the second agricultural revolution led to changes in society. Many different answers that you can put in here. And then compare the second agricultural revolution to the Green Revolution. How do we compare those? Think about that. Compare. We have to have both sides on this. Right? So any questions? My trusty assistant over here has been helping me with some. Hopefully he has some questions that we can address. I can't see that far. Does green equal third revolution? The third agricultural revolution is coming out of the Green Revolution. The third agricultural revolution, the biotech element, where we are also creating different kinds of GMOs and CRISPR, if you've heard about that, and hydroponic raising of vegetables and fruits. That is coming out of the initial research of the third agricultural revolution. Yesterday, Ms. Grant had said wheat farming in MDC was intensive, even though there's little labor input load. Okay, so you have to keep in mind, intensive and extensive can apply both to labor and to the size of the property. A family farm in some states in the United States is intensive because it's not as large as what you're going to find 3,000, 4,000 acres out in Montana. So that wheat farm in Montana with one or two farmers harvesting that wheat over a period of a week or so is extensive because of size. We can talk about extensive and intensive also in terms of labor. So it's both are correct. Does diffusion of agriculture directly connect to the diffusion of culture? Absolutely. Food is, as I told you a couple days ago, food is a cultural trait. How we raise it, what we raise becomes part of the staple crop that makes our culture. Think about that. If we're down here, corn is a staple crop in the United States. Think about what is always served at any meal in traditional foods. If you're down here in the South, cornbread, cornmeal, corn fritters. The only difference down here versus up north is down here in the South, it's got fried covered gravy, and that's a joke, but that is what happened. Do we need to know all the background information about those hearts? I don't think so, but it helps to know, where they are and maybe a little bit about what came out of them. But most importantly is to have the change over time concept that they produced certain products that then through global trade networks and, as I said, colonialism and imperialism and all of that period of time is going to expand those products to other places. Just think about the potato. Came out of the Andes, ends up in Australia. That I think is more important. Be able to apply a few of those topics. And as I said when I began, that most of y'all had covered. Most teachers will cover coffee and potato in their classes. I gave you potatoes as something that you didn't already know. And so now you have three different ways that you can apply the beginnings of a global trade network in food products. Is there actually AP? Did migration play a role in the diffusion of agriculture? Of course it does, because that's going to give you the contagious agriculture. The way that the Europeans came into the United States and plowed our fields and developed their field, ultimately will have a huge crisis with the Dust Bowl period of time. That was a cultural practice that they brought in with them from Europe of always clearing the fields so they would neat for the winter season. And we've discovered that that was not a good idea because the winds will blow away the soils on the high plains and the Great Plains. And so now we leave chaff on a CHAFF. Chaff is broken up parts of the plant that is not going to be cleaned off the fields. It's not the seeds, but everything over. And that way it settles in underneath the snow and it biodegrades, and you have to adjust your soil chemistry for that. It's probably a little bit more detailed than we have. But yes, agricultural practices and particular foods were brought in by different populations. Absolutely. There's another message I saw real quick. It said, is there a parent meeting? I think there was one online. I thought it was last night, though. I'm not 100% certain. It may be tonight. You need to check the AT site. Are there any other questions? All right. Well, all right. So if you do have any other questions, we'll get an answer here in the next hour, but that's about it. And this, because this live, this room will go down. But one more question. Are we going to do FRQ practice soon? Yeah, the last 2 weeks, we're going to finish these, and there's a schedule posted online also, but we're going to go through all of these content units first, because those are what you have to use to build your FRQs. So the last 2 weeks, we will be dealing with FRQs. I'll be explaining to you what's going to be in those what the way FRQs are going to be written and how we want to write for them, the words that we want to use to write for them, and then how we should approach them. And then we're actually going to practice writing some. And Ms. Brant and I have to get together on that, because we're also juggling our classes. So to get together and see how we're going to try to score some of those to help you out. And but yes, we are absolutely covering FRQ without a doubt. I do want to remind you once again, if you still are not trusting of your technology capabilities, contact College Board, and that's also on their website. I saw that. And if there are no more other questions, I just want to tell y'all thanks again for watching. Y'all take care. Go outside. Looks like a beautiful day down here. Go for a walk. Calm down. We have the rest of the course to finish reviewing through. I think you're going to be great. All right. Take care.
Hi, welcome to AP Human Geography Live on this lovely Friday. So glad you're here. Let's go ahead and transfer screens. I'm Kristen Brandt, and I'm excited that you're joining us today. I'm not gonna lie, I'm excited that this weekend as well. If you notice the lovely orange on the screen, I'm trying to coordinate the room here with you as well. We got a new Slido set up, so if you haven't joined us in the past, go ahead. You can go on to slido.com. This is our room number that we're using for today. My son Tyler is helping us, trying to kind of weed through some of the questions. I know you've got lots of questions about the FRQ. Last night we had a parent meeting. Wednesday night we did a teacher meeting. More information is going to keep coming out, and I promise we're going to set up some practice time for you. We're going to set up some systems for you to even practice uploading. All of that is coming, so please don't panic about that right now. Let's just get the brain going and start to review that content. As you can see, I'm in Illinois. And today our governor officially closed in-person learning for the rest of the year. And sometimes, because I have to have some sort of connection, I just want to close my eyes and click my heels and say, there's no place like home. There's no place like home. And maybe I'll wake up from this at some point, right? But I'm so excited that you joined us, and I'm looking forward to going through some content with you guys. So here we go. Today, though, we're going to dive into political patterns and processes. So we've been focusing on agriculture, and then these political patterns. Let's be honest, I think these 2 units are pretty tricky, and so we want to make sure that we're really spending some time giving you some examples, but really you're going to need to do a little digging on your own as well. Before that, though, Ms. Lindsley, I've left you with some questions that I want to just go through. These are some great task verbs here. So the idea of explain or compare definitely could be tasks that you're asked to do on the FRQ. So yesterday, she was talking about agriculture, and so one of the questions here is explain how 2 types of diffusion influences a food choice. So you could talk about relocation diffusion here. And so with relocation diffusion, 2 different things happen. You could talk about how about just even relocating and bringing a new food with you. And so maybe a new crop, maybe it's part of your local diversity or heritage. And so that's going to start influence a food choice that is there. We could also talk about stimulus diffusion. And so then maybe if I brought it and then it kind of mixes with something else, like the Tex-Mex food, we talked about stimulus diffusion in I forget which day it was, but one of the AP lives. And so that would be how diffusion can influence a food choice. Explain 2 positive consequences of the Green Revolution. So at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is get more food produced for people. And so a couple positive consequences is by using pesticides, we can make our crops more resistant to infestations. And so then we're going to produce more food for people. By using technology, we're going to create better seeds, or we can use seeds that are going to have more nutrients in. And so we're going to improve the caloric intake for people. We could, other things that I wrote down, these higher yields. And so we're going to, even because we're putting fertilizer in the soil, that we're going to then put nutrients back into the seeds. And so those higher yields is going to produce more. And so again, we're improving the amount of food that people have available, thus improving their caloric intake around the globe. Explain how the second agricultural revolution led to changes in society. And so what we talk about the second agricultural revolution is the increased use of machinery. So for most of the second agricultural revolution, it really is saying we don't need as many people in the fields for these certain crops. And so if I don't need as many people in the field, where do those people go? And so we saw a huge number of, this is a huge rural to urban movement occurred at this time. Luckily, the industrial revolution was happening around the same time as well. And so there were demands for jobs within factories. And so that was pulling, people were able to then shift from the fields to the factories during that time. So then compare the second agricultural revolution to the green revolution. So when you see compare, in your head also think compare contrast. When I talk about comparing these 2 things that I wrote down, is that both of these are going to do some things that are going to cause us, that are going to cost money. I mean, using machines costs money, using the fertilizers, the pesticides, all of those things are going to cost money. And so that's also going to then cause a gap between the rich and the poor. That's going to cause that to widen. Other things that we could take a look at with this, we could take a look at really the second agricultural revolution. Both are going to use machines, but we could then focus more on kind of the assembly line production out of the using those machines versus the green revolution is going to be more science-based. So machines versus science, so we can contrast a little bit that way as well. So that gives you a little bit of things to kind of chew on as you're thinking about the FRQ. My son, one of the questions could be hierarchical diffusion of food choice if someone in charge imports more food. I think you could make a stretch with hierarchical that you could talk about how I would actually probably talk about the distribution as well. Is that choice comes in that LDC or MDCs can afford different types of food, and then it's going to start in areas of wealth or larger concentration and move to those areas. And so think about in even distance. I started to think too, right? I mean, think about the types of fruits and vegetables that are available at different times of year. Is some of that part of hierarchical from the standpoint of my mom and dad live in rural Wisconsin? They're not getting the same. I shouldn't say all the variety that I'm getting in Chicago, and that's just because it's big city versus small city. So that definitely would be more that hierarchical diffusion as it's moving. So I think that's a great example too. Nice job. So we're going to transition. We're going to switch because we're going to spend 2 days on our political unit. And what we're going to look here today, we're going to focus again. So the balances of power reflected in political boundaries, and then also some government power structures. So here's the deal. I'm going to try and give you a variety of examples. I'm not going to be able to go super in depth. I would highly recommend take one of the examples that I'm going through today, and then tonight, this weekend, just say, I'm just going to learn just a little bit more. Because the reality is you don't need to know everything. If you know one really well, so something that interests you, go for it. Dig, learn, have a conversation with your mom and dad or your guardian. Trust me, the adults will eat this up if you talk to them. So here we go. So today we're going to start with defining types of political boundaries that are used by geographers, and then how does that, remember, it all comes back to the balance of power, and then sometimes these power structures. So when you look at a world map, you see political boundaries. I mean, it's how we define ourselves, right? We live in the United States. I know we have students in Hong Kong. I saw that we had some students from Hungary on our feed. I know that we've got students in Hawaii. We've got students in Colombia, in Mexico. And so definitely we can see those political boundaries. But why were those boundaries placed there? What do those boundaries mean? And just because they're there, does everybody accept them? So those of you that are frantically trying to copy these down, remember for the AP exam, you're not going to have to be able to define. Because at the end of the day, you can Google that. And they're not going to put something on there that you can Google. That being said, you are going to need some examples. You're going to need to be able to explain, to describe. So it's really describe, compare, and explain. Sorry. And so that's what we really want to focus more of our time on. So when we talk about antecedent boundaries, I added geometric in here as well. So the antecedent one, this is when we see physical features, rivers, bays, lakes, mountains. So we look at the border between Canada and the United States. Definitely the Great Lakes are going to be our antecedent, right? We can look at part of the St. Lawrence River. I'm asking you to pause for just a second. Don't look at this map, but can you see the physical boundary between, I don't know, Chile and Argentina? Can you see the physical boundary between the United States and Mexico in your mind? How about the physical boundary, Italy's physical northern boundary? How about in Nepal, between India and China? So I was trying to pull some areas that use some mountains orbiters. And so being able to have those mental maps is really useful when you're trying to come up with some conversations. Now, geometric boundaries. So this one I just thought because I could put both of them on here, that straight line. So using the parallel. In the United States, we have some great historical examples. So for example, if we take a look at the Missouri Compromise, and when you look at the Panhandle of Oklahoma, right? And so anything above that was supposed to be entered as a free state. Everything below was supposed to be entered as a slave state. And so the conflict that came about, unknown, I guess, at that time, is because people didn't understand just how big the United States was going to be and so the imbalance that it was setting up for. But just because we draw a line on a map here, does that mean that that's really the boundary? How do people know? There's some really cool videos out there. I'm sure some of your teachers have shown you, especially between the US and Canada, sometimes like the tree lines that they try to make so you can see it. But at the end of the day, how do you know when you cross from one town to the next or one state to the next unless there's a big sign? And that's really where sometimes some conflict starts to develop. So subsequent, these are often set after the settlements of different groups meet. And so I chose this one here because I think that it's also a good example of some stuff Miss Lindsay will probably cover on Monday. So my guess is your teachers have talked to you about devolution, balkanization. And so when you talk about devolution, we talk about areas where there's a potential conflict, and oftentimes in order to resolve that conflict, governments will try and give power to different groups so that they can kind of distribute that power so that they can work together instead of separate. Well, that didn't work in this area, so Yugoslavia no longer exists. As you can see on the right in 2006, the different ethnic groups. So those boundary lines were drawn to reflect the different groups that were there. So balkanization occurred. And so even today, even though these lines were drawn, so they talk about after different groups meet, they're supposed to try and correspond with the respective domain. So where the human settlement is, it's not 100% going to be accurate because there's still going to be people that live in those other areas. And to the best of their ability, they attempted to do that. That being said, I mean, we've had students in the United States that have left Bosnia because they were of a different ethnic group and felt that it was best for them no longer to be there. And so that's that idea that it's drawn to try and reflect the people that were there. I'm going to answer. So there's a question that came up, and I'll get to it in just a second. So this one the question is there a huge difference between subsequent and what was it, consequent boundary? I think there's not a huge difference. I wouldn't get into the weeds with it. I think if you have examples, so this one is typically, I would say, respective of it, and then I'll show you in just a second. So instead of just trying to kind of jumble my words here, just hang on. So superimposed, these ones I actually think are the most, what's the word I'm looking for? I guess I would actually say controversial from the standpoint of, I don't know how you can put a superimposed boundary in and it turn out okay. I mean, somebody else is drawing the line of something that already exists. I mean, when you take a look at figure 1A, my guess is many of you have seen this in your classes. I mean, this is the traditional homelands of all these ethnicities in this continent of Africa. And then you see to the right in 1B, the white areas, these national boundaries that were just drawn over that. And then the blue, the groups that we partitioned. And so now what you're doing is we're combining some groups that get along great or don't get along. Then we're separating other groups and we're putting some of them in 2 or 3 different states/countries. And so then that creates like, how do you build and move forward as a group? And so we're going to look at that a little bit more. No, so the question that a student just asked, is balkanization the same as devolution? Balkanization, it can be a result of devolution. So devolution is, we've got groups that are not getting along. We try to give them a voice, give them representation so they don't leave. So Northern Ireland's a great example of that. And so Northern Ireland has representation in the British Parliament. And so they're remaining there. That being said, sometimes though, that's not enough to hold a country together. It's not strong enough centripetal force. And so when that happens, if balkanization is, then it breaks apart. So it no longer exists. So for example, we no longer have the Soviet Union balkanized. It no longer exists. So Miss Lindsay's going to go more into that on Monday, but that should be kind of a little overview for you. And there's these relic boundaries. So even though they no longer exist, so for example, we no longer learn about East or West Germany. In other words, they don't exist anymore. The impact is still there. And you can find holy buckets, especially on this one. You can find a ton of really cool maps that show the differences between East and West Germany even today. So even if you take those names off, it's super clear it's just Germany, but you can see the impact that the eastern part of Germany still carries the baggage of being under communist control. I mean, look at here. If I took away that line, sorry, you can't even see my hand. I was trying to put my hand on the screen. Sorry. But if I take away this line, what you see is, the unemployment rate is much higher in the eastern part of Germany than the western part. If I take a look at income, if I take a look at industry, like those things still occur. So even though there's no hard line there anymore, it's all one country, the effects are still there. So this question that a student asked about a consequence, so that it coincides with the cultural divide. And so a consequent can be the same. It doesn't have to be as the subsequent. So the subsequent, it corresponds with a group of people that's there. It means after the settlement, but it doesn't have to. This one is typically, it's very clear cut. So oftentimes they do overlap. And if you answer, I'm going to just pretty much say you're not going to have to distinguish between the two of them. Okay. If you have examples of where you see these boundaries of religion or culture, great, you're going to get the question. So like India is a great example of this. And so remember, Hindus and Muslims, were working together to kind of push the British out. And in 1947, India gained their independence. However, what ends up happening is that then the tension between Hindus and Muslims really becomes too much. And so the offering up of a Hindu state and a Muslim state. And so this is where you end up with East Pakistan and West Pakistan. Eventually East becomes Bangladesh, but kind of homelands, and I'm using that in air quotes if you can't see my air quotes, but areas where Muslims are designated versus Hindus. And so, but it doesn't mean that we still don't have Muslims living in India. It doesn't mean that Hindus still are not living in Pakistan. It's still going to take money to move to those places, but it was intended to be, those lines were intended to be drawn to reflect those religions. So great question about Palestine border. That is in my summary, so I'm just going to hold on to that one. I don't know why I think I talked to you guys, like I think I'm funny, so just go with it. My son is rolling his eyes at me right now. So those are some different type of boundaries, but really what I was giving you, instead of memorizing that, are areas where we're starting to see some conflict. And that's what we want to look at. Here are some other areas here where they're contested. So the reality is that Pakistan and India are not contesting where those areas are, but if I go up here, this area of Kashmir, those lines are being contested. So if I take a look at Pakistan view and the Indian view of this area of Kashmir, you can see that they see their borders very differently. This would be a great one if you wanted to look. There's some great videos out there that will talk about kind of even the zones as you're moving from one area to the next. So some of those lines are very clear. Some of them have military kind of pointed at one another because it has to do with who's in control, but who's actually living there. And it has different, the group of people that's there are different than the ruler at that time. And it comes down to resources and neither side wanting to give up those resources. So this is an area of conflict. This one's been in the news a lot over the last few years. And so Russia and how we recognize Crimea. So Russia, remember, as they moved into this area, moved into the peninsula here, the Crimean Peninsula, we're uniting the Russian-speaking population of this area. That's what they told us. And so, no, I don't buy this. So anyway, but this is over dispute of whose land should this be, who gets to make that decision. And so this is where the borders and boundaries become contested. And there were some videos of even some ships kind of passing in this area over who's in control over it. We talk about, in my classes, we talked a little bit about appeasement and this idea of should the United States have done more to get involved is one of the questions that we pose when we start taking a look at Russia's actions into this area. And then obviously we have not that appeasement kind of, well, it's just the Russian-speaking population. But again, this is contested. Ukraine is going to say that this is still part of our area, this is still part of our land, and Russia's going to say, no, this is ours, these people want to be part of our country. What is it about? Let's be honest, we're here. This bad boy's about access to the Black Sea. Russia has a lot of struggles to get goods in and out of Russia. So that access to the Black Sea is key because through the Black Sea, then I can work my way through the Bosphorus Strait and I can get to the Mediterranean. And so it's going to open up that trade. And so at the end of the day, that's really so much what this is about. It's about those trade routes, which is we're going to get to in a little bit as well. How about the Berlin Conference? So we talk about the Berlin Conference. This is always my favorite example of, right, superimposed boundaries. So you mean the people that live on the land don't get a say over what we're doing? Holy, I'm full of sarcasm today. I'm so sorry. I will work on that. But in 1880, you can see where the land grab had been. And so at the Berlin Conference, kind of clarifying whose land and really dividing up the rest of Africa. I don't know. Hello, there went my sarcasm again. But we go back to that idea of looking at where those ethnic boundaries were located, and by ignoring that, things though that you might want to think about. So the reality is there's still going to be conflicts here, right? So let me finish up that from the standpoint of whose land is it, who made those decisions. The people that are there didn't really get to make those decisions, and then the influence that it has. I mean, if I'm in northern Africa, this blue here is France. You're definitely going to see people that speak French because that's where it was colonized. Definitely when I'm down in South Africa, colonized by the British. So and yes, I'm aware of the Dutch from there too. But at the end of the day, I mean, they're going to speak English because of who colonized it. And so that influence that the colonizing country had is still prevalent today. Those trading partners are typically being established because of that. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be a lot of unrest because what you've done is you've combined ethnicities that maybe don't get along. You've separated groups of people, and so those superimposed boundaries have created a lot of problems for the continent. Other areas, we're going to come back to the one on the left. But when I was looking around for areas that have caused some issues, the South China Sea is going to come up here in a little bit, and so we're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes. One of the newer ones, not super new, but that pops up every once in a while, is taking a look at the Horn of Africa and Somaliland and groups of different group of people that they don't recognize a leader, and so then they wanted to separate, and so then that creates more tension. This one, who knew that there were contested boundaries in the Caribbean? But notice that these are in water, and so we're going to talk here in just a second about those exclusive economic zones, and that's really what this one is really kind of getting at here. And what it's really saying, so some of it's this economic zone, but part of this too is, let's be honest, it's about resources. It's about access. I mean, when we talk about Africa, I mean, it was a lot about pillaging the resources, right, and getting those minerals and getting Nigeria's oil. And so here, there's still this issue that continues to be discussed in the northern pole in the Arctic Ocean. And so you can see some areas here where we see some territorial claims. Some are disputed on those lines, some are unclaimed, some are international waters. Part of what's interesting to me, though, where the tension has come is that Russia has apparently started drilling. But where are those reserves? Like, what if they stretch into somebody else's areas? Do they have the right to that? That became an issue in the Gulf War. Think about between Kuwait and Iraq. And so even though the drilling might have been on Iraq's side, they were pulling oil from Kuwait, the field in Kuwait, but they're pulling it from under their land. But those lines still make the land theirs. And that's really where we end up with these conflicts. So I mentioned these exclusive economic zones. So these exclusive economic zones they're set by the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention. And what they said during this time, like this area here is where the country themselves are in charge of, like, they have exclusive rights then to the fishing, the drilling, the movement of goods, the economic decisions that happen in that area. And so, here's our continental shelf. This is where you might be on the beach playing at some point, but you'll see that exclusive zone kind of right out there that if you've ever gone even deep sea fishing, you're probably out in a little bit of this, or you see a lot of the shipping, the cargo containers. So this is where we can actually monitor more closely what's happening in those areas. And so to give you why we care about that is this is where the money can be made. Like, people don't want to give this up. And so we take a look at the container ports, containerization. Like, let's be honest, this is what moves our goods around the world. And so having control over those exclusive economic zones is really critical to countries and their progress. Now take a look at Asia, in particular China. Look how high their port traffic is. That's going to become important here in just a second. So keep that in the back of your mind. So just to give you an idea, when you look at the United States, these are our exclusive economic zones. So this is how far out we stretch. And then look at our land, I shouldn't say our land, our zones in the Pacific Ocean. But where I want to point out, a lot of times you'll see that drilling that takes place. And so in the Gulf, and if there's any sort of spill or any sort of like when there were hurricanes, that's why it causes so much damage as well, because it's so close to our country. But this is, there's no way we would want to give up. This is some rich oil right through here. There's Venezuela has got some great resources right off of here as well. And then we've also got our Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. And so it's our opportunity to stake claims to what's there. But this is why China, and go back to those port images, because China is disputing some of the exclusive economic zones in their area. And so when we take a look, and you're not going to have to memorize these lines, but it's who set them. So if you've got the UN setting them, you see these disputed islands where they separate them. We've got China thinking that their borders are bigger than what the Philippines think, that Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and think of all that traffic that has to move in and out of this area. There's a major shipping route through here. You've got Singapore down here, Indonesia, you've got some choke points of moving goods in and out, and who controls it? Who gets the resources? Who gets the profits? That's where tension is really developing over this. Okay, so when we take a look at this, the balance of power reflected in political boundaries, explain the nature and function of international and internal boundaries. So we've kind of been focusing more on international. I do want to shift here a little bit and talk about within the United States, because there's some things that have been happening that I think it's important for us to take a moment. So for example, if we talk about boundaries and we talk about really what we're getting at here is going to be redistricting and gerrymandering, because it's pretty clear when I look at this, we know our state boundaries, right? We're going to talk more about regions coming up, but we know our state boundaries. But take a look at the numbers on there. So at this point, this is their electoral college votes. But how are those determined? They're determined by representation, so people in the state. But take a look at Illinois, for example. It's blue in 2016 did end up voting for Clinton. Now take a look at Illinois. Take a look at the scale. A lot more red in Illinois than it makes it look in this map. Okay, well, where's the concentration of people? So this is going down to how do we draw those political boundaries. So the states are clear, but then within them, we have to sometimes shape some of those other boundaries. Why does it matter? Well, when we start looking at trends, take a look at. I thought this was kind of fascinating. Okay, so when we take a look, they're trying to show your biggest cities and your suburbs. Where did they tend to vote? And you look at California, Miami. We could look for New York. We could find probably Boston up there as well. So you see some of those trends. Then kind of our medium cities and our rural areas, and you see how the trends tend to influence kind of our Democrat or Republican based on those counties. Well, why does all that matter? Well, 2020 is census. It is so important that people complete the census. Well, why? I'm going to connect all this. Hang on. And I think that these were a couple things that were interesting. For example, New York City here. What's at stake for completing your census? It's federal funding. The number of seats in Congress is your voice. If you come down to, this is Massachusetts, but it's about representation. Every vote counts. And so this idea of making sure that we have that opportunity to really have your voice heard, and really it's reflected in our redistricting, because this is what we get an opportunity to do every 10 years. We get an opportunity to redraw those boundaries. And so when we redraw them, how we redraw them is really important. So we want to redraw them so that they reflect the population. However, sometimes they're redrawn, and it's like my video, so we'll just say later. So one of the things that, so redrawing them gives people an opportunity. They should reflect population, but sometimes people might try to redraw them and try to favor one political party party over another. So I'm going to talk to my producer here for a second. I'm going to try stop sharing. Let me try stop showing my video. There we go. So hopefully Sal can tell me if we're okay here. I got my phone in my hand because it looks like we have a little bit. So I think oops, I need to share again because you can't see this, correct? I'm so sorry, guys. This is what live TV does, right? Okay, how about that? Hopefully you guys can see that. And so what we're seeing here is gerrymandering at its finest. And so, I mean, who would ever make a shape that looks like this and for this district? And so what we're taking a look at here is that they were trying to combine, apparently I don't know how to turn my video back online in this, so we're just going to keep talking. But so what we take a look at here is that as we're drawing these lines, guys, that they try to favor one political party over another political party, and then we end up with these goofy lines. And the problem is when we're looking here, how does somebody that lives up here have the same connection as somebody down here? And that's really where we start to question some stuff. And so it's why this becomes so important when we look at our census and trying to get enough information so that we can make sure that we have that representation and that we can draw the lines to not favor one political party over another, that we're making sure that we're trying to gather as much representation as possible. So what we're really talking about are different types of governments. And so I would make sure that we have a couple different ideas here on different types of governments. And so when you look at a map, and I say unitary state, so a system of political organization which most or all of the governing power resides in a centralized government. And you're saying, Mrs. Grant, this is a blank map, correct? Can you tell me which countries are going to have a unitary state? My guess is most of you are able to say China, but all these blue ones are also unitary states. So remember, centralized governments. It doesn't mean oppressive governments. It means centralized. And so I think that's important. What are some benefits of a centralized government? So a unitary state. What are some negatives? And so when you think about strengths, I mean, it's one voice. It gives strength in numbers. It really can centralize and pull a country together. Typically, though, larger countries tend to favor a federal system, and so that's going to be your green on this map. And the reason they tend to favor a federal system, larger countries, is because it's so big, and you see this in action right now. That the federal government trying to make decisions for all 300 million of us is really difficult. And so relying on your state governments. The fact I started our session talking about our state that our governor had made a decision, I think is really important because he's actually following this. You know, he talks about following the science, but he is representing us, and so that's where your federal government is that division. How do you know if a state has a federal government? Oftentimes you will see things such as this. Do you notice the states, provinces, more states? So the U.S. is not. The U.S. is a federal. We have a federal system, and we're a federal system because I would say partly because of our size, but part is because of our history. We did not want to centralize power. We were afraid of having a tyrant again, and so this was a question that came across that my son just pulled off. Because at the end of the day, we believe that there shouldn't just be one person making the decision. That this was supposed to be by the people for the people, and so while we can't vote on everything, we can make sure that our elected officials can vote for us. Okay. Okay. So he's having me try to start. For some reason, my video just does not want to take. Oh, we'll do it in this a little bit, and of course, then that just froze me. Can you see my screen, guys? How about now? Can you see me? Okay, you can see me. Hi, I'm back. This is what live TV does sometimes, and it says I have full bars, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. I actually think my computer's been a little bit goofy. So let me just reshare because I do want to just share. Somebody asked about Israel, and I think it's really important that we do end with that in our debrief and our summary. For some reason, it's not wanting us to do my screen, so that's okay. It's all gonna be okay. So here we go. So when we take a look at these are things we just went over. Remember, this is more for your teachers, but really what I want to talk about is that really these political structures can cause conflict, these boundaries can cause conflict, all this stuff can cause conflict. And so you see some of the hotspots around the world, but historically, probably one that we see most is really when we start diving into Israel. And so really we can even back up before this and we talk about when the Jews were there, Roman conquest came in, pushed the original diaspora, pushed the Jews out, and this is when Palestinians moved in. So in 1947, this is what the boundaries look like. There was a partition plan then, and you can see where we were granted Israeli land and the Palestinian land. I know I just skipped over Zionism. I know I skipped over the UN's decision after World War II, but the idea of how do we divide up these lands and these boundaries? Just because somebody draws it doesn't mean that people accept it. So if you even take a look at the West Bank from 49 to 67, where Palestinians, the Gaza Strip, I mean, just how it keeps getting smaller and smaller, and then the present day where it's these partitioned little areas. I mean, even our President Trump has talked about new shapes of states here as well. Those that are living in those areas, it creates conflict of how do I get from the Gaza Strip here to the West Bank or to Jerusalem? How are these areas, when they're fragmented like this, how do we build any cohesiveness? And so really creating some tension. And so, having a strong government that represents the people probably would help. At the end of the day, we've got two ethnic groups here that both believe that they have rights to this land, and that's creating conflict. And we continue to see that evolve over even your lifetime. You're going to continue to see that. So I would ask, these are the questions that Ms. Lindsley's going to go over with you on Monday. So taking a look at international borders of African countries, our legacy of colonialism. So describe the concept of superimposed boundary. Notice I didn't say define, describe 3 political or cultural consequences of that. 4, identify and explain 1 challenge of landlocked African countries face in developing and viable countries, and then explain 1 positive and 1 negative impact in your unitary system. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually stop sharing so I can go back to my video. I'm going to have my son actually, so I think if I stop sharing, you guys can see me, correct? But I was going to ask my son if there were any questions that I could end with. Remember, if you have any technical problems, to contact the College Board. And what I wanted to just see is anything, Ty, that you think I need to hit on. So is Palestine considered a state? No, Palestinians would be considered a stateless nation. Probably one of our largest because they're not recognized. The Kurds would be an example of that as well. And that's where really they would love to become recognized. And I think that there's different advocate groups out there of trying to find this 2-state system in Israel. He's scrolling, so I'm looking at some of the questions. So the governor does not do the gerrymandering. Different political organizations do the gerrymandering. Different political organizations are going to be the ones that are going to kind of negotiate. It does have to be approved by your state governments, and he does have to sign off. But it's more complicated than one person. They're never going to call it that. They're going to call it redistricting. Every 10 years, because of population, we have to redistrict. But oftentimes political lobbyists are going to come in and try and get those votes to kind of balance out by looking at gerrymandering. Does each country have different sizes of their exclusive economic zones depending on the size of their country? Yeah, and their continental shelf, and depending on how things have been negotiated as well. The UN has helped to negotiate a lot of that. So I do think, I apologize for the technical difficulties. It says I have full bars, so I don't know what's going on. I know I appreciate you for hanging in there. Again, if you've got any questions or problems, please don't hesitate to contact the College Board. And you'll notice in our descriptions we've put information about my IP Classroom. Make sure you're able to get logged into that. That's where information is going to be coming through to you guys. There's sample FRQs in there. We're going to be referencing that later as we're going. But I really appreciate you for hanging in with me tonight on a Friday night. There is no place like home. That is true. But I'm sure glad that you joined us tonight, and I look forward to seeing you next week as well. Have a great weekend, everybody.
Hey everyone, how are y'all doing? Today is Monday, and today is our other AP Geography review session. I'm Ann Lindsley from Bel Air High School here in Houston, Texas, where we are now running our August typical temperatures. So let's get started. I'm going to get everything shared with you. Hope you've had a good weekend, and we are getting just that much closer to getting ready for this exam. Today we're going to look at our last of our big ideas, and then we're going to start addressing our skills across the courses, and then start on our FRQs. All right, so there's me, and there are Ask Your Questions Live at Slido.com. There's the room number 46896, and that'll appear in a few other places. And thank you to my son who is moderating these, and so that we can do these. Mr. Brent and I have enlisted our children to help us help you all. So please only post questions that are about the presentation or seriously about the exam and getting prepared. We get a lot of them, and that's a really good thing. But I want to be able to reply to all of them. So so it would be really helpful if you want to just talk to each other, find another way to do that. But let's keep this concentrated about the exam and what's coming up and about topics. And there's so much about this course, we could just talk about it all day long. All right, so on Friday, Ms. Grant asked you to think about these questions, effective FRQ questions, based upon topics that she covered with you. So let's give these a look. So the topic was international borders of African countries are a legacy of colonialism. So first question is describe the concept of a superimposed boundary. So here we have to know what superimposed boundary is and what is it doing. So a superimposed boundary, hopefully you put down, artificially drawn. It is usually a geometric boundary. It does not take into account existing cultural landscape. It's a relic of colonialism, perhaps you might put that down. And the African countries are our best examples of superimposed boundary. All right, so hopefully you put down a couple of those topics so that you ate that question. Our second question, describe 3 political or cultural consequences of superimposed boundaries in Africa. Y'all be really careful here. The question asked you 3 political or 3 cultural. Don't get nervous and write all 6 because only the first set of 3 can we score. We can't score all 6. We can't choose which one is better. So you want to put down the first, either political or cultural, and not admit they all have to be either 3 political or 3 cultural, not both. So if you put down political, possible answers, there's some others. Possible political consequences of superimposed boundaries is it separates native population. It cuts off transportation and communication routes. It has no reference to areas controlled by the native population. You could, there's a variety of other ones. It could split lands that were under control of subsidiary level government. Cultural, 3 cultural consequences. Once again, it splits populations, it splits cultures, it splits families. It could split languages, which is what did happen. It could split traditional nomadic herding pattern. Also, influence of colonial languages could become a factor. Those would work. Religion would also be something that would be split. Some of the animist or traditional religion. All right, so the next one, explain 1 positive and 1 negative impact of a unitary system. Once again, this is a good way to look at how we write some of these questions. Not all of these questions are dealing only with Africa, specifically in terms of boundaries. This is a political unit, and it's dealing with anything political and could be applied to Africa, but doesn't necessarily. And this is an example where it doesn't necessarily have to be, and it's asking more of a generic type of statement. So explain 1 positive. So 1 positive unitary system. So hopefully you would know that a unitary system is a centralized government, and that centralized government negotiates trade and protection. A good example of that, although it doesn't ask for one, I don't give an example. A good example of that would be Japan. And 1 negative impact of a unitary system. There's no regional distribution of power that is unique to more to locations that are away from the central area of government. So if there's no distribution of power to subsidiary unit, and you are 2,000 miles away from the center of government, things may be completely different, and the effectiveness of being able to rule in those more remote locations could be a challenge. Which leads us into the questions that the topics that we're dealing with today. So let's move on to that. Once again, College Board would like me to remind you, May 12th is the date. Got it in your calendar. You need to look at the different times. Your Central Standard Time, like Ms. Brent and I are, it's 3 p.m. But make sure you go to apcoronavirusupdates.collegeboard.org/student and look for more information if you haven't seen it, but you should have gotten an email by now. All right, so today we are looking at the last of the big ideas on spatial processes and societal change. So process causing change. And in this, once again, we are looking at political unit, and we're looking at the topics that deal with causing challenges to state sovereignty. Changes in political, economic, cultural, technological, almost anything that affects the government and causes a challenge to the rule of the state, okay, and state security. So, all right, so our first topic is defining devolutionary factors. Let me say something. We actually have 3 topics that are part of this whole area. So the first one tells you what the topics are, and then the second portion is going to tell you some case examples of specific ones that match up to some of the devolutionary factors, and then the last one is going to help you categorizing those factors. So you kind of keep that in mind. It makes a little bit more sense because to me it seems like some of these are repetitive because I'm always giving you examples. Examples are what we always use to be able to apply the information that we're talking about. So in this particular one, this topic is asking about defining devolutionary factors. Well, first of all, you gotta make sure you remember what the definition of devolution is, and it's not in all the textbooks. So if this term is new to you, hey, perk up here, let's pay attention, because devolution is where you are transferring the political power of the government to a you're transferring the political power of the central government to subnational levels of government. So in our case, more states control, local controls, things like that. That would be an aspect if the government was falling apart. So we see all kinds of different reasons for devolution. The thing to keep in mind through all of this right now is that these are factors that cause spatial and societal change, and so that's what's important to watch here. All right, so first thing that can cause change, the physical geography of where some places are. The physical geography can divide regions of population, and then that can lead to devolutional issues that would cause change for those states or change for those societies. So first here, so the first thing here is the Basque region of Spain. This is the Basque region of Spain. The Basque region of Spain is actually portioned into southern France as well, and so we want to be careful. We want to be careful here in that we look at what is the physical factor, because there's other factors that apply to the Basque country. The main physical factor here is the more remote location. It's on the corner here of Spain, as well as here in the Pyrenees. The mountains, the elevated plateau does present a more isolated aspect of the Basque country. Another good example is East Timor. East Timor was part of Indonesia, and as being part of Indonesia, it was 5,000 miles away almost, away from capital locations. It was so far away across the water. It was hard to regulate. It's hard to control it. In addition to that, it formerly had once independence and was taken over. It's all a bunch of controversy. But the point is that we have an island nation, and this island nation, the setup of an island nation makes it difficult for the center of the government to be able to control all of the islands, particularly when you have something to do. All right, so ethnic separatism as a devolutionary factor. Ethnic separatism. So the rise of ethnic groups within minority ethnic groups within a state who, for some reason, feel oppressed or not functioning the way they would like to be, and so they are going to present challenges to the society, to the state, trying to gain their own statehood. Good examples abound. One of them is Chechnya, and this is the area between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, the area called Transcaucasia, just north of Georgia. And this region of Chechnya's portion, North Ossetia, Dagestan is another one. These areas right here have been areas of contention for the Russian Federation for some time, but they want to be independent, just like Azerbaijan and Armenia are. Nigeria, we're going to talk about Nigeria again in a couple different elements, but ethnic separatism is a factor for Nigeria as well. Afghanistan, we don't talk about Afghanistan a whole lot. It's been in war since 1980 almost, but Afghanistan is a country that's also a hodgepodge of ethnic minority population. With none, it has over 50%, but the populations, the ethnic minority populations in Afghanistan have been easy converts to various groups to continue some of the wars and some of the attacks about the way things are going in the government. One of the things I always remind my students about is if you've read Kite Runner, the story is about a boy who was Pashtun and the other boy who was in the yellow group here, a Hazari. Excellent example of how you have the conflict between ethnicity at the local family level. All right, so ethnic separatism. Ethnic cleansing is also a devolutionary factor. Now, I have to stop here and make sure we make something really straight. Be careful. Ethnic cleansing is not genocide, okay? Genocide, the goal of genocide is to eliminate the people, to kill the people. Ethnic cleansing is to move them out. If genocide happens, then it happened. But ethnic cleansing, the state wants those people moved, okay? So I'm going to give you 2 examples in here, an example of ethnic cleansing, one of which is going on right now, and that is the Rohingya in Myanmar, who had claimed portions of this area going all the way back to the 9th century. But large populations of the Rohingya are up here in Bangladesh, and the Myanmar government took their citizenship away back in 1976, I think around then. But anyway, they took their citizenship away, and so they've been just one of the many ethnic minority populations that really don't have any rights in Myanmar. And so they have been basically trying to be forced out of this region of Myanmar, and so 750,000 of them are in a refugee camp in Bangladesh right now, and that's what the Myanmar government really wanted to do, was to get them out of the country. Another example of ethnic cleansing, which did end up in large fatalities, was in Srebrenica outside of Sarajevo in Bosnia. This is one of the series of wars that happened happened after the breakup of Yugoslavia, and the minority population was actually the Serbian in this area of Bosnia, and they wanted the Bosniaks out. The Bosniaks are Bosnian Muslims, and they were just over 40% of the population, but the Serbians wanted them to leave, and so this war had been going on for a little while, and what ended up happening was Serbian troops arrived, and they rounded up over 8,000 Muslim boys and men, and systematically executed them. That is ethnic cleansing. That is also a genocide. So ethnic cleansing can act as a devolutionary factor in that it pulls a country apart. Terrorism is another example that pulls a country apart. Now, terrorism is kind of tricky because terrorism, you cannot find a solid, okay, this is the definition for terrorism. You're going to find different types of applications of the term for terrorism, but all we're going to go with is a violent act designed to intimidate or coerce governments or populations to further someone else's political or social objectives. So you have terrorism that is conducted with guns and bombs, but you also have cyber terrorism, and so that's where some of this becomes a little bit more complicated. So terrorism can act as a catalyst to pull a country apart. We've seen that in several areas in the Middle East. We've also seen that as a big threat in portions of Central Africa, which both of those happen to be areas where you have a high threat of terrorism and potential political violence. The number one of those areas is actually Yemen. All right, so economic problems also factor as devolutionary factors. Lots of things to think about here that contribute to making something a devolutionary factor. So there's some interesting ones, and I picked some that you might not have come to think of right away. So Italy's been in the news a lot in the last month or so, but Italy had some other issues that came to light, and this is back in the late 1990s, early 2000s, and still is an issue today. But this northern portion of Italy is the wealthier, and this portion of Italy actually is significantly well off that it carries the rest of central Italy and Mezzogiorno in the south. And so these northern three countries, these northern three areas actually wanted to separate from the rest of Italy, create their own state so that they didn't have the financial burden of the rest of Italy. So that's an economic problem where they were serious enough that they wanted to take that to a vote. Same thing in Brazil. These three states in the southern portion of Brazil, predominantly European settled bordering on Argentina. Okay? This is a heavy manufacturing area of Brazil. The rest of Brazil is agricultural. You have the Amazon, you have the sugarcane production region. You get poorer as you go a little further north. So these states actually wanted to leave Brazil and become the Republic of the Pampas. So that's an agricultural reference to the flat plains over here. So because they were the predominant economic source for the rest of Brazil, and they were also tired of their tax money going in to support the indigenous populations in the Amazon. So that was in 2004. All right, social problems. Social problems become a factor for devolution as well. And I've given you a list of them here. I know your teachers probably covered some of these in class. If not, I know that they were in the textbooks. Okay, so here's a chance to look at some of these and start thinking about, okay, what are some social problems? So I gave you this image of Canada here just so you could see the ethnic origin of the division of the internal divisions of Canada. Just to see that it's a mix of different backgrounds, just like you would see with the United States. And then you have this large area in the north, which also is not just Scottish, but it's actually Inuit here. All right, so Sudan, we're going to come back to Sudan. Czechoslovakia was a social issue as well. The split in Czechoslovakia. Sri Lanka. You know what Sri Lanka is? It's that teardrop off the coast of India, on the eastern side of India at the south. Sri Lanka, classic example of social problems creating devolutionary issues in the state of Sri Lanka. You have a cultural minority Hindu Tamils, and the majority is Buddhist, Asilis Buddhist. And who's running the tea plantations? Who's running the government? They do not see eye to eye on anything. So it's a series of terrorist attacks and revolutionary efforts for as long as I can remember. All right, we're going to come back to Belgium. I already kind of talked about the former Yugoslavia a little bit. The former Soviet Union. The former Soviet Union is an example of devolutionary social issues between the various ethnicities that had become the Soviet Socialist republics, and they're now most are part of the CIS. So once again, social problems are a devolutionary factor. All right, now we come to this issue of irredentism. Here is a vocabulary word, and you almost have to memorize this one because there's no secret in the word itself to remember it. So irredentism is, as you can see, it's the effort of people to be united with those who share their same cultures but are in a different country or divided by a national boundary. We've got a couple. There's a section of Somalis that are in the eastern portion of Ethiopia, and they think that they should get that land because the Somalis are in it. I'm pretty sure Ethiopia doesn't agree. Classic example that's gone on for since the 1980s and even before is this area in red. That area in red is called the Nagorno-Karabakh, and the Nagorno-Karabakh are Armenians who are in this particular area, which is inside of Azerbaijan. This is the international border right here on this side of that orange space. So if you're Armenian and you want to go see someone in the Nagorno-Karabakh, you would have to drive through Azerbaijani territory, or there's actually a route right through here that allows people to go in and out. But access into the Nagorno-Karabakh can be very limited because Azerbaijan wants this land and they do not want to allow Armenia to continue having an exclave inside of their country. Armenia's plans are actually just to take all of this. Azerbaijan doesn't see the same way. Civil wars and things like that have happened. But that's an example of irredentism. Another example of irredentism actually just happened not too long ago. This is the Ukraine, and this is the Crimean. It's a peninsular area to the Black Sea. It's home to the base at Sevastopol, which is the Russian Navy base. And so anyway, when Ukraine became a member of the Commonwealth and the Soviet Union ceased to exist, this became an independent country. And so the next problem came that you had a lot of Russians, people right here in the yellow and the orange. These are folks that speak Russian. That Russian is their native tongue. They are ethnic Russians, and they were moved into this area during the Soviet period under programs of Russification. Anyway, so Russia wanted the Crimea back so that they had direct control into the Black Sea from their Navy bases, and that just all kind of happened. In 2014, they just took it over. But anyway, that changed the shape of Ukraine, so that causes spatial change, and these folks now became part of Russia, no longer part of Ukraine. So now we have the societal change. See how this is working? Okay, so now we're going to get to the examples, and these are actual challenges to the state, challenges to the sovereignty of the states, and we're looking at these by example. So once again, you already know what devolution is. Political autonomy. Just to refresh your memory on that, this is the political review. Political autonomy is when a group of persons have self-governing ability. They're not under the control of a higher level of government, so they make their decisions. Sovereignty, the power of the governing body over all beings within the states, okay, without interference from outside sources. So a government has sovereignty, which is granted to it by the population, okay? And they have that sovereignty, which then protects them from outside influences. Okay? All right, so we have some examples. These are examples of challenges to the sovereignty based upon these different topics of devolution. Now, keep in mind, some of these topics are going to overlap. You're going to have cultural topics overlapping political topics and overlapping with developmental topics. It's how you argue it. It's how you point it out is what it's going to make it for you. Okay, so we have Catalonia and the Basque region. So Catalonia believes that they're a multicultural state or multicultural area. They believe in multinationalism of Spain. Spain thinks that everyone should be speaking Castilian Spanish and that they should only be a state of one nation, and that is the Spanish. Catalonians don't agree. You also have another issue in Catalonia, which is, well, this area tends to be very much more economically well off. The port of Barcelona is a major center, and so that creates even further tensions with areas that are not as fluent and obviously not as worldly as Catalonia is. So that is an economic masking as an ethnic reason for challenging the sovereignty of Spain to try and become independent. The Basque region is another one. Keep in mind, you should have had during the cultural unit, maybe your teacher told you that the Basque is one of the only languages of Europe that there is no connection to any other language. That there's the Basque, the history of the Basque predates much of what we know about European civilization. Well, why is that? Well, I already told you they are physically, geographically kind of isolated right into here. And then on top of it, the Basque had for a while there's an independence movement led by a terrorist organization, the ETA, where they were trying to break away and have the Basque become their own state, their own government. And their basis for this was culture. Their language is different, and they predated Spain, so they didn't think that they really should be under the rule of Spain. So, but these are are ethnic or cultural issues that then conflict into political conflict that threaten the sovereignty of Spain. Next one is Belgium. All right, so Belgium, this little country in northwestern Europe, in the 1970s, to accommodate some of their cultural differences, they created communities, and these communities included a community of Flanders and a community of French and a community of German speakers and an area for the capital. So you had the community of Flanders, which is going to be basically Flemish, which is related to Dutch, and then the French are Walloon, and they in the south bordering on France, and then you have this little section of the German. All right, so that went along for a while, but it became administratively difficult for controlling all of the different levels of government that now were superimposed into areas by trying to distribute power into the community. Okay, well, then in the 1980s, they then divided it into 3 geographic regions, which is what you have here at the bottom, or over here in the big picture. 3 geographic regions, and these 3 geographic regions, once again, was Flanders, and then the capital region around Brussels, and then the Wallonia region, which included the Germans. So now the Germans no longer have their own area, but these regions are superimposed on top of the community. So all they did was create another layer of government in there, and so it just makes things more complicated. But they have this nice, neat line where they divide it off, except for over here where they kind of flip back and forth. If you watch any of the CGP grade videos on borders, this will be picked up in there. How the borders just go through different towns and buildings. Anyway, all right. The next one has to do with political challenges, and we use Canada to look at this. And this also overlaps culture, is specifically language. So we have the area of Quebec, and Quebec for a while's official language was French, and then that was declared illegal, and so now their official language is Canada as a whole is a bilingual country, and so signs have to be in both languages in Quebec, both French and in English. All right, that's one area. By the way, we had an FRQ on this. It was a really good FRQ, and it dealt with Canada and the French-speaking area. All right, the next area in Canada that presents a challenge to Canada's sovereignty is what they did with this region of Nunavut, and this was an area that was returned to its Aboriginal lands, 1999, and they were given autonomous rules. So they made their rules, and they don't have anyone telling them what they're going to do. Of course, you don't have a whole lot of population here, and that makes an easier factor for dealing with that. But Canada is an example of that. Nigeria is, as my friend Linda likes to say, a perfect example of all of these challenges to sovereignty and all these aspects that could happen for devolution. Nigeria has all of these, and they also have a way of how to get through it and manage it. All right, so Nigeria has multiple situations that apply to mostly political situations that apply to their threat to sovereignty. In the north, in this region of the north, they have this conflict over land and water between nomadic herdsmen and farmers, and this leads to skirmishes every once in a while. They have attackers who are coming in from neighboring countries and attacking small villages. Nobody knows why, but they just are. You have conflicts between the army in the north here in this region. You have conflicts between the army and Shia populations, and there's no answer as to what causes the conflicts because there's nobody who's in charge of the reason the conflict happened, and so this is causing problems for the Nigerian government. There's boundary conflicts down here in the southeastern area between the different populations. Then on top of that, you have economic disruptions over here in the Delta region from groups that are attacking pipelines and oil distribution sites. And then if that's not enough, up here in this corner where it's blue, you see it's all outlined over here. You have the area that the Boko Haram keep trying to run and control as part of the Islamic State of West Africa, and we've heard about those in the news, but they're trying to make this an Islamic state. All right, so that was Nigeria. Sudan is another one where we look at the differences between the north and south, and these are cultural, these are also economic, these are also going to be environmental induced issues as well. You have the Arab north and the African south in reference to the cultural history of the people. The north is Muslim and the south is animist and Christian. After South Sudan was separated off for the African animist Christian population, famine sets in, another civil war sets in. I'm really condensing all of this, but the point was that all of these issues here became challenges for both the South Sudanese government as well as the area of North Sudan. All right, so what happened in Russia with the devolution of the state, the government itself, also presented a challenge to political sovereignty. So here we go back to 1989, late 1980s, where Poland and Czechoslovakia and Hungary, a couple other states that were satellite states, wanted to break their economic relationship with the Soviet Union and trade with the rest of the world in order to bring up their own development. And then the Baltic countries set in to want to do that. That would be Estonia and Latvia, particularly, that tried to do this, and then Lithuania as well will be encouraged to. And they wanted to not be tied to the Soviet Union anymore. And there was just a series of events that led to December 25th of 1989, when Mikhail Gorbachev will formally hand over. He will resign as the head of the Soviet Union and hand over the power to Boris Yeltsin. And then the following day, on December 26th, the Supreme Soviet will meet. That's kind of like think about whole Constitutive Congress. The Supreme Soviet met and they divided up what was the former Soviet Union and resigned. Okay, so what was the Soviet Union before, which is in this picture over here from 1984, where all of these were Soviet socialist republics, and they made up the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. This will all be dissolved on December 26th of 1989, and what will come out of it is Russia and the Commonwealth of Independent States. So it's the easy way of doing that, understanding this, it's all of the former republics except for the Baltic states of Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. So all the rest belong to the Commonwealth of Independent States, and their borders didn't change except for now the Crimea belongs to Russia. Okay, did we get all that? I guess I'll play backwards. All right, so we have another way that we also interfere with a state sovereignty, and that's how it happens, or how it's carried out. And one of the ways it's carried out today is through technology, through your cell phone. You can send out messages and hurry up and tell everyone where to show up for a party, tell everyone where to show up for some event that's happening. That's really quick. Well, the same thing is happening here when we have challenges to state authorities. People are able to crowdsource everyone right away, a lot of people right away, and bring attention to it. So the internet and cell phone connectivity has really facilitated quickly getting responses from people in remote areas of some countries in order to rally for their causes. And so we cannot forget this role of technology in contributing to the devolution of the state. And I thought this was a really interesting graphic image here, because this was done as the internet census of 2012. And what happened here, this is every time a computer or cell phone pings, it is recorded and in this census that was done. That's in 2012. As one of my students who saw this earlier pointed out, look at the empty space. Try to come up with reasons why you have empty spaces. And he was pointing out here this area, the DAR, Rwanda, Burundi. But this is 2012. And if we look at connectivity in Africa now, in 2018, we've gone from 4% to 24% who now have internet connections and social media connections. So actually access to the global world through electronic devices is rapidly increasing in both Asia and in Africa. All right, so and here's the leading social media networks by each country. This region of sub-Saharan Africa and then also portions of the Middle East are not clearly open because of problems over here, but there's no leading social media one, or the data wasn't available. All right, supranational organizations is also part of this. The supranational organizations also help to potentially cause problems or solve problems. It depends on how you look at that, but we need to run through these. The idea is that their cooperation helps to resolve conflict, and that's how we hope it actually happens. So the first one of them that we want to look at is United Nations, and this is 193 members, founded in 1945 to make it up today. Most of you are familiar. If you're in Model UN, you got it. There's 6 different main operations, and then there's all these other development and human rights and all kinds of branches that come under the auspices of the United Nations. Its mission, which I think is the important part to get out of these different supranational organizations, is what is their corporate purpose. And so the purpose of the United Nations is to preserve peace and security. You can read through these: attain sustainable development, cease disarmament, end terrorism, provide for humanitarian health emergencies, promote gender equality, and promote promote food security. So United Nations, 193 members, almost but not all of the world's countries. Next is followed with NATO. Now NATO is the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. This was originally a military operation or military alliance to counter the Soviet-backed military alliance, which was actually called Comecon. I know everyone's gonna laugh because it's a cartoon convention, but it's not. But this is a 30-member organization of North American and European states. And you can see which ones they are, and their purpose today is actually for collective defense. Collective defense from devolution in their countries or threats to their sovereignty. So the NATO states will be involved in peacekeeping efforts, and also if there's a big disaster, sometimes they're called in to help as well. All right, so the European Union is a different type of supranational organization. This is an economic association. You have 27 member countries, and know that this is very accurate because as of February 2020, the UK no longer belongs to it, and that's a whole other issue. But the purpose of the European Union was to create a collective or group of countries to better their position in the economic market, and that's exactly what they did. So they 19 of them use the euro as a form of currency. They have standard legal system. If you 26 countries belong to the Schengen area, and the Schengen area allows you to travel in and out without having to produce passports and travel documents. So it's like a transparent border kind of thing. So it makes movement and accessibility a lot freer. Initially, might want to kind of keep in mind, European Union was established in 1992 as this economic organization under the Maastricht Treaty, and then revised again in 2009, the Lisbon Treaty. So this is initially an economic organization, standard legal system. There's certain things that can be imported and exported. There's things that we don't agree with here, particularly food products that they won't take. ASEAN is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and it's a lot like the EU, but it was designed to promote economic stability and peace and collaboration and improve the overall economic development of your Southeast Asian countries, all the ones in yellow. I'm going to let you challenge yourself to identify them. Don't forget Brunei, right there, and don't forget Singapore. All right, so but this was designed to improve the economic, social, cultural development of Southeast Asia. All right, so the Arctic Council, which you don't hear much about the Arctic Council unless you're up there in Alaska. I know who's up there, Jody, in Alaska. All right, so the Arctic Council was designed, the countries that are part of the Arctic Council in blue, right? And then you also have some permanent participants, some other members that are also part of this organization, where their whole focus is literally this Arctic region. And they look at preserving the Arctic indigenous communities, sustainable development of the area, the effect of climate change on this area, and environmental protection, which is going to include not just the resident, but also the polar bear and the Arctic foxes and the caribou and life in general as it is affected by the Arctic common region. Right? And the African Union. The African Union, much like the EU and ASEAN, was designed to promote economic development, protect sovereignty, international cooperation. That was the intention of it. Sudan's been removed from it, by the way. But this was formed after the colonial powers pulled out, and the goal at the time when it was formed, it was to recover as an independent set of countries that could survive on their own, and also to end apartheid. All right, so we're almost to the end on this part. So we saw what are the causes to have for devolution. We looked at real quickly case examples of factors that could lead to devolution in specific countries. So now we look at some consequences, centrifugal and centrifugal consequences. And the centrifugal factors can actually lead to what we call failed states. So failed states where the sovereign government no longer functions properly. And the classic failed state is Somalia. It has the worst ranking, and then Yemen is the most fragile after Somalia, because that's what this is showing you right here. This is Yemen, and then this is Somalia. All right. So what's interesting though is when we look at the states that are in red and compare them to the least developed country, there is a direct correlation between failed or fragile state and less development. Okay? So development is a main factor for why these states are fragile or are failed. Poverty is a factor in holding countries back for development purposes. Poverty is a factor in holding kids back in learning in school, and so we do everything we can to try to alleviate that. So failed states, a failure of a state is a general explanation for why poor countries are poor. They can't get out of the cycle without some help, and then it has to be a completely whole-scale effort, and they probably need some natural resources in there too. But that requires being able to globally trade. All right, so stateless nations. Stateless nations are another challenge to the sovereignty of a state, and can also function as a centrifugal factor. But they also function among themselves as a centripetal factor. Centripetal factors that bind, centrifugal factors that separate. So stateless nations can be challenges for those countries that they are in, and yet they themselves are united together. There are over 90 stateless nations around the world. Some of these do actually have their own states, they're not located in them. But the top 5 stateless nations, the top 5 largest stateless nations, the Kurds by far are the largest. You have 30 million Kurds split between Turkey, Iran, Iraq, and even into Syria. And so they create challenges for all of these governments because the Kurds themselves are not united as well as they need to be in order to try to get their land that they want back of Kurdistan. The second largest is the Palestinian, and the Palestinians, the occupied territories, the Palestinians, the Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights is the areas that they are allowed to be in. But there are also over 1 million Palestinians outside of these areas, and so they come into this classification as well as a stateless nation. Myanmar, once again, we already talked about the Rohingya, but there's some other groups. The Karen is one of the groups, and then the Hmong, which is here in Laos and also expanded over to some other areas. But the Hmong up here in this region of Laos, where you have 2 to 3 million. By the way, trivia question: what 2 states have the largest Hmong migrant population in the United States? Minnesota and California. Okay, so that's interesting to see that we have this. But they come out as refugees, many of them out of Laos as a result of the aftereffects of the Vietnam War. All right, so centripetal factors. You have the rise of ethno-nationalism, which this long list right here is reflective of the rise of ethno-nationalism, which is nationalism of people who have common heritage, common language. It binds them together. It creates a centripetal factor. For centripetal factors, you can also argue the centrifugal. An interesting thing is happening right now in the UK, besides the virus situation, but it's this whole conditions of Brexit, where in February the UK left the EU, but now that has stimulated some centrifugal factors for the UK, but centripetal factors for some of these internal states. So, for example, Ireland is set to vote to unite with Northern Ireland. That would have been talked about when I was your age. We were still dealing with the IRA. You guys don't even know what that is. Scotland wants to vote for independence. They want to take their oil and their resources and say the heck with the rest. They want to stay with the EU. Now they're going to have to go vote for independence and try to break away so they can go back and still trade with the EU. Wales actually voted to leave as well. Or no, Wales voted to remain. No, I'm sorry, take that back. Wales did vote to leave. London voted to remain, but England voted to leave. So Wales and England voted to leave the EU. Wales is more of a country as location, beautiful, but it is not as resource rich as Scotland and not as diverse as London. And so it kind of follows what one might be assumed a typical pattern. But this is an example where we see both centripetal and centrifugal factors on the same subject. All right. So the different things that we've gone over, you can go back and look at the slide, but these are the different topics that we just went over very quickly. I don't need to read it to you. Yes. But ultimately, keep in mind, political, economic, cultural, and technological changes can challenge state sovereignty. That was what we're supposed to get on the whole topic. These different things, but you got to make sure you can indicate what is political, what is economic, what is cultural, how does technology play into this to influence the potential devolution of a state. All right, that's for the teachers later on. AP questions to practice, and then we got answers to questions too. Explain how lack of development can lead to failed state. Describe how each of the following forces contributes to devolutionary pressures within the country. So I've given you cultural, regional, economic differences about Kalan, physical geography. Think about those. Couple of those. How does a state, how does a government govern something when it's a series of 2,000 islands, or if it's really long and narrow and the capital is one place and everyone else is 1,000 miles away? Think about that. All right, identify and explain one political, only one, not two, only one political impact resulting from devolutionary pressure related to cultural differences in either Spain or Nigeria. Not both, just one, and one political impact. Okay, I'm stressing these, y'all, because you're gonna get nervous when you're writing that. You're hurrying up, and I don't want you to waste time because all you have to do is just do one. And so frequently when we give that option, people write everything, and you guys aren't gonna have time to do that. So anyway, time for you to ask me questions. I skipped number 3 on the FRQs in the very beginning, and oh my gosh, I have to go back on my slides to get to it. Maybe I can get 2 minutes. I can get to question number 3 is describe 3 political cultural consequences. I went over that. I did go over that. Identify, explain one challenge landlocked African countries face in developing viable economies. When you're landlocked, you have no access for trade. All you can use trade routes are lost. They're cut off. You don't have access to water. Are there any other questions? I'm asking my trusty assistant here who has been monitoring, and now he is going to show me the questions. Please hurry. Okay. Okay. You see, I just answered number 3 again. So good. Yes, there are actual FRQ questions on the website. We encourage you to go look at them. Those are things that are in the AP class training. Please go look at those. Yes, the ones that we've been writing for you are a little bit different, but hey, you might recognize that Nigeria and Spain one in that last question because that was actually on last year's FRQ. They're very good for preparing us. So how can we prepare for the FRQ? So that's all the stuff that we've actually been talking about, and I'm going to we have 2 sessions on April 30th and then May 1st, and then we're going to spend another whole week just looking at the FRQ. So let's focus on making sure we know all the content stuff, and then if you want to really see about those FRQs, pay attention to those questions we're asking at the end because I'm giving you examples and which is all the application of things, and to help you be able to have that content knowledge down so that answering the questions are going to be really smooth. But my first comment to you about it is pay attention to those task verbs: explain, describe, compare, and always provide an example when appropriate. Ask yourself, does this tell me why and why because? I always say why because. You write more than is necessary, not a problem. You write too less, that's wrong. Do I have another question? Can we please break down the difference between spatial? Oh, good question. Break down the difference between spatial and societal change. Okay, spatial. Spatial is geography is a spatial subject, full of data. So how is it in this topic? A state could be round. You might have called it compact. And so if we take a part out of it because an area wants to become independent, then that state no longer is occupying that same space. So we're looking at how it occupies space. So how does that space or that usage of that space change because something happens? If you have a peninsular extension on a state and it just goes rogue and breaks away, then what was the state now changes? Okay, so what was the shape of the state? And sometimes where your capital is, sometimes causes some of that. Is the conflict with Is the conflict with India and Pakistan an example of irredentism? Yes, absolutely. Good example. I gave you some others to work with because India and Pakistan is typically in the textbooks. Absolutely, and it's over the area of Kashmir. Perfect example. Why are the Palestinians considered a stateless nation if there's so many outside Israel with their own because there is no country called Palestine. That's why they're a stateless nation. There is no country called Palestine. A stateless nation does not have their own country. There is no Kurdistan. There is no Rohingyaville or stand or how do you want to put it? There is no country that is specifically for the Palestinians. They don't have that. That's why they're a stateless nation. Do we have to download the exam and then type? Oh, good question. That has to do with the operation. Do we have to download the exam and then type on it? You're going to be getting an email and then it's going to give you instructions, which you can print those out if you want. I've heard of students that are like run 2 kind of monitors or put one on their cell phone so they can pay attention to instructions. But we're going to get to all that. So you're going to well know the instructions for how we're going to handle the technology into this before we write that. And I think actually in our practice sessions for the FRQ, we actually going to practice that. So but we have to get closer to that time. So you know what? Let College Board and let Ms. Brandt and I worry about that part for you. You don't need to worry about that. The only part you need to worry about is if you don't have a device that this is going to work with, and let College Board help you. They've already helped a whole bunch of kids, a whole bunch of young people, to get the computer access that they need to be most comfortable with. You can write the questions out on a piece of paper, and then you can photograph it, and you'll be able to upload that if you're more comfortable with that. You'll be able to type it out if you're more comfortable with that. What I would not do is sit there and type it as a text message concept on my cell phone using just my fingers. I'm really good at it. I watch you guys, do all this dashing around. I'm not great at it. That's not the best atmosphere for trying to do well in this. And we want you to do well. So if you need help with the technology device, let's get this on here and get going and getting you something. Do I have any other questions? Just so people know, there's actual practice FRQs that are available on the College Board. Yes, they are. All the questions all the way back to 2001 are on the College Board website. Yes, for all your subjects, not just this one. All your subjects, all of those FRQs that we've given in the past, they're all really, but we've had some changes, and so that's what our FRQ reviews are really going to do to help you. What is the difference between describe and define in the FRQs? Well, first of all, you guys are not going to have define, okay? Because there's not going to be any question. Okay, there's not going to be any questions that you can quickly look up on the internet. So we're going to kind of not have define. Define is where you actually give the definition of something. But describe is you're going to explain it and provide an example. Okay, provide, explain, and provide an example. So you're just describing what it says. The sky is blue, the grass is green, the sun is yellow, and it's hot outside. Okay, and I'm in Houston, Texas. Okay, so I'm describing it with an example. Okay. Do I have any other questions? If there's anything else, I will catch it. Thank you again to Linda Hammond for listening to me earlier today, and thank you again to William Kennedy for monitoring your questions and helping me get through this. And y'all take care. And Ms. Brandt will be with you tomorrow on our first of our skill reviews, and we're going to walk you through topic areas on the skills of how we look at geography and categorize all that knowledge. All right, this was a fast session, y'all. Watch out, go out for take a walk. Begin to celebrate Earth Day. It's on Wednesday. We celebrate Earth. All right, okay, bye.
Hi, how are you? Welcome back to AP Human Geography. We're transitioning into some new reviews today, so we're super excited that you're joining us. Give me a second to transfer my screen for you. And I still don't know why I never heard this. But again, we're AP Human Geography, and you're with me, Mrs. Brandt. Yesterday with Ms. Lindsley, and she was finishing up taking a look at the political unit. You can see the Slido that we're going to use here on the screen today. I will pause for a second. Little shout out to my senior board. So I'm in charge of the sponsor for senior board at Glenbard West High School, and today we were talking about some things we could do for seniors. We found out Illinois will not be returning to school, and so I did ask them for a little help in my corny little intro, and this is what they said. They've been watching a lot of The Office lately, and so Michael Scott was speaking to them, and they thought I should do this. So this is a shout out for my senior board. I'm not superstitious, but I am a super human geography teacher. I think I'm supposed to say, but I am a little stitious. So either way, best of luck to the class of 2020 all across the country, all across the globe, as we're trying to find ways to celebrate all the great things you've done as well. So yesterday, Ms. Lindsley left you with these 4 items to practice, these AP practice questions tied to the political unit. So I'm going to go through some of the ideas as you're filling out the slide. If you notice, I did not put it on this one. We are going to kind of start building some AP stuff into our daily lessons. So if you don't get everything right now, don't panic. We're also starting to build in some practice time. We're going to get there. Right now, I need you focusing on the connections. Were you able to at least get some of those ideas? And that is where we really want us to start. So the first one, using an example, explain how supranational organizations can promote economic development. So when we're talking here, I think some things that we've talked about in the past too, you could talk about the EU and how the use of a common currency helped you lift up some of those countries that were maybe struggling on the Eastern Bloc and kind of balance out some of the finances there. You could talk about NAFTA and the free trade agreement. And so I understand that it is no longer called that, but you're not going to be penalized. But that idea of the movement of goods from Mexico, the United States, and Canada, and that idea of helping to bring more money into Mexico and improve their development as well. Or how about even OPEC, setting the standard prices for oil producing exporting countries. That idea of setting those prices is so that we're not undercutting other people, and so that we're kind of leveling the playing field and giving all players opportunities for success there as well. Number 2, explain how lack of development can lead to a failed state. At the end of the day, when we start talking about development, the first thing is you're going to touch on probably finances. It's difficult for a state to progress if you don't have money to invest. Go back to human development index. If you do not have money to invest in healthcare, education, infrastructure, and so that lack of development makes it really difficult then to progress and move forward if you're not able to invest in those things. Number 3, describe how each of of the following forces contribute to devolutionary pressures within a country? So remember, devolutionary, putting pressures on wanting more voice, and this is prior to separation, but this is that idea of wanting more voice. And so that idea of cultural diversity, so things that are going to put some pressure there could be variety of languages, variety of religion, that history, regional economic differences, some of that unequal distribution of wealth, the uneven distribution, I would say, of resources as well. And so one area benefiting more than another area, or the physical geography and territorial size. When we're talking about that, we could be talking just about smaller regions versus bigger regions. I mean, think about even within our own country, the size of Alaska compared to the rest of the United States, or we think about resources, these areas that have, like, look, I'm carrying the weight of all of the entire country. I deserve more voice, or lack of resources. Distance between the core or the periphery areas too could be something that could contribute to devolutionary pressures. In number 4, I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna turn and look a little bit. Ms. Lindsay was kind enough to share some notes with me. And so when I'm looking at her notes, so identify and explain one political impact resulting from devolutionary pressures related to cultural differences in either Spain or Nigeria. So I'm gonna start with Spain. So if we're talking about the identify, you might identify this idea of factors of secession or division. So that would be the identify. Then if I was explaining, you would talk about full separation. So the ability to communicate in their own language. So if we're talking the Basque, or in their schools or in their government, you might talk about this idea of people's own history, political system, national heritage. In other words, their holidays or festivals. That idea of to reunify a country that is divided between Spain and a neighboring country, or that armed conflict that means for political change. So those are things that could lead to secession. And so, that especially some issues that necessarily Spain has been dealing with. In Spain as well, you could also identify factors of autonomy. So that there is limited autonomy, limited self-determination. And so we see this in these areas that want increased control. We saw that in Catalonia. You see it in those regions where their languages reducing tensions within the majority. Maybe they could allow for a dual culture or dual society that embraces those things. And then the third thing you could identify with Spain are factors of unification. And so this could be that it's a Spanish state. And so using the EU, so that idea of currently functions as a multi-society, you could talk about the Spanish military or police forces used in response to regional votes. You could talk about Spanish nationalism being promoted by the central government. Spain faces challenges to political unity due to internal cultural factions as well. What I will tell you, because some of you are probably like, oh, I'm going to remember all of that. Give examples. I'm sure your teachers talked about either Catalonia or the Basque. So talk about those and just keep giving those examples and explanations, and you're going to probably touch on some of those ideas. Now, if you're like, my teacher didn't talk about that at all, then they probably might talk about something, if not Nigeria, other areas in Nigeria. So if you're using Nigeria, you can again identify an impact, so factors of secession again. But here maybe you talk about religious differences, or you talk about ethnic tribal differences. You can talk about conflict, maybe the Boko Haram, or some of the Islamic movements that were occurring in that area and putting pressure of secession on that region. So you need to remember exactly those areas. I mean, even in the political unit that Ms. Lindsay and I were just talking about, we showed you all those different ethnic borders and lines. Factors for autonomy. So we can talk about the acceptance of many cultures, and how that can also cause people to embrace one another. Government allowing for multiple legal systems, like the English common law, tribal or customary legal systems. So maybe there's multiple systems going on at the same time. And then also maybe some linguistic differences that have actually led to some social movements that's allowing for more autonomy. Or you could look for factors of unification. So that would be your identify. And then our explain could be something such as maybe the movement of the capital to help bridge the cultural divide, or Nigerian federal state allows for more ethno-national political representation, or nationalism, Nigerian nationalism is promoted by the central government. So these are things that would then bring people together. So those are things to start considering. Again, if you haven't logged into my AP classroom, we've got that link in our description. Great place to practice. They're releasing more questions for you guys to continue to practice with as we're preparing for that AP exam on May 12th. And so we're going to have the time stuff is coming. We're going to practice that. But I do want to pause and have you look that we are going to ask you to really describe, explain, compare geographic concepts. When we see the word apply, what we mean is really talking about applying your knowledge. You've learned so much over the course of the year that we want to see what you've learned. I keep telling my students, write when you think you're done, add another sentence. So today we are totally shifting. So we have been focused on some new content, and then we focused on kind of reviewing the 5 big units. So for the next 5 days, what we're going to do is we're going to actually look at specific skills, and we're going to look at skill category 1 today. So we're going to focus on concepts and processes. So we're going to analyze geographic theories, approaches, concepts, processes, or models in theoretical and applied context. But what that really means is we're going to look at where this theme shows up in 3 different units. Okay, sorry, my math has got 4 different units. But this is where College Board has said we see these ideas continuously developing. So you notice you're saying, Mrs. Grant, didn't we just talk about political boundaries on Friday? Well, yes, we did. But again, now it's about the skill. What are we going to do with that? So this is the task, the skill that we're asking you to do. Okay, so if you notice the first 3 are very similar. Describe, explain, and compare those geographic concepts, processes, models, and theories. So you need to be able to do multiple things with each one of these. Then we also need to describe these in a specific context. So that's really having our examples, right? But then we also have to be able to explain the strengths, weaknesses, and limitations of those models. And so that's what we're going to look at as well. So these task verbs, Ms. Lindsay and I are going to keep going over, and you're going to see these task verbs on your FRQs. So when we talk about describe, giving a detailed account, including reasons or causes, you can read that as well as I can. But what we really want you to do is tell us about something. Give a word in the picture. Give us that description. Reference the object that you're seeing. Explain. Here we're going to ask you to give us a detailed account, including reasons or causes. Provide information about how or why relationship, pattern, position, situation, or outcome occurs using evidence or reasoning. But what I was talking to my students about, what we really want is that what's that geographic relationship? Try and work in your social, economic, political environment. Being able to give us examples. That's where we're trying to get you to really kind of expand on it. And then we might ask you to compare. And so this is where my students are like, well, compare in similarities. Now, think compare and contrast. We want to see the similarities and differences between 2 or more items. So remember, your FRQ is going to have one of them will have 2 stimulus materials. And so we are going to probably ask you to compare and contrast those ideas. So we want to look at situations that are referring to both or all throughout, description, explanation of those similarities and differences. And so what do you see? What are those connections? And then keep going back to those bigger ideas: economics, society, political, environment. So we're going to jump in. Okay. So those are 3. Those task verbs are going to come back up. I promise you, we're going to practice them over the next 2 weeks. We're getting you pumped for that AP test. And so what we want to do though is you're going to see this will be my transition slide between ideas. So we're going to think about different things. We're going to pull in different concepts. So we're going to start with environmental determinism. So you see the definition there. So you're not going to get asked to define something on the AP exam because you're going to be taking these at home. So you're going to want to have access to this. We want to know how you can think about it in describing, explaining, comparing. Okay? So we talk about it, the view that natural environment has a controlling influence over various aspects of human life, including cultural development. So when you think about that word, maybe you might think about desertification. Okay? So we look at these dry areas and we talk about that it's, I always tell my students, it's determined, right? That controlling influence. So the reality is that land is dry. It controls the fact that I'm not going to grow a ton of crops in these areas. So these are highly arid areas that we're looking at here, taking a look at. You should know some of these regions. We talk about the Sahara. We need to think about our Southwest. We take a look at the Mongolia region, take a look through the Rubik Valley. We take a look through these areas as well. That it's going to make it difficult then to grow crops. And so it's controlling. It also controls our lifestyle. Think about some of the clothing that you wear in those areas. It's driving those factors. Well, how about also driving the factors when we talk about sea level? Like the reality is that we know that water is, we're warming and waters are rising, and when we build our homes in some of these areas, that there are some things we cannot control. That is dictating kind of how we're going to kind of live. Now, right now in your head, you're probably going, Mrs. Brandt, we know that, yes, but humans can adapt, right? So that would be one of the we would say weaknesses to this theory, right? We would talk about that this would be, if we were talking about comparing and contrasting, because really aren't we setting up this term, possibilism? So it's a response, right, to determinism. We hold that human decision making, not the environment is the critical factor in cultural development. So in your head, you should start thinking, okay, so desertification, we know that those are growing. We know that there's really dry areas. So what do? Do we just not live there? Well, in some of those things, we can do things such as this. We can irrigate. Now, that has some byproducts as well. If we talk about, and I didn't put a map up here, but we can talk about it. If we talk about the Caspian Sea and the Aral Sea, we know that they are shrinking. And one of the reasons is the rivers that feed into those areas are being pulled away for irrigation purposes. We also can talk about the rising sea level. Well, guess what? What could we do? Could we build our homes on stilts? We know that we want access to those areas. And so these are some homes on stilts around the world. But I also was thinking a lot about how about in those rising sea levels, how about polders? Who remembers that term? Okay, so polders, think of the North European plain, think about those drained areas, right? So if we didn't drain it, we wouldn't be able to farm on it, right? So it's how do we use possibilism then? Like, right, the humans then are adapting to that way of life. So I think, one of the questions is what are some examples of countries that represent environmental possibilism? I would say, I think that within each country, I wouldn't say that I would just say a country by itself, but if you want to take a look at, this is a great example that I have here. This is New Orleans. New Orleans is built on floodplain. I mean, at the end of the day, it is determined, right, that it will flood. Well, what did humans do in order to control it? We built some levees, we built some flood walls. We built up so you can see, we've got trying to hold back, right? So you've got the riverbank, we've got trying to hold back those areas. The reality is though, for a long time it worked really well. But Hurricane Katrina was a prime example of when those levees didn't hold. That at the end of the day, some would argue, go back to compare and contrast, right? That at the end of the day, we can try, but nature, when you built it on a floodplain, that if it's strong enough, it will wipe things out, and we saw that happen. But for a long time, people would argue possibilism took hold because we were able to build there, and they're rebuilding again. When countries shift from determinism to possibilism, does that also coincide with development? I think you totally can talk about it, because think about the infrastructure that you have to put in place, and you have to think about the investment. Take a look at this New Orleans map. That is not cheap. Think how much money that they had to spend in order to make this livable. If I go back to the polders, I mean, even that idea of draining that to make it usable, to be able to irrigate, it's going to take, that's part of those investments, right? And then to be able to move those goods in and out of those areas. I even think about like Chicago. We completely changed the direction of the Chicago River because it was the waste that was pouring into Lake Michigan. Or how about the building of the I&M Canal so that we could connect Chicago ultimately with the Mississippi River, the Erie Canal. Those canals, the idea of opening up those waterways for transportation. So great questions. So adaptation definitely is an example of possibilism that works as well. So regional analysis. So here you see these terms again. So now we want to like what do we mean by regional analysis? How do we describe, explain, compare? And what I'm trying to do is really that 1D. How do we get you into these examples? So here, when we talk about formal regions. So for example, in your head you should go, okay, formal region. The easiest one, let's be honest, are political boundaries, right? But they're clearly united by more than one trait. So you look at the continent of Africa here, and you're going to say clearly united by more than one trait. We can see the countries here, states. Sorry, but then I could also say, how about this? Isn't this a formal region? Is it the Sahara Desert? Does that put limitations on people, where people live, people have access? Does it stop communication? I mean, have you ever noticed that? I mean, we use the phrase all the time, south of the Saharan Desert, because there's definitely a cultural shift. There's a difference between Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. How about this? We could pull out, united by more than one trait, people that speak the same language. So in Western Africa here, could this be a formal region? Does that unite that area? Does it leave others out if we start talking scale? And then we can also dive in a little bit deeper, and we take a look at Ghana here, and we talk about the Gold Coast, and we talk about the resources that are available there as well. So formal regions. In contrast, we can talk about functional regions. I don't know why my students, I swear, they struggle with functional regions like crazy. My son nodded his head just a little bit. It's been 3 years since he had the class, and he's like, yeah. But in my mind, like this one to me makes the most sense because you live it and you just don't even know it. So define a geographic area centered on a specific focal point with a specific function. So for example, this is our metro line, so our train lines here in Chicago. So the center point is Chicago, and then we can see all the different lines moving in or out. I mean, this is functional regions. We could look at our traffic patterns, right? Isn't this moving people in and out? This one is one of my favorites. And it's a little bit dated, but I still liked it, so I used it. So WGN is a broadcast. It's a radio station, TV station here in Chicago. And if I say Tom Skilling, people in Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, Missouri, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan may even know Tom Skilling as he is the local weatherman on WGN. He's kind of infamous. If you've never heard of Google Tom Skilling, he's quite fabulous. But look at the range that WGN is able to broadcast. If you've ever wondered why the Cubs are so popular, besides the fact that they're amazing, it also has to do with WGN's broadcast range. And so that's a functional region because it reaches all of those areas. And so they're able to pull more people in. That range is bigger. But so when we talk about that with functional region, what we're trying to do is how do we connect people? So we're giving some specific examples here. We're describing, explaining. A limitation is if you live outside of that functional region, what if you live, think about here, right on the outskirts of one of these lines? It's going to make it difficult for transportation. Or if you live in between, where are you going to go? Are you going to drive? So those are all things to consider. Probably my favorite though is when we talk about vernacular perceptual. So those fuzzy regions, I clearly know what the Midwest is because I would like to say that this is what it is. But look at these different interpretations of these regions. I mean, that's perceptual, vernacular, right? That how we define them is going to be based more on those that are there. We try to have some sort of unifying characteristic. In some of these, they look pretty clear, and some of them they don't. I mean, or they're just combining even more and more together. How come an area dominated by a certain crop is not functional region, but an area served by certain franchise? Ooh, somebody has had to do a practice FRQ because that is a practice FRQ question. Nice job. So when we talk about crops, so it's not about the distribution of that. Okay, it's kind of this is what the land can provide. I always like to think of a focal point with functional. Sorry, I'll go back. And it's that range that it's going to circulate. So with a crop, what's the node? Like what would be your function, like the node? And so that's going to be your crop is going to be more in line with your formal typically because it's going to be that unifying characteristic. Okay, so we did some examples there. And actually, we could actually go back and talk about some of the strengths and weaknesses. I mean, I think when we talk about perceptual or vernacular, one of the biggest weaknesses is that it is fuzzy and it makes it really difficult to decide who's in which area. Well, why do we use them? Because they also become very personal. They become very cultural and real. Functional and vernacular can work hand in hand, but they're not the same. So functional, really think about that node. That might be something that overlaps, but I would try and keep them a little clearly separated. So when we talk about migration here, so there are certain patterns that we want to take a look at. You need to be able to describe. So if I say forced, so in your head, you should start thinking about, when we talk about forced, you should start thinking about like refugees, internally displaced persons, slavery. When we talk about voluntary, you should be thinking in your head, chain, step, those things that people are doing by choice. But the big thing here to describe is kind of that why, like explaining what happened. And so that describe and explain, and then explain, really pull in some more of those examples. So if I said, so if maybe in number one, I talked about step migration and those stops along the way and how that impacts different areas, and then explain, if I had kind of the same question, maybe I would dive more into the Vietnamese boat people and the process that it took for them to eventually end up in their final destination. When I look at forced migration, being able to know some of those hotspots, there's no way you can memorize all of this, okay? But I would remember too, we talk forced migration, so we talk about the orange here are conflicts. So be able to, I would say in the back of your head, at least have one conflict that you're pretty comfortable with, or one disaster, because we could take a look at, like Hurricane Katrina that we talked about earlier would be a prime example of a forced migration, how people were forced out of their homes and forced to move inland. And having those specific examples will help you explain. If we were going to that compare, being able, if I was talking refugee versus internally displaced, that idea of being able to think about the impact on the country that they're leaving, but also the country that they're going to. And so that's where you're going to be able then to talk about some of that being able to compare some of the similarities and differences. voluntary migration, my students, there's a retired question that they just cannot stand, and so I try to give it to them on a regular basis. No, I'm just kidding. But out of all seriousness, the one that talks about the waves of migration into the United States, those voluntary waves, and then the difference. So describing would talk about maybe the different reasons that people came to the United States, explaining how they came, why they came, the impact that they've had on that area in those different ways. But then the compare could have you comparing those different waves of immigrants. So it could be how they were accepted, which ones assimilated, which ones acculturated, where was it the melting pot, when was it the melting pot, when was it the salad bowl is kind of what I'm going with there. Newer immigrants. So the challenges today, looking at our immigrants from Latin America versus the immigrants, the European immigrants that came, or even taking a look at your immigrants from Latin America versus refugees that are coming as well. But it's not just the United States that are dealing with voluntary migration. I shouldn't have said that refugees. Sorry, that's wrong on my part. Sorry, that's a forced migration. But we're also taking a look at like Europe has had a huge influx of, I would say, forced and voluntary migrants. And so when we talk voluntary, a lot of it I would say focus on the brain drain. Think about it. The brightest and the best are the ones that typically are able to leave their country. The problem is they're leaving with they're the ones that they're coming and sometimes not even working in their dream jobs, but they know that this is opportunities for their families. Well, where are they going to go? Well, the reality is North America and Europe are going to be primary destinations because of where they are in terms of development and what they have to offer. They're going to have more jobs. They're going to have more resources, and that's going to be that biggest draw. So I'm not going to break down all of one of the questions. Can I break down the difference between political and social causes of migration? I would say if you were though going to look at stuff, if we were going to talk political, you want to talk about government, a couple things, either government pressures that are causing migration, and so it could be the type of government, maybe a strict unitary government, it could be laws. You could also take a look at policies then for the receiving countries. How welcoming are they? So are there any quotas in place? Your teachers probably talked to you about, for example, some of the different immigration laws that the United States has had in place over the years. So I guess the openness of those receiving countries. When we talk social migration, typically you're going to talk more cultural, probably chain migration. Would be religion, language. So what's going to maybe push you out of some areas, but pull you to certain areas, and then the clustering that will occur. Now that can create some conflict too, that we've seen in places such as France, where there's been a huge influx of guest workers, in particular from Southwest Asia, aka the Middle East, and that's created some cultural divide between the people that live there. So, well, they all live there, but the native French versus then the guest workers as well. Why is there so much voluntary movement in Asia? That's a great question. And so one of the things we see in Asia too, that voluntary movement, remember, they're just huge numbers of people. There's a lot of movement in that Southeast Asia, and even movement into China, those areas where the factories are really growing. You're going to see people moving towards Indonesia, Shanghai, Singapore, but moving to those choice of looking for jobs a lot of times is what's happening there, those opportunities. And part is it's you can move through so much between those countries, but I wouldn't say it's all happiness. It's looking for an opportunity to put food on the table for your family as well, and that's the resources that they have being able to move to those areas. So it's not a bad transition to diffusion. So we did this, it feels like forever ago, but we did take a look at different types of diffusion. So being able to describe the concept. So if I said hierarchical, if I said stimulus, if I say relocation, you should be able to describe it, then be able to explain it. And so I would talk about its impact, and then be able to compare and contrast those as well. And so explain, I probably have an example that I'd want to work in there. It never hurts to work examples in. And then we want to be able, because that's really what 1D is in specified context as well. So my producer was happy that I did not have the golden arches on this one. I tried to find a different image for you, because what do we notice when we talk about stimulus, right? So stimulus, we talk about taking something familiar as McDonald's, but then kind of adapting it to that culture. And so, I'd have to Google which on each one of these sandwiches here. But I guess what I would say is, if I talked about some of the strengths and weaknesses, so being able to talk about stimulus diffusion, the strength is that you are celebrating your local diversity, right? That I'm going to find some of my traditions within here. But the weakness is that it is a little bit of globalization, right? The more you let in those outside ideas and influences, could that start to crush some of your local diversity as well? Hierarchical diffusion, most of your textbooks have something that probably connect to this thread of music. And so we talk about rap, where it originates. If you take a look in the 1980s and you take a look at New York City, and then how it's kind of spreading or diffusing throughout the United States. Let's be honest, I am not very familiar with rap music. So part of it's going to be generational, right? Part of it's going to be where I live. I mean, Chicago has a little bit bigger of a circle now. So not my son that's helping today, but my other son really likes it. And so it's going to skip places in between. I think this map does a really nice job of taking a look at influence. There's also some connection to race from the standpoint of the community in which rap started with. And if we take a look at some of the other bigger circles, if we look at Atlanta, if you look at Detroit, and even 2015, look at Chicago, look at New Orleans, there's definitely going to be a connection, because kind of as a form of expression, but then skipping some of those other areas in between as it spreads. So we gave an example. And so one of the weaknesses is that, right, it doesn't hit everybody. And so how do you make as much money? And so a lot of times, some of those rappers they have to find ways to cross in. I think Kanye West is a rapper. My son just nodded his head, but I actually know his name probably more because of the Kardashians versus his music. And so how can they cross over? He also has a clothing line that helps him kind of cross over and bridge some of those gaps and kind of just spread. So that could be kind of a limitation if you were talking about that as well. Contagious, I try to pick, so we definitely think about hitting everything in the path, everything we come in contact with. So I try to pick something different, because I don't know about you, I can only talk about COVID-19 or coronavirus so much. So the H1N1, I also picked this because my children were very little when it came, and all three of them had it. We're not allowed to go trick or treating. So I point that out because we take a look at this map on May 2nd. Now watch, right? Take a look by July 2nd. So just look at how quickly that spread, right? And so that idea of coming in contact with people and just how quickly that it spreads. And so being able to have some examples. I mean, the reality is you're welcome to use it. Contagious comes out to talk about a modern example. So if you have a lot of information about the coronavirus, go for it. You can use a historical example as well. And then what we take a look at is kind of being able to compare this, think about it where it's hitting everything, to here where see how it's skipping those places in between. Okay, our last section with this scale is looking at political boundaries. And so we could talk about, why do we talk about political boundaries? And we talk about these border disputes. I mean, everybody's got some border disputes, it feels like, around the world. So we talked just on Friday, and I know I was like freezing on funky frames for you guys. I apologize. My computer's about ready to about have it. But out of all seriousness, when we take a look at this, that we see a lot of conflict, and a lot of it comes down to the definition of those boundaries or how they were decided. And so I gave you 4 different ones. Remember, you're not going to have to, and I know that there's others out there, but you're not going to have to be able to define on the spot, but you're going to need some examples. And so maybe you're going to describe a specific border dispute. Now, maybe I want to talk about an antecedent, and I'm going to take a look at the Himalayas, and maybe I take a look at how that creates some ambiguity on where the boundary is. Or maybe I want to talk about, after these different groups meet. So taking a look at the border between Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh and their faith. And so then we look at the strength is it was designed to separate, but a weakness is that if we dig into the scale, right, is that there are still people of different faiths in those regions. Superimposed, I mean, you better be able to talk to me about the continent of Africa. You better be able to talk to me about how the weaknesses of those superimposed boundaries. The strength is only there as long as that the imposing government remains. The moment that they leave, it creates some problems. We could dig further into the antecedent here and talk about that Himalayan tri-border dispute. Who owns this area? We have no defined boundaries in parts of this. You've got taking a look. You can keep digging into it, looking at the Western sector, what they believe it should look like, what the middle sector should look like. How it should be defined creates a lot of political negotiation and tension as well. Okay, so ultimately what we did today is we went through 4 different chapters and we really talked about these concepts and we really spent some time describing, we explained, we compared, and we ultimately were even able to look at some strengths and weaknesses. If you haven't picked up from it, this is not a class you can memorize your way through it. You've got to be able to think through it, give examples, kind of talk about lots of different ideas. But what we just did is we pulled that thread and we just connected a bunch of different things. The Indo-Pakistani border is that superimposed to some degree, yes, and that's part of the problem is because, when Great Britain left and how that was defined and then how we handed those things over to, in theory, everything sounds really good, but then there are people living there that maybe didn't have a say in those decisions. Okay, so your practice for tonight that Ms. Lindsay will go over tomorrow, okay, and this is also taken from College Board. So we take a look at, you got Europe in 1980 and Europe in 2013, okay, so you take a look at, you should be looking at where Yugoslavia used to be, okay, so they changed considerably. Nationalism, supernationalism were 2 geographic processes, okay, so that's where this connects. That processes connects to our skill that change the number and function of those borders. So you're going to say, Mrs. Brand, I thought we were going to do identify. It might be something like this. I highly doubt it. If it is letter A, so my guess is Ms. Lindsay might skip over that one tomorrow night just because I don't think that's the type of question you're going to get. I just wanted you to see what used to be there. It could have you identify something that you see on the map, chart, or graph, but they're not going to ask anything that you can just Google. So B, C, and D are the ones that you probably will get asked. How nationalism can eliminate an international boundary, explain how nationalism can create new international boundaries, and then describe 2 ways supernationalism has affected the functions of international boundaries. So that's our explain and describe and talking about those processes. So I hope you enjoyed today, and you're starting to see how we're going to keep we're reconnecting and we're going to keep bringing those ideas, but we're really transitioning to prepping you for those FRQs. You're going to hit it out of the park. I know it. Your questions have been great, and I appreciate those of you that are helping one another. At this point, I'd like to thank you for watching, and tomorrow you're going to take a look at skill 2. So have a great night, everybody. Try not to binge watch too much Netflix between now and tomorrow, but have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Hey everyone, this is Ann Lindsley from Houston, Texas, and we are here to talk about skills in AP Human Geography. So today's Earth Day, so I thought we should do this outside. I do teach environmental science also, so that's kind of important to me. So if you're still living in the country of the snow, welcome to what it's like down here in the south. It's 80 some degrees and we're under tornado alerts. So anyway, it's good to see you, and let's get started. And I'm going to share my computer with you. Alrighty, so go. All right, so we're here for AP Human Geography. Our Slido connection, if you want to ask a couple of questions, is 47684. You log into that. We do ask that you only ask questions that pertain to the presentation today. Things that are off topic and off task really prevent other people from getting their question and having attention to it. And also, myself and Ms. Grant, we are not able to answer questions at the same time that we're delivering this. So we have assistants for helping us. So if anyone posting in our name, that's not coming from us. So we need to ask that, otherwise we're going to lose this opportunity to be able to do this. So please ask serious questions about what's going on so we can help you. And keep in mind, our goal is setting ourselves forward to be ready to take the May 12th AP exam. So let's begin with looking at the questions that we're posted yesterday for you at the end of the session on the FRQ, dealing with political topics and nationalism. And our very first one. So I know she said this because I was watching her presentation, so I want to remind you of this again. This said identify, and we will not be having identify in a context like this where you can look it up on the internet or look it up in a really quick. So this type of answer right here, or question right here, is not the level we're going to be addressing. It's more fields, and we're also not addressing any of that in the FRQ prep that's going to come up. We're focusing on explain and compare and contrast and describe term past verbs, not identify by itself like that. All right, but hopefully you went ahead and answered that anyway. So you're looking at one thing that would have changed international boundaries in Europe between 1980 and 2013. And boy, this is the whole reason why my first degree is in Russian and Russian studies, because of what happened back here in 1980. So anything that caused ultimately the breakup of Yugoslavia, anything that caused the Velvet Revolution, for example, splitting up Czechoslovakia, that's going to follow now the end of the Soviet Union in 1991. Any of those would have worked, as well as the demise of the Warsaw Pact, all the Berlin Wall, a variety of different things would have worked. All right, well, let's look at these. Explain how nationalism can eliminate an international boundary and describe an example from the map showing. So this particular question is going to require that you use an example, obviously, as well as look at a centripetal factor. So maybe you talked about the reunification of Germany. East Germany was separate from West Germany, and after the fall of the Soviet Union, those 2 parts of Germany are going to come back together as a cultural identity of the 2. That would have worked. The next one here also, explain how nationalism can create new international boundary using an example from the map showing. Notice each one of those, explain and describe. Now, on some of our rubrics that we've always had in the past, if you didn't have the explain or describe or the identify and explain with it, you didn't get points. So be careful. If it's a 2-part situation here, you want to make sure both parts get done, because you may or may not get the point. It may not be 2 points, it may be 1 point, but we'll talk about more of that later. But you want to make sure you don't forget to do all parts of the question. So in this part C, where we're creating new international boundaries, there's a variety of things that could have happened in here. The easiest one, I think, is the splitting up of Czechoslovakia into Czech Republic and Republic of Slovakia. The dissolution of Yugoslavia, breaking into Bosnia, Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia. That whole region would have been a good answer to that as well. There also the former Soviet Union would have been a good answer, putting that up as well, creating new international boundary. All right, and then the next one, describe 2 ways supranationalism has affected the functions of international boundaries in Europe. Supranationalism. So in this regard, you're looking at the creation of the EU, the common market that goes along with it. I gave you the other day a whole bunch of criteria that happens with the formation of the EU, and you would have walked right through picking out 2 parts of those, like a legal system, the currency, the free market, the Schengen Agreement, which allowed for open transfer of boundaries. Any one of those would have been acceptable. In the case here, this is described, so all you would have had to say is that the Schengen Agreement allowed for transferring across boundaries without having to show documentation, or the EU created a common currency for goods transfer, anything like that, but you wouldn't have to go into a lot of details because the particular task verb is as described. So, all right, I hope that helped for those of you who are having to turn in some worksheets with all those answers on. I gave you the answer. All right, so let's go. All right, once again, you're going to see the slide all the way until May 10th, I think. On May 12th is our exam. That's the regular date. The makeup date is June 1st. Contact your AP coordinator if you think you're going to have to take it on June 1st. I do want to bring more attention to this box that's over here now that we're working on the skills. You see where it says describe, explain, and apply. That's what we're going to be talking about a lot today. Our task verb is describe. Our task verb is also explain. There's another task verb, but it's not in this right now. And apply. Whatever we're talking about, we are constantly going to apply. This is where all that stuff that you think you had to memorize this entire year, this is where that could come in, is the application in context. And no, there's the word context. So always want to provide explanation. Always want to provide an example. Whether or not you think it needs it, provide an example. Always waste on my student. All right. So today we're going to be looking at skill category 2. So last week we had the big idea, and we went through each of the different big ideas across the unit, and now we're going to look at the skill. And so Grant started with skill category 1 yesterday. Skill category 2 is spatial relationships. Tomorrow's data analysis, so I'm back with you for that. But we're talking about spatial relationships. We're talking about how we look at patterns and relationship between places and relationship data and consequences or outcomes, whatever we want to use here, as it applies. That's what we're looking at. Okay. So I had a good question from a student who sent me an email, and I applaud you because looking for my email address when you find my school address is not easy. That's not a challenge. But anyway, he sent me a good question, and he said, I don't really get what spatial relationships are. So let's say something about that, since that's a skill that we're looking at all the way through here. A spatial relationship is how a place is situated, data in that space, anything that changes what's going on, the shape of it, the shape of a country, the shape of a city, one city's accessibility to another, how they have that transferability relationship, that commercial relationship. That's how they're using that space. Okay? And that space could be at a local level, that space could be at a broader level, it could be much larger, it could be global. And every time we move to a larger level of scale, then our understanding of what is at the very bottom of that scale is distorted. Okay? Not like on the map, but the data in it is distorted that reflects that space. So since we're outside, my dogs are out here too. So just ignore them. They just love being outside. They've had a lot of that. All right, so let's look at this. Our task verbs. I noticed Brent went over this with you also, so we can't drill this enough. What is each of these task verbs asking you to do? In today's topics that we are dealing with, we only have these two: describe and explain. Describe is a detailed account. That's all I want. What is going on? What are the characteristics? What do I see there? You can provide causes and reasons for something, but tell me, what do you see? Tell me, what do you see? What do you see? Okay. When I get to explain, I'm giving you still a detailed account, but now I want to give you reason. I want reasons for why that is happening. So I like to go with the what, why, because concept. What do I see? Why is it there? Because. What, why, because. What is there? Why is it there? Because. Okay. That will get me in general everything I need to present here to answer, explain. Okay. All right. So in each of our skill levels, one of the things that's also challenging is that they have 5 different levels. Now your teachers are all going to be aware of this, and your teachers have been prepping you throughout the year for this, and now we're just doing a final recap of trying to prep you for it as well. But in skill 2, this spatial relationship where you're looking at patterns and outcomes applying to something, we can go from the most basic, describe the patterns, and we're going to do a couple of those, to explaining relationships in context, to explaining it in a geographic scenario, to explaining the significance of similarities and differences in different locations, kind of almost like a compare and contrast applications. Or we can also look at the degree of something, explain the degree to which a concept is different in different parts of the world. This is the highest level. Okay, so this is going to take some, 4, 5, 6, 7 sentences perhaps to get all of this out and answer that you want to get. But this is what we're striving for. This is what your teacher set the bar for. This is where we want you to reach for, so that you are able to handle everything and do really well. So we don't want to just stop here. We want to push further to always know, okay, well, it's only asking me to describe, but I know these reasons. Okay? All right. So the way this is set up is that I went through and I took this particular skill as it applies across all the different units. So I'm looking at the skill in each of the different units. So this should be review of some of this information, but now we need to look at it through the lens of the skill, not the lens through what is there, but now what are the patterns I'm seeing? Why am I seeing these patterns? So in this particular topic, we are looking at the consequences of population distribution. So consequences, first of all, the consequences of the distribution of the population, but there's more to this population. And in this case, it was access to healthcare was really the topic of it. And so I pulled these slides. Actually, you've seen them before because we have this other in terms of content. But we have to ask, do people with access to healthcare in the sense that avoid a premature death, does that correlate to the healthiest countries in the world? And the answer is not quite. If you still have portions of the world which don't have access to healthcare sufficiently enough that they can head off a premature death, when we compare it to a healthy country. Now, we can look at that data a little differently. We can look at that data and split it between developed and developing country. And when we split it this way, what we begin to see is that we see that when we categorize that data, it gives us a little bit different perspective. It does show us that developed countries do have a little bit better access to healthcare, whereas those that are not showing up at all are not most likely still do not have access to healthcare. So we're explaining the why in a geographic scenario. The scenario would be the less developed countries or the developed countries or in the top level of developed countries. Okay, let's go on. All right, in this topic of population, it also asks about population distribution and density, so geographic concept, and how it affects political, economic, and social processes. So I chose economic to look at here. So is there a correlation between population density and wealth accounting? Okay, so that would presume that the highest density areas, which is the Boswash corridor, are megalopolis. This highest density area, do I hypothesize that these are also the wealthiest? So then I come over here to the county map that looks at income by county, and I do see, yes, these are more colored. Okay, so maybe there might be a correlation between density and some of it, but I would almost expect it to be higher. What I started looking for, since I also encourage my kids to look for the anomalies out here, what's happening out here? I'm trying to explain how density is related to economic processes. And I'm looking out here and I see areas of Wyoming and Utah that are not very dense at all. And I am seeing counties that have a higher income level. So that refutes my hypothesis that the highest density areas also have the highest income area. So I would want to consider that in my explanation. Although the megalopolis does fall into the highest income area with the highest density. I've got this area out west, Montana, Wyoming, and Utah, and Colorado, that has relatively low density, but also has significant wealth. Okay? Then I can look at it at different levels of scale, and I always want to because maybe those counties were confusing me. So I picked the county that I'm not familiar with. So Harris County. Well, Harris County on the population density map showed that it was at the highest mark for density. So it's a whole county like that. We have a lot of base here. So I pulled up and I look at it in the zip code or census block also track. And when I look at the census tract, I see that no, we have a lot of areas where we have very low density. So by coloring the entire county that darkest color, it implies that we're all packed in when actually that's not it. So once again, I want to say the same thing. So are my highest density areas within the county also the wealthiest? And so I'm looking at my highest density here in the southwest region. Can I say that? Well, these dark areas that are in this red tone are less than 25,000. It's the purple that's the highest, and the purple areas are the lower density areas. Besides downtown, this is interesting. But downtown is high density, but the income down there is not. So I just presented two different levels of scale so that you could, if you had something at this particular level scale, you could extend your explanation and looking at that data. All right. So the next portion of this particular topic in population and migration address density's effect on the environment and natural resources with the concept of carrying capacity. So our environment dealing with carrying capacity. So this map, you saw this before too. This is India and Indo-Gangetic Plain, and then we also have China in the high density area from Beijing to Shanghai down to Wuhan. You've heard about Wuhan lately in the news. Hong Kong region as well. So we see the darkest areas of the high density. So does that have an effect on our environment? What do you think? Inquiring minds want to know. What do you think? The answer should be yes. There is a direct correlation. And so we look at one of the variables we can look at that's easier to look at is air pollution. So air quality. So right here in the Indo-Gangetic Plain, northern India, high density, highest amounts of pollution. So Beijing to Shanghai out to Wuhan, we see the same thing. Beijing down to Shanghai out to Wuhan, we see the same pattern. And I know with everything that's going on right now, you're asking yourself, hey, is that still going on if all these places have been closed down? Because that's a good extension of what happens when there's some other kind of event that interferes with everything. So if I look at this at just the China scale, this is January, first 20 days of January of this year, 2020. Nitrous oxide levels, which makes up pollution that comes from combustion engines and manufacturing. So nitrous oxide levels in northern China, here's Wuhan, Shanghai, and Beijing. So we come over here, Beijing, Shanghai, and Wuhan between February 10th to the 25th, another 20 days, a month later, and everything is shut down pretty much in China. So there is definitely a relationship between density and the effect on the environment, depending on what the people are doing. Next thing is if I want to look at it in a different scale, so the United States, where's the population density of the United States? And we see once again Boswash, Chicago, LA, couple big dots, Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, Atlanta, Denver. Okay. So at this particular scale, in this scenario, in 2019, March 10th to 22nd of 2019, our same nitrous oxide measurement, our environment, our population density, and our effect on our environment. So high pollution levels this year. So those first 12 days there in March when this data was taken. So a year apart, after some parts of the United States starting to be closed down with the current virus, this area had not been closed down yet. Okay. So I just thought that's kind of interesting to put that in there, relevant to everything that's going on. So we would explain what's going on in this as part of our skill level is that something has interfered with the manufacturing and driving operations in the country. All right. So also in this particular topic, we were dealing with spatial relationships, but we're describing spatial patterns. And here it's asking us the particular objective asks us to describe spatial pattern using population pyramids and map data. And so I used these bottom three with you before when dealing with the topic. So this is the world's population on this population pyramid, and we looked at it, seeing the data mapped out, the population over 65, and then the population growth rate. So it's just telling me, describe to me the population pyramid of, say, South America. Hopefully we would say that it looks like it's stable growth. It's not rapid growth. That would be Africa. It's not, it needs a few more 5-year age groups to show that it might be declining. But right now it's holding at a stable to maybe almost no growth, which is kind of amazing. You could see South America 30 years ago, it looked more like the African pyramid. Anyway, so I'm just describing it. So I have stable growth at the bottom. I have an aging population at the top. I have a growing age-old dependency rate. That's one of the topics that you have. And so now I want to be able to make comparisons or describe the pattern as they become related to the map data. Okay? So that's what the other lines are indicating, the green line. So the bottom of the population pyramid for Africa showing rapid growth. Is that reflected on my population growth percentage? The answer is yes. That spatial data is shown here with many of the African countries with a growth rate from 2.9 to 5.8%. We were talking about spatial relationship and applying it to a concept, and migration is one of these concepts. So what we would be doing here is explaining the effect of migration on a particular location, and that's actually why this is acting on the impact on the area of destination. So where is the migratory population going? And in this case, it's going to have positive and negative effects on that destination. And so we're looking at that pattern, but also the consequences that are going to appear when you have a sizable migration into a specific area. And we hear about this a lot of times when we see places that have new migrants flowing in, and they're working in jobs that other people don't want to work in. For example, if you look at the Midwest, you have a lot of animal processing plants and a lot of agricultural work, and those have become areas where new migrant populations have moved into. And when they move into them, they're also bringing their culture, but they're also going to assimilate. And we're going to talk about that in a second. Things are going to change. Things may have to have different forms of religion and different languages around to work with those folks that are moving into that area. And so when we explain the spatial relationship of the effect of migration, what we're looking at is exactly how does this new population put their footprint on the landscape. You want to make sure you use examples and think about the ESPN. Your teacher probably help to how you organize information into economic, social, political, environmental impact. You always want to put that into that mindset. All right, so the next slide is looking at still the effect of migration. So where do you have the largest amount of migration in terms of a pattern? And then I've given you a set of the major cities in some of the regions of the world where you have this migration that begin to influence the cities. And if you look at the ones in North America, you're more familiar with where some of these are, you'll notice that in Canada, the 3 cities in Canada, over 40% of the population in those cities is foreign born. And so that's definitely going to have an impact. Same thing with New York City, because I forget what the percentages of New York City. But many of our cities in the United States have an increasing number of born outside of that city or foreign born. So let's go on. All right, in the culture unit, which is the next slide, and that's slide 15. In the culture unit, we're looking at cultural patterns and the effect of diffusion. So what is the effect of diffusion on a place? And there's a vocabulary word that I'm certain have memorized quite well and hopefully can apply as well. And so this particular tab wants to give an account, including reasons for these different types of terms to be used in context. So the spatial relationship in a specified context using these concepts. So that means we're applying it. Okay, so multiculturalism, we have a mix of assimilation and acculturation where everyone comes together. Excuse me. All right. Whereas we also have the concept of assimilation where people adopt the dominant culture. What is the negative and positive effect of that? When that happens, how does that change the landscape? How does that influence the population that is the majority? And then of course we have acculturation. We also want to look in terms of the pattern here. What did they leave in their original country, their traditional practices? What have they now adopted? Have they adopted everything? Have they become completely acculturated into the predominant culture? We start to look at that pattern. So a good example of that is not even being from that particular country, a different country, and not even be able to speak the language. All right, and then we have syncretic aspect of diffusion that creates syncretic culture. So the best example of that, and it's one of the topics that you have to know by example, is the formation of Sikhism. And Sikhism is a combination of Hinduism and Islam, and it is considered as a classic example of syncretic religion. However, we also have syncretic culture, and to the extent that Creole is an aspect of that. But when you look at Caribbean culture, it's a better example where Caribbean culture is an amalgamation of leftover colonial contribution from the French and the Dutch and the British. And then overlaying that is also the culture of the African migration from Central and West Africa. On top of that, the environmental traditions and everything that exists in the Caribbean islands. So that creates a true syncretic culture. And one of the examples of that that's identified is Rastafarianism. So this creates a new cultural footprint on the landscape, which again is caused by diffusion, and we are explaining how that changes our spatial relationship. All right, in the political unit, we have the concept of describe. Now, very few of the topics, very few of the topics are actually asking us to describe, because describe is really what is, give me an example, whereas it's not taking a whole lot of additional thought to put relationship together. And this is an example of a really good describe concept. And we actually had an FRQ on this a couple years ago, so you might want to go look that up because those are all now open to you. All right, so we have the unitary system of government, we have a federal system. I gave you a diagram there so that you can remember how this works, because I'm sure your teacher covered that as well with you. But what we're looking at here is describe the pattern. What is the pattern that you should be seeing here? Look at the continent of Africa. It is easier to tell you what states are federal states than to name all the unitary states, or you can name the unitary states. That's easy too. Look at Central Asia to East Asia, your unitary state versus your federal state, and then the Western Hemisphere predominantly federal state. That's a pattern. That's a pretty interesting pattern to see. This is asking you to describe, but not asking you to tell why, but asking you to describe the pattern and give an example. So, an example of a unitary state you guys choose from. You can Japan, China, Mongolia, all of those. I've got different countries there you can recognize. And let me say something about that. Y'all be really super careful when you're asked to give an example of a state that's on a map, a country that's on a map. Don't always go for the most obscure so that you can dazzle the reader with your extremely great knowledge of over 200 countries. Because if you accidentally flip up because you're nervous or something, you can that you didn't mean that, like, Brunei, Belgium, you can see those, go for something easier. Indonesia, that would work. Okay, so that's what's right. In this particular topic in the agriculture unit, we are looking at the concept of significance. Explain the significance. And in this case, we're explaining the significance of the Green Revolution. That's short and sweet. The significance of the Green Revolution was to head off a famine in Mexico or in India. So the significance was to head off a famine by changing our agricultural practices in those areas. So then if you go in and explain the why of that and the how is by introducing how you see chemicals, mechanized farming, more structured agricultural practices, you're explaining how they were able to achieve the significance, which was to head off a famine. Okay? So that's where, when understanding the Green Revolution, you need to add to what you understand. Because what am I explaining about the Green Revolution? I'm explaining what the purpose was, the significance of it that it achieved. Now, also keep in mind, depending upon how a question might be asked on this, you could also be asked to explain the consequences of the Green Revolution, the significance and the consequences, which basically means the pros and cons in longer, more complicated words. So what are the negative consequences, what are the positive consequences? And so here we have almost a compare and contrast, but definitely a longer explaining answer that you would need to be able to provide. And I went over it the other day because I also presented on the topic about what it was. So in looking at this is, once again, significance. If you had to provide several significant answers, headed off a famine, altered Malthusian doomsday scenario, expanded curing capacity, and then how did it do that? All right. So then in the agriculture section, we also have the concept of regions. Regions are defined by the extent that they reflect specific commercial practices. Explain, but in this case, what you're wanting to do is explain the degree that it reflects it. Okay. So this is actually a much more complicated type of answer to give, because you have to explain why you have specific patterns, why you would have commercial patterns, and then where is it on the map? What kind of regional patterns do we see? We see that the desert regions of North Africa, the Middle East, and Central Asia are pastoral nomadism that is reflective of developing countries. So the pattern we see here is that developing countries in these shades of green is telling me that in the legends, y'all, these developing countries have intensive agriculture, they have pastoral nomadism, and now we have to understand why. Well, here's why. Part of why is due to the type of climate that there is. So if you are looking at trying to explain why this region reflects a specific type of agriculture, one of the reasons would be the challenge of the environmental conditions. Another reason could be low levels of development of foreign machinery. Okay. All right. So the other topic that comes in with our agriculture section on this particular field of explaining patterns and relationships has to do with the significance of differences between locations in regard to women in agriculture. So a lot of people have the stereotype of women in agriculture that all they're doing is processing food and running markets and farming by hand. Well, but that's in sophisticated culture. In developed culture, they're driving tractors, they are driving heavy equipment, they are doing all of the industrial processes that happen in commercial farming. When we look at these, we also have to begin looking at what's holding women back in agriculture. Why do you always see women engaged in doing agriculture by hand? What is the problem here? And one of the things we have to then start diving through is the statistics. So we know that there are more women in agriculture, even though less than what it was in 1980. There's still more women in agriculture comparatively in 2010 in most places. But when we look also at what is restricting women, one of the things happens to be that I pulled with property ownership. Are women prevented from being more industrialized in agriculture, being able to have more equality in agriculture because they can or cannot own land? And one of the things that we see holding back has to deal with legal ability to own land or control land in order to be able to have the farm. So that becomes a gender equality issue, with support explaining the similarities and differences between different locations. Okay. All right. And another example of that, where you can see where they can own land and where you have the largest amount of women who are female owning land. Okay. So we see that there are no restrictions and women are able to own land in your developed country. All right. And the next slide, slide 22, we look at a topic that has to do with urban. Now be careful. I know we're not doing unit 7, but I think that Brant and I have probably really made it very clear that these two units overlap into everything else we're doing. So I really don't think you can afford to not look at some of these topics. And one of these has to do with the particular field of where megacities and metacities are in relationship to the periphery, the core, and the semi-periphery, and what are the patterns that they make? Because those patterns, we have to begin to answer why. And the particular field of the here, once again, is to explain. But we're explaining the significance of this pattern and what this is directly related to migration, and it's directly related to what happens as a result of populations moving into some of these places. And as I mentioned the other day, some of these megacities and metacities have some of the fastest growing poverty rates, millions of people who live in slum areas on the fringes of the city, and so those become factors. But in this particular slide here, where we want to see what is specifically the relationship between metacities and megacities to the location of the core and periphery, you see the red is periphery, and the purple is the semi-periphery. Look where these countries are that are on the periphery, India and China. And we look at these particular dots of the over 10 million, that's going to be your megacities and your metacities. But the orange dots are your 5 to 10 million. So those that hit 10 are going to be megacities, but they're on their way to being that. And so all of these have over a million. But look at the cluster. The cluster is in the periphery and the semi-periphery. And the cluster is here in the semi-periphery area. Yes, you do have them in the core, but these are old cities. These are newer cities that are growing. All right. So also in this particular unit on urban, you had various theories. We've been through these about how they relate to the growth city. Well, these relate to the growth city, but these also affect ultimately the culture of the populations that move here. So that goes in the culture unit. It also affects the population size and the stresses of the city that affect population in terms of pollution and life expectancy and employment and poverty level. So these theories that you think you may have gotten out of, some of you, hopefully you didn't, your teachers that will cover it. You want to continue to consider these because we use these to explain how populations are living and how these cities are relating on a larger scale with each other around the world. And in this particular case, we are looking at a detailed account giving reasons or causal factors as part of our explanation. All right, in unit 7, our development unit, this one particular topic was looking at the sectors. And I went through all the sectors with you when we covered it in just finishing out the course. But what's key here is this explanation of that relationship between the places that have the majority of the sector activity. So who's primary sector, who's secondary sector, tertiary, quaternary, quinary. But what do those sectors, when a large city has a sector that they specialize in or that they're only focused in, how does that begin to create an uneven development, a spatial pattern of uneven development, not only at the country level, but in the whole relationship level between countries? How does that uneven spatial development caused by being a primary sector country keep them on the periphery, keep them from growing economically? Okay, so that's what we're looking at. So keep in mind, core, periphery. I have a series of maps here that I want you to consider. So if we look at the data in terms of who is the core, the semi-periphery, periphery. Periphery is all red, the semi-periphery is in purple. So these are our up and coming areas where you have your largest megacities and metacities. And then we also, those are the areas contributing to the market, which are part of the core. Okay, so who do you think is the primary sector predominantly? Is it the core, is it the periphery, is it the periphery? We're going to see that the areas that concentrate predominantly in the primary sector are in the periphery. Okay, they are in the periphery. Okay, we see this with Africa, we see portions of Central Asia, and also some areas of South America. So if you want to get into that map, look at that. Then we ask, well, what is the relationship of the secondary sector, the manufacturing sector? Are these going to be different? What is that relationship between the core periphery model? And yes, what do you think? Who do you think is going to be the predominant secondary sector? This one's the one that's kind of interesting because what we see is that some of these areas that are in the periphery are actually emerging as your manufacturing sector, and then these areas that are also part of the semi-periphery, right in here, China and India, but also Southeast Asia, are also emerging as major manufacturing or industrial sectors, our secondary sector. Mexico definitely fits. There's Mexico secondary sector on our semi-periphery, and there's Mexico semi-periphery, Mexico secondary or industrial sector. And then our tertiary sector. Our tertiary sector, once again, is going to be our core. Here's our tertiary sector. It matches up with our core. The only exception is Brazil, which is a semi-periphery, but Brazil has a growing service sector as well. So we're looking at a pattern of economic sectors associated with their core periphery relationship and explaining by example a couple of those areas in order to satisfy what the skill is asking us to do. So I keep saying the skill all the way through this, and what we're trying to get you across by focusing on that is that this all goes with how you have to answer your question. So this is FRQ review definitely as we're applying it to the content. And in this particular case, this explaining is asking you to address these patterns and these relationships in applied context. So as it applies within a given topic, we give a place. And once again, I want to remind you to answer what, why, because with a reference to a place, the data, the concept, you want to give reference to what it is that you're being shown, because each of your questions is going going to have either one or two stimuli, and that means you're going to have a map or a graph or some sort of visual geographic data portrayed for you that you are going to have to interpret, and that's going to be either explain or describe or compare and contrast. All right, and always because why? Why is the three-letter ugly word in my class? Everyone cannot answer questions without telling you why. All right, so some questions to practice. This is one of our favorite questions from a few years ago. It was one of mine. I'll tell you why tomorrow. But this was perfect for looking at how we look at economic theory and as applied to agriculture. This is the development section, but we're looking at it in terms of agriculture. So I cannot get across to you how valuable those units are. And when I remembered that this question was one we had, to perfectly illustrate how we can ask a question about agriculture and it pulls in the development topic. So here, so you're going to look at using an example of a specific industry other than one portrayed on the map. Explain under what condition an industry would locate near a market. Okay, so this is lead theory. Why would industry locate near a market? And explain that under what conditions. And then use an example other than one on this map. Explain under what conditions would industry locate near raw material. Why would it be located near raw material? Okay. Now using this map, tell me why there are ethanol plants. Explain why you have ethanol plants in this section of the United States. Maybe some of y'all are up here, okay? And maybe you know what those ethanol plants look like, okay? So you need to tell me why they are in this region. All right, and the last portion of the question I want you to consider is explain one impact of empowering women within rural agricultural regions of developing countries. So it says identify and explain. That means you give me an answer and then explain that answer. So this is not like identify the name of that country. This is what is an issue that limits women. I've already told you one. I showed it to you in the slide. But what impact of empowering women in developing countries? All right. So what questions do we have? I'll ask my assistant. I know he's been typing some answers for you. He's very competent at it. Are there any questions? There's no questions. I can't see. We're not. So I got there are too many comments, so we're not able to find the questions to answer. So that's too bad. If you have a question right away, you post so that I can answer it because that was the whole purpose of doing this. All right. So if I can't find any. All right. So anyway, we want to make sure that everyone still has internet access or a device. Obviously, I need to contact College Board. But we're working on solutions to help you make sure you have everything that you need to have in order to operate for the exam on May 12th or June 1st. So make sure you contact College Board in the event that you don't. And thanks for watching, y'all. I'm sorry about the technology glitch. Everything else does, but my internet working fine, so I don't know why it went down. But go outside. It's Earth Day. Go outside, go for a walk, and look at the world around you. And don't celebrate Earth Day just on one day. All right. Y'all take care. Bye. Hey everyone, how are you doing? Hope you've had a good day and are ready for another session in AP Human Geography. I'm Ann Lindsley from Bel Air High School in Houston, Texas, and we are going to look at data analysis today in the AP Human Geography classroom. So let me share my screen with you, and we will get started. And here we go. There should be coming along. There we go. Alrighty. So once again, AP Human Geography, and if you want to ask us questions live, you can sign on to our Slido.com room at 7807. We will try to answer any questions live during the presentation, but if I'm talking, that means I'm not answering them. So do post what you want to do as long as it's topical. Please let's stay topical. That way it helps to get people's answers done. And we will get into this presentation and then answer some of your questions as we get along. So first thing I want to do is to begin with the questions that I proposed to you yesterday for FRQ review for our exam coming up. And in particular, I wanted to point out to you that again, this is a question that is blending agriculture and industrial location. So this is a blended topic, and it's a really good example of a blended topic. And we have some more that we're going to show you as well. So those of you who sent me separate emails questioning why we aren't doing chapter 6 and 7 or unit 6 and 7 when we already done them, or that you absolutely are 100% certain you don't have to know, I really need to dispel that idea because this is a classic example of how material from unit 7, in this case, the sector models of or not sector models, but the sectors of the economy actually correspond back into the agricultural section, which is unit 5. So please be careful with that mindset. That's why Ms. Brandt and I really carefully went over all those topics in unit 6 and 7 so you could draw upon them to answer the questions. And so let's look at this question. Hopefully you have a chance to look over it. And here we want to use an example of a specific industry other than one that is portrayed, which would be ethanol, and explain under what conditions an industry would be located near the market. So this is drawing upon your understanding of Weber's least cost theory. And here's a little skill advice we're looking at FRQs. So I couldn't remember the name of that, but if I read all the way through the questions before I started writing, there's the statement. There is the name of the theory right there. So do yourself a favor, take a big deep breath before you start to write. Okay, my mom always said do that because I would have stress and anxiety. So look at through all the questions because maybe Weber's least cost theory didn't pop to my head right here, but then oh yeah, there it is. And so now I know what I'm doing. So okay, so explain under what conditions an industry would be located near the market. So be located near the market. So if I am locating an industry near the market, obviously this is going to be the market because you have your understanding of where your largest cities are. So your market's going to be over here or over towards Chicago or down south where your largest market is. So why would I put a specific industry near the market? Because it's going to be a bulk gaining industry. It's going to be something that we have to add raw materials to in order to get a new product. So it's either going to be weight or actual physical size. So for example, soft drink bottling companies or bread products, actually any bakery products would be located near the market. So we're bringing the raw materials together. All right. Next question is asking me to provide an example of a specific industry other than the one portrayed to explain under what conditions of industry would be located near the raw materials. So hopefully that comes to mind that this type of an industry would be one that we have to take the raw materials apart. So a bulk reducing industry where we have to break apart what we actually want from that product that we are extracting from the ground or from mining operation. And so exactly that. Mining operations are a perfect example of bulk reducing where we have to get the ore out of all of the overburden or gang as material is referred to. It's all the extra, the dirt, you might want to call it that. It's really not dirt, but anyway, but you want to break the ore out of that. So copper smelting, iron smelting, also lumber products. Lumber mills would be located away from over near the forest and not near the market. All right, so now we're going to use using the map and Weberian theory. We're going to explain the geography of ethanol plants in the United States. So why are these ethanol plants located where they are? Because what is the main component of ethanol? And it is corn. So corn is what is bulky, and we're only using part of the plant that will go into actually manufacturing the ethanol. So the ethanol is located where the corn is because we are breaking down the corn and using that then to produce ethanol. And so that is why it's going to be located here in the upper Midwest. This was a very good question when we had it. This was also a good lesson that I use when I'm working with teachers and students face to face a lot of times because this is an exercise of reading everything that's on the map, and we can't stress that enough. And I'm going to say that a couple of times with this particular presentation as well. This map tells you this is ethanol manufacturing plant, and then it tells you existing plant and plant under development. When we talk about plants growing in the field, we don't talk about plants under development. We talk about acre of plant or cultivation of land. We don't talk about plants under development. We had some confusion when this question came out. The students thought that ethanol manufacturing plants were actually plants that grew in the ground. And as funny as that is, it's also kind of sad because that means they didn't read manufacturing and they didn't read the legend. So just as a forewarning, least cost theory is we explained that in the two topics in unit 7. So I encourage you to go back and look at that. But least cost theory is dealing with where we a location of a manufacturing plant. Do we either build that plant near the source of raw materials or do we build it closer to the market? And what is going to be the determining factor there is if the cost of transportation or the cost of breaking that material down and then shipping it is greater. So if we, as an example here, once again, corn has to be taken apart. So you extract the parts of the corn that we need for making ethanol. Corn is bulky. Corn weighs a lot. There's a lot of waste to it. We don't want to transport what we're going to weight. We're not going to transport what we're getting rid of. So we are going to have the ethanol plant, the processing plant, the production plant near where we grow the corn. So this is why this region, Iowa, Nebraska, Minnesota, South Dakota not only has all of these ethanol plants, but it also has all of this corn. So the corn is there, then we build the ethanol plant. Same thing with animal processing plants. Animal processing plants are no longer in the market. We don't have livestock walking to your big city to be slaughtered. We let that in the early 1900s with the cattle drive, late 1800s. So your cattle slaughter operations are out where in the areas near where the cattle are to reduce the cost of the transportation of live cattle slaughter. And let's not talk about that anymore. Anyway, so least cost theory, the determinant is going to be the cost of transportation of the material that is going to be manufactured. I want to either break it down if it weighs a whole lot, where it's near a source, or I'm adding to it, and that product is going to be bulkier. So if I'm going to add to it, I want to be closer to my market. So then I just bring in all my raw materials. So if I'm going to make bread, I have to bring in the wheat, I have to bring in the flour, I have to bring in the wheat flour, the water, the sugar, all that kind of stuff that goes into the bread product. Okay, I did not forget D, no worries. This question, part D, is asking you to explain what impact of empowering women within the rural agricultural regions of developing countries. So not only do we need to understand developing countries, we have to understand, I just explained what right there. We have to understand developing countries, but also the role of women in developing countries, in particular in agriculture. So I mentioned yesterday, or in agriculture, I can't remember when, the role of women is one that most of them in the least developed countries are engaged in subsistence agriculture. So when we look at what is their role, why are so many involved in that, part of that we have to examine is what is impacting them. And so we begin to see there's laws that prevent them from owning land. They are not allowed to work in certain types of industries because there's men that want those jobs. They care for a large number of children, so that becomes a factor. They can't be away from things that would take them away from taking care of those children. They can't read or write in some cases, so their skills are limited by that. There's a variety of other factors as well, but those are some of the main ones that we start with. Okay, so a question came in: what was Webering theory? What is least cost? Least cost theory is Weber theory. Weber is the author of the least cost theory. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so once again, remind you, I'm going to do this every day because I had someone who sent me an email and asked me when the AP exam was. So May 12th once again, and we are looking at describe, explain, and we're looking at relationship. We're applying all these different things that I've been explaining to you about in context. Okay, notice there's nowhere here where it says memorize all the vocabulary words. All right, so once again, make sure you go down to apcoronavirusupdates.collegeboards.org and /students. This is going to be your latest and greatest information that tells you all about what's on the exam and also gives you the most up-to-date information about getting connected and making sure you are ready to go, as well as the emails that College Board has sent out, as hopefully your teacher is also in touch with you. All right, so today's topic. Today's topic is looking at the skill of data analysis. So just like yesterday, I took you through the different spatial relationship topics that are within the course. Today I want to take you through specifically looking at some of these topics in terms of data analysis. What are we doing with the data? So geography in general is a spatial course, and spatial meaning that what takes up particular places, what functions in those places. All of that is data. So the foundation of our spatial study is actually data and what we do with that data and how we interpret that data. So some things that I want to point out and caution you about, as well as address as review topics. So when we're looking at data analysis, this is what it's telling us. We're analyzing and interpreting quantitative geographic data as it's represented in map, tables, charts, graphs, satellite images, and infographic. Okay, infographic, love infographics. All right, so once again, task verbs. You are going to dream about task verbs. All right, so our task verbs: describe, explain, compare, are the ones that you're going to be expected to address on the exam. In this particular study of data analysis, we are seeing describe and explain as the types of task verbs that we would have. Once again, describing is just tell me what is there. What do you see? What do you, and just don't say it's a graph. What is it a graph of? Okay, it's not asking why. What is it a graph of? Explain to me what you are seeing. Pretend like your reader cannot see what you are looking at, and you are determined to show them exactly what you are looking at, and they cannot see it. Okay? Explain. Explain is a detailed account, giving reasons. So once again, like I said yesterday, tell me what, tell me why, and then because. What, why, because. Why does this relationship exist? Because what is going on? Okay? And then compare. We will get to compare when we have those come up. All right. So once again, all of our skills have incremental levels that they go through. So data analysis begins with just the very beginning of identify, and then it goes through the describe and explain, and we do have a compare. Yes, a compare, and then explain what it implies or what it links to in terms of geographic principles or processes. Look at this very last one. Explain possible limitation of the data provided. There are very few of our skill levels to get to this, but we definitely want to pay attention to this, particularly if you've never had a stats class, if you've never had any statistics, and you just look at a map and it's a lot of pretty colors, and you've never asked what is going on, or if you've never played the skeptic. You have to be able to look at this data and say, okay, well, how is this skewed? And if you don't ask those questions, you aren't going to begin to be able to see these limitations. So with that being said, let's get to our first one. All right, a graph. No, awesome. Look at those pretty lines. Great. Is that telling me any kind of spatial information here? No, it's a graph with different lines. Oh, and look, I got the countries labels too. Okay, well, obviously the world is higher than the rest, and the United States is higher than those. All right, well, to start this way, because I'm looking at the introduction of maps, which is part of the very first unit, and the first unit is how we think about geography in the first place. So I just picked a very current topic. This is yesterday's global fatality report on the COVID-19 virus. Okay, there's the date right there. I told you I took this fresh and live just last night. So this graph is great. Okay, I can read this graph, and it says clearly the United States is highest, and the world is even higher. Or I can look at it in a list. Oh, wow. Okay, now what happens when I look at it on a map? When I look at it on a map, I'm now able to interpret this a little bit differently. I am looking at this to identify different types of data presented on map. Okay, so I am just looking at quantitative data on the map. But now when I look at this instead of like a graph or a chart, I now am looking at it to see if there's any spatial connection. Well, looks like the continent of sub-Saharan Africa is not having as big of a problem. I might want to conclude here, but then I need to be the skeptic and ask, well, is that entirely true if all the rest of the countries are more of a hot Valentine pink, falling into this middle range here, or what else is going on in sub-Saharan Africa? Why is that number so much different in terms of looking at the rest of the world's distribution? Well, maybe they haven't tested it as many, or they have, or it has arrived at a different time, and so not as many have died of it yet. I can also look at quantitative data at different levels of scale. This isn't really telling us anything that the other map didn't, because it's not down to the smaller state county scale. All right, so now I also want to look at how maps are giving me information that based upon the type of the map. So this is a reference map. And a reference map is going to show me location with different types of data. It's going to show me boundaries and names, unique identifiers, things like this. So I've got the boundaries of the United States, the states abbreviation. So now I want to continue looking to see how far down I can go. So I can obviously go to the state level. I see the state. I see some major cities. I see some major highway, and then I can go down even further. Of course, I'm going to use Houston. When I'm not going to use something I'm not familiar with. All right, so now I can look at Houston. I see our circular 3 major beltways. I see our roads. I see a big star. It must be something at that star. So now I'm looking at the entire distribution of Houston. Once again, I see more patterns, more colors. I'm still looking at a reference map. I have some scale that now appears on the bottom of my map that I desperately need to have. I'm also showing distribution of physical features. Now I'm looking even closer. Now I have a section of Houston. I have a section inside of Houston actually called the city of Bel Air, and this is where I'm broadcasting from right now. And so I'm looking at, well, this star and what it's going to be at the star. I'm still looking at boundaries. These are boundaries for the city of Bel Air in the middle of central Houston. And I keep on going, oh, that star is the construction zone called my high school. And so I'm looking to see, well, what is there? So I can now go even closer because images become part of our study. And that's what the high school looks like that they're tearing down so that they can build this. Okay, I know some of you wonder why we're tearing that down. That's a long story for a different day. Point was, is we started with a reference map and we moved all the way down to get to the exact point that we were trying to get to. Right? We also can look at patterns with maps, and patterns are important for showing us different types of connections between places or where points are. So when we look at patterns, we can look at point patterns, we can look at line patterns, and we can look at area patterns. So if we look at this map of the world at night, we can probably pick out the city. You can pick out the outlines of the continent. Can you pick out what lines might be? What are some of these these lines that we see? Are these lines small villages? Are these lines reflection in space? Are these lines ships out in the ocean? We see lines, and we also see point patterns of anything that has a light on it or is reflecting even out in the ocean. So we see line, could be highways, rail lines. Usually highways will have lights on it, and you can pick out, here is I-10 going across the southern United States. You can probably pick out some of your others. I'd be wrong if I told you them because I don't have them all memorized. Then we also look at area pattern. We have these vast areas where there aren't any lights. Well, that's at this level of scale. Maybe if we were able to get closer and closer, there would be light there. Okay? So just another image of how we are dealing with data on a map. Remember, the absence of light to me doesn't mean that there isn't a pattern there. The absence of light is a pattern. All right. So in looking at some other ways that we look at data in terms of clustering and dispersal of preferences. So for example, here, these two very popular maps that you can find on the internet. We look at the clustering where data is grouped together in a particular place. We look at the clustering and we can see, hey, look at what it is by soft What do clusters of population, in the case of regional clusters, call different soft okay? And we definitely begin to have an interesting pattern that almost becomes part of our vernacular language. Then we also can see how a particular product is dispersed over places. So in the case of Starbucks, how do we see a global dispersion? I can look at a local dispersion, and then I can look at a regional and a global dispersion. Have you ever done that? Have you ever driven through small towns and then all the fast food restaurants are all clustered in the same portion of town? Is maybe right near the bypass where you can exit off the highway. Why would they all be located there? Remember, you always want to ask why. That's the only way you're going to get down in understanding a map. Why do you have those patterns? So why do we have, first of all, what kind of pattern do we have for the Starbucks? And then why do we have the pattern? If South America doesn't drink Starbucks, there's no Starbucks in Africa at all. What about in India? I'm willing to bet there are Starbucks there, but the problem is the scale of the map is not showing as many of them as you would see in other parts. There are no Starbucks in Iceland. Can't tell you that. All right, same thing with McDonald's application. All right, so one of the things to keep in mind when we look at places is how something is dispersed, or if it's in a straight line, which is linear, or if it's nucleated, meaning it's all together. Okay, so hold on, this slide take a second. All right, so we also use data to look at elevation, and you are not going to have a contour map, don't worry, but I wanted to show you. A contour map is the way we used to, well, it's one of the ways that we show elevation data on a flat map, and here we're using lines to represent so many feet, or usually 5 feet of elevation as you keep going up. But your eye begins to be trained once you work with these long enough that you can actually see, oh, this mountain is actually rising. This is rising up because I can see the contour lines are so close together. Data is collected and then mapped in this format to show elevation. You're probably more familiar with looking at elevation in terms of graduated color or shaded elevation, which is exactly what this is doing. This is shaded elevation, so from the Gulf Coast to the high plains all the way over here in West Texas. So we come all the way from the Gulf Coast into the coastal plain and into the area known as, oh my gosh, this is the prairie areas and central Texas, and then we gradually continue going on up the staircase all the way into West Texas. I'm sorry, this is the hill country carved out by some of the river. Oh, okay, my Texas friends. Okay. All right, so we also look at maps because of the distortion that maps have, and this is still all part of Unit 1. This is a big topic here with maps, and we have to consider, depending upon the information we're looking at, is there distortion, and what does that distortion do to my interpretation of that data? It does have an effect on how you perceive the size of places and the arrangement of places and the distance between places. But if you are just depicting data on there, particularly human data, and you're not using it for measurements and things like that, if you remember that there's issues of distortion, you're just looking for patterns of data, the distortion is not going to interfere too much with your interpretation. But you do need to recognize that maps have this distortion, which does alter our complete understanding of the true representation of that particular place on the planet. All right, so if we move also further down into this particular unit, what kinds of data do we collect? Well, when we're dealing with human data, the best type I prefer is to get it from the Census Department. I love the census, and the 2000 census was just a wealth of data for geographers, and then the 2010 was kind of disappointing. So I'm excited about the 2020 because there's more of the questions that they put in. But the data that we can get from the census, it starts to allow us to see certain types of patterns. For example, average family size. Now, what would I want to do with it? Besides, I love to see patterns and I love data, and it drives my students nuts, I'm sure. But this is just it's droolable. I think that's awesome. But what does this tell me? This tells me that if I'm down here in this region of Texas, or I'm over here in this area of the West, well, for one, I need to consider how big these counties are, what the population is, because those are huge compared to these areas, and particularly out here. But I still have a significant pattern that the average family size out here is running from 3.13 to 4.74 people. So anyway, keep in mind that that's an average. So, but that means that I have to potentially address these needs. If these have a large family, then aren't they going to need schools? Aren't they going to need certain types of businesses that cater people who have a lot of children? Versus areas here in the upper Midwest that have less than 2.86. That means they don't have very many kids, and if they don't have very many students, then what is that doing to their school system? And maybe some of you are in those areas and definitely know that there's not a lot of kids in some of your schools, and schools are being consolidated. Other towns, and your community distance is awful in a lot of cases. So this is what this kind of data tells me. It's showing me pattern. Would I want to use this to plan for a particular site, for a particular town? No, I need to get more and more specific. So those are things that I would want to consider. Now we're going to move into the next unit, which is population and migration, and look at how data impacts some of our interpretation. So using the topic of population change and what we see with natural increase and doubling time and growth rates, we begin to process data at a different level of scale. We're looking at this global scale, and we have to begin to ask, well, how could this might not be totally correct? Well, we're looking at national level and the whole world as a whole, and so we're not looking at what is going on in regions of the country or certain towns and cities in the country. That's not being divided up here, and so that's one of the limitations of our data. Still giving us some interesting patterns, and so that if we look at in terms of population growth, so the previous one was looking at population change. So where are we going to have increased population change? Going to be sub-Saharan Africa and South and West Asia. If we look at projected population growth, we're starting to get a little bit different pattern. We're picking up some areas in South America. We're picking up more areas here in West and South Asia of where we are looking at population growth in this region in a 30-year period of time. And then when we look at fertility rate, shouldn't there be a relationship between population growth and fertility rate? If we have higher growth, we're going to have higher fertility rate, right? So what is interesting is, I know what the next slide is, but what is interesting is look at this region here, South and West Asia, and then Africa. Okay? Keep your eye fixed on this, because this is become relatively closer to 2.1 to some degree. Your height here is 2.5 degrees, so they definitely reduced in the last 30 years. But pay attention to this group when I show you this next one. All right, so this is 1970. The top is 1970. I'm looking at patterns of change of data over time. I've added another component, change over time. If I'm looking at 1970 and now I'm looking at 2017, look at this, y'all. Look at the areas that are purple here in 1970 when the United Nations and other programs started to address development and linking fertility and large family to development issues. Look where we are now today. Now these are still huge populations. Don't get me wrong. They are still huge populations. They're living longer, so you have this population momentum also as a factor. But we have fewer. Our fertility rate in a lot of countries has declined significantly, such that they've been able to better manage their growth. That's what I'm getting out of looking at these. Why is Africa so high? Good question. I love that kind of question, because now we're thinking, well, look at Africa in 1970. Look at Africa in 2017. I would turn that question around and say, wow, look at the progress that sub-Saharan Africa has made. Why is Africa still so high? Because high fertility rates are tied to lower economic development. We have a lot of children because of fear, for a variety of reasons. Fear that you're not going to have a child survive into adulthood. You need it to help domestic and farming levels. You in some cases, very strong Catholic countries, one needs to go serve the church. The girls get married off. You don't have them in some cultures. So there's all, and then you have mortality rate for children, infants and children, flus and diseases, things that in the developed world are more result early on through vaccination. So that's actually what's happened here, is that they brought healthcare to less developed areas of the world. Vaccines, better quality of water, access to medical care, access to sanitation. That is what has changed the mortality rate. And when you change the mortality rate, then people don't have so many children because they don't need to have as many, because they have the confidence to know that their children are going to make it to adulthood and become the Social Security policy that they wanted them to become. Okay? I hope that long explanation answered your question. That's one of my favorite topics. All right, so if we now look at mortality rates, and we look at mortality rates, the top one is both sexes. We're looking at data, plotted data. So we have both. Oh my God. Then we have large numbers of child mortalities, and then we have female mortality itself. Do we see anything here that is going to be interesting patterns or different kinds of patterns? Well, we have very low under 5 mortality in the northern world, in the developed country, but we also have low mortality in countries that have less density and are not in your mid tropic area where you're subject to tropical types of diseases. Right? All right, so let's go on. Migration topics are also a factor in this particular topic. And how do we begin to look at migration? Instead of looking at a chart, this means a lot more. I hope you're seeing this. This means a lot more because now I'm looking at chain migration from one place to another. I'm looking at migration flow. So I'm taking this data and I'm plotting in from the directions that it's going, where's it going, what are main routes of migration. And the significance of this in terms of looking at these is that these migration flows allow these countries to better plan. Not just when the people show up at the door or at the border. Now we're able to plan if we see these chains of migration happening. And so anyway, I have a great visual with it. And so, all right, so our next one is dealing with some of y'all's favorite topic. I've been asking this by a couple students, the demographic transition model. This whole thing is nothing but data, y'all. It's glorious data. Oh my God. If you spent only 10 minutes looking at this, you'd have spent any time in class looking at the data. Look at all this beautiful data, all these numbers. Yes, I did love math before. I know that's hard. But anyway, all of this data comes into play to then be able to interpret what is going on. How do we take all of this and figure out, well, what countries fall into which one of these stages? How do we still get a rising population in the third stage and our birth rates are dropping? Well, that population momentum, well, what does that mean? That means people are living longer. There's data. How long are they living? Well, maybe 45 years, maybe 65 years, maybe now up to 80. How about in Japan where you have 1 million people over the age of 100? So this is becoming a factor here. So they are living longer. So your population is expanding. They're having fewer children, but your population is still expanding because they're living longer. So what is happening? Well, fewer people are dying. That's the answer here. Fewer people are dying. And that again is a death rate. So we got birth rate, death rate, we have growth rate, we have life expectancy, which has to be applied through understanding why the population is expanding. How does that all happen? Well, access to education, economic development. Economic development is a catch-all for improved infrastructure, improved sanitation, employment, less business type stresses. And oh my gosh, this is a model. This is a model. It was built upon England, but here's 5 other countries and their demographic transition model over time. This is on Our World in Data. So if you love the DTN and love all this data, you should have Our World in Data bookmark for yourself. It's a glorious place for the numbers and data and showing all the great stuff. The whole point here is that you need to realize that all the data has to come in here to be able to interpret this model. However, it's a model, and like any model and any set of data that we are putting into a different dimension and mixing a lot of different data with it, it has limitations. And one of the limitations of this particular model that is essential today is that it doesn't take into consideration migration. It does not consider migration, and it also does not consider regional development within a particular country, and it also doesn't take into account very rapid or quick fixes to birth rates and death rates. And so there are some limitations that people take. All right, so we continue looking at data. Let's look at the political unit. In political processes, we look at where places are, why they begin to fall apart. We talked about this the other day, and we looked at what causes island nations to have devolutionary factors. Well, what's the data showing me? The data showing me that we have all of these islands here, and these islands are going to have different situations arise that allow for ethnic populations or lack of ability to rule certain area. If we get out of hand, and if we don't know what's going on, then we could have some threat to our sovereignty. But most importantly, if we keep track of where certain groups are doing certain things and patterns like this, we begin to see that there's clustering or there's dispersal of different parts of the country for different types of discontent, and country can then respond to it. And it's tougher when you are, I'm going to use the word, I like it. It's tougher when you are a fragmented state. Okay, that's an island nation. Okay, all right. So some of the things that we could keep track of, rise of terrorism, political violence. Look over here with Indonesia, also with Japan. These are dealing with a large number of islands where certain things can happen, and it could put the whole country at risk. Now, limitation of the data. This is at the country level. This is not at the regional level in the country, and so it doesn't give you the accurate portrayal that you would need of, say, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Japan, 2,000 islands. And so even the United States, we have some fractional issues that are going on in some more remote area, and it doesn't reflect when you see it at country level. So next, I can look at genocides. This is all part of the political unit. What patterns do I have for genocides and ethnic cleansing? And so then I'd have to go in here and ask my why. My why is going to be followed by my because. And so I can look at this area right here in the Middle East and start answering some of those. Well, there's a war in Syria, and there was a war in Iraq, and we've got some other uprisings in Algeria. So what's going on in China? I need to look at those. All right, so I gotta go faster. So I can now look at a country level, and I can see this is where I start to have a pattern. So if I'm starting to have a pattern of ethnic conflict that results in the threat to my sovereignty, I now can see that I'm mapping that data where these are. Data analytics is so amazing. It's one of the newest. It's a new area of study. Well, you mix that with some geography. Oh my God, that's a good job. All right, so once again, here's my other example of a graph. It's like, okay, there's 3 lines all over it. Pick up this and that kind of stuff. Well, this is looking at people in poverty. Okay, doesn't mean I need to see clustered data. I need to see diverse data. I need to see what's going on. Well, now I'm looking at a very definite area here where I've got some clustering of extreme poverty. That means that they are living on less than $1.90 a day, and they are not able to actually feed themselves. So what does that have to do with other development factors? Well, how about poverty and life expectancy? Is there a correlation? Okay, so there is a correlation to some degree about deep poverty versus life expectancy, and less poverty, higher life expectancy. So there is a more correlation right here. Poverty is measured about $3.10 a day. So we want to keep that in mind. But you know what? I'm still not getting a spatial perspective, even though it's color. So here's my spatial perspective. This is a multidimensional poverty index. This means that people are so poor that it plays a role in their health, their education, their livelihood, and mortality rate. So this is what I'm playing here. This multidimensional poverty index shows me more specifically where is it the worst of the worst. Okay, so in the urban section, for those of you who are so like, I don't know what to do with urban, we haven't had any go back in the videos. All right, so in the urban section, we're still using data analysis to look at cities and urban land use patterns. So okay, so hodgepodge of colors. No, actually, this is great data. This is telling me what is going on in this particular city, which is London. Where are places? What type of patterns we have? With different types of structure? What is going on? I want to look at this more clearly. I want to see how I can see trends in this particular city and in this particular area. So I can zoom in on this particular area here, and I can start seeing more patterns in terms of land use. And so I'm going to go from here, right here to right here. Okay, what's going on? Is it residential? Is it commercial? How is it all happening? So now I'm going to look. I'm looking here. Pull my Google map. I got to get closer, closer. So I'm looking at where there are connections. Where are we sitting in terms of the Thames River? I'm going to get closer. I'm still looking at this particular area right here. Right here, I start to read some of the toponyms. But now I'm going to get even closer and get a better idea of exactly how these folks are using the land right in this area. Okay? So now I'm going to get closer. Oh, look, lots of green space. Maybe not what you picture right on the bank of the Thames River. Look at this. And that was actually water. When we look back here further, I couldn't really tell that was water. Can't really. Okay, that gives me an image right there, but it's like not really sure what's going on here. But now when I get closer and closer, the data is revealing exactly what is in the place. And I get closer. Nice marina right there next to a big fancy. Oh, Tower of London. Notice everything in London closed on the map. So this is the Tower of London. Green face, everything. The main highway. I want to get closer. And now this is what I'm looking at. So by looking at urban data, where places are and what's around them, I now can understand better how density of a city is, how density may play into, say, for example, expansion of viruses, how people live, how they work, how they function, what needs to happen. There's a cruise ship, and what a city looks like. So here we have where the old meets the new, the modern architecture with the old traditional architecture of Tower Bridge. All right. So in the last unit, which is on development, this is where we start to hit the particular type of analysis that has to be done in terms of explain the possible limitation of the data provided. I've been talking about that on some of these, but specifically here, we want to look at what is skewing our perception of the data. Now we still see a pattern. I give you that. We see a pattern, but in this particular type of data, we're looking at GDP per capita, and we're looking at the GDP per capita. And what this is showing me is that it's too simplistic. It doesn't account for personal distribution of income of the people, but yet it's called per capita. And so people tend to interpret it to mean that's what everyone in the country makes. But that's not true. This is the national wealth of the country, not not even apply personal wealth. And that is a problem with the type of data and the way it's presented. The next, dealing with the HDI. And HDI is one of the ones that everyone memorizes, life expectancy, knowledge, standard of living, all of that. And that's great, but we begin to have similar problems here. And HDI, let me go past that. When we start to look at HDI, we look at the problems with it. It's not comprehensive. We're looking at multiple variables that are coming in to give us this index. It doesn't measure short-term development, meaning that it's measuring things over a very, very long period of time. And it's not looking at what happens if you have a short-term burst of economic contributions to the economy. What happens if you come in and start schools, all things like this that contribute to the HDI variable, but it's short-term initially. It's not going to show up in your HDI. Additionally, the data complex. There's all these different types of data complex. And then income isn't even calculated in here. And we're talking about human development. Income, a personal income, is going to be a separate variable that needs to be considered, but it's not. HDI stands for the Human Development Index. It's a means of measuring population development of a country based on your life expectancy, your levels of education, and your standard of living. All of these are factors that are part of the population unit and how we look at development. Once again, it was in the stuff that we covered in the videos for Unit 7. So if you didn't see those and you didn't think you need to be responsible for Unit 7 at all, please go back and look at those so there's no surprises for you. All right, so let me go on, and we are getting close to time, so I'm going to go on past it. But so we've looked at the different types of data that is presented in that. We have to describe facial patterns using that data. We have to explain it to come up with a conclusion. That's the why because concept. We're comparing two different kinds of maps. Do we see trends? Do we see trends over time? How do we illustrate certain processes? How do we begin to see how data is going to change a place or is reflective of change? And then lastly, what are those limitations? And ultimately, why, what, because. Okay. Now, questions to practice. And you may have to go back and look at these on the video because I'm actually giving two of them because I couldn't make a decision today. All right. So in this particular question, I'm giving you a visual data population statistics for China. So I want you to go through and look at the data shown in the table, calculate the natural. You're not going to need to do this for the AP exam, so if you skip that part, we can look at that. But I would ask you to calculate the rate of natural increase. All right. Describe total fertility rate. What does that mean? What does that represent here? And looking at the natural increase rate, describe how to calculate the doubling time of Indian population. Should have that in the population unit you have. And then ultimately explain how China's population statistics are unusual for a country with an economy that's still in the process of industrializing. So think about this. This all comes from the data of the population unit. And there's also another question, and I'm going to let you go back and look at it because it deals with Unit 1 and looking at basic map representation from Unit 1. Pretty good question. All right. So any questions? My trusty office assistant. Do I have any questions that I haven't answered? I can see them. And what are my questions? What accounts for South America's relatively high development, industrialization in Brazil, heavy manufacturing in Brazil, and also in Argentina. Argentina has a very large immigrant population that has come in over the last 50, 75 years and brought industrialization with them, plus a very strong agricultural economy as well in Argentina. Brazil was an area, one of the BRIC countries. It's on the Pacific Rim, one of the areas that development was excellent to extend to because of lower labor costs. Why would the dairy industry also be? Yes, dairy is an acceptable answer to A on that question on Weber's cost theory. Could COVID be a form of Malthusian population check? Well, in my environmental science class, we would talk about that, but we probably won't talk about that here. I don't think your mortality rate is yet high enough on the COVID because science and technology have interfered here and to prevent the mortality. When I'm looking at is bulk gaining and bulk reducing. What is bulk gaining and bulk reducing is part of Weber's cost theory. I explained that in the very beginning, so if you go back, bulk gaining is where you are adding to a product, and bulk reducing is where you're breaking down a natural resource to make it lighter for shipment. Are we allowed to use personal examples from our state, city, and our effort? You can use them, make sure they apply. It depends upon where you're at. Yes. Why are there more female mortality rates higher than male mortality rates? It depends upon where you're at. In less developed countries, if there's not civil war going on, you can have higher female mortality rates, particularly of reproductive age. Female mortality in childbirth is one of the leading causes of death for women. Childbirth is not an easy process in a lot of places, and I think if they taught that in health class, we would solve some problems in the country. That's an editorial comment. So is it possible for populations to go backwards in the DTM? Yes, Afghanistan has. However, there is no country in stage 1. There is no country in stage 1. There is no country in stage 1. Is there ever an exception where a business might want to be far away from the market? There are some businesses that are far away from your market. Anything that's what we call a footloose industry, telemarketers, editorial operation. My producer for this actual video is in Los Angeles. I'm in Houston. Hollywood is in New York City. So we don't even have to be in our markets, and you all are out there. You all are our market, and we are connecting. Oh my God, the geography is beautiful, y'all. You are connecting through technology to allow us to get the message out without having to be right here. Isn't that beautiful? Geography is everywhere. Do we ever go over Unit 1 at all? Yes, I've been this whole time. All of the map stuff was all part of Unit 1. I don't know what kind of maps or graphs will mostly be on the AP exam because they're all going to apply to the unit. Maps and graphs are going to apply to the data in the unit. So you need to be able to interpret them, which was the whole point of today's and yesterday's sessions, as well as what Frank's going to do tomorrow on the fourth scale. Do we need to memorize the distortions of each different? No, you do not need to memorize the distortions of each different projection at all. You need to know what kinds of distortions there are, but not how each one is done. Could you use the census map in relation? These are good questions. Could you use the census map in relation to where to put a business? Yeah, absolutely. That's why we use the census map. We use them to determine where we might need to build more schools, and we use it not at the county level, but we use it the census data at the block level to determine like if we have a whole bunch of young children in an area, we might need more elementary schools, or if we don't have any young children, we might need to close them down. So what kinds of restaurants or daycare facilities, or do we need housing for independent living for older folks, that kind of thing? Yes. What other than Germany, what countries are at stage 5 in the demographic? Okay, well, we got to be careful with stage 5 concept, but Japan is your answer there. Japan would fall into that stage 5. In fact, Japan is actually classic stage 5. There's some issues with Germany. Belgium's government, no, Belgium is still, it's not a devolution. Belgium's still one country. You have those factors that I explained yesterday could lead to devolution, but they've solved it civilly. They have representation. So no, I would not, no, do not connect, question is, can we connect von Thunen's model to question A? No, it's least cost theory. Are there other bulk gaining industries associated with corn other than ethanol? Livestock raising. The reason Iowa and Ohio and parts of Michigan and Illinois and Kansas and Nebraska, all of that was all right there on top of them is because that's where they grow corn. They also have cattle, they have dairy farms, and then they also have one large beef producing area in the country. Listen to the news. With the COVID virus, they've had to close down some of these slaughter plants. Those slaughter plants are there in those small towns near where they are raising that livestock. Why are they raising that livestock? Because that's where they grow corn. And if they're not growing corn, they're growing soybeans, and soybeans and corn are both used to feed livestock. So livestock are an example of an industry that is located near the source of the material. If our teacher didn't go over Unit 6 and 7, do we still need to do the FRQs about those units? You need to be prepared for Unit 6 and 7. So Ms. Brent and I went over Unit 6 and 7 for you. So save yourself some time and go watch the videos with same and we will have explained Unit 6 and 7 to you. So guys, I'm going to stop here as I am running out of the allocated time. And those questions I haven't answered, I will answer offline here in just a few moments. So you guys did great today with those questions. They were all right on target. You're thinking great. I love you the way you're thinking. You are going to ace this, and I'm so proud of you all. And I hope some of my kids are watching, but I have a feeling they're going to watch the rerun. All right. So once again, contact collegeboardcd.org/tech if you need electronic devices to help run with everything for the AP exam. And thanks for watching. Take care. Go out and see the geography around us. Start thinking. Those are great questions, y'all. And have a great night. Bye bye.
Hey, AP Human Geography students, welcome back for Friday's lesson. My son was very intrigued last time when he helped us, and so he was thinking about movie quotes, and he said, if you build it, they will come. So a little shout out to Iowa and Field of Dreams, and so we have built it, and we are glad that you are here. I'm going to go ahead and switch my screen over to today's lesson. Those of you that were with Miss Lindsley yesterday, you saw that she gave us a couple of FRQs to go over today, so I'm going to try and do this a little bit quickly because we got a lot of stuff to cover. This is a great opportunity, and I'm going to say it multiple times for you to, you're practicing, you're writing stuff down, to reach out to your teachers. You can share the link with them and tell them just the first couple minutes, and then have them give you some feedback. I think that is a great way for you to connect and work with your teachers as well. So for those of you that don't know me or are new to this, my name is Kristen Brandt. Brant. I'm from Glenbrook West High School. We are going to be using Slido.com. And so if you're with Miss Lindsay yesterday, you saw we switched to a moderated format just because of wanting to make sure that we're able to monitor what's happening. My daughter Kennedy is going to try and help kind of push questions over to the best of her ability. It's tough when we've got hundreds of people on at one time, but at least we'll answer some of the questions in real time. And the other ones, make sure, again, it's a great opportunity to reach out to your teachers and say, hey, this crazy lady from Illinois was talking about this. Can you explain what she means? It would be a great way to form those connections. So today we are going to talk about source analysis. And so we're going to look at some qualitative data and how it can be represented in maps and images and landscapes. Super fun. And so I thought, well, get to know me just a little bit more. This is a postcard that one of my teachers gave me. I went to school up in Minnesota. It is up in Minnesota, up in Bemidji, Minnesota. So there's my stuff. Way up here. And up there you'll see a wild rice casserole. And so wild rice is grown up there. Casseroles and hot dishes are part of our culture. The potlucks from the Lutheran church dinners. And so we'll talk a little bit about that impact on cultural landscape. My siblings live down here in the St. Paul, Minneapolis area, and a good old tater tot hot dish with some cream soup mixed into it, or a green bean casserole with some cream mushroom soup. Typical things we would find in those areas. And so the reason I started with this, we're talking about sources that even something as silly as this can also give us some insight into the geography of an area, the history of an area, the culture, and in some cases, even my dog is barking at a squirrel, so I apologize. But even just kind of the community feel of that area. So totally threw me off on that one. So I do want to start with our warm up here, and we're going to warm up with Miss Lindsay's lessons. And so yesterday she was talking about kind of how we're going to use these different our skills. And so one of the questions that she posed to you was looking in 2018, China had the world's largest population, and India had the second largest population. So when we say identify, remember we are going to have you identify some information, but we're probably not going to have you identify. We're not going to have you define anything, nothing that you can Google. So it would be something that we probably have you just identify from here. So for example, what are the two types of data that you see? And so typically that are used to calculate the rate of natural increase. So you would say death rate and birth rates are used to calculate the rate of natural increase. Yeah. So to describe what the total fertility rate represents, you would talk about how many children on average that a woman can expect to have in her lifetime. And so you may choose to that this is, you could describe it and say, typically is higher in less developed countries and lower in more developed countries. Using India's rate of natural increase shown in the table, describe how to calculate the doubling time of India's population. I'm not gonna lie, my students would have trouble with this because I tell them not to memorize it. Don't panic if you get a question like that. Do the best that you can. Try to explain it. See what happens. The correct answers would look at 70 years divided by the rate of natural increase. So in this case, it would be 70 years divided by 1.4% would equal 50 years. It would take us 50 years to double that time. So that's how you would calculate it. But I think you could work your way through it without memorizing all those numbers as well. Using the data shown in the table, describe the ability of China's population to replace itself over time. And so here, what you would talk about is that it's going to correctly describe the ability. Sorry, table shows that the total fertility rate is 1.8, and the country's population should remain stable. And so that idea that total fertility rate is not replacing itself, and so it's going to be difficult for them to replace it quickly. It's really what we would talk about. It suggests that it's unable to replace itself over time, and that ultimately the population should decrease. When we talk about China's population statistics are unusual for a country with an economy that's still in the process of industrializing. Absolutely. And so here, what we would talk about, we have an unusually high population, regardless of what type of economy that we have. China's death rate is unusual because it's similar to that of countries with fully industrialized economies. Its low birth rate is similar to that of an industrialized country, and so part of that is due to their anti-natalist policies that they've had in place. We could talk about that the rate of natural increase is unusually low for a country, industrializing countries. But I would say when you say explain, so why is that? You could talk about how still roughly half the population is engaged in agricultural activities, and so we still see sometimes some larger populations in rural areas, but the smaller populations in urban areas, and so there's a contradiction of terms here in China. Okay, and then the second one, so another practice one that she gave you. So here the map shows major rivers, mountain ranges, desert regions. You can read it as well as I can. But it says identify what each point symbol on the map represents. And so this would be something you Google. You actually just look at the map and you would say, well, 1 point equals 1 million people. Put that in a sense, great. Number 2, describe 2 topographic features that are shown on the map. So you could talk, you're identifying. So you'd identify. You could say the rivers are not labeled if you knew them, great, but you wouldn't be penalized. But I would say the Gobi Desert, the Taklamakan Desert, Tibetan Plateau, the Himalayas. Those are, you would just identify what you see there. 3, describe 2 ways that the topography affects the spatial pattern of a population distribution shown on the map. And so the 2 things that should jump to mind, definitely the clustering, the density along the coast. And so you might talk about how it is higher along the rivers or the coast because that's where water is available. The soils, the climate are suitable for agriculture. You could talk about trade as well, and movement of people along the river. Another thing you could talk about where it's lower. Take a look at the Himalayas or Tibetan Plateau. It's harsh climate, lack of suitable soil for agriculture. The Himalayas or the Taklamakan Desert. It's dry, it's arid, it's just not suitable for large numbers of people. And then number 4, describe the way that the availability of natural resources may affect population distribution. So you would say in areas of sparse natural resources, so harsh climate, lack of suitable soil for agriculture, lack of fresh water, population is more likely to be sparsely distributed. And so you could also talk about that. Sorry, I just talked to my daughter to click over. So you could talk about you could talk also about when we do have availability that is going to, so those resources, just the opposite of it, are going to encourage population as well. So there are a lot of questions about FRQs that just popped up that are going to show that you have questions about that exam. And so Kennedy I'm going to kind of advise her to just kind of look through a couple of them that's something that might jump out. So she's looking right now as I'm talking about it. Here's what I will tell you again: talk to your teachers. There are many different ways to tackle this. I mean, we can't go through absolutely everything right now, but that week before the AP exam, we are going to spend time. Miss Lindsay and I. So I'm going to take 2 days. She's going to take 2 days. I'm going to proctor an exam to you, and we're going to do it in timed resources, and then we're going to dive into those answers and really kind of tear apart. And that's going to be your opportunity to ask a lot of the nitty-gritty questions about those AP response. So just keep looking for those types of materials. I would say there was a question that did pop up. The total. So talk about the total fertility rate. If it's under 2, it's typically, no matter if it's close to 2, you're going to see that population decline. Because if you think about it, replacement rate is technically 2.1. If you have 2 parents and they have only 1 child, that's not replacing the 2 of them. And so having 2 parents, 2 kids, that's how that replacement comes into play. So technically, that's where that answer comes from. Okay. So here we go. Today we're gonna dive more into source analysis. Okay. And so we're gonna dive more into this. And so what we're gonna focus on, these are the key words that we see on the side. So identify, describe, explain, compare. Those are the main task verbs. The 5th task verb that you could have been asked is define, and we already said that's not going to happen. So what do we mean by that? So we talk about identify, we just practiced it. Right? So find an answer, number of possibilities. So indicator, provide information about a specified topic. A lot of questions came up last time. Can we Google things? I'm gonna tell you don't. Just don't even go down that rabbit hole of Googling anything, because if you end up in the wrong place, it can invalidate your entire test. Identify, typically it means we're gonna want you to look at the map just like I did with the 1 dot equals 1 million people. So that's the type of identify kind of think where that one's gonna be. When we ask you to describe, give a detailed account, including reasons or causes, sometimes you might be like, oh crap, what was that definition again? And so what you might do is maybe you have your notes from your class handy. Nobody can stop you from doing that, but you're not gonna have time to look up everything. The best thing you can do is practice your vocabulary. So get online, maybe do some online Quizlets, even though we're not gonna assess you on it, but get that brain going. What are those vocab terms? Explain. So here what we're talking about, remember, we're talking about give that detailed account, those reasons, those causes, those relationships. Here's where your examples are gonna come in. And then ultimately we get to compare. And I know Ms. Lindsay highlighted this yesterday, a lot of the compare, we're talking similarities and differences. differences, similarities and differences when we talk about compare. And so that's where we're going to kind of keep moving forward. So Miss Lindsay thinks you're absolutely correct that you won't have to identify. Could you please clarify? So what she means by identify is I highly doubt that if you're going to identify anything, you're going to identify something you see on a map. We have no secret knowledge to these exams other than they've told us you can't Google it. Just like that practice one that came from my AP, that identify where a dot equals 1 million people isn't identified. I mean, that would kind of be like a free point. You should be like, score. I just don't know if you're going to get those types of questions. So we're guessing you're not going to get a lot of identify. We're probably hedging. You're going to see mostly describe, explain, and compare. So great question. Okay, so the source analysis should come as no surprise. It shows up in a ton of units. And if we were teaching the last 2 units as well, or assessing it, we would see it in our urban unit. We definitely would see it also in our development/industry unit. But I'm going to just focus on the units that we see source analysis really kind of embedded. And so we're going to do a little bit with culture, a little bit of political, and then dive back into agriculture, everybody's favorite unit, right? So what is it we really need to know? The question here that I will say, so 2 things. We're going to get a lot of, I really, Kennedy, you can put that one over. Can we Google? Nobody's standing over your shoulder telling you not to. Here's what I'm going to tell you. You end up in the wrong chat. Even if it wasn't intentional, it can invalidate your entire score, and your name can be reported as someone who participated in unethical practices, testing practices. It's not worth it. You don't have time to look for that stuff. And so you're right. I mean, we can't stop you, but I will tell you, we've already caught a kid doing some other stuff, trying to set up some chat rooms, and we're just telling you, just don't even go down that path. So a couple things. Is the exam open book? I mean, I guess technically you can use your book. Again, don't count on it. If you've ever taken an open book test or open note test in your life, you don't have the time to look everything up. You got to practice. And then finally, should we spend time reviewing unit 6 and 7? The videos that Ms. Lindsley and I did that were kind of the big overviews really were finding those connections, because the reality is, talking about urbanization, don't spend time looking at the models, but understanding that rural to urban movement, that is in actually unit 2, population and migration. In development, that idea of talking about levels of development, well, we also talk about that in unit 2 of population. So if you really hit unit 2 hard, you're going to have the foundation for everything else. And we're going to talk on next Wednesday. I'm going to really hit the demographic transition model hard, and my goal is to show you how it connects to all those other units. Okay, so the first thing that we look at here is we talk about the introduction to culture. And so where it wants us to focus really is we're going to focus on this idea of kind of, what type of information is even being presented. And so we could look at, we talk about introduction to culture, what are some of those cultural traits? I mean, I like food, and clearly it's getting close to dinner time, so I'm hungry. So I started thinking about, okay, food, how might we represent this? And so I showed you my Minnesota one with my casseroles and hot dishes, but we could also quantify here, take something qualitative and quantify it. So we could talk about, I love this, the top ranked Thanksgiving dish. I mean, could that be any more cultural, right? And so we take a look at, in the Midwest, the mashed potatoes. We take a look at the rest, it looks like stuffing, and you can look at the other images here. But it's interesting, if you ask my students, I have a student who, his family's Italian, and he lives here in the Chicagoland area, and guess what? They always have spaghetti and meatballs at their Thanksgiving dinner, because that's part of defining who they are. So we could map out other foods, as you see down below, the fruit salad, mac and cheese, green bean casserole that I mentioned earlier, and salads. But we can also look at these restaurants. And so you're taking something qualitative. So what tends to be a trait, that food, I could have pictures and telling you there's some great images out there too. Like I had a map, I just can't use it because of copyright, but I had a map that had the different chains throughout. So I would see, like in California, the In-N-Out Burger, or how do you know you entered the South? Hello, you see Waffle Houses everywhere, right? But this was interesting, because here's what I started to think about too, is kind of even what resources are available. That if I look at seafood along the Southeast, well, think about it, they're on the coast, and so you're going to see more regional cuisine. Burgers, hello, the steakhouses. This is where your cattle, your beef, and so we're going to eat that. In Wisconsin, we could talk about brats. It's not on there, but that's part of that German tradition about who settled there. And so there's that connection then to migration. And let's just be honest, I'm sorry to those of you in New York City, but Chicago deep style pizza is the winner for best pizza. I know I'm making y'all groan right now. Sorry, if you've never had Chicago style pizza, it's pretty fabulous. Not good for you. There's a reason when we get to our maps later on obesity that we see some of that in the Midwest. But take a look at, we've been using the term Tex-Mex, so down along the border, that should make sense as well, because you see more of an immigrant population from Mexico as well. So one of the questions, quantitative versus qualitative. And so quantitative, we're talking about numbers. Qualitative typically is kind of these bigger concepts. So how can we then quantify it? I think this is a really good example. So I'm going to show you. So the timing of that question is absolutely perfect. And so here it says one of the most popular home styles in Western United States. So this is definitely qualitative, right? These are images. We're seeing where we're going to find the Mediterranean style home. Why do we see that there? Well, think of the climate. Think of Mediterranean climate. Typically that's and who settled there. That style of home is also typical of things I would see probably in Greece along the Mediterranean Sea there. Ranch styles tend to also be really popular, partly because we don't have to worry so much about heat rising, and we can kind of distribute that throughout the home. In modern style, I think if we looked at wealth, we'd probably see some connection there. Kind of progressive areas. We talked hierarchical, I guess we could connect it. When we take a look at what LA and Hollywood and the role that plays. Versus if I look in the South, okay, so again qualitative. I'm just looking at, here's some images. So Southern styles. So I'm looking at I think that European styles, so the colonial homes, you can find the Victorian homes, but this is heavily going to be dependent on early settlement, and so it's going to be very reflective of things we would have seen in Europe during that time period. I think the other thing we talk about is what resources were available. And so homes were typically built out of going to be a lot of timber, just because that was available. If they're bricks, typically we're looking for what materials are there. Okay, so those are very qualitative. Now watch, we can quantify. We can map out. We can actually put numbers to this as well, but we can look where these trends. Finding a Cape Cod, you're going to find a lot of that in the New England area, and so we can kind of map out where we see those numbers. We can see this proportional symbol map, see the different sizes of the circles. And so I'm not going to ask you to memorize this. And some teachers spend a lot of time because they're really interested in architecture. It's great. It makes you go a little more in depth in that area. The whole idea here is that we're trying to define the culture. Okay, so I'm not going to let her put a ton of questions in. So I know that there's some pressure to put some in, and so she's rolling her eyes at me right now. And so no, because it gets a little bit tricky. And so you don't, should you know that the popular and folk style houses of a region, you could. Again, you don't have to stick to one example. But typically the examples are going, if we talk about folk or pop culture, you can use other examples than just architecture too. So this doesn't interest you, you can find other examples. Where we find though is there's still this divide. There's a divide between the haves and the have-nots. We could talk about income distribution. Here we're talking about the digital divide. We're going to talk about, this we take a look at the people that are online versus offline. So we talk about access. None of this should be completely surprising. You might be a little surprised that this was in 2008 with China. A lot of that is kind of the moderation too. You start talking about a unitary government versus a federal government, and so kind of the role that plays. Also, we take a look at Ethiopia versus just the access and wealth to some of that those things. So this also, when we talk about wealth, sometimes manifests itself in our cultural landscape as well, and that's going to be our next section. This I thought was really interesting that I found, the global Gulf supply. So why talk about Gulf? You could talk about it in terms of our landscape, which I'm going to show you in a second. We could talk about it in terms of business and wealth. It's not a cheap sport. It is something that where we see business, a lot of business deals that happen. So this is an opportunity for you to just kind of see where, okay, we see a lot more golf courses in more developed countries, but it doesn't mean they're only there. And so when we shift to cultural landscapes, why are we seeing them develop in other places? And we're seeing them develop in other places because that means of wealth and I would say of business opportunities. So this, I'm not going to lie, I have to check my notes because I do not have it memorized. And so one of the things that we look at is you could look for patterns. We talked about this earlier in our lessons, and we take a look here of where the homes are. And so look at some differences here. So this is in Chile. The next one is in Germany. Here's what I found interesting. Take a look at Germany, and it looks like it butts up to some farmland as well. Feels like much more open place. Where Chile feels like they plunked it right in the middle of that city. So then I start thinking, well, I'm wondering if this is kind of like an island of development here. Is this where we're going to pool all of our resources so that this is where we, kind of these primate cities, so this is where all of the resources go, and we bring all of the business people in. We're Germany, we know that they're an MDC, and so we can afford to put this out in other areas as well. This one is Kenya, and you can definitely start to see here the green, where they're spending money on watering some of this versus the drier areas as well, kind of that encroachment. This here is in China. This one I just thought was kind of interesting, very uniform looking homes. You see the river, you see some of those resources. So when we talk about cultural landscape, that's a question that just came up from our cultural landscape. That definition is that visual imprint on the surface that humans have made. So a human-made visual imprint, like a mark. Yes, I know students do get confused by this one. Mine do too. They get it wrong all the time. Clearly, I say, right? So, but this one I thought was interesting in Bahrain. Look how dry that is. And you talk about those areas and think about the resources you have to make that grass super green that has to go there. So you could talk about environmental issues. You could talk about what they value as well. Okay. This I think there's one of the questions that I think I saw you guys talked about was can you use kind of local or personalized examples? If you're able to connect it back to I've been talking about Chicago examples, right? I talk about the role of golf courses in business. It's really about how it connects to geography. Then absolutely, if you talk about where you live, you have no, I think about where I grew up in rural Wisconsin. We didn't have access to a lot of things, and so that could just be my starting off point into how it connects to geography. That idea of global land use. So clearly, we were just talking about those choices that people are making to use the land for golf courses versus this is I thought interesting when we start talking about how we actually do use the land. I think you're going to really like the next map. I'm super excited about the next one. But this idea of here's how much the land surface, here's how much we occupy. This is where we can actually use 50% for agriculture and so forth. You don't have to memorize any of this, but just kind of in the back of your head, think about how we're using it, how we're losing some of that. This to me is a really cool map. So what they did is they took how we use our land in the United States, and they did exclude Hawaii and Alaska when they did this study. And they made, for lack of a better, I hate to use the word cartogram here because they're not putting completely, they try to put it in the United States shape, but the size, if you really look at those squares, they're trying to put, this is what it would look like. And so this is what they say how we use our land. And so if you take a look up in the Northeast, it doesn't mean this is the only places that are urban and commercial, but out of all the contiguous United States, that's how much land we use for urban commercial. Take a look at Florida. This is grown by, and I want to just double check on, so I'm giving you the right numbers here. It's grown from 28 million acres to 40 million. It is now bigger than the state of Florida of the 100 largest land owning families. So that to me is crazy. Look how little land we use for food we actually eat, the pasture, which should make sense, that cow pasture that we have so much space. If you think of Van Thunen's model, right? We use that large area. So this is just a different way of looking how we use our land and that idea of the landscape. So do you need to know the difference of golf courses around the world? No. Again, that's just an example of how we could use some qualitative, those images and analyze the topography. We could talk about wealth. We could talk about, what else did we talk about? We talked about business. We talked about the use of that environment and the water. So you want to be able to, it's all about those connections. This is not a course that you can memorize your way through. You have to be able to think and apply those concepts that your teachers have been teaching you all year long. So here's another good example. I'm sure your teachers talked about sequent occupants. Probably the favorite image that your teachers showed, or at least that I show my students, is where I got a picture in Italy where I can, you show, either the Colosseum and then some newer buildings. I use a ton from Europe where you show kind of like these traditional places and then you have the modern buildings in the background. So it's that idea of layers over time. But these I thought were kind of interesting, something new to think about. So on the left here, where you see these 5 columns, this is actually in Oregon. So this is what the land looked like in Oregon with the indigenous. And then as the pioneers moved in, then kind of the commercial agriculture moves in. Then we take a look at industry moving in, and then ultimately postmodern. And so how that's evolved over time. The one on the right is an image of Chicago. And so I chose this one because this is so cool, the water tower place. So if you don't know, Chicago survived rebuilt after a pretty massive fire, right? And who started it? I'm not sure. But out of all seriousness, this idea of the water tower surviving, and then you see these beautiful modern buildings. You can even find these iconic buildings. This one I just thought was really pretty, but you can find some where you can see the John Hancock building in the background. And so the idea of those layers, and so part of the history, but also the modern world as well. And so the idea of the ability to rebuild and being able to talk about how we kind of define our areas. Okay. So another thing that they talk about, you have seen gender in every kind of unit. And so in the cultural landscape, how can we see gender? And so we can talk about this idea of women in the workforce. And so we can talk percentages, which is totally qualitative, right? We're talking numbers. So here's the percentage of women that are working. I thought this was interesting here that talks about that generally gender parity is a good thing, but sometimes higher percentages, sometimes are more necessity, and it doesn't necessarily mean choice or quality. And so that's really where we have to do a little digging then into the landscape, into the culture, and understanding and we would start to look for other indicators as well. And so here's one. This was from the Pew Research Center that we have actually seen, going forward. We're starting to see men and women employment kind of getting closer together. If we pulled in data and wanted to look at pay, there's still a discrepancy there. But this is the piece that I think is interesting, that we still see women in some traditional jobs. And so this is where we would say, okay, how is this reflected in culture? And so we definitely, these tend to be some of, when we start looking at kind of in the United States, we're going to see, very few women in HVAC, and I forget exactly what it stands for, heating and cooling industry, refrigeration, mechanics, installers, civil engineers, very few. But take a look at speech pathologists, physical therapists. We're seeing those numbers. We could have put up, nurses or teachers as well. But that idea of then how's that changing that landscape? How's it changing the culture of those areas? Okay. One of the questions here that I think is good, that talked about sequent occupants occurred at different cultures came to the area. It can also show that. It can show development over time. It can also show different cultures coming to an area. It's not just limited to it. It's layers over time. And so it could be cultures. It could just be development as well. So we see these manifest themselves in a lot of cultural patterns. And so this is one of my favorites, right? What do you call that? What you drink, right? What do you call it? Pop? Do you call it Coke? Do you call it soda? And then we start looking a little deeper, and you're like, what's going on in Wisconsin? How come it's kind of connected to St. Louis? And so then I might think about, well, there was that migration from the south to St. Louis. We talk about step migration. They stopped there. Some continued on to the Milwaukee area. So there's some trends there that maybe we find some links. A lot of it, even if sometimes you're wrong, but your thought process was right, in explaining, you're going to be okay. Because what we want to see is, are you grasping why and how things happen? I wish I would have found one that was nice and neat, about water fountain versus bubbler versus cooler. Is it kind of, where's that influence, the European influence on an area? And so this is really more about when we talk about these generic software games. It's really about kind of those regionalization as well, and those patterns of those terms. Part is language, part is settlement. The quintessential example is we take a look at Canada, and you take a look at the left one here, that French is cited as the mother tongue by 60% more of the population is green. The red is where English. We see definitely populations concentrated across, near the border of the United States, the Great Lakes. You could talk about conflict that comes out of that, potential conflict. I think the map on the right then just gives some hard numbers. And so if you take a look at where we've got kind of the qualitative of those hard numbers, but isn't it much more powerful when I look at the colors to kind of see where those trends are? Well, then it starts to make sense why Quebec is having some conflict versus the rest of the country where they see more English speakers. It does manifest itself in signs, where I'm going to see both English and French. And so that's kind of what we want you to be able to see is how do we take numbers, how do we visualize them, and then how do people see it in the landscape. I love talking about kind of some of the trends that we see in the United States. This is probably a map many of you have seen. There's an FRQ question that I used to use with a retired one that I used to use with my students. We talk about, can you identify what religion, by looking at the grave, you didn't see the key, would you be able to say that is either Mormons or the Church of Latter-day Saints? If you saw the orange, would you be able to tell me without seeing it that's where you wouldn't probably have to be able to say the Evangelical Lutheran Church, but could you say that Lutherans were located up there or the Baptists in the South? So that's something that we do want you to be able to visualize those trends. Again, know that if we were talking scale, I can't help but not talk scale. It doesn't mean every single person in that county is that faith. What it means is that that's the overwhelming majority. But then we talk about kind of how does it manifest itself? How do we see that back in that cultural landscape? If I was in Minnesota, in Wisconsin, and the Dakotas, you're definitely going to see some of those. You're going to see more churches. You're going to see potlucks. You're totally going to see some lutefisk feeds. You're going to see different. You're going to see different things kind of popping up as that are definitely reflective of that Norwegian culture. Same thing in the South. Like not only do you see the Waffle Houses when you come, but I will tell you, when my family and I drove to the South, like all of a sudden the big crosses everywhere. My daughter's nodding her head, she's like, yeah, because the Baptist Church, very wanting to make sure that their faith is first and foremost. One of the questions that just came up: can I explain possibilism? So remember, determinism. I'm going to start with the opposite first, because determinism. Remember, the environment is determining, and it's kind of dictating how we're going to do things. And this is going to come up again next week. Possibilism is that we make those accommodations and we make those adjustments. So we talked last week about building the levees or the dams in order to use that area. Would be more of a possibilism versus determinism. So one of the things that we also see with religion: should you know silent patterns of different religions in countries? Here's what I will tell you: definitely the United States, yes. Should you know kind of some European trends? And what I mean by that, I'll show you in a second. Should you know that Catholics tend to be in Southern Europe? Absolutely. Should you know Greek Orthodox or Orthodox, if I was looking in Russia or Greece? Should you know Protestants in Northern Europe? Absolutely. Should you know where Sunnis versus Shias are located in the world? Absolutely. Hindus? Absolutely. You should know those trends. Absolutely. Another trend that you should know is that we are seeing that I would say globalization is having some impact on. It talks about percent of residents who are religiously unaffiliated. And so this is looking at different cities across the United States where we are starting to see, we see number of people, religious places, we see some popularity versus kind of religion kind of struggling to find its foothold. And we talk a lot about secularism or globalization kind of taking people away. You don't have to go to a church anymore. I can watch it online. I don't even have to assign one faith over another. And I think that's causing some shifts in our culture. And so you're starting to see that more in our landscape. Other things that you're starting to see, this is in the United States, which is traditionally a Christian, founded on Christian values, we are seeing an increase in mosques, right? And so that's a change in the cultural landscape. I want to do a little shout out to any of our students that are Muslim, because I know that this is a difficult time for a lot of you as Ramadan has started. And so the fasting has begun from sunrise to sundown. And so, make sure those of you that are not, be supportive of your friends during this time. So not only are they at home, but it does make it a little more difficult as far as kind of how do we practice some of these things too. And so we're seeing that change in our landscape. But we do see religion's important to people in these areas. And so we look at kind of to the degree of importance. And that's what I mean about that change. And so we're starting to see that all over the world. And so is that because of, that time-space compression? So that internet distance doesn't matter as much. Are we starting to see, definitely think how busy we are in developed countries. And so we're pulled by a million different places. And so we look at in LDCs or our nations in transition where we see religion is very important in those areas. Is that because one, it gives hope. One, there's more time to really focus on it in some cases. So there's a lot of different things that you can kind of go down and talk about those ideas. That idea of diffusion. So this question just came up again. Do we need to know all the religious groups and their locations and their backgrounds? You should know the big ones. I'm not going to lie. You should be able to look at a map here. And if I didn't have the key up, you should be able to tell me where Christians are located, where Muslims are located, where right now it says China is where it, sorry, right, I don't know why they're unaffiliated, but you could say Buddhist, in those areas. And so I guess the point is that definitely should know that. And you should be able to talk about that idea. Just don't do it, Kennedy. You should be able, sorry, I was caught on some of the questions. You should be able to talk about the why. Why there? What are they, how did they get there? One of the questions that just came up, why is religion not seen as important in MDCs? And so just we're talking about that idea of we're seeing a rise of secularism, we're seeing a rise of kind of that globalization. So things that are taking you away from the church instead of putting the church into your life. And so we're just seeing that's a struggle right now. When we look at images here, when we take a look at those shapes and that architecture, it's part of that landscape again. And so you should be able to say, and I did choose some kind of obscure ones on purpose. But on the left, when you look up here, this is actually a Lutheran church in Iceland. But you probably should be able to guess Christian. Down here, you should be able to probably guess this is actually in Italy, and so Catholicism. And so hopefully you're able to do a mosque here. This is in the UAE. Orthodox. This is actually in Greece. And so that the Greek Orthodox Easter was just recently as well. And then we take a look over here that you see the Hindu temple. This is actually in Bangladesh. And so that idea of its imprint on the landscape, there's some beautiful images out there. Do you need to memorize every single one? No, but it's having just that awareness of how it reflects the culture and the religion. And so talking about language gets tricky because when we talk about language, that idea of spreading through migration patterns. And so here we take a look at the dark gray countries where the majority of people speak an Indo-European language as their mother tongue. And so we talk about colonization, you talk about migration, you can talk about trade. There's a lot of different reasons why we see that. And then ultimately, how is it reflected? And I thought this was really interesting. The number of internet users by language. That take a look around the world. Yes, there are other languages that are used. The Chinese should not surprise you when you talk about a billion people, but also government censorship. And you talk about when we talk about different government role or influence on those areas. So I just saw a question that kind of popped over. So that idea of secularism and indifference sometimes to faith. That idea of do we have to specify the structure of Catholic or Christian? Most likely you can just say Christian. I hate to say you might never have to say Catholicism if they're connecting something, but most of the answers you're going to be okay just by saying Christian as well. Okay. So political geography. When you look at this map of Europe, you should be able to say if I asked you about nations, so ethnicities and its ability to coincide with borders should make you think about nation states, and you should be able to say that in Europe historically we have seen that if you're in France, you tend to speak French and you have a shared culture. Now it's not everybody, but typically that's what we've seen over time. Yeah, and when we've seen some of these multi-nation areas, so where former Yugoslavia used to be, we know that Balkanization occurred in order to try and create more of that nation state feel here. People are going to struggle, and so sometimes when those lines don't coincide, we see things such as the Kurds that one of our largest stateless nations, so things don't coincide. So we take a look at the resources that they in the land that they occupy, and not having that unified voice makes it really difficult for this group of people to kind of move forward. But it's not just that. And I think sometimes we talk about that impact, that visual impact, and I'm not sure that Ms. Lindsay or I have talked about in the United States the indigenous population, so our Native Americans and the reservations that we have seen that are scattered throughout. And so the idea, we'll talk more about scale on Monday, but you kind of take a look at where they're spread throughout the United States and the history that forcefully moved them to those areas, and then the impact that they have on that land. And so we could zoom in and we can just take a look at Texas and kind of where those areas are. But I really, since I grew up in Wisconsin, I came across these maps here too. And so taking a look at the different tribes that are here, and so they kind of zoom in and we take a look at areas. And so I will say that the Ho-Chunk actually, in where I grew up, not all these areas, but where I grew up, they actually have established a casino on their reservation. And so kind of how the rules operate. This is before we've seen more casinos throughout other areas, because remember the type of government structure that is allowed in those areas. And so we can look, though, if you've ever traveled to these areas, you'll definitely see that visual imprint on there. And so really, when we talk about patterns and distribution, the type of land, typically it tends to be a little more isolated, tends to be land that probably we did not push them to the prettiest and best land possible. Do Kurds have their own language and religion? As far as religion, no, but their own language, yes, they're going to have a shared culture, and so that's what makes them definitely a nation. Okay, we got one last section here, and we are kind of running out of time, so I want to keep us moving forward. So this idea of settlement patterns, and we've talked about this before, but remember, it's about that visualization. So when we talk about settlement patterns, there's some great ones in your books that probably talk about how the center of population continued to move across the United States. This is just kind of another visual representation. So in 1790, you can see where population was clustered along our East Coast versus 1876. And then if we look at today, we still see that densely populated areas there, but we also see densely populated areas along our West Coast. And so you might talk about different entry points, Angel Island versus Ellis Island. You might talk about chain migration as well. So definitely we see more Chinese immigrants coming in through Angel Island versus more European immigrants coming through Ellis Island. People tend to, and we've talked about this, that sense of place, that people aren't typically leaving the areas where they first enter, just because this is where that idea of home is. But so when we take a look at then that visual imprint, as we did expand westward, we talked about township and range later on. And so we talked about at one point, and so that idea of how do we survey, how do we divide out that land? And so we divided it up. This was one of the ways we did. And how do we know? Look at that grid system. And so we take a look at those farms in the grid system. And so that idea of kind of making our squares versus in Europe, a lot of times they use the meets and bounds or the long lot system. But the meets and bounds, that idea of using kind of your landmarks, the rivers. And so you don't see the beautiful like grid system here, but you're definitely going to see as that visual imprint to the right, where you can see kind of a little more erratic visualization of it. And then finally, this is the last one. I totally got ahead of myself here. When we talk about source analysis, I talk about the second agricultural revolution. So you should in your head be able to go, okay, I know that this is when we start using more machines. Mechanization happens in our farming. And so I'm not going to focus necessarily there. It's kind of a byproduct of that. So what we've seen is definitely a total fact. We look at productivity. We take a look at how we're looking at this annual growth through these areas and using technology and how it's just kind of taken off. And we see that growth in the agricultural sector. We see it starting to take off in all developing countries except for sub-Saharan as much. And part is just, well, being able to compete with that technology really causes you then to lag behind. But hang on just one second. So how do we see that? Well, we see it distributed in our different food services. We see it in forestry and our farms. So types of things that we're using the mechanization in. We see productivity gains as well. In particular, we may not see as many people working in there, but we know that they're producing more. And then this is the kicker. Why is it important? Bam, more calories. We're able to produce more. We're able to give more a consistent base of food in order for people to what? Live longer. So in all these areas, that connection between mechanization, that idea of yes, we have less people working, but yes, we're producing more, means people then to shift into factories, shifted into urban areas, and are going to have better and more stable supplies of food, which does also help to increase life expectancy, plus also better access to healthcare. Okay, so we do have some challenges with all of that. Challenges, we are losing some of our, the reality of some of our land, and really there's a lot of pressure placed in California. We know that areas that are at risk as well, just because as these are coveted areas, and so we definitely know that there's huge pressure placed on this land because of urban growth as well. We know that even in urban areas, we could take a look at those food deserts, and so that idea of look at these low-income households on the left that are more than a mile from a grocery store. Well, how do you eat healthy? It makes it really difficult if you're not living near those areas. We can take a look at obesity, and we talk about kind of areas where we see more of that, and then we just talk about your healthcare indicators that we look at. And so this idea of taking a look at diabetes. And so the reason I put these maps up is just an opportunity for you to say, okay, how are we visualizing some of these trends, and then what connections can we make? So yes, we know that there's some good things that have come from the second agricultural revolution. We're producing more, but people do question how we've done some of that. And so the GMOs are a byproduct of the green revolution. So now I'm shifting to the green revolution. And so where we genetically modify that use of pesticides and herbicides in order to produce more. But at the end of the day, the idea was how do we make sure that there's enough calories going to those in the developing world as well to sustain this population, this ever-growing population. Remember, go back to the question that we had earlier about pastalism. So it is taking a look at how do we make sure we're providing for them. And so we've made adjustments. So how is the average calories per day is still 2,000 calories, and there's a large gap between the rich and poor. So remember, there's many people in Africa that are not getting the 2,000 calories. So that's where that problem is. And so that idea of the haves versus have-nots, and then that idea of taking a look. And so that's where scale is going to become really important that we'll talk about on Monday. Yes, the green revolution would be considered our third revolution. Absolutely. Characteristics of the food desert, remember, are areas that, and I forget the exact number of miles, but within X amount of miles, you do not have access to fresh produce. You're just going to have pretty unhealthy food. They're typically not going to have a grocery store, a full functioning grocery store. Okay. And so when we take a look at those GMOs, though, there has been a lot of pressure then to kind of clean some stuff up, especially from MDCs. And so we're seeing an increase in organic land use. And I'm not going to spend as much time on this, partly because we're running out of time. And this has been stuff that we've covered before. It's just, there's just so much because human GMO is absolutely everywhere. I would challenge you to spend some time, and hopefully I can bring some of that in next week, to spend a little more time kind of looking at the connection between these organic operations and where they're growing as trends in the world. So we spend a lot of time talking about different sources here today and really kind of telling a story, finding those examples, explaining, really trying to dig into some of that. And so this I think is a pretty great FRQ for you to practice. And so you're going to see an image on, this is Quebec, Canada. So the image on the left, we definitely are looking at some agricultural land versus the image on the right, taking a look at the kind of that urban landscape. And so we're going to go over that on Monday. And I will be leading you through it, but we're going to talk about kind of what are some, identifying some of those features, and then describing one way a country's physical landscape can influence that, and then also explaining how cultural landscape shown in one or both the photographs conveys a local sense of place. And so this is a great example how you can be assessed on some qualitative, but also being able to connect it to some other ideas. The more you're talking about geography, the more you're thinking about it, the better that you're going to be. And so today is actually the last day. If people are struggling with technology, we want to make sure that you do reach out to College Board. But today is that last day because we've got to be able to start prepping, getting you ready for stuff. So we've got one more week of review, and then we're going to practice some FRQs with you guys. We're so thankful you tuned in. I'm sorry this one was so long. There's just so much to cover. But hopefully continue to reach out to each other, continue to ask your teachers questions. They're desperate to talk to you as much as you guys are to talk to them. We love hearing from you. So make sure you reach out, you say hi, and ask them some questions. They would love to help. So have a great weekend, everybody. And hopefully I'll see you on Monday. Bye. Hi, welcome to AP Human Geography. So glad you could join us on this Monday. Last week of reviews. Here we go. I'm going to transfer over to my screen so that we can see, make sure we're all in the right place. Let a few other people log in these last few minutes. For those of you that are new to this, my name is Kristen Brandt. I'm from Glen Rock High School in Glen Ellen, Illinois. We are going to be using the Ask Questions Live. We're going to do that with Slido.com. They will be moderated. We have a ton to cover today. In fact, I feel the need for speed. That's right, that's top down. Because we do have so much we need to cover with today's topic. So we're going to be a little bit picky with some of the questions that we pull over. As always, if you have questions that you feel like they're just not answered, please reach out to your teacher. Your teachers would love to engage in conversations with you with these content questions. So on Friday, I left you with this FRQ, and we were talking about using qualitative data to answer some of these questions. And so these photographs depict rural and urban landscapes within Quebec, Canada. So the first thing that you should think about when you see Quebec, you should at least try to put it in that location, because it's always about the why, the where. And you should think in your head, okay, look at these images, but what else do I know about Canada or Quebec? And you should know that we talk about a bilingual country, in particular French settlement along that area. Why is that important? Well, let's take a look. So let me look at A. Identify one agricultural or technological feature of the rural landscape shown in the photograph. Do you see these long lines here kind of stretching out from the river? So I would say I might talk about long lots. That's a very European system. We're trying to keep all the soil the same, so that European influence on Quebec farmland. You could talk about technological, and you would talk about maybe if you did that, you would talk about the silos or the grain bins, that idea of storing our crops before sale. You could also talk about some of the roads and transportation that would also work. Letter B, identify one architectural or technological feature of the urban landscape shown in the photograph. So now you're going to flip over to the right. So here you're talking architecture. You might want to talk about definitely that you can see the European influence in the buildings, and so that would be part of that landscape. If I was talking about a technological feature, my mind immediately jumped to this. Clearly looks like a breakable point or some sort of tourist hub, because I can see the boats coming in. It looks like maybe a cruise ship, but back here it looks like I got some sort of port line bringing goods to that area and transferring those goods. So describe one way that the country's physical landscape may influence its cultural landscape. So that's really what I was talking about here, is that it's based off of it. So first I just identified, now I'm going to describe it. So if I identified those long lots, maybe I would talk about how they were really, and if you use, instead of long lots, if you use meets and bounds, that would probably work as well too. But how they use the river as kind of that starting point and moving out from the river to ensure access to that resource or available land. So you could talk about, if I was looking at the urban, that physical landscape, I would totally talk about how the town set up along the river. Clearly it looks like for trade, for tourism, but that river is the way of moving goods and people in and out. Explain how the cultural landscape showing one or both conveys a local sense of place. And so this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because I was choosing these images based off of there's one about the Netherlands that so I was kind of mimicking this. I would talk here though, instead of globalization, that local sense of place is kind of that how does this reflect the French culture or the European culture? I would say, or I think if you really drill down, it looks like is there some sort of entertainment district here in the urban photograph. And so I'm talking about how you're seeing in this urban photograph that idea of kind of a hub. We talk about kind of that central place of bringing people together. It looks like that's what they've done there. If I was looking at the agricultural one, that local sense of place, this looks like a pretty large farm. And so is this kind of a place where all the resources then are pooled together? You don't always have to be right. What you have to be is able to explain it. And so sometimes if your interpretation might be, like maybe this isn't a little touristy area down here, but you're really connecting to how that defines the people and how that could define the people, you're gonna get some points. And so the idea with college board members, they want to give you points. Sometimes I tell my own students that I'm harder on them because I look for opportunities to take away points. And I think that they're really trying to see what you know. Are you able to apply that knowledge? Okay. Anything? So some of the cons of long lots, I think some of the cons when you start talking long lots, even though that's not the question here because there's no compare. But one of the cons just could be just when we talk about elongated states as well, the further you get away from the center point or where your farm is, sometimes that makes it more difficult. But the other thing is long lots also sometimes everybody's gonna have some part of probably crappy land as well. Not all land's gonna be great. Okay. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, right? We're gonna take our AP exam on May 12th. That week of May 4th, we are going to practice. So next Monday, I'm gonna proctor an exam for you. We're gonna do the time, and I'm gonna sit here with my mouth shut, but we're gonna practice the timing. We're gonna actually practice the whole one. So I know there's a lot of questions here. Don't feel that you need to keep. We're gonna practice it, but I still cannot recommend enough get into AP Classroom, and there's plenty of practice ones there for you to continue to practice with as well. Because the idea is we want to keep developing those skills of explaining and describing and comparing. So again, it looks like stuff is coming through. I appreciate for those of you that are talk to me goose. Just want to keep the top down stuff going, I guess, today. But that idea of asking those questions, helping one another out. Okay, today, the reason I said today that I feel the need for speed, we're going to talk about scale. And there's so much we need to talk about when we go to scale. It comes up in so many different units. But I would say, my teachers are constantly talking about that zooming in, zooming out. How does that impact the story that we're trying to tell? And that's what we're going to look at. Because when we talk about it, we want to be able to identify those scales. But then we also need to be able to explain them, compare. Remember, we're going to talk about the similarities and differences, strengths and weaknesses, and then also that degree to which that concept is seen across various scales. And so I'm going to use sometimes some different scales to tell some stories. The biggest thing, remember, so Miss Lindsay's told you this, I know 100 times. Again, we're not going to have you identify something that you can look up online. I can't guarantee that this could be one of the test rooms, but you saw how we were just identifying from images. That could happen. So I'm going to show you how we might use that when we talk about scales as well. But we're going to focus again on explain. So this is that detailed account. And so what I really need you listening to is not necessarily memorizing all the events. It's how am I telling the story? How am I connecting the scales? And that's part of this comparing as well. Some of those similarities and differences. So I'm going to try some different stuff. So we'll go from there. So these are all the different units that we are going to cover today. I'm just going to pause. You don't have to approve everything. Okay. So I just kind of reminded my son as he's pushing some of the questions through. So these are all the different things. That's a ton of different chapters we're going to go through. And I think you're going to see a ton of value in what we're looking at. So here we go. So what we're going to focus here on unit 1 is that idea of identify. Okay. So I'm going to just show you from unit 1 scales analysis how we can do that. So the first thing here you see I got a map of the share of population living in extreme poverty. So we could ask scale. You're going to say global. And then you might look for some trends, and definitely you're going to see where we see some extreme poverty, definitely in sub-Saharan Africa, India. But again, this identifying the scale is going to definitely be global. Then I could look at it from a national. That would be looking from a national scale. So now I look at the United States. So if I look at the global scale, you're going to say the US doesn't look like anybody lives in poverty. However, if I look at the national scale, take a look at this. Now I'm looking at some areas where we do see some states that struggle with poverty. And then I can even pull up a county map. Okay, so it's continuing to narrow that scale, and you can see we can even pinpoint those counties within it. The reality is you could look within your town, or in this case, we looked at our school district just to look at the percentage of students here of our low-income students. We can continue to drill down. So all that idea of identify. Notice we just took a story and we miss some things sometimes depending on the scale. So it's what story is it we're trying to tell. The first step is identifying what scale it's at. In unit 3, we talk about contemporary causes of diffusion. So this is explaining now. So now we're going to look at some scales and we're going to talk about how do we explain. So we're going to talk really about the relationship here and how we might tell a story. So for example, we're not identifying, but you can see this is at the global, right? And so we look for a trend and we're explaining what trends do we see here. So the percentage of people living in urban areas, and we definitely should see that the MDCs are much more urbanized than our LDCs or nations in transition. Okay, well now I pulled up this map and it says the share of population using the internet in 2015. Also at the global scale, but I've changed the content. So now it's the relationship. What's the relationship between people living in urban areas and using the internet? What trends do you see? Do you see where we start to see less people with internet access in some of those rural areas? So it's a little difficult. So what we could do is we could actually drill down to that national level, and I would say even the state level. So within India here is that we see where we've got some highly urbanized areas. And then is there a connection between Facebook users as a percentage of the state's population? Take a look. Do we see, is there a connection between living in urban areas and having access to internet, to using Facebook, to that exposure? And so that's how we're using scale then to start to tell a story. What's the relationship? Why might that be? I mean, I don't know about you, but when I go to travel to my mom and dad's in rural Wisconsin, and this is the United States, I have better connectivity here in the Chicagoland area than I do in that rural area. Sometimes my children will tell that's just because of the carrier that we have, which is true. But the speed at which things come, it's sometimes there's better access the closer you are to urban areas. So we're going to continue on that path of looking at spatial relationships across various scales. And so this time we're going to look at political power. And this is something we haven't really talked about. So I wanted to just take a minute to talk a little bit about choke points. So I'm not sure if your teachers have talked about choke points. It's not necessarily on the on tests. I actually have not talked about it much with my students. But here's what's interesting: when we're talking about scale and trade, right? A choke point is actually really important. And so what a choke point is, it's a narrow body of water where we're moving goods through. So think a lot of times think canals, like the Suez Canal, Panama Canal. If I cut that off, I can cut off trade. The Strait of Hormuz, if I look right here, this is one during the Kuwait War, the Persian Gulf Wars, that the U.S. had put some ships in there to cut off and stop some of that trade. So it was difficult to get goods out. So again, we're going to talk about some relationships. I just want to make sure that you kind of have a little idea on what choke points work. But they tell you, I mean, these are shipping routes. You can see some of these major routes as we're moving goods. But the whole idea of choke point is if I cut it off, I can cut off that trade route. So that's what that map is looking at. Well, then I could say, well, let's maybe narrow it down. Let's not look at everything. Let's look at just oil, and then let's look at really kind of highlight that oil movement and really highlight some of the bigger areas, and that still doesn't really, we're talking scale. Okay, what if we just looked at the Asian routes, okay, versus non-Asian routes? And so we're moving on through these maritime choke points. And then we really get even more narrow in scale, and we talk about, let's compare and contrast the Suez to the Panama Canal. And so the whole idea of what you would be doing right now is you would say, okay, it looks like we've got a lot of movement happening on the global scale, but when we start breaking it down to some of these smaller scales, then we start to see, okay, where are really these areas of importance? Start talking about the geography, what's around there? Why? Look at the Suez Canal. We've got, the percentage of their share of that seaborne travel is so much greater than Panama. Okay, well, what's around there? What is it connected to? Think about its location between Southwest Asia / Middle East and Europe versus we've got taking a look at Central America connecting the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. And so that's the type of conversation you would want to start having. Why would the oceans not be considered choke points? So the whole ocean itself, we couldn't cut off the whole ocean itself. So think a strait, remember that narrow body of land, the whole idea is that I can cut it off. And so I put my ship there, I can stop. The reality is I can't cut off all of the Pacific Ocean. Okay? So when a choke point be placed, depending on how developed that country is, it has more to do with the characteristics of, I guess first of all, it has to do with kind of the idea of what benefit does it have? So let's be honest, if I'm looking at the Panama Canal, I don't have to go all the way around South America. The same thing here with the Suez Canal. If I'm trying to get oil from the Arabian Peninsula to the United States, I don't want to go all the way around Africa. This is going to help shorten that. Now it makes it sometimes more dangerous moving it through a choke point, but it's all about how do we expedite that trade so that we can cut down on some costs. But the whole connection here that we try to just do is take you through different scales on how to tell that story. We can even add in a layer here of trade, right? So we were just talking oil, but what if we start talking about other trade and how we can kind of impact other people, not just on, not just through kind of our travel pathways, but what about through tariffs? What about, take a look at this. We know that, the standoff that they're talking about here in 2018, these are the things that we import or export. And so there's all these different types of goods as well that maybe we're not going to cut you off by trade, but we could through tariffs. And so those taxes, so it just adds another layer to that story when you're trying to explain to help enhance that movement of goods. We could also dig into, this is Latin America, and this I thought was interesting when we started looking at it. This diagram here, like how deep is that European influence in Latin America? So now what you should start thinking about, this is adding in not just trade, but also some cultural components. I would highly recommend, if you're, those of you that joined late or you missed when I was going over that FRQ, the first thing I did in my head, I said, okay, where's Quebec? What do I know about that? The same thing when we're talking about these regions. What do you know about the Caribbean? What do you know about Latin America? Like you should. You can see this image over here. They talk about Roman Catholicism in Latin America. Why? Why so much? Okay, where is Spanish spoken versus Portuguese? Because what you're trying to do is build a story so you can enrich your explanations. And so it would logically make sense just based off of this. Who's their largest trading partner, right? They should be trading with Europe based off of colonial experience. And so that's part of telling those stories. So this I thought was interesting though. Again, it's part of scale that we start talking about that story. Look at this. We talk a lot about how in Latin America there's so many countries that are moving forward, those nations in transition. And yet at the same time, when you get over here, look how far they lag behind South Asia. In your head, what should you be saying? South Asia, what countries? You should be saying India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. Awesome. But then I come over here, they even lag behind Sub-Saharan Africa. So what's going on? What's that investment? Where's the European influence continue to go? And so those should be some questions that start to really develop as you're looking through it. You don't have to have answers to everything. You have to be able to formulate those questions and then hypothesize some ideas. Could there possibly be choke points like the Great Wall of China and the Mongolians? So there could be some choke points on land as well, especially if we talked about isthmus. So it's a narrow piece of land that connects two larger pieces of land. Could there be some man-made choke points? Absolutely. And we might not use the term choke points, but we will talk about intervening obstacles that are going to kind of stop that movement of goods and trade, which is not a horrible segue to political boundaries, because that's kind of what you guys were getting to even with that question about the Great Wall of China. I mean, is we're looking at some of those boundaries, and so that to the degree then that it influences. So what we were just doing is explaining what were some of those connections, and we're going to explain again. But now what we want is how does that actually impact? What's that actual degree? And so I keep coming back. This is one that, so just refreshing your memory when we talk about the United Nations law, the Sea Convention, and we talk about the exclusive economic zone. So remember, this is the area where that continent has exclusive rights of moving their goods in and out of that area. Okay? But everybody sees it a little bit differently. And so, for example, I think this is kind of a cool global map in the top left. And you see the pink areas are ones that are contested. You can see that these are areas that we claim. This one I thought was kind of interesting. If you take a look at French's exclusive economic zones. And so just giving your framework. Right now, all we're doing is just talking framework and giving the brain kind of wrap around what areas we're talking about. And so you're going to see areas too that they originally colonized. Suriname over here, French Guiana, that they're going to have some of these areas that they're going to have those exclusive rights. But we know we've talked about South China Sea, that there's contested areas. So here's what China claims. Here's what the UN says, and they don't match, and that's causing some conflict, right? And that's where it's really important. So just because, so now we have a supranational organization. So that's your scale, right? That says this is what it's supposed to be, and then it conflicts with what the national set scale, what China says it's going to be. That's where the conflict really starts to develop. And we've seen that. We've got countries involved in territorial conflict across the world where people are disputing things, some more serious than others. So I was going to highlight just a few. Okay, so a couple that I was going to highlight, because we've talked about Kashmir, but I would highly recommend just pick one of these, or pick one, if I go back to here, and just spend some time having one example in your back pocket of some contested area or something where there's some sort of conflict in the world, because a lot of times you can apply it to other scenarios. And so here we talked about Kashmir before, so I thought I would just pick out a couple different ones that we haven't talked about. So for example, here the trend line here between Pakistan and Afghanistan. It's a colonial holdover from the British helped to set that up. But here's what's interesting, that it is recognized on an international level. However, Afghanistan is actually not recognizing it because they feel that line actually cuts through an ethnic Pushtun population and cuts it in half. And so they are not, so even though internationally we accept this, they are not at their level. Another one, if we take a look, where's number 6? Right here. The Bhutanese enclaves, I would say, are actually kind of similar down here. 7, we talk about, there's some Bangladesh and Indian enclaves in this area too. And so we see these enclaves, and so like India enclaves in Bangladesh, they're saying they do not recognize this border because, or it's contested is a better way of putting it, because they're going to say on our scale, this we need to unite our people and bring them back. And the same thing up here is that this idea that China feels that they should be able to take control of this area. And so there's contention over that. We saw this earlier when we were looking at other units and we talked about Crimea and the idea of Russia uniting the Russian-speaking population. So all I'm doing is I'm giving you a variety of examples. You don't need to memorize each single one of them. What you need to be able to do is have one example that you would be able to explain. Okay, so internal boundaries. So when we start talking about internal boundaries, this one is identifying the scales. Okay, and so when we talk about scales of analysis, so I'm going to do a little bit of talking about identifying, but really more why. Why is that important for us? And so some of these images I've used before. In fact, I've used these too. So when we talk about identify, we would say that this is definitely at a state scale. Okay, so when I look at this, looking at these voting districts, you see a lot of red, right? Absolutely. So this is the 2016 election. This is when Trump received enough electoral votes to become president of the United States. So when I look at this map, if I look at the county scale, you do see, I mean, look at the blue right along the Mississippi River here. There's no blue represented here. Take a look at the blue along Texas over here. Or if I take a look at the blue in Florida. So all of a sudden, then that is no longer represented at that national scale. So we're identifying, but we're also working towards the story, because I'm going to tell you just a little bit here. The other thing too, I mean, I'll use Illinois. We see blue up around where Chicago is located, but if I look at the rest of the state, very little blue. So kind of, is this a fair representation of that population? Well, where do the bulk of the people live? And so this is where that argument comes in. That's where scale becomes important. Okay, so I want you to kind of have this in your mind. This is 2016. So now take a look at 2012. This is when Obama won. Okay, and we see a lot of the same things, but we see more. So if I look here, there's a little more blue, right? I'll go back. So we throw in Iowa, we throw in Wisconsin, you throw in Ohio, but for the most part, you throw in Florida. So for the most part, we see a little more blue. But then we start looking at the counties. Really, there's a lot of the same patterns, right? A lot depends on how many people come to vote. But look at this difference here. Look at here, the blue that clustered along that Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, and Illinois, those the border areas there. And so that was enough to flip some of those states. This map I thought was super cool. So if we look at statewide, countywide, but then we look at just taking a look at popular percentage of votes. And so popular versus electoral, all those are different scales. And so being able to just identify, but notice how the story starts to change. Why is that important? Remember redistricting. That's why this is important. So how we redistrict. Remember redistrict. Every 10 years, we do a census, okay? We conduct our census, and then we need to redraw these maps to try and best reflect the population that's there, the amount of people. Do we know gerrymandering sometimes takes place? Historically, the answer is yes. Remember where they try to purposely favor one party over another. So take a look at this. This I thought was interesting when we look at different outcomes. So this is taking a look here of how we could redraw and they have at different times to benefit one political party over another. So when we talk about electoral votes here, this gave them 8 Republican regions versus 5. But then if they redraw, so take a look at what 1 starts to look at versus how 2 gets a little bit wonky. Okay, now we can see 5 Democrats to 8, so still kind of the same. But now look at, we can even totally minimize the Democrats here if we cut a little more into 1 and balance it off. And then you look at 2008 though, how it used to be much more Democrat. And so how do they redraw to kind of purposely favor those one groups or another? That's all about scale, right? So all we're doing right now is identifying. So the world map. So this was a good question. What's the difference between a world map at the global scale and a world map at the national scale? So I would say when you're talking, these are going to be more of your national scale. So we're just looking when you're looking at a specific country. And then I don't have a world map one right this time, but anytime you see the global scale. So what is the story you're trying to tell? And so if you see a full map, assume global, so you're looking for global trends. As I start to narrow down, if I'm looking at a specific country, now we're starting to look at a national scale, and then even more to the state or the county. These can prevent some challenges. Okay, anytime we look at some of these scales as well. This is where some similarities and differences are going to come into play. And so when we might use one of these scales or one of these relationships over another. So for example, looking at our U.S., Mexico, Canada, so formerly known as NAFTA. And so when we look at this as far as how might I use it? And so clearly it looks like Mexico's kind of in the short end of the stick when we talk about direct investment. But we say, okay, this is one we want to just trade within this region. Where else how can I kind of use it to my advantage? And what we see is that the U.S. has trade disputes. So even though this is our, we've got this supranational organization, these trading partners are well established. You can see that even within Canada, though, that if I look at this third line here, that they brought some disputes to the World Trade Organization about us, and we've brought some to them. But I thought we had a relationship established. And so then if it's not working, this is where scale comes in. If it's not working, where we can't talk to each other, we go even bigger because the World Trade Organization, then remember, is kind of that bigger supranational organization that's supposed to be overseeing all of that. So then that was interesting. I always think about this. We talk about it in my class. We talk about NATO, the North American Treaty Alliance organization. And so that idea of what countries are part of this. And so remember, this started out as kind of that World War II response to the Warsaw Pact. You don't need to know that. It's just contextualizing. But it was really kind of originally looking at your communist countries versus your capitalist countries and really trying to kind of develop an alliance that way. Well, it's kind of evolved into a little bit more. As you can see, that there's been expansion over time where we've let other countries into this. But what I find interesting is when does the United States choose to go in as NATO and when does the United States choose to go in as the UN? The problem is that the UN, which is that bigger organization, has these 5 powers. You know, you're permanent. They have the veto rights. And so if one of them says no, we can't go in to help this country. We can't help them. But enough of these people say that we can go in under NATO. And so the point is knowing when to use which organization. When do you use G8, your smaller group, versus the G20? Again, you don't need to memorize all this, but this is just taking a look at when I look at here, it's kind of which organization is really helping with food security or debt relief or arms or the World Bank. And you can see G8 is doing quite a bit. Sometimes it's easier with a smaller group than a larger group. And so that whole idea of it's knowing what's the situation. And that's about the scale of understanding, okay, the UN isn't going to go in to stop this conflict because someone up here is going to veto it. So then maybe NATO will go in and they're going to be able to bring some forces in to support and to help. Or maybe food security or direct relief. We've got a region of the world that's struggling. Somebody on the Permanent Council has some issues that they're not going to go in, so we're going to go in with a different organization. Again, this is why we look at scale and we look at that idea of comparing the strengths and the weaknesses of when does it make the most sense to use those organizations. So this is a perfect time then to kind of transition into what are some of those, some of the consequences. And so we're going to continue to compare these characteristics. But remember, centrifugal are things that are going to pull a country apart. Centripetal are going to pull a country together. So I think this is a great question. The question that come up. So here's a good example of this would be global, right? I'm looking at this map and here's what I see. I see trends. So I'm looking at global trends. If I was looking at global trends, I could see that when I look at most MDCs, that they are pretty sustainable or stable compared, according to this is the Fund for Peace. But when I look at sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Southwest Asia, that I see that they're definitely very fragile. Right? Well, what does that mean? That they're struggling. So they talk about indicators such as economic development, services, intervention. That these are areas. I mean, when you talk about Syria, South Sudan, Yemen, that are in conflict, right? So let's then dig into international. Let's dig a little bit more into depth. So this is your global. I'm looking at trends. We see definitely MDCs versus LDCs. And then if I dig in, let's look at Sudan, right? So I'm just looking at a map. You might say, what is that? I remember, but here we know that this is a newer state. So why? Why is there still conflict? How did that state come to be? So in your head, you could also be thinking about what are things that unite a country? Okay, religion can unite when we're in line, but religion can also divide us, right? And so that's part what happened here. And so we take a look at kind of animism and Christianity tend to be more focused in that South Sudan area. We see more Islam in the northern area. Okay, remember, this is not drawn to scale. And what I mean by that, I should say, is that we don't see all the little intricacies. It doesn't mean that there's not any Christians up in this area or animism, but that's going to create some conflict, right? And so we know that they're fundamental beliefs, and you can develop that on why they might. might, might disagree. Other thing, though, but when we see really look along this border, notice the oil, the refineries, so when we're taking a look at resources, is that also going to create some conflict? Could that also say who owns that? Who's in charge of it? Take a look at that pipeline working it up to the Red Sea. Why do we need to get it to the Red Sea? Well, that's going to create some conflict. Other thing, though, but when we see really look along this border, notice the oil, the refineries, so when we're taking a look at resources, is that also going to create some conflict? Could that also say who owns that? Who's in charge of it? Take a look at that pipeline working it up to the Red Sea. Why do we need to get it to the Red Sea? Well, that's a trade route, right? Let's bring it back to where I started earlier in the day talking about choke points and moving it through the Suez Canal. So that idea of understanding, so now we just took this map, okay, where is it? We layered in a potential centripetal force for the south or the north, but it could be centrifugal if you not think about this little region right here, okay, the Islam that's in the south, and then we layer in the resources. We layer in even more resources. We're not going to, it's not just oil, but there's also other natural resources. And really, what has this created? This has created a huge population movement, right, since 2013. And so moving people out of South Sudan into these other countries. And so then the spillover and the impact that that has had over who controls this land, what my voice, how that voice is being heard, and then the spillover into these other areas as well. So it's not just there. We could, again, let's look at a global. We know that there's also conflict, that representation. So this is taking a look at state parties to the Stateless Nations Convention. So we've got people, places that are struggling or feeling they're not necessarily represented. I'm going to dig a little bit deeper here, and we're going to take a look at Spain. So I'm assuming your teachers have gone over maybe one or two of these areas. We're going to look at Catalonia here a little bit more in depth. Catalonia. So we look, we can see that we've got a couple of different states, if you will, within Spain that are highlighted. Well, part of why Catalonia is highlighted, take a look at its percent of Spain's GDP and its population. So what we see, it's quite a few people living there, and part of that is because it is extremely wealthy. It is very industrialized. They've got a lot of jobs. They have their own language, their own identity, and what we see is that they really are kind of pushing for some independence. And so what we take a look at is that that idea, that they're starting to stake claims even beyond their borders, and so that's starting to create some conflict. conflict. And so what we've done is we've taken the same map and we've applied layers of information. And so you don't have to memorize all the ins and outs, but how can you take what you're seeing here and extract what it means? Can't you imagine if you saw somebody taking part of this land of Spain, that's going to cause Spain to be upset? Then what you might say is, well, one way to kind of appease them is maybe this idea of devolution, where we're then giving some, we're going to give more voting rights, we'll give you more voice in return for us to kind of hold on to those borders that already existed. We know that in 2017, there was a vote for independence in Catalonia, and Spain says no, the vote was not enough to create its independent state. But you can see even in a developed country such as Spain, sometimes there's some conflict as well. Okay, the Thune model, you're going to hear a lot of this on Wednesday. We're going to go through some more models and stuff as well. We'll go through it again, but this is that relationship. And so I wanted to do something a little bit different too, and use more some qualitative data too, just to kind of help tell a story. And so we'll get there. We're going to first start with, we take a look at the US and we look at milk cows. And so we start to look for trends. And so we see that they're definitely clustered in the Northeast and in California. So in your head, you should be going, what the heck does this have to do with Thune? Hopefully you're thinking about the milk shed. We talk about heavy populated areas, and we talk about, so at the scale, this seems really important, but then you start looking, okay, Wisconsin, Michigan, they've got some. What else is going on here? Especially because we know the population is so heavily concentrated in California, Florida, and New England area. Well, we know that there's been some changes, right? And so then we start talking about pasteurization, our transportation. Remember, Thune is all about access to the market. And so we could say, now we're talking about time as well, right? So you're not just talking about location, but now past versus present, and how sometimes some of these things are outdated. This one I thought was interesting. Also taking a look at market gardening and taking a look at kind of the fresh fruits and vegetables. We say go in that first ring because of their perishability, right? And so getting it to the market. I love this image here. This truck, and here we got the city right there. But we also take a look at in LDCs different ways that they transport goods. And so sometimes it might be for mass distribution. This one is actually taking it to a larger warehouse, and notice how green those bananas are before they get to the consumer. And sometimes it's just to, a local market. And so even in the United States, sometimes it's not about just getting it to the end product or a grocery store. That sometimes it's about getting it to the local consumer. So it's understanding who the consumer is, where it's coming from, and how we might use that. The next two maps that I wanted to put up, I'm really up just because I still think it's important for you to look at some trends of other things when we talk about that outer ring in particular. And so here, the cattle and the cows. So the idea of having space, that idea of that last ring of the Thune model, that really, if you think about this area through here, we definitely need that space to spread them out. You might wonder, why do we see so many chickens in the southeast? Part's going to be market, part's going to be climate, part's going to be, I think, access to market. And so really it's understanding just even sometimes where those trends are, so that if you're asked a different question, you can build upon that. And that's really because I believe this is the last section, but I remember if you were with me on Friday, I kept saying that too, and it wasn't. But it's really because of that global system of agriculture. And so when we take a look at this, understanding some trends, like you should be able to say, if I said up here, in the Mediterranean region, you should say grapes and olives, this is brands. Yes, I've got grains. Yes, over here I've got rice. And so you can find plenty of these types of maps. But what we're really trying to get at is how are they connected? And so here's a supply chain map. And so we talk about that exchange. That's the degree. So the reality is, it shouldn't surprise you, this canned tuna fish, that your fish is starting someplace over in Southeast Asia, right? If you know enough about those climates and understanding those foods, that should make sense. Does it surprise you that it may be pre-canned someplace else, then we're canned here, and then it's distributed to the United States? It's those linkages. And so when we talk about scale, understanding, have some idea of a couple different crops, where are some trends in the world, and then maybe the path on how it gets to the consumer. Here's another example, taking a look at the United States. What are some of those trends, right? So when I look at Wisconsin, the milk coming from cows, but the reality is, yes, that is kind of, they say that this is saying are most valuable, but I would argue about cheese and butter, just because of consumers. We take a look at some of those other images that we talked already about through here, that beef, the cattle, should not surprise you about this aquaculture up in Alaska, the fishing industry, and fruits and vegetables in some of these warmer areas, and so how they contribute to those areas. And the reason I point this out, so this is the US, and if we really look at feeding the United States, if we just focus on feeding the United States, pretty balanced diet, don't you think? They have access to a lot of different things. But if I go out to a global scale, we know, take a look down here, that there is a food dependency, that there are countries that are dependent on receiving food. Okay, so those dark orange, they are on having enough food to feed their people. And some of you might go, what the heck was Japan? Japan is kind of interesting. They are kind of an outlier when we talk about these things. Japan's an outlier because it has kind of latched onto that technological, our business side, and so they just don't have enough land to really produce enough food for all of the people living there. And so they found a way to balance their trade, unlike what we find throughout a lot of those other areas. That shouldn't surprise you that they're having to import so much of their food. And so that import dependency really on those grains and those stable products can create a problem. Even a bigger problem is when we start digging in, we look at these countries about luxury goods. Luxury goods, remember, are goods that we're not going to sustain life. And so we dig into, for example, let's kind of dig a little deeper here into some specifics. Here's where we find some palm oil. I don't know why it's written oil palm, that's weird. Sugar, coffee, tea, cotton, cocoa. Okay, so those aren't things that are going to sustain life. And we know that a lot of these countries are struggling economically. Well, where are they located? Let's look at it from a different angle here. That bean belt. Let's just look at coffee for a second, right through the tropics. Brazil, one of the leading exporters. Vietnam, Colombia. But who's consuming it? Take a look at this. So here's another map, another layer. The consumers of it are not Brazil and Vietnam. Okay? Look at Northern Europe, look at the US and Canada. When we take a look at the top coffee importers, we look at Finland. So this is just another way of looking at that data. Have they created such an imbalanced trade relationship? And really what we're coming back to is understanding that scale and those relationships there. So I talked for a long time today. And I think that there were some really good questions that came out of this. And so really remember what we've been doing is we've been looking at different scales. And so I'd ask, you're going to look at least, in one of your FRQs, you're going to have two stimulus materials, and one you're going to have one. First thing, make sure you read the title, but then look at what scale, what information is being presented to you. So in that, I'd love for you to practice this one, right? And this really is having you're going to identify in A and B, but then what you're going to do is explain that relationship between the area population, density affects the size of districts, describe one way in which the processes of redistricting can be manipulated for political gain, and then one challenge a representative might feel face in connecting with rural constituents. Just so you know, I actually assigned this one to my own students. It is on AP Classroom. There's a couple other options, I believe, with it, but you can always go and practice and see the rubric there if you're dying to look at it, but I just wanted to let you know where I got that. So I do want to thank you for watching today. I hope you enjoyed the overwhelming amount of information, but takeaway is this. Take away the importance of looking at that scale and what story is trying to be told. What's the claim that image is showing you, what the claim the map is showing you, and what evidence do you have. You know so much. Go ahead and connect the dots for those readers. You've got this. Have a great night, everybody. We look forward to seeing the rest of the week.
Hey everyone, how are you doing? We're back today for our last content session for APGO and getting ready for the exam. I'm going to let me share my screen with you, and we're gonna get started. Here we go. Hope everyone's having a good day. We've had quite a bit of weather that's working on it down here, so at least it changes up the atmosphere a little bit. Okay, so today, once again, I'm Ann Leslie from Bel Air High School here in Houston, Texas. And as I said, today is our last of our kind of content sections, and then we're gonna start talking about the FRQs and more about the logistics of writing those. But let's start with, first of all, if you want to send in a question, I have my trusty assistant here, and he will be monitoring any questions you have. Do ask serious questions. We get a lot of questions, and we want to make sure we can answer some of them. Answer the questions at least that are definitely about the exam. So all the chit chat stuff, save that for some other place, some other area, because it clouds up his questions, and so we want to make sure we don't miss anyone. So anyway, there's the login number for the Slido link if you want to do that. So yesterday, you all had this FRQ from Miss Brandt, and I would like to go over it it and talk about what you're looking in terms of this political area topic that has to also overlap with scale and voting districts and population numbers, how we interpret some of this. So get out your answers and write them down. Otherwise, think about what you wrote down. So in this first question here, you're asked to identify one difference in the scale of analysis among the districts shown on the map. So here we have scale analysis. How am I going to figure this one out? So first of all, and I'm going to start saying this every single day, you have to read everything that is a visual on this visual stimulus. Everything. Before you start pulling apart the middle, I want you to read everything around the edges. So those of you who have been trained on the FR or the DBQ process, you were trained on that. You used to do that years ago to train people. Everything around the edges first. What is the source of the information? What is in the legend? What is the legend measuring? What is the title? What is the date? Where's my mouse? What is being asked for? Then start looking at the data. Look at the measurements of the data. Everything that is on this graph, these graphs is what you want to look at. So I need my mouse to here. Let me go forward and come back. It's not appearing. That's not good. All right. Anyway, so in this first question, I want to identify one difference in the scale of analysis among the districts that are shown. And so what I'm going to do is that I have on my graph here, I have at large, New York, Delaware at large, Virginia, Texas, Colorado, and that was Wyoming at large. Sorry. So and I see the same thing in the population 2017 as I see the area and population density. So what is one difference in the scale of these measurements that are being shown here? Anyone guess? This says at large. That says at large for Delaware. New York, Virginia, and Texas all are representing specific districts in those states. So there's our first element of scale of analysis. We're either talking about the entire state or we're talking about a specific district. Where that specific district is, it doesn't really matter for this particular question. It's telling you it's in this state, whereas this is telling you the entire state is at large. So there's one district in that concept. Okay? So we have to consider scale of analysis is looking at the size of the data that's being represented. So are we looking at population? Are we looking at boundaries? How are we looking at this in relation to the next larger element, the next larger scale, okay? Or the next smaller scale? You go either way. All right. Using the data shown in the graphs, identify one urban district. Well, there's no cities listed, right? There's no cities listed. I'm freaking out. There's not a city that I recognize, right? Calm down. Look at this. This says area and population density. Now, you know from the urban section, you also know from the population section that cities have a higher degree of population density, a demographic factor. So if I know that cities have a higher degree of density, then maybe I can deduce that the New York 13th district and the 8th district of Virginia, those must be in cities. Do I need to know what cities they are? No, it's not asking you that. It's asking you which district might be representative of a city. And the way I deduce that is by the population density. Okay, I hope that works for everyone. So part C, using the data shown in the graphs, explain how the relationship between area and population density affects the size of the districts. So keep in mind, district boundaries are drawn with the goal that each district will have approximately the same size population. Now, how would I know that? In Unit 1, where we talked about mapping data and looking at scale analysis of different types of data and different locations of similar types of data, one of those elements of scale is the census. And the purpose of the census tract is to divide the population up in fairly equal sized numbers. Okay? This is part of the whole point of the census to begin with. I mean, that is to count the population. But so we divide the population up into these areas, these tracts, and then those tracts are used for delegates to Congress, congressional delegates. So this is why, if you want to talk about today's topic, which has to do with cause and effect, this is why making sure the census get filled out is important. That way, your person yourself is represented because the census was done during that census tract, and now that census tract is going to have a congressional representative for the numbers of people in that tract. Okay? So in this particular, the relationship between population density affects the size of district. It is directly having to do with the amount of districts you're going to have in a particular city or in a particular state based upon the equal distribution of the population. Okay? Describe one way in which the process of redistricting can manipulate for political gain. Oh, raise your hand if you know the answer. Everyone, you wrote down gerrymandering, right? Perfect. You're talking about gerrymandering. Gerrymandering is a factor that deals with how we redistrict or how we reportion districts so that political parties that implement the redistricting can remain in power. So as to concentrate political power, perhaps in the hands of different constituents. But that's how redistricting can be manipulated. Okay? All right. So the last question: explain one challenge representative might face in connecting with rural constituents as compared to urban constituents. So people who live in the rural side versus in the urban areas, and we see this in a lot of states where you have like some major cities and then you have lots of rural population or smaller city population. So people who live in the rural areas may feel like the city runs everything, or that whatever the city votes for is the way it goes. We have that here in Texas, Houston, Dallas. It's almost like Houston, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio all gang up against the rest of the state. You have the same thing. Whatever way Chicago votes goes the way of Illinois. New York City, same thing. Whatever way New York City goes, that's the way the state goes. California has the same. So you have these large urban areas, and you have smaller populations of rural areas. Sometimes the folks in the rural areas feel like they are left out because the interest of the city becomes more prevalent because they're able to get more of their position elected to government. The other thing also is that people who live in rural areas may not have a high degree of connectivity in terms of high-speed internet, even television services in a lot of rural areas can be poor performing. So they don't have that immediate access to a representative that you may have in the city where the office may be located. And then rural constituents, a lot of times you'll hear them say that Washington, D.C. is out of touch with their issues because of the not being in the city. The distance issue comes into play here. So there's a disconnect really is what is a major challenge for people in more rural areas versus urban areas. And you know what? The United States is not alone. You have the same thing in other countries. All right. So I hope you got those answers down. And if you have any questions, send them in. Make sure that I didn't already explain it. All right. So one more time. Oh my gosh. May 12th is coming soon, y'all. Get ready. Get excited. We got another week and a few days here. So once again, your question 1 is going to be 25 minutes. And free response question, you're going to have 2 different pieces of stimuli on it. So maps, charts, data, 2 different pieces, images could be in there too. Okay. One more time because I got 2 questions from students about this. Yes. Units 1 through 5 are the focus. But just like this particular question that we just went through on political, it referenced an urban district. This is not an urban question. This is a political question, but it requires that you had some sort of a conceptual nature about the urban area. Okay. So be careful with that. This is the reason, one of the 2 reasons why College Board had us complete Unit 6 and 7 so that everyone would have an overview of urban and an overview of it because it trickles back all the way through this entire course. But I think of everything as threads that are all wrapped together or woven together. So question number 2 is going to be shorter. So that's going to be 15 minutes to read and respond. So this is going to have to be done quick. We're going to be practicing this in the next week. Here you'll have 1 piece of data to work with, and once again, Units 1 through 5. Once again, just like we've said many times, describe and explain, compare and contrast are the verbs that we're using with to apply examples, to apply geographic concepts. Okay. So this apply geographic concepts is not a task verb. This is a method for which you are describing and explaining your answer, okay, or analyzing patterns by giving examples from what you're looking at, and you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to talk about the stimuli that you're looking at. So all right. So today's topic is looking at big idea number 2, which in this particular topic it's asking you to look at impacts and interactions. Basically, what we're looking at is the relationships that are caused from cause and effect conditions that exist among people, the environment, the past, or the present, and the future. So what is the relationship of cause and effect? What is the relationship to particular topics in the curriculum that cause certain things, and then the responses from others? You want to keep in mind, and I've said this a couple of times when we were talking about what are the big ideas, what are the skills, what are the different themes. So big ideas serve as a foundation of the course, and it enables students to create meaningful connection among the course concepts. So we're connecting from unit to unit to unit, and that's why you can't think of this as chapter 1 or chapter 10 in the textbook. This is the unit, and the unit serves as a foundation for building more information and more connections for the next unit and for the next unit. So this is the time of the year that I normally have said to my student for the last 20, almost 30 years, because I teach another course too, where I said But when we get to March, there's going to be this light bulb, and you're going to have an epiphany. And what it is you are going to start, all of this stuff that we've been doing since August is now all interconnected. And you should have been seeing that the way that Miss Brent and I have been going through stuff, constantly trying to show you those connections. And I know your teachers did too, but it's super hard, particularly for first year teachers, first time students around this, it is super hard to just say, okay, I'll get this when it gets to March, but right now I don't know what I'm doing. But you should be seeing how all of this overlaps with itself. Okay. All right. That's what we're going to talk about a lot more in the next couple days. Particularly pay attention to the FRQ questions, because that's showing you that. So keep in mind our task verbs, we're going to deal with these more in the next couple days. Describe, explain, and compare. Okay. So what are we looking at when we start to look at relationships of cause and effect? Well, for example, in Unit 1, we're looking at how maps show us complex relationships. Well, what does that show me? That shows me the physical United States. Physical features in the North American continent and this area by borders becomes the United States. Yeah. Okay. So I've got some physical features there. So if I look at a political map, okay, now I don't have any physical features except for rivers, but then I'm looking at political, I'm getting a different set of data. I'm looking at a lot of geometric boundaries. I'm looking at a lot of natural boundaries. I'm looking at, okay, names, toponymy. But then I look at a different map of the same place, and now I start to see different pattern. And I've shown you this map before. So I'm looking at different patterns that are connecting to different places. And I can do different, also with different pieces of data. It's not even barely on the ground. The big dots are on the ground. So flight map of basically North America. But can you see the United States? You make out that Boston, Washington, Megalopolis in here, Seattle, Portland over here, LA, San Francisco, Dallas, Houston would be down here. So anyway, you can Atlanta, Hartsfield. You start to be able to pick out places. We're looking at connections here, but what are we doing? We need to start seeing how all this overlaps. And one of the things that I think is always interesting is if you continue to look at this area here, that we know we go back to the physical map and we see what is in here. And so we start to see what is missing. And what is missing in this region is the result of our physical landscape. And this is why we have to continue thinking about what was there, what is that relationship? Why is something not there? Let's look at another example of this. In this unit, we're also looking at maps, how, in addition to how they show us relationships creating cause and effect, we're also looking at how data influences things. And we're trying to understand how population movement is important. And we begin to look at concentrations. Well, this is an interesting map. This is actually a map of something that's very active today. This is a map of why we're doing this way. This is a map of why you are not in your classroom with your teacher doing all kinds of fun little things to get ready for the exam. This is a COVID-19 map. And you can pick out the hotspots. It is a heat thermal map, but it is showing your COVID-19 area. Okay. So hopefully you also watched, or you've heard about this already. If you haven't, make sure you Google it for CBS News. On Sunday night was the 60-minute segment where the scientist who heads up the Blue Dot Corporation in Canada was explaining his algorithm for incorporating data, geographic data, artificial intelligence, tracking people's movement in order to be able to predict. Predicting from data is part of this topic of contemporary understanding of how we can have an effect. So if we look at this scary map for February 13th, we see the movement of the population to areas that are beginning to have where COVID was beginning to spread on February 13th. Then we start to see on March 12th hotspots emerging. Last night we look at the data as appearing and showing us the awful statistics associated with this. But ultimately, this is a map of data. It is showing us the causal factor is the virus. The effect is where it's going to happen, but it's showing the relationship of where this data is going to essentially explode, which is the virus. And I thought his comment, understanding population movement, is so important to understanding how a virus spreads. This is the unity of biology and geography. This is so beautiful. You should take that to your biology teachers and let them know that geography is much more important. Anyway, what he is predicting from this is the continual spread to where they might come up with a vaccine and all those predictions, which are scary to listen to. So in this particular aspect, we want to look at what is the effect. Why did they do this? Why did they do this data collection? So they could predict where we need to have hospital operations going, where we need to have more supplies sent in, so they could watch the spread. All right. So in the population unit, we begin to see a little bit different topics that are related to impact. One of the biggest ones, okay, doubling time. Everyone memorizes the doubling time. Everyone memorizes the population. 7.7 billion people in 2019. What's the effect of that? You have the cause, all those people, but what's the effect of it? And that's what we failed to talk through some of this stuff. And I want you to pay attention to that. What is the effect of increase in the population? Well, we all look at the data in a different way. If we're going to look at population doubling time, so we want to see where it's at, and that's what we see. Where in the world do we have the fastest doubling time? Where do we have the slowest doubling time? And for those of you who should be looking at this map, go, there's a north-south division. There is a division here between the developed worlds and the less developed world. There is a difference here between what is in the tropics and what is in the subtropics and the upper mid latitudes. There's something going on. Why does the population in the tropics have a higher doubling time? Meaning faster doubling time. Okay. All right. So we want to look at that. Well, all right. So we also want to look for causes and effects in terms of the data that we look at in the population unit. So what is the effect of population growth? Anyone ever thought about, well, if the population continues to grow, what's going to happen? Well, what happens when development starts to play a role? What happens when you start having migration to cities? What happens when development spawns manufacturing and service sectors and you move into a global economy? Well, that changes your human development index. And that's exactly what you're looking through here. If you ever played with Gapminder, if you haven't, here's a new fun toy better than a video game. But Gapminder is really cool because you get to change your variables here. Well, I wanted you to look at population growth. How does population growth change over time? And then how does the human development index change with population growth? And if we look at this here in 2014, we see an interesting trend line coming straight down. It's a wide trend line. And then notice that the United States is just a little bit above, would be the middle of that trend line. But keep in mind, we have to ask, well, why is that? The United States actually falls fairly high with human development. It does. But we also have a higher birth rate than the other countries that are in the same area of HDI. Well, why does the United States have a higher population growth rate? For one, we have a little bit higher birth rate. And for two, we also have a higher migration rate. And so population growth this isn't natural. This is a birth rate minus death rate plus migration. So you have that migration factor coming in. So the U.S. is a country with a lot of immigrants, and we still have this high population rate as well as a really high development status if we were looking at it either way. So a question came up really quite appropriate to this. What about the rule of 70? Rule of 70 is not in our curriculum. That rule of 70 actually should be, but it's not. So it's in, that's obviously somebody from biology or from AP Environmental, because in AP Environmental we have to teach the rule of 70 and how to do that. But yes, the rule of 70 would apply here to the doubling time, but we don't have to do that calculation. We need to know what is the effect of a quick doubling time. If you have a short doubling time, what does that mean for your country? What does that mean for development? Why would you have a short doubling time? That means you're having a lot of babies. So what is going on in the population or in the culture that for some reason they're having a disproportionate number of babies? All right, if we take that information and then we look at our favorite, the demographic transition model, we can then also take all of this data and correlate it to development. And so we're looking at, okay, well, our birth rates are leveling off, our death rates are decreasing, but our population is increasing. Why is that happening? What is that linked to? Well, the link is development. So development is happening. People are migrating to cities as your development level is increasing here in stage 2. We have this high birth rate, but our death rate is decreasing. Why is our death rate decreasing? Because people have access to clean water. People have access to better foods. I'm not talking about going out for dinner and that kind of stuff. Something better than just gruel, proteins, a variety of your diet. Access to safe water is a big factor. What happens is fewer people are dying. Fewer people are dying. Your birth rates are remaining fairly constant here in stage 2. Your population is going to continue to grow because there's more people being counted at that one time. But then what causes things to change? As you move into stage 3, what happens here is why will suddenly have fewer children? Because you had a high degree of migration, you have a high degree of security and knowledge that your children are going to make it to adulthood. Children are expensive. You want to be able to give more to the ones you have. All these variables come in as the cause for the reducing the number of children one is having. Education of females is a big factor. So waiting later in life to have the first child, that's another factor. So, but what's continuing to happen is that we have fewer people dying. So fewer people dying, fewer babies even being born, we still have a population increase. So this is all triggered by development. What does development cause? In the population unit, development causes this. Development causes stage 3. More development causes us to move to stage 4. Okay, more development causes us to move to stage 4. Okay, so and that's actually right down here at the very bottom on this particular diagram. The effects, the cause and the effect. All right, well, let's move on. We got, and I showed you this diagram the other day as well. What has this play out in other countries? We can see the same factors playing out in the other countries in terms of their population rate increasing as their birth and death rates are also starting to level off. All right, now the flip side of that, we always have to know both sides of the story. It goes back to Malthus, and I know all of you had Malthus really, really well because once again, you also have Malthus in biology and environmental science. But what was Malthus doing? Well, he was looking at as a political economist during the age of the Enlightenment. He was looking at the state of conditions at the time, and European powers were having to import food. There was a threat of death and famine. Climate conditions were unfavorable due to a mini ice age period of time that caused severe degradation in places and people not able to get the yields out of farms that they were intending to. Cities had a lack of knowledge about hygiene and fresh water and where to do with waste. And the only way to explain poverty and death and famine, he wrote about in his famous essay that maybe some of you got to read. I'm sorry, but no, it's actually good. The essay on the principle of population was that population is going to grow much faster than food production, and the growth left unchecked. In the end, the growth in the end is checked by famine, disease, and war at the point where we don't have enough resources to take care of the population. So this J curve, or this increase, this exponential increase in population here, is resolved by disease, famine, or war. As I tell my environmental class, Mother Nature has a cure for everything. Anyway, but Malthus's position was the concern of agriculture in countries in terms of looking at the demographics until the second agricultural revolution, then followed by the green revolution, and now the third revolution, where we're making vegetables inside of former warehouses with artificial light in downtown New York City, and also growing vegetables in a hothouse at McMurdo Station in Antarctica. So we have what Malthus didn't take into consideration is technology. So we had causes and we had an effect at that time, but then changes to that effect. All right, migration. In this unit on migration, we also have a cause and effect relationship between that we can see with the data in terms of looking at the causes of migration, your push and pull factor, looking at the effect of migration, both on the country that receives the migrant population and then on the countries that are losing that migrant population. There's a couple of countries that accuse the United States of heavy brain drain, that we are pulling their people to the United States for school and for jobs, and it's causing, as I said, a brain drain in their country, and they want to encourage those young people to stay in their country. But then we look at it at a regional scale, we begin to see immigration a little bit differently. We see the global scale at the top map, but when we look at the others, we're looking at these routes. We are looking at more of a regional scale of where is this population going to, why are they going where they are, and what is the reason for their push out of their country, what's pulling them into theirs. And what you start to see is that particularly from Africa to portions of Europe, you see people that are being pulled to their former colonial power because that relationship was set up for one, but others because they have declining demographics in terms of a higher old age dependency, so they don't have enough workers at the younger age for industrial and agricultural jobs, so they're pulling people in because those jobs, the perception of those jobs are available. You have other conflicts. Look at this in Southeast Asia, these migration flows in Southeast Asia. You're looking at here the issues that have to do with war, issues that have to do with jobs, working in Indonesia in the oil and gas industry, but also working in textile industry, pulling people in. All right, let's go on. In the culture unit, we also have factors of diffusion, which we look at in terms of contributing to a cause and effect relationship. We begin to have populations migrating out of areas of the traditional Fertile Crescent, the Levant, the areas where some of our religious hearts are going to be. And as those populations start to migrate for whatever reasons, trade routes, farming, war, they're going to take their religion with them. And so when they take their religion with them, don't they have an impact on where they go? Are they not building religious facilities? Are they not having group discussions? They are imprinting a footprint on their new landscape. And that's what you need to realize with diffusion is that as things move to different places, they alter that cultural landscape. So we see that with religion. You can see that particularly in the New World. Think about all the period of exploration and colonialism and how religion was brought to North America and also into South America. What religion was brought and how has that impacted on our landscape? You can see, do you have churches? Do you have mosques? A new immigration with newer immigration with seeing the mosques on the landscape. What kind of Christian churches are they? Are they cathedrals? Are they Protestant Christians? So you begin to see that in this part of the world, and then you also see the others in other types of Buddhist. We have Buddhist shrines. We have everything here in the Houston area. There's such a mix of the global landscape, and so you can go and see the Indian shrines or the Hindu shrines, and you can see the Buddhist shrines and the Catholic archdiocese. And so anyway, it's pretty cool. But what I want you to see is that diffusion changes that cultural landscape. So does language. So our languages, they are thought to begin to move out of their original parts, their original origins, as populations started to move because of changing agriculture. No longer were they hunter gatherers. They're now going to be sedentary farmer, and so they have to move to areas where they can actually farm. And they take their language with them, and then over time, that language is isolated from other speakers. It's going to change information, and it begins the foundations for our world languages that we then begin to have that we have today. Think about all of the topics that you talked about, how language changes. It's isolated. It has dialectical differences. It has influence from new groups. How does all of that change? That changes. It has a cause to it, and then the effect is that change. In the political unit, we also see how the role of boundaries begin to cause change. How do they change relationships? How do they affect political relationships, particularly over time? And so you looked at several issues that dealt with political topics, different types of borders, devolutionary factors, territorial factors. But then if you have to look at them through the lens of how does this cause an effect, or what effect does this have? So if we look at a couple of borders here, this is the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan, and along this border you actually have conflict between ethnic populations. So now we have a superimposed boundary where one of those countries has been at war for over 20 years, over 30 years, and these boundaries are creating this conflict themselves that is affecting the populations that live there. They either have to move away, some will die in conflict. You have a similar concept here in the region of Jammu and Kashmir between Pakistan and India. I believe this branch shows you an image of what it looks like from the Pakistan side and then what it looks like from the Indian side. Regardless, this area of territorial dispute, the effect of that is that there is a higher degree of security in this region. This is a hotspot for terrorist activities and other challenges between both Pakistan and India created by that boundary. I wanted to kind of look at some different boundaries to remind you of some conflicts, and one of those is in Iraq, and your conflict here between Sunni and Shia Muslim, but then also throw the Kurds in as well as a stateless nation. And you have internal boundaries that are in conflict because of how those boundaries were essentially created post World War I. And so those are superimposed boundaries causing a devolutionary factor, a potential devolutionary factor in this area. And then we talked about this the other day, the issue of the Crimea being taken again by Russia because a large portion of the population is Russian, but ultimately because they wanted the port of Sevastopol to maintain as a military port on the Black Sea. All right, so other boundaries that I think sometimes we don't pay attention to as well. We need to. These are your maritime boundaries, and you should have gone through UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, and maritime boundaries. But we have conflicts as a result of those maritime boundaries, and those conflicts, the boundaries are the cause, the effect is the conflict. So in this particular one off the coast of Australia and East Timor, there's oil fields, and East Timor through negotiations has managed to be able to have 90% of the control of that oil field, and Australia has 10%, and the oil field sits on the midline. And this is the problem between when you have close overlapping maritime boundaries. It's who controls those natural resources. The Caribbean is the same map. You have overlapping jurisdictions. You have they're not overlapping, they split, and so you have some areas with very close proximity to other countries with different types of laws. And one of these in particular, some of this conflict comes with those that are British, follow British laws, British maritime law, and that creates some conflicts in the area. But these maritime boundaries are always a problem in the Caribbean, particularly for people navigating between islands. And then of course, my favorite is the Arctic. And what's going to happen with the Arctic? What's going to to happen as the Arctic sea ice continues to melt. As that continues to melt, we're opening up a whole other set of effects. What is the cause? The cause is sea ice is melting. You can get into all the causes for the sea ice melting, but here is the sea ice is melting, so it's opening up this whole other channel for economic, social, political, and environmental use, abuse, conflict, however you want to be able to begin to interpret it. In the political unit, the types of governments we have leads to possible good effects and bad effects. So keep in mind, you're a unitary government. In a unitary state, most of the political powers in the hands of the central government, and that works great if you don't have much cultural or ethnic diversity. You have very strong cultural national unity. But if you don't, you are going to disenfranchise some of the population that don't necessarily identify with that centralized government, and that becomes a problem. Whereas in a federal state, like the United States, nations have greater diversity, and so you have a distribution of powers down to regional, down to state levels, and then county levels, city levels, official boundary. And then even within cities, you have different jurisdictions besides county. Like we have hospital districts, and we have community college districts, and school districts. Those are all different types of taxing jurisdictions that have rights within those areas. So that's all part of the concept of federal government's distributing power all the way down. So those all have different types of effects on your population and your distribution of population as well. In the agricultural unit, we start to look at how do our agricultural practices have consequences in our global use of the land for food production. We see that not only are we using what little land we have, of the 29% of our land that we do have, 29% is always got, and then 71% of that is habitable, and of that 71%, 50% of it is used for agriculture, and then it starts being partitioned down depending on the type of agriculture we're using. So we're using an awful lot of land to feed our population, and that's going to have consequences, and those consequences are most observed in the types of activities that then impact the environment. So our effects on the environment, the increase in greenhouse gases, the increased amount of land that is used, the contamination of fresh water causing eutrophication. Go ask your environmental science teacher for that. You don't need to know eutrophication, but some of you may know it. And then that's water pollution caused by algae growth. And then biodiversity, the loss of biodiversity. Over 24,000 species have been lost because of just agricultural practices. So food is at the heart of trying to tackle climate change, reducing water stress, pollution, restoring land, blah, blah, blah. The production of food is our cause. And what is our effect? And I need to give examples, okay? I've lost fresh water, I've lost land, I create greenhouse gases for the production of food. What are those greenhouse? I know somebody's asking, how is greenhouse gases affected by food production? Well, you have to, the creation of pesticides, the creation of using synthetic fertilizers, those are petrochemical products. So those have to be obtained, drilled, and then those are converted into synthetic products. You have to move agricultural products. A lot of times it's done by truck. People that go in and slash and burn and clear forested areas, that's releasing carbons into the atmosphere. So you are releasing carbons as you are upsetting the soils that have never been cultivated before. You're releasing more carbon. Growing the food in order to feed the livestock, and sheep and cows are the largest consumers of the grains that are produced. Those the sheep and the cows, not only is it the grain that's produced, but also the transportation and the manufacturing of the final products all contribute to the amount of greenhouse gases that are also provided, or that are also caused. So then on top of that, we also have soil degradation. Those areas in the dark red are areas that we pretty much already ruined the soils. There's no chance in trying to recover many of those soils without heavy use of irrigated soils or increasing your fertilizers. So that leads us to our challenges of contemporary agriculture. Our challenge today, that's an example of algal growth or eutrophication actually would be going on in that. Do we obtain food from factory farms, or are we obtaining it from the family farm? Is it organic or not organic? Is it free range? Is it a niche type operation? What is it that we are doing today in order to look at the effect on our environment, ease that effect on our environment, but yet still provide food for a growing population? And these challenges are only exacerbated by the problems of increased desertification, which is these yellow areas, increasing areas of further desertification, and then also continued loss of biodiversity. All this makes it more challenging to meet the needs of global food security. Where do we have the greatest insecurity of food? In your tropic region, in sub-Saharan Africa, in portions of South Asia. Our greatest food insecurity comes in these areas that have environmental challenges to begin with and huge population pressures. Okay? And we can look at this on a global scale. It really doesn't tell us. We know very well there are people that are hungry in the United States, and it makes it look like there isn't. But if we look at it in terms of the United States, yes, we do have people that are hungry. And actually, you really need to take this down to the state level of scale, even to the county level of scale. I think if you looked at the county level scale in most of the places that you live, if you looked at the food deserts in those areas, you would be surprised what parts of town are absent from high quality foods within a mile of their location. And then do we look at that data? How does that data correlate to the rest of life? And that's what happens. We start to see large areas of obesity problems, large areas correlated to diabetes, large areas correlated then to not having access to quality food. And that is part of food insecurity as well. Okay, so ultimately we are looking at climate changes, factors of climate change or climate actions that impact our agriculture. This is as of last night, our drought meter. So where are we expecting it to be tough for growing crops in some of our areas? Looks like the Midwest might be sort of okay. But ultimately we are looking at the contemporary issues of where we are in the future and how might climate change impact our agricultural yield. And that's important because we have to be able to still feed the world population. All right, so if we were to check for understanding, we go back through all those topics again. Maps cause relationships, data collection helps to show us those relationships, demographic studies helps us to understand those relationships, migration is a cause and effect relationship. We look at boundaries, how they cause complex relationships of cause and effect. We look at government, how they can create cause and effect problems for people, agricultural cause and effect situations on the environment and on contemporary actions of our land today. Ultimately, this whole topic is about relationships of cause and effect that impact and change the way people live and function in their place in the past, present, and the future. So what is causing the things that we see, which are the effect? And we have to look at them through the lens of our unit of this course. Okay? The way we understand this course, the way that we understand all of these parts helps us to better understand the impact and then what we could do to improve it or make things better. So there's for the teachers all the connections of this topic all the way through all the units. So AP question to practice, I know I love this question by the way. This was a question that I actually got to work with when it was live. And this I want to point out some things about this question because of the issue that still keeps coming up about unit 6 and 7. And I know I already addressed it, but I want to show you something in this. In this question here, when you can read the prompt, infant mortality varies widely around the world and is affected by complex real world characteristics. Infant mortality rate is a key demographic indicator used to assess social, economic, and other conditions at multiple geographic scales. Okay? So here I want you to identify predominant ranges of infant mortality. That's the population unit in South Asia and in Western Europe. So I'm looking at two regional scales, two scale of analysis of regional. Well, this Western Europe is a regional and South Asia is a regional scale of analysis too. Okay? Then I want you to describe two economic reasons. So I'm using my economic lens to look at infant mortality. Economic reasons for the level of infant mortality in Western Europe. Why does Western Europe have a low infant mortality? What is the cause and effect? Through an economic lens. Okay. Now, next is I want you to identify and explain. You have to do both. A specific way in which the following two UN Sustainable Development Goals are intended to affect infant mortality rates in rural communities in South Asia. Okay, so maybe you didn't read all the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, but hello, can we not figure this one out? Quality education. You should have had that also in the demographic section. Why do we want people to have an education? Why is it important to educate girls? So that there's a value there, so that they can better take care of their family, so they can help to earn income, so they can improve the quality of life. You had all that. You didn't have to wait to Unit 7 to get the Sustainable Development Goal. We already had that in Unit 2. And then clean water and sanitation is something that also goes along with development factors of population. Once again, Unit 2, and that also are the Sustainable Development Goals, Unit 7. This is a beautiful question. It has threads through our entire course. We have several different layers of scaled analysis. Okay? And anyway, it's a good question. See what you can come up with the answer, and Grant will talk about that tomorrow. And my trusty assistant has been monitoring your questions over here, so hopefully hopefully we can field some of those for what time is left, trustee assistant. Are there going to be exam? We're going to start talking about the exam on Thursday. In fact, on Thursday, the chief reader is going to join us, and we're going to be answering some of those questions for your exam. You should have received a ticket. I'm sorry, you should have received an email from College Board that regardless, you'll be logging into your College Board website to access your exam questions for all of your exams. Are there any summary sheets or lists of AP Human Geo definitions topics which you could use as a reference? You can use anything you want to. Okay, so any types of geo questions or anything like that, you can make and do whatever you want. Maybe your teachers have provided you with things. Maybe you've done little projects in class. You can have whatever you want to use, except for the internet, your mom, okay, and someone else. You have to do this, but the problem is you have a limited amount of time, so you really have to think about what you don't have time to be flipping through a book. So you really also don't need laundry lists of geographic terms. That's a lot of times the terms are defined for you, and you're just not going to need those. But you can use whatever materials you want. Could the FRQs on the exam? Yes. Could the FRQs on the exam combine more than one unit? Yes. That's been the whole we're talking about since day one. Yes, the FRQs do. I just illustrated that with the question I gave you today. It covers Unit 2, population. It covers the development concept that we find in Unit 7 and in Unit 2, regional aspects, which is part of Unit 1. Yes, they do. What are some important historical events we should memorize for the exam? Okay, historical events. Geography is a current subject. It's today and now. We have a rule of thumb. Don't go back more than 50 years. 50 years is too long. Today with the present. So that we don't give you a list of history events, but your teacher should be using examples all year long that reference it. We've been using examples in all of these presentations, and you'll notice they're all current. Nothing is as old as I am. How can we tell the difference between a U.S. map at the national scale versus a U.S. map at the state scale? No, a map of the U.S. is a national scale. A map of the U.S. is a national scale. A map of Texas, a map of Florida, a map of New York is the state scale. A map of Los Angeles, a map of Albany, New York, a map of Peoria, Illinois, Tallahassee, Florida. Those are at the city scale. A map I showed you the other day, my high school, the town inside Houston where I am. That's the map of a town, that town at that scale. And then your place is your spatial location, your individual. So a map of the United States is a map of the United States with all the stuff, all the data inside of it. A map of Texas or whatever state, Alaska, with all of the details of highways and counties and cities is at the Texas scale. The Alaska scale, sorry. Okay. And every time you keep going down smaller in the spatial extent of that map that you're looking at, you'll have more detail, lots more detail. Why did Germany dip so much in population growth in the early 2010? It was actually what they've done is actually grow since then. You have heavy migration to come in from North Africa and the Middle East as a result of the war in the Middle East, and then also issues in North Africa, migrants leaving. So actually what's happened is we've had increased migration. Which I do if the FRQ asks to provide a real world example, and I can't think of one. Go back and look at the prompt, look at the map, see if anything shakes your mind. A lot of times a real world example is an extra point. It's like the whole discussion is not totally dependent on that. Sometimes it is, but try your best. Maybe you'll think of something, take a deep breath. The other thing in terms of preparing for it, you might want to do is have a list of the content topics throughout the course and write down some examples. Have those examples available to you that maybe that list just rings a bell when you are writing it. What is it? Since the exam is open book, could we quote information? You don't have time for quoting anything. Don't do that. Just quoting it. You're not going to be writing the kinds of questions that you would need to quote with something. No, COVID-19 will not be on the test. The scale. Could you also say the total population among the districts compared to how many people there are per square mile? Well, congressional districts are by population size, so it's not dealing with density. How many people there are in that census tract? Would Wyoming at large be a state scale and Virginia 8 be a regional? No, Virginia, the 8th district of Virginia is a census tract, is a congressional district in a city. Wyoming at large is a state scale. Yeah. All right. I need to wrap everything up on this, and so I wish to wish you a good evening on everything, and hope that you will join us back tomorrow and see Ms. Grant for the last topic that deals with models and theory. And sorry for that short blip. And hope you have a good evening. Bye.
Hello, AP Human Geography. Are we ready for our last content review? I know I am. I'm not gonna lie. I'm super excited. But I'm also super excited that we're going to transition into all those questions that you want answered about FRQs on Thursday, Friday, and then next week. So glad you're joining us. Let's go ahead and switch the screen. And what we're going to take a look at today, we are going to remind people first of all who I am. So Kristen Brandt, I'm from Lombard West High School. I really push this one with my students. So hopefully those Lombard West Human Geo students are tuning in today. If not, I know North, South, and East have been. So thumbs up to you guys. That's going to be our Slido number G686 today. And so I am going to ask you to kind of try and hold off on the FRQ questions because Miss Lindsley tomorrow is going to spend Thursday and Friday diving into FRQs, just how to answer them. She's going to talk about the task directions. She's going to go into a lot of depth. And so just today, our focus really needs to be on beyond our ideas today, which are our theories and our models. And so I know that we're really concerned that what is my cheesy little pitch going to be. So I went through a couple of the you had me at hello, or the you're talking to me, taxi driver, little Robert De Niro. So yesterday, Miss Lindsley, my son just rolled his eyes at me. He's like, oh my mother. Yesterday, Miss Lindsley had you look at this FRQ question to practice and really looking at infant mortality. And I know we've talked a little bit about infant mortality together. Those of you that have been with me, because I just find it fascinating. It tells us so much about an area. So let's kind of briefly go through how we would tackle this question. So part A, identify the predominant ranges of infant mortality rate found in South Asia and Western Europe. So for South Asia, your answer would have been 30 to 59, and then for Western Europe, 2 to 14. So again, we don't know if they're going to identify on. If they do, they're going to be those types of things we have to look and extract that information from the maps. Part B, describe 2 economic reasons for the level of infant mortality rates in Western Europe. And so what you might talk about is you talk about universal healthcare or affordable healthcare provides access to the mother and infant at prenatal stages. And that first year of life, remember up until then. And we talk a lot about mothers and infants have access to healthcare, sufficient health facilities, providing greater access and consistent to food and healthy foods, providing better sanitation and hygiene, and then also taking a look at we can look at some other things too. So if we're talking about another thing, looking at post-industrial economies also allow for increased care. For example, there's paternity leave, right? We have access to childcare providers. Developing countries allow for investment in healthcare. Higher incomes mean people can afford to pay for other services. Strong social welfare programs mean that parents get more information about training and taking care of a new baby. Strong social welfare programs mean that infants receive sufficient food. Education could be another one. We can talk about education improves the lives because it reduces adolescent fertility, and so then typically able to carry babies longer. More knowledge about childcare and nutrition, and then also women typically have fewer kids, leading to better infant and child health. Part C, it says, and so part C, what you'd want to do, it says identify and explain a specific way in which each of the following 2 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals were intended to affect infant mortality rates in rural community of South Asia. So the first one we talk about is when we talk about quality of education. Okay? So you could talk about, so we're taking a look here that education improves lives. So that would be your identify. And then we could talk about knowledge of nutrition, and then we can even say another identify could be increased access to healthcare, because both of those would be about then explaining knowledge of nutrition, knowledge of family planning, prenatal and infant care, vaccination leading to healthier babies, knowledge of diseases, prevention lessons. Something else you could identify more well-trained medical workers. And what well-trained medical workers are able to do then is support for those mothers and the babies before, during, and after childbirth. A lower incidence of infant mortality will result in lower fertility rates, because remember, sometimes there's that replacement idea. Healthy children do not require them to have babies to replace children who might previously died in infancy or childhood. Also, that idea of doctors and nurses increasing for employment, and so that also could help. So another identifying characteristic could just be focusing on increasing employment, because if you have a good job, it's going to reduce poverty, and that's going to open up more access access to resources. Women who work tend to have fewer children, leading to better infant and child health, more access to skilled opportunities, which creates wealth and a lower infant mortality rate. Another thing you could talk about, we could talk about how education, we identify, removes the barriers to girls' education, right? So that would be identify and then explain, not having to work to pay to support your brother's education, removal of cultural practices favoring education of boys over girls, decreasing the number of activities for girls to take them away from education, or promoting peace or nonviolence would then be something else that we could consider. So then we take a look at part 2 here. So C2 is asking us to really look at clean water and sanitation. And so there we could also go back to that idea of jobs. So improving access here to safe and drinkable water is going to reduce cost and energy spent on collecting water, allowing girls to go to school and work more, which then leads to a lower fertility rate. We could talk about better sanitation and hygiene, could also then reduce your disease. We could talk about reducing water scarcity, that access to more water is going to improve the health of the mother. Improvements to sustainable water management could also, we know that droughts impact many of those countries, and so some of those poorest countries. And so by improving that, that's going to then allow for more opportunities as well for resources. You could talk about technology, such as irrigation, and how that can also increase productivity and then help stabilize the food availability for that community, thus in helping the mother and child have more calories, so then sustaining life as well. Okay, so the next thing is when we talk about lesson overview, we're going to focus today on theories and models. And when we talk about theories and models, Miss Lindsay and I went back and forth a lot. Which ones do we really want to highlight? So this is going to be my goal today. Holy buckets! Look at all these things that I hope to go through. But these are the big things, and I'm going to try and connect them to other content areas and ideas that we've talked about throughout the year. And then this I decided to throw in. I think there's 3 themes I want to just keep coming back to: sustainability, gender, globalization. So big theories and models, and then we're going to do just a little bit with some themes. Are we ready? I know I need to work. I'm sorry. Okay. So here's what we need to know. Okay. So what we need to know. Oh, you don't like my cursor? I think I moved it now, right? The cursor was in the middle of the screen. Thank you. Good info. So demographic transition in 5 stages. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that understanding, I told this to my students today in our check-in, I think understanding the demographic transition model is foundational to understanding really everything that we're talking about in all of our other units. Because ultimately, what you want to be able to do, if I give you any country in the world, that you can think about what is it like there, that idea of place, and then you want to start talking about people and movement, and you want to start talking about the environment, and then we're going to get into what does that mean. And so when we talk about the demographic transition model, remember this is when a country changes really from being an agrarian-based country to an industrialized-based country. Like, what does it take? How do they get there? And what does it mean for their people? Now, if you're looking at this one, we're going to break it down a little bit more. Some of you are probably looking and you're like, okay, we got at stage 1, no countries in anymore, right? This was our hunters and gatherers, high birth rate, high death rate. They're kind of balancing each other out. But we do know we still have countries in stage 2, 3, 4, and your teachers probably talked to you about stage 5. So we're going to break down stage 2, 3, and 4, and I'm even going to break down stage 5. I actually disagree with this rendition. Most of your teachers are probably going to use this for stage 5. Do you notice what happened there? Take a look at the yellow line for birth rate in this one. Take a look at the green line in this one for birth rate. So the reality is we don't truly know what the trend is. Eventually it might cause us to grow, but right now what we're seeing the trend is that the birth rate is actually dipping below the death rate. So yes, could it cause our population to grow again? Absolutely. But what we're seeing is that we're seeing a dip so low that maybe we're not seeing enough of that replacement rate. So there's some debate over exactly what it should look like. What I'm telling you to know is that you should know when we get to the countries that we are seeing those birth rates plummet below the replacement line, and we are seeing them dip below, in some cases, the accrued death rate. Okay, so when we look at stage 2, okay, what I need you to know stage 2, first of all, this is rapid growth. Okay, so this is when we've got high birth rates and declining death rates. Why declining death rates? Okay, declining death rates for a lot of reasons. One of those reasons that we see, so that's going to cause people to, we're having lots of babies, but we're living longer, so that population explodes, right? So one of the reasons that explodes is because now all of a sudden these countries have access to better healthcare, and in some cases vaccines. So where are we talking about today? Look at these trends. So look at the crude birth rate. This is high crude birth rate, and here's high crude death rate. You should know the trends when we talk about this. Take a look at the dark colors of sub-Saharan Africa for both of these. This is where we're going to see rapid population growth, and so that's where we're going to see it kind of exponentially starting to take off. So then what we take a look at is what else does that tell us about an area? Well, just kind of as a review, the FRQ is typically when we talk about these access to things and high birth rates, typically it also means a lower literacy rate. Take a look at sub-Saharan Africa here and see how light it is on this map. Now, the good news is that we are seeing literacy rates climb across the globe. That this isn't just a developed world improvement. We are seeing this improve. So we're hopeful that we're going to see some improvement in some of these developing areas as well. But we also know that when we see high birth rate and high death rate, there's going to be an age dependency, and in this case, a youthful. So again, take a look at sub-Saharan Africa. Afghanistan also kind of stands out in these characteristics as well. And so what we talk about is that there's still clearly an agrarian-based regions here. We talk about how that they haven't made that shift yet towards industrialization, because really there's that need for more healthcare and we need more education so that more opportunities open up. So when that does, we shift to stage 3, and this is when we start to see those birth rates fall. Okay, and so we start seeing more and more people moving to the cities, more and more access to education, and so those fertility rates really start to decline. And we are seeing them decline across the globe. I mean, take a look at this. Even in the Middle East, we take a look at Latin America. This one also really looks at South Asia. So we are seeing these trends of countries declining fertility rates. Some countries have even taken matters into their own hands. And we talked about these policies earlier on, how China instituted the one-child policy. And so taking a look at how that's the drastic impact that had on a country. India did not institute. We can see when it was put into play, but through education, they've even started to bring theirs down. So there's really this shift. When we look at stage 3 countries, I typically think of BRICS countries. You think of Brazil, India, China, that are really starting to kind of shift their away from agrarian, still agrarian, so they're not stage 4 yet, but they're starting to see more of a mix. So we're going to use that phrase semi-periphery in just a little bit. So I just gave you some countries there. Somebody asked about countries in stage 2. I showed you the region of sub-Saharan Africa. Pick a country other than South Africa. Pick anyone. Okay, stage 4. This I would argue this is going to be your developed countries. So this is when stuff starts to really balance off. Okay, and some will argue this is United States is a late stage 4. Some will argue. And I don't want you to get into so splitting hairs, because if you're able to explain it, even if you're a little wrong, teachers and readers are going to give it to you, because it's more about understanding what's happening. So what we know in stage 4 is happening is that truly shifting from agriculture to industry based, truly moving into our urban sectors, highly educated. Typically, gender equity is apparent there. And what we see is that so this is looking here at the United Kingdom, they're rural to urban. So we see trends more like this, where we're going to see more people in urban areas. And so again, back to that FRQ, this means typically better access to education, healthcare, better access to jobs, food sources, and so you're able then to have more disposable income. We do know that fertility rates, though, as they start to fall, do pose some problems. And so if we take a look at Western Europe here, the U.S., that this is something that we're looking at. These falling birth rates are a concern for a lot of areas, and so that's going to move us to stage 5 here in just a second. But if we look at the history of England and Wales, you can see how they've moved through the demographic transition model, and so we'd actually probably say they're really in stage 4, late stage 4, where they're balancing off. And part is because of the access of all those materials and goods in the cities, and those that are even in the countryside then benefit from that, because there's typically infrastructure to move goods in and out of those areas. So stage 5, we're going to probably focus more on this, the old age dependency ratio. This is typically what we're finding. And take a look at the countries that you see here. Most of your teachers probably talk to you about Japan and the upside down pyramid because there are less children and the death rates is, so now I'm not having as many kids and there's higher death rate just because it's become imbalanced. And so what we take a look at in Northern Europe, we can take a look at this, I thought was kind of interesting. So looking at the old age dependency ratio in Europe. And so really, I mean, look at countries that we would say are at risk. And that puts different pressures, right? Who's going to care for the old? If they're not, do they have to work longer? How do we make sure, then how do we, when the young are coming, how do we make sure there's enough employees for future generations? And so we talk about pronatalist policies that have actually been put in place in some countries to actually encourage more children in those countries. We also know that a lot of these countries that you see on this list also rely on migration to help improve and to balance off some of their birth rates as well. This I thought just was interesting if you get a chance to look at it. So really just taking a look at when different countries moved through the demographic transition model. And we just talk about access to materials, right? I mean, for example, it wasn't until the 1950s that Cape Verde received the malaria vaccine. And so all of a sudden that was like a game changer in shifting them from stage 1 to stage 2. So here, when we're taking a look at how late, how you can kind of figure out when they are really starting their process is when those lines start. And then so like Germany and Sweden kind of started early 1800s, but you go down to China, we're not really looking until the 1950s that we saw that huge shift. And that's because that's when think of the one-child policy coming into life. And so the impact that it has in those countries, look at Sweden and Germany, what you will see too, especially in Germany, you will see that the death rate is actually above its birth rate now. Sweden, we will see the birth rate, so that Sweden is actually the birth rate is above the death rate. And then you'll see how Chile is starting to balance off, and then even in China it's starting to balance off as well. So what does this mean? How do we get there? And so hopefully your teachers talked about, so some of the limitations, this is a great question. Somebody asked what are some limitations of the demographic transition model. I think that's a great question. So when you talk about limitations, I mean, the reality is not everyone in these areas has access to those same resources. This is generalizations, which makes it very difficult. It's a lot of prediction. It also is a lot of self-reporting on some of these numbers in some of these areas. So that makes it difficult as well, access to resources. And let's go back to neocolonialism that we talked about earlier. Is there some pressure from some of those MDCs to keep some of these other countries from moving to stage 4 or stage 5 because we want to take advantage of some of their cheap labor? So things that might deter progress when we talk about different types of diseases or causes of death. And so we look at that epidemiologic transition model. Pestilence and famine really are at that stage 1, right? We're not truly dealing with that. But this receding pandemics, in those early stages, I definitely, when you're talking stage 2, early stage 3, I would even say some infectious diseases. I mean, the reality is those of us that are living in developed countries, if you're in the United States, the United Kingdom, if you're in Hong Kong, which I'm aware is part of China, but if you're in Hong Kong, you clearly have access to the goods that Great Britain shared early on. And so we're not dealing with having to worry about malaria. Part is our climate, but part is our resources as well. And so take a look at sub-Saharan Africa, and that we are still seeing these high death rates in 2017. What we're dealing with are probably more of these man-made or these degenerative diseases, cardiovascular disease. And so you're going to definitely see more of an impact of those diseases in more developed countries. This list I thought was pretty nice too. We take a look at in our areas, cardiovascular cancers, lower respiratory dementia. I mean, the reality is that's going to probably hit our areas higher than these pandemics. Although then we say this and now look at what we're dealing with when we talk about COVID. So not that you can't use COVID, but you want to stick with what are the actual trends, right? Because the reality is we know people are working on, we don't have it yet, but we know we're working on vaccines. And you also know those of you that once that vaccine is available, you will have access to it. And so at some point this won't be an issue for us. So we look at, this is what I really want to point out are these trends. When we look at top 10 causes of death in low income countries, so those developing countries, I mean, look at, we're talking about diarrhea, right? Like it isn't something that I worry about. I mean, I guess when my kids were little, but I also had access to Pedialyte or Gatorade or Freezy Pops to try and get those electrolytes back in. But that's a major problem. Like how do you want access to those resources? But even take a look at malaria, tuberculosis, I mean, road injuries. These are not going to be high numbers on the other end. And it's because of that access to that infrastructure. Even in middle income countries, I would call these our bricks. I would call these our stage 3. So you're going to see, but even you're still going to find some of those poor areas. And so you definitely still see some of those things we just talked about, some TB, diarrhea. We see cirrhosis of the liver, some preterm birth complications. So those things even down at the bottom. But you also see at the top things that you're going to see in high income countries. And so we talk about heart disease and stroke. But take a look here. You're not going to see a lot of the things that we saw in those last two lists. I mean, even road injuries. I know that people do die because of injuries here in the United States, but not at the same rate that we see in those other places. That a lot of this stuff has to do with just kind of our own man-made diseases. Okay, so transitioning to the next model. So how do those two? The question was, how does epidemiologic affect the DTM? It affects it, guys, because what we're taking a look at is causes for the death rate. And so how do we decrease that death rate? And then how are those connected? And so a lot of it is access to that healthcare. So really what we also started talking about is food, right? So when you say carrying capacity, if you see the shark curve, guy's name should come to your head too. Hopefully Thomas Malthus, okay? And we're looking at him in just a second. But what are we talking about with carrying capacity? So we're talking about how much can the world hold, like how many people that we can actually feed. And if you've watched the news over the last few days, here we're totally talking about food resources in the United States, right? But what we do know is that exponential growth, okay, that's what was predicted. We do see that we're seeing more of an S-curve, right? That we're starting to balance off. And so this is kind of world population by region. And so taking a look at some of those projections, where we're at, how little Oceania carries in that Asia carries, we know the bulk of the population, but you're slowly starting to see that bend a little. We're talking about bending other curves here too. We take a look at the little pieces of the pie, but this is probably better when you can see it all put together. So you can really start to see by 2100 where it's starting to flatten out at 11 billion people. That should make you go, okay, how are we going to feed that? That goes from 7 billion to 11.2 billion. And so the idea of topping off, I think this is also pretty interesting too. I mean, everybody except for Africa, we're starting to see come down or stabilize. And part of that is because back to that stage 2, they haven't hit their stride yet. Education is just starting to really hit where more people are having access to that. And so we're hopefully you'll see some trends change. So who's the alarmist? Thomas Malthus, right? And he said we're going to have catastrophe. The human population is going to surpass food production. Okay, so who challenged that? Hope you said Esther Basra, right? That she said humans can adapt, we can adjust. Or if you didn't say her, did you say, okay, come on, what about environmental possibilism? Humans have that ability. He's such a determinist, right? He was saying that it is what it is. I think we talked about in my own class when Malthus have said, isn't this even this pandemic part of human checks, right? That we have to do these every once in a while. I know more thought, right? But that's kind of applying geography to these real world situations. And so why do we care? Well, we do know that even his critics, everybody who just saw my son stretch. Live TV, here we go. But out of all seriousness, what we are seeing though is that there's food insecurity around the world, and even here in the United States. I mean, take a look at the orange and the red. You may even have classmates, and some of you may be struggling right now. And so what we do talk about is where Malthus is right, is that we do probably have some resource distribution issues. We take a look at what areas are hit the hardest. And at the end of the day, the hardest areas, again, we're back to sub-Saharan Africa. And what we know in part is because of, it goes back to climate, what is actually there. We know there's a lot of unproductive land. We know that a lot of it is maybe suitable for some grazing and cereals, but how do we actually use that? And so even though we've got this growing population, how do we get it there? It's not, and money is not abundant. And so they do rely sometimes on imports or sometimes on, we've talked about micro loans or organizations. But at the end of the day, it makes makes it really difficult. And so some other things that we can do is talk about how do we irrigate the land? How do we use that land that's not suitable? So irrigation is an option, or GMOs, right? So we take a look at GMOs, right? The whole idea of GMOs is how do we produce more with less? How do we get more nutrients into these? And so here's some countries, that are growing some of those genetically modified crops and goods. But what do you notice about Africa? Now we just said that this is an area that is really struggling with food insecurity, with hunger, and so still not using it. And part goes back to the land, part goes back to the resources. GMOs are expensive, irrigation is expensive. These just are not things that are readily available. So how do we help transition that? And one of the things that you first and foremost is we got to get people working, we got to get people in education, we got to get people those resources to sustain life. Okay, so one of the things when we talk about agriculture is we talk about the Von Thunen model, right? So let's go to another model. So when we talk about the Von Thunen model is we take a look at those different rings. And so what you're going to want to be able to do is know the rings, know what happens in each, obviously the limitations as well. So for example, when we take a look at this truck, hopefully you saw that that's going to be in the first ring. Remember, it's all connected back to the market. So why would we look at fresh fruits and vegetables and dairy in that first ring? Perishability, right? It's expensive to transport. And so the closer it is to the market, I don't have to spend as much on that transportation, right? This one, hopefully you would put out in the last ring, right? This is our crazy. Why so far away from the market? They need space. They need, I was my students kind of smells if you've ever been around those large open areas. But also typically we can have a nice integration. If you look at the background, maybe of some pastures, some crops. We talk about mixed crops, so corn and soybeans in order to feed those animals. And that really leads to, we can do extensive cropping in the fourth ring. We definitely need space. This is clearly an example of an MDC when we're looking at the tractors. But with all of these, it's about, this can be a little bit further out because it's lighter, and so it's not going to cost as much to transport it to the market. It's not going to perish right away. I mean, for crying out loud, I think my cousin still has some corn in their bins from last year just because it didn't sell. And so it can stand a long time. Some limitations of Von Thunen today. Remember, this all assumes that the soil is the same throughout every single ring. This also assumes that transportation costs are equal. That's just not realistic, right? We know that soil varies from place to place. We also know that transportation costs, we know that unions probably in the north are going to be a little more expensive for some of the things there than it's going to be in the south because of some of the drivers. That's going to impact as well. How does Malthus relate to this? So Malthus relates from the standpoint he would just be looking at food production. Okay? He probably would assume all things are equal, and this idea that we're producing that this is what we can produce, and here's at some point the population is going to surpass it. What possibilism or Basra, what they said is though, but what are we can produce more. And so how can we double crop? How can we use pesticides and fertilizers? So the idea of the green revolution to really enhance what we're producing and how we're producing it. So that's where I would actually argue feedlots are a byproduct of really a counter against Malthus is that we need more meat. I think you're hearing a lot right now that our supply chain is going to be, it's broken a little bit in some areas. In Illinois, ours is broken a little bit just because of some of our major operators being shut down. So that also can definitely impact what we're doing too. Bid rent theory totally affects this because it's all about cost of land. The land is more expensive the closer we get to the market. And so as it increases, it's going to then, you want to make sure you're still making that money. In other words, I'm not going to put a crop on that land that's not going to help pay for that land. And so that's definitely going to impact it. So Wallerstein's world system theory, I'm going to touch on this just a little bit. And a lot of it probably kind of falls in the economic industry unit. So, but the ideas do not. And here's why. Take a look at the map. If I took off the words core, semi-periphery, and periphery, what could I replace them with? Couldn't I replace them with developed, nations in transition, developing, MDCs, LDCs? So what Wallerstein really did is he took a look at what types of economic activities occur in each one of these. And I think what you're going to see, it's again, building those trends. And so for example, if you take a look to the chart, we look at the red is services, blue is industry, and yellow is agriculture. It shouldn't surprise you that employment in our MDCs, look at US, Canada, Australia, France, Japan, look how tiny the percentage of people that are employed in the agriculture sector are compared to the services. Now go to the other side, and you take a look at even in China, it's still really huge. Okay? And I know this is 2005, so it's come down just a little bit. Services has increased, and so has their blue industry. But what Wallerstein said is that what we find in the orange or the salmon colored is that they're going to be more dominant with services. I mean, let's be honest, it's going to be a more educated group. It's your core countries. What you find in the yellow is where both things happen. Because the reality is, if I look in China and I look along that east coast of China, highly urban, highly educated, great access to resources. As I move inland, I'm going to start to see the discrepancy. I'm going to see more farming. I'm going to see more industry. And so that is where you see both things happening in the semi-periphery and then the periphery highly dependent on agriculture. Yeah, all of that should align to what your teachers have talked to you about with MDCs, LDCs, and those nations in transition. Why is Greenland a periphery country? That's a really good question. I think it has more to do with the percentage of people that are there, and it tends to just, it's a really good question. Honestly, I don't have besides the fact that I have not studied Greenland much. It's a good question. Okay, so what I would recommend that you do, so I'm going to show you this with like 3 or 4 countries, that you just kind of have some idea of things that are happening around the world. Because I don't know what country, I don't know where they're going to ask, but you should be able to have a mental map and what are some of those characteristics. So for example, when you see Germany on here, I would hope that you would go, okay, in the demographic transition model, I put them probably in a 4. Definitely we focus more on industry. I know that they're pretty wealthy because all of a sudden then you start building these characteristics and you can start to then draw some conclusions. And so this is looking at by sector, and you'd be correct. Look at their tertiary sectors up close to 80%. We take a look, and so tertiary, remember, services. Secondary is going to be your factories, and blue primary. Look how little that agriculture is. And then, but we are seeing though manufacturing is decreasing in Germany. Was it manufacturing decreasing in the United States? In a lot of core countries, it is. And part is because we're sending a lot of that to other countries. And the one thing I wanted to point out in Germany, I do need you to remember is that we still see this gap in Germany between East and West Germany. Okay? When we look at East Germany, it still lags behind West Germany because of its communist past. Kenya. When you look at Kenya, you should think, okay, stage 2. You should think definitely majority of people engaged in agriculture, so probably a lot of children. Probably education is lagging behind. Probably not a lot of gender equity. That you're starting to draw some conclusions based off of things that you know about LDCs. We can take a look. This is something interesting, right? This I thought was a different way to look at it. We look at the informal sector. So a huge number of the population that really are engaged in that informal sector, which makes it difficult to move forward because that means that money's not being taxed, which means money's not going to the services to help really improve the infrastructure of that country. They do have some great goals though. When we look at Kenya, Kenya really wants to focus on improvement of positioning there for the women and children and girls in particular. They want to talk about really looking at making the government accountable and then job creation. But I just think it's interesting. 40% of their population lives in poverty. Until you can find ways, and that's a huge percentage. Until you can find ways to lift them out of that, then you're not really going to progress in the demographic transition model either. You're going to kind of be stuck in that periphery. LDC stage 2. Brazil, on the other hand, we put in stage 3, right? When you start thinking about Brazil, they do tend to have a little bit higher. We take a look at agriculture, so 10% of the GDP. We know that this one here says 5.3%, 8% of the labor force is unemployed. Brazilian service sector is 52%, so they're moving in that direction. Look at the middle class on the middle one. 60% of the population is in the middle class. But your head should have already been there. You should have been like, hey, Brazil is one of those nations in transition. And so if we even take a look at the chart down on the bottom, the gray is going to be our services, the blue is industry, and maybe I should say the light blue is going to be agriculture. So what's holding Brazil back from moving up to a core or an MDC country? And it's really some of the infrastructure. They've got to, if they want to compete, you got to focus on spending some money on more money on water, sewage, transportation, telecommunications, electricity for all people, not just those in the city. And that takes money. You got to have money coming in to do that. But if you can get all people that access, think about your education, how that can improve. Think about your healthcare can improve. And so Brazil's in a pretty good position for that, but they need to be able to expand it to all. So another country that I would put in that same boat is Indonesia. Look at their services. The reason that they're not in stage 4, I'd say they're early stage 3, late stage 2. Their industry is pretty high. Their agriculture still it's slightly on the higher side. But what industry or Indonesia is attempting to do is really focus on tourism. And so you see here their top new tourist destinations. I would say Costa Rica is in that same boat, right? Kind of capitalizing on ecotourism. So that idea of figuring out that services is one of those ways that we can help transition our country. And so how do we really focus on getting more people access to those opportunities? So that idea of movement, right? The big trend you need to know with movement is that across the globe, and I just have to keep moving, otherwise we're going to run out of time today. Across the globe, the rural to urban movement is a phenomenon happening everywhere. So your teachers probably talked about Ravenstein's laws of migration. Do you need to memorize all 11 of these? No, please do not. What you should look for are trends. So I highlighted 3 big trends here in orange. You know, that migrants, long distances, even short distances, typically you're going to move to great centers of commerce or industry. Hello, cities. Large towns grow more by migration than birth rate. Cities. The major direction of migration is agriculture to industrial or commercial centers. Cities, right? Why? Because that's where access is. Right? That's where access to opportunities, education, all of those things are there. Now that being said, there's other things up here about females. Sometimes within the country are more migratory. Males are more migratory. I would highlight 11. Hello, right? The major cause of migration is still economic, right? If I asked you a major push factor or pull factor, you would say jobs, right? Or the lack of jobs would be the push. But when we talk about today, the U.S. is still going to be a premier destination. Okay, long distances. Why? Opportunities. Okay, sometimes it's jobs, sometimes it's but it is going to be that idea. When we say economic, that idea of opportunity. Okay, that American dream mentality. But take a look at Canada, Germany, France. I mean, these are your premier people wanting to move to places where there's work. We also see the trend that rural to urban. Take a look. Even Africa and Asia are becoming more urbanized. Okay, so even if you get out of the country, even within the country, this is where the jobs are located. We still see the trend that we see more international migrants tend to be male. Not hugely significantly different, but part is many men will go and set up shop before and bring their family over. If we are seeing an increase in families coming, but still the trend tends to be relying on men. And still, we don't see a lot of families and children. You can see a small percentage. Now, is it increasing? Absolutely. If you can afford to bring everybody, or if you're forced, if you're thinking of refugees, you're grabbing everybody and anything that you can grab, right? And so we do see some of those trends occurring, but at the end of the day, economic tends to be our overarching trend. Geopolitics. So when we talk about geopolitics, the Heartland theory comes up a lot with the Heartland theory. So this, remember, geopolitics is the study of geography and politics. And we talk about the relationship and the impact it has on states. So when we talk about Heartland, it is that heartbeat, right? This is whoever can control the land. Okay, that's a pivot area here that you see on this map can control the world. Well, historically, we've seen that happen, right? That's where Hitler wanted to control, Stalin wanted to control, right? That these are the areas that people wanted to control. That where this one says the inter marginal crescent, so that Rumland theory. Well, then we also saw people wanting to control. If you can control the waterways, right? The strategic maritime areas, you can control the world. And I'd argue that today we're seeing some of that with our trade relations. Which I'm going to get you to a slide in just a second. But a lot of this goes back to that organic theory. That organic theory is that nations have this need to grow and expand. So today I'm not expanding with my land. I'm expanding with my power. And let's take a look. This here, this is from 2013. And so I'm not going to read through this, but know that these countries, a lot of times these politics are at play through our elections. I mean, even with our latest election, okay, that idea of bringing ideas home, making sure we're focusing on the home front versus maybe trade, and so placing tariffs on people that we used to trade with. And that goes back to the type of government that we use. So I would kind of spend some time refreshing your memory on federal versus unitary type governments. And so this is the state of democracies according to Statistica. But really what we're looking at here is that these full democracies, but we know versus the authoritarian regime, but then we're looking at the spread of democracy throughout the world, that idea of giving people voice in elections, right? Versus the authoritarian, where we're definitely kind of centralizing that control. That's going to impact trade agreements, right? And so this is active regional trade agreements by the World Trade Organization. So we see definitely Europe looks like it's really heavy in having trade agreements, but so is the United States. And then remembering what some of those are. And so for sake of time, you can go back and read these, but pick one and just make sure you understand how that impacts those dynamics. So another model is cultural landscape. So when you look at a map like this, we say cultural landscape, and we say, what do you see? We see a bridge. I see a city in the background. I see a bus. So those are things you see. Like here's what I see. I see a brand new bridge that was built in 2008. I see a bridge that was built as a memorial for the people that lost their lives in 2007. If I look in the back left hand over here, this is actually the memorial. So when we talk about cultural landscape, we're looking to put meaning in things. So no, you do not need to memorize this bridge. But what you do need to think about is cultural landscape. It is that visual imprint, right? It is that part of the cultural influence. It helps to describe an area. So these are some words from a professor at Illinois State University, R.J. Rowling, helped put this together. And what we talked about is that I think the material, tangible expression of human settlement on the Earth's surface. Our human landscape is our unwitting autobiography. It reflects our tastes, our values, our aspirations, and our fears in tangible, visible form. So when I show you these other ones, do you know where they are? We're able to say we've got Paris, Great Wall of China, Pyramids of Egypt, the Sydney Opera House, the Taj Mahal in India. Oh, this one probably don't know it. My students that are watching, or still watching, should. That's our high school, Urbanization High School. What meaning does that have for many of you? Nothing, but from our students that are seniors out there, a lot of meaning. It's part of our community. It defines who we are. So ultimately, though, there's big themes, right? So when we talk about those big themes, what we talk about is gender. Here's a map looking at the best and worst places to be a girl. Okay, and we take a look at that gender equity. And so we definitely, again, Northern Europe rocks, Australia rocks, Canada rocks. And so when we take a look at kind of those trends, we know that there's a pay gap throughout the world, but in some places it's greater than others. But we are seeing that gender gap is closing. And so what we're starting to see from 1971 to even 2011, more and more parity is occurring. Why is that occurring? I'm going to get there in a second. The first thing that we really see, though, is the types of jobs people are engaged in. I definitely think when we talk about agriculture, because that agriculture unit, globally, more than 400 million women farm, but very few of them own the land that they farm on. And if we take a look at the map on the right, there's horrible jobs out there that there's laws in place that are really limiting what work women can do. How do you change any of this? You've got to get women in the legal system. So on the left here, we talk about 3/4 of, on average, women have just 3/4 of the legal rights of men when we look at that. But look at how few women representatives are in those national legislatures. So if they're not helping to shape those votes, it makes it really difficult to progress forward. Another theme is sustainability. So when we talk about developed countries that actually cause the global climate change, right? So the biggest but who's going to actually suffer the most? When we talk about, so how do we adjust for that? So I just thought these maps were interesting, just the impact that it's going to have on those. We can build and adjust for some of it, but think about sub-Saharan Africa, how difficult that is to build and adjust. Well, what can we do? We know that we built wind farms and solar panels. We know that we're focused on green building, and we know that in agriculture we're talking more about sustainability. We're looking for opportunities to have more of an integrated lifestyle so that we can help balance off the problems that we made before. And ultimately, how do we do it? Back to our big two themes: globalization and local diversity. When we talk about globalization, we talk about those interconnectedness. Yep, I got those shipping containers and that breakable point right there for you. But it's all about that. How connected are we? How do we work together? But at the same time, how do we celebrate who we are? What makes us unique? And so in the description, you're going to find a little video, and I just don't have time to play it, otherwise I would. It's about 4 minutes. But if you've never watched Matt dance across the world, it's pretty amazing. Matt's going to dance in many different countries, and what you're going to see is the celebration of that local diversity. So even though we're becoming more and more interconnected and globalized, we're really also looking for opportunities to celebrate who we are. So as we practice, when you look at numbers, you should be able to tell me by looking at wealth or life expectancy or means of schooling that these two countries here are MDCs. You should then say, okay, look at the GNI here and the little schooling that they're receiving. These are clearly LDCs. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to be important is how can you take a look at the role of development, and when we talk about these MDCs versus LDCs, they're going to help you write those questions. So what are we talking about? We just went through a heck of a lot of models, right? And we just went through some really big themes, and we did them pretty quick. But these are things Ms. Lindsay and I have been going over for the last 6 weeks, and your teachers have been doing since the start of the school year. How do you practice? So as this is up here, okay, you can take a look at describing the information the demographic transition model provides about a country, identifying one country listed that's in stage 2, describe one reasons why it's considered in stage 2, using the data to describe the relationship between birth rate and infant mortality rate, and then explain the total fertility rate and infant mortality rate, and 5 roles of women in these countries listed. This is a great practice. Miss Lindsay's going to go over it, and I really hope you can join her the next 2 days as she dives into not just this question, but what do we mean when we say describe, identify, explain. She's going to really dig into that, and then next week we're going to practice. Okay, we're going to spend a lot of time together on Monday and Wednesday. We're going to time it out. We're going to get used to that timing, and then on Tuesday and Thursday we're going to go through that, and then Friday we're going to talk about some tips and tricks. Okay, we are so excited that you joined us today. We want to thank you for watching. Hopefully you can join Miss Lindsay in the next couple days, and then join me on Monday for our practice exam. We know that this was a ton of information, but I'm so glad you joined us, and have a wonderful night. Bye.